Chapter 89. The Rules of the Stream and Mountains. Muji gazed at the dejected expression of Tsangwu, wondering what troubled him. Had he been reprimanded? TSK, 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 his emotions are plainly etched upon his countenance. One might kindly refer to it as innocence, while a less charitable observer might deem him a simpleton. What is the matter? Muji inquired, noting his hesitance, her voice laced with concern. After much stammering, Tsangwu placed the empty roasting pan on the table and murmured, "The master mentioned that your grilled fish is exceptionally delicious." Muji chuckled lightly, her eyes curving into crescent moons, nearly dazzling Tsangwu. She was indeed a sight to behold. Though he had encountered many beauties, none possessed the innate grace that drew him to her. The director approached and patted Tsangwu on the shoulder, adopting a camaraderie stance. Of course, do not be deceived by Muji's youth. Her culinary skills are remarkable. Alas, I shall not indulge in them again after the show, so I must fully exploit her talents while I can. Tsangwu's eyes sparkled. He was a true gourmand, with his two greatest passions being slumber and cuisine. With Miss Mu's exceptional skills, their master would surely be fortunate, and his master's fortune would inevitably translate to his own. Heavens! Whoever marries you in the future will surely be blessed, the director jested. Upon hearing this, Mu Ling's eyes glinted with jealousy. As long as she was present, she would never permit her to successfully wed brother Xishan. He was meant for her alone. Fortunately, their engagement had not been publicly announced online. Before Mu Ji came of age, she would ensure this union was dismantled. A counterfeit heiress had no right to be engaged to the dashing scion of the Jing family. She, Mu Ling, was the one truly deserving of that title. Tsangwu fixated on the fish sizzling on the grill, the tantalizing aroma assaulting his senses, stirring insatiable hunger within him. Observing his expression, Muji ceased her teasing. "You should join us for a meal. You deserve thanks for your preparations." "May I really?" Tsangwu questioned in disbelief, feeling unworthy as merely a subordinate. "Certainly. It's only fair. I have nothing substantial to offer your master, so consider this a small token of gratitude." Muji's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her tone sincere. Ah, Miss Mu was indeed lovely and perceptive. From that moment on, she had already assumed the role of mistress in his heart, and he would undoubtedly assist his master in uniting with her. The thought of the fiancé mentioned in the investigation left the roasted fish suddenly unappealing. He had uncovered that this fiancé shared a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Miss Mu's cousin. Mu Ling. Tsangwu shot a disdainful glance at the table where Mu Ling sat, thinking, how insufferable. May that scion of the Jing family be swiftly stolen away, allowing our master to ascend. The man of the Jing family had already sullied his reputation. A man lacking self-respect is akin to spoiled cabbage. Even a wavering thought is tantamount to infidelity. Our master is pure, inside and out, a match made in heaven with Miss Mu. Mu Ling sensed someone watching her, but upon glancing sideways, found nothing amiss. How curious. After the meal, the director's team, along with Zhou Shiren, began tidying the scene. Muji rose to stroll in the courtyard, unwittingly wandering into a bamboo grove, where she discovered an arched gate leading to a wooden cabin. "I hope I am not intruding. I appreciate your hospitality today. If we meet again, I shall grant you one condition." Just a door apart, Lung Che listened to Muji's voice, his eyes brimming with ardent affection. Now was not the time. He had waited a millennium and endured a millennium of yearning. It did not hinge on this moment. "My master, we shall eventually recognize each other. This time, no one shall separate you from me." As Muji finished speaking, the only sound that accompanied her was the whisper of the wind. Upon returning to the courtyard, she collided with Mu Mian. "I just took a stroll to aid digestion," she explained, hoping to ease Mu Mian's worries. Why did she feel that this influential figure was somewhat anxious about her? Mu Mian replied indifferently. Then, sensing her previous aloofness, she added, "Be cautious in unfamiliar places." Her deep-set eyes glanced toward the arched gate, instinctively sensing someone within. "I know, there's so many people here. I am not a child. Let's go. It is time to return," Muji thought, realizing that time was running short. The two made their way back, and upon seeing Muji return, Zhou Shiren relaxed his smile. "You're back. I thought you had lost your way." "I will accompany you," Tsangwu said, racking his brain for a suitable opportunity to speak up during the journey. As they departed the warm abode, the staff carefully cradled the basket of fish. The director had emphasized that the fish within were precious and must not be mishandled. Before they could exit the stream and mountains, they were intercepted by a group of individuals, led by a shrewd man in his 30s. "May I inquire what brings you here?" The director, as the head of the show, was the first to speak. Muji surmised their motive. The fish she had caught were invaluable, and selling even one could yield a fortune. Greed is a human weakness, and they sought a slice of the pie, or perhaps to be the insatiable wolves wanting it all. The man wore a facade of feigned politeness. Greetings, I am the manager of the stream and mountains. I will not beat around the bush. There are regulations here that state that any precious fish caught belong to the stream and mountains, which means they belong to me. You cannot take them away. As he spoke, his greedy gaze fixated on the staff's basket of fish. It was illogical for outsiders to take what rightfully belonged to them. The director was taken aback. This was nothing short of blatant dishonesty. Enraged, he retorted, I had an agreement with your people that we could freely fish here, and I compensated you as well. How can you go back on your word? The man chuckled innocently, gazing at the director and replying, Indeed, you may fish for ordinary fish at will, but these precious ones do not fall within that category. The director glowered in anger. What kind of person was this, playing games with words? Chapter 90. From this moment on, Xishan belongs to Muji. Muji took a couple of steps forward, her aura sharp and her smile languid. Xishan is yours? She questioned, her tone laced with provocation and disdain. She had perused the documents and was well aware that Xishan was private property, certainly not owned by the man before her. Since he was not the rightful owner, what right did he have to impose regulations? The man's eyelids twitched. He was nearly intimidated by the young girl. Was this the same girl who had caught the fish? A mere yellow-haired girl, fortunate indeed, yet ultimately to be another's pawn. For he was the one who called the shots concerning Xishan. What I manage is naturally mine. Xishan not only belongs to me, but I also set the rules. You lot are wealthy individuals. Surely you wouldn't stoop so low as to steal our belongings, would you? This fish is exclusive to Xishan, he shamelessly declared, lacking any sense of decency. Kanwu rolled his eyes in disbelief. What audacity did this scoundrel possess to speak so brazenly in front of Miss Mu? When did Xishan become his? I was completely unaware of that fact. But now, he had the perfect excuse to hand over this deed to Miss Mu. Truly, it was a stroke of luck, thanks to this band of fools. Brother, that guy just rolled his eyes at you. These people are utterly shameless. Having stolen our fish, and then flipping us off, reported a nearby lackey.
Roll.
I can roll too, Kangu retorted, rolling his right eye earlier, and now switching to the left. I'll make you furious, and then I'll smash your face. Humph, Muji observed the childish Kangu, a smile curving her lips. He was rather adorable. I have stated that I wish to meet the true owner of Xishan. I wish to converse with him. Muji was keenly aware that she would not be duped. These individuals were merely leveraging their power to bully others. To put it bluntly, they were nothing more than hired hands, hardly deserving of the title of Xishan's owner. I have already proclaimed that I am the master of Xishan, and it is under my governance. So, what if you are wealthy? Bullying us common folk? We allow you to fish at Xishan without hesitation, yet you dare to covet our precious fish? Such a wishful thought. Exactly. We are locals from Baiyun village. If you don't believe us, go ask around. This Xishan is certainly under our elder brother's jurisdiction. A chorus of voices echoed in agreement, attempting to coerce Muji into submission. Indeed, they are local residents. Xishan must belong to them. How could it possibly be Muji's? Truly a false heiress, always eager to take advantage. And demanding to meet the owner? The owner is standing right in front of Muji. Look at her demeanor. Does she believe herself to be the owner of Xishan? Have some shame. Muji, get lost. They want to snatch away treasures. You are not in need of money. How many families can these fish support? Finally, Muji's detractors found an opportunity to attack her, flooding the live stream with vitriol. Even some passers-by, filled with misplaced sympathy, began to sway, believing Muji should at least share some of the fish with them. Since when did my family Xishan become yours? Who are you, little mutt? Barking here. What? This Xishan belongs to Gigi's fans. What a stunning twist. My jaw is about to drop. Did I hear that charming young man's words correctly? So powerful. I love it. Gigi's fans just slapped me in the face. Our Gigi's fans are truly fierce. The detractors were taken aback, bewildered by the revelation. The owner of Xishan? What on earth does that mean? Are you joking? Meanwhile, Mu Ling and Wei Zihan, who had been enjoying their moment, suddenly felt as if they had plummeted from heaven to hell. Their joyful hearts seemed to be on a roller coaster. Could this boy truly be impersonating someone? How could Xishan possibly belong to Muji's fans? Muji was also a bit bewildered. This foolish young master was indeed the owner of Xishan. No wonder there was a residence there. It all made sense now. Her fan was not to be underestimated, possessing private mountains, a warm dwelling, and the hot springs behind Xishan, those antiquated yet elegant buildings and the fragile, handsome man she had met that night. All these pieces began to connect in her mind. So it was you, the breathtaking beauty I had teased. Truly. Fate has woven our paths. The man grew anxious. However, he had never seen the owner of Xishan and had no idea who he was. He had not encountered the man before, so he assumed he was being deceived. Did he think him so easily fooled? What evidence do you have to prove you are the owner of Xishan? Produce it. He challenged, his bravado faltering. Kangwu produced the deed he had prepared earlier. Behold. This is the deed to Xishan, gifted by my master, Miss Muji, as a token of their first meeting. From now on, Xishan belongs solely to Miss Muji. Not just a few fish, but everything on Xishan is hers. Kangwu boldly thrust the deed into Muji's hands, confident that she would be touched. Surely. This would impress her. The deed, indeed, confirmed ownership of Xishan, which she had carried with her, suggesting prior preparation. After merely one encounter, she did not believe her charm was enough to captivate a man of unknown status and inscrutable strength. It was not admiration. There must be some ulterior motive. What could it be? Muji's innocent doe-like eyes brimmed with confusion. How majestic. Who is this fan? Does your family need anyone? I am quite pleasing to the eye. Proficient in all household tasks and can do anything. What should I do if I want to ship this? A beautiful star and a lavishly devoted fan? Who will give me a mountain? I will make him my ancestor. Those who once mocked must have nothing left to say now, from this moment forth. Xishan belongs to Gigi. What is wrong with taking a few fish from our own home? No wonder those fish favored Gigi. Turns out she is one of their own. This twist was utterly unexpected. What an extraordinary fan. A mountain? I'm feeling a bit sour. Muji's fans are indeed extravagant. The group was taken aback by the deed, exchanging glances, filled with disbelief. Who is this person? You think you can deceive me with a fake deed? I assure you, I am not easily intimidated. Leave the fish and depart, or I will call for help. The man blustered, his confidence visibly waning as he began to fear the authenticity of the deed. Kangwu was speechless. Fake? What nonsense! This is absurd. At that moment, the village chief arrived with a group of people. Kangwu had promptly notified him, intending to establish the fact that Miss Mu was the rightful owner of Xishan in front of everyone. Chief. These outsiders are attempting to pass off a fake deed as proof of being the owner of Xishan. You must come and uphold justice, the man declared, full of arrogance. What nonsense are you spouting? This Xishan belongs to her. The deed is genuine. Kangwu is in charge. You truly have been remiss. You should have informed us of your arrival. The economy of this village has thrived thanks to her generosity over the years, enhancing the lives of everyone here. What? The man's pupils dilated, realization dawning upon him. Everything was over. Chapter 91. My master is fond of you. His heart raced, anxiety gripping him. If this were true, all that he possessed could easily slip away. Kangwu coughed and raised an eyebrow, resembling a tail-wagging dog eager to please. Muji sighed softly, pondering why her master, so frigid as an ice mountain, had such lively subordinates. Truly a stark contrast. It was not too late to realize the truth. The most important thing was that they meet the new master of Xishan. From henceforth, all matters concerning Xishan would be dictated by Miss Mu, independent of her master. Therefore, there was no need for them to quibble with him, or rather, to provide explanations. Though her master had never taken an interest in managing Xishan, leaving it to the locals, it was time for them to understand who truly held authority over Xishan, especially after having bullied Miss Mu. The village chief was familiar with Muji and recognized the production team, feeling a deep sense of regret. These individuals had forsaken their own business to engage in wrongdoing. Should Miss Mu become upset and reclaim everything, the people of Baiyun village would suffer greatly from the loss of this economic resource.
Miss Mu, I sincerely apologize.
Quickly offer your apologies to Miss Mu. The village chief glared at the anxious man before him, realizing too late the enormity of the blunder he had made by entrusting him with the management of Xishan. Mu Ziku's smile was radiant, yet it did not reach her eyes. Coldly, she declared, to go back on one's word is one thing, to covet what belongs to others is another. I shall reclaim the management rights of Xishan, and you shall henceforth be barred from entering. Muji appeared delicate, her entire being exuding an alluring innocence. Yet her words carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, reverberating with authority. The crowd felt a surge of excitement, captivated by her commanding presence.
Mumien smerkt.
She had feared that Mu Ji might show mercy, yet she was pleasantly surprised by her boldness, reminiscent of her own style. Had it been her, she would have first shattered his hand and then silenced him, ensuring he understood the consequences of offending her. The comments flooded in, praising Mu Ji's speech. The screen filled with fervent words that stirred the hearts of onlookers. This young woman possessed an undeniable charisma, and many were drawn in. The man's face turned pale. As he contemplated his next move, managing Xishan was a lucrative position, and without it, he would have to toil for a meager existence, forever trapped in mediocrity. Miss Mu, all my faults are mine alone. It was my foolishness, my moment of impulse. Please grant me another chance. I truly recognize my error, and will not dare to repeat it. Tears welled in his eyes, though he could not cry, his face a mask of regret.
Nearby.
The barbecue stall owner shrank back, hoping to remain unnoticed. If he could slip away unnoticed, perhaps he would escape retribution. However, Mu Ji would not overlook any parasite. These individuals had exploited their power before, oppressing others without remorse. Now that she possessed the management rights, she would uproot the rotten core.
And you?
Do you possess a business license for your barbecue stall? A food safety certificate? A personal health certificate? Mu Ji's delicate fingers pointed at the cowering owner. Her voice firm and unwavering, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He had none of these. Wow, those 3 questions were just too cool. Xi is dancing on my XP. I wish to see her in high heels stepping on me, asking me those soul-searching questions, yay. This stall owner clearly is nothing. Look how scared the kid is. If he had known he would be confronted, where's his backbone? I'll take care of it immediately. I promise it will all be in order from now on, the owner stammered, utterly at a loss, regretting his momentary lapse in judgment. Young lady, do not trust his deceitful words. They conspire together, using their connections to monopolize the barbecue business, forbidding others from opening stalls. We have suffered enough. Today, finally, someone stands up for us. Yes, yes. Do not be swayed by their empty promises. They will never change. Several villagers chimed in, recounting the wrongdoings of those individuals. The village chief was taken aback. He had been oblivious to their underhanded schemes, and his frustration reached new heights. Pleading for leniency? That was out of the question. Whatever Miss Mu decided, he would comply. From now on, Xishan would no longer be under the management of the large group, and the barbecue stall would be removed. Rest assured, I will ensure proper oversight, preventing such issues from arising again. The village chief declared solemnly, acknowledging his negligence that nearly led to disaster. Mu Ji nodded slightly. Unfazed by the 2 men's lamentations, her smile sweet and disarming. Then I will trouble the village chief to compile a list of those wishing to run barbecue businesses here. I will personally select them. Remember, they must have proper documentation. I will appoint a professional manager from outside to oversee your economic activities. Her words filled the village chief and those present with immense joy. This meant their economy would flourish. The villagers, lacking expertise, would greatly benefit from professional guidance. With just a few utterances, Mu Ji had resolved the issue, and the village chief led everyone away. Mu Ji smirked, her bright eyes glinting with mischief, resembling a charming little fox. She pointed at the grinning Songwu. Come with me. Songwu, lost in admiration for Miss Mu, was suddenly called upon. Unsure if she meant him, me? Mu Ji's smile was enigmatic. Yes, you. Songwu followed behind her, his heart racing with trepidation, wondering what Miss Mu would inquire about. Steady yourself, steady yourself. Mu Ji halted, ensuring their conversation was private. Her exquisite brows arched playfully, her smile teasing. Why did your master gift me such an extravagant item? Even if you were a mere fan, I could not accept it. You know, stars and fans must maintain a distance, and accepting lavish gifts from fans is utterly inappropriate. With her fingers delicately twirling the land deed, she drew Songwu into her web. Alarm bells rang in Songwu's mind. Was Miss Mu about to decline his master's gift? That simply could not happen. Songwu felt as though his brain might overheat, overwhelmed by the pressure. My master is no ordinary fan. He harbors deeper intentions towards you. You are more than worthy of his gift, and only by accepting it will he find happiness. Otherwise, he will be restless, unable to sleep or eat. His implication was clear, and surely Miss Mu would understand. My master is deeply enamored with you, wishing to share a life and raise children together. The hidden motives became evident. Each gift from fate had already been secretly priced. She was intrigued, wondering what his true desires were and whether she could attain them. It all depended on her own abilities. A beautiful, ethereal maiden, untouched by the mundane world. Chapter 92. The White Skeleton. Mu Ji did not refuse the land deed. Song Wu completed his task, convinced that he had left a lasting impression of his master in Miss Mu's heart, at least a touch of gratitude, perhaps. His master's affection was something he would guard fiercely. Upon returning to the production team, the director and others still bore some anxiety. Seeing Mu Ji return unscathed, Director Liang finally felt a sense of relief.
It was over at last.
The day's experiences had been a roller coaster, filled with twists and turns, but thankfully, Mu Ji had come through. Otherwise, he would have faced his first major defeat in front of countless netizens, losing all face. Who is your fan? So generous as to gift you a mountain. He had been utterly bewildered at the time. Zhang Xingxing was suspicious of this mysterious fan who had remained hidden, wondering if they were too ashamed to show their face, either because of their looks or their enigmatic nature. Had he known such events would unfold, he would have purchased Xishan to gift to Zhiji, rather than watch helplessly as someone else saved the day. Although Zhou Shuren held the title of Best Actor in the entertainment industry, he lacked the financial backing to protect Mu Ji. He vowed to himself that after this variety show, he would strive to grow quickly, even if it was just a fraction of strength. Guess what? Mu Ji smiled, a hint of mischief in her tone. Unfortunately, I do not know what their background is. The director, ignited by curiosity, fell silent. Little girl, you are quite the tease. The thrilling live broadcast finally reached its conclusion, leaving fans reluctant to part ways. They exclaimed that the experience was exhilarating and the final confrontation was simply satisfying. As fans of Mu Ji, they felt a shared sense of pride. Not only had she become the mistress of Xishan, but she would also initiate economic activities there, fostering the village's development. This development would undoubtedly carry significant implications. Upon returning to the Joy House, Mu Ji wasted no time contacting her elder brother, requesting a reliable management agent, preferably someone passionate and willing to undergo on-site evaluations. Mu Weiyan readily agreed to his sister's request, inquiring about Mu Ji's mysterious fan. She explained honestly, suggesting that it might be someone from the Mu family's grandfather's circle. But Mu Weiyan denied it. Mu Ji hung up the phone and turned around to find Mu Mian standing not far behind her.
Fortunately,
Mu Ji possessed a resilient heart, otherwise, she might have been thoroughly startled. If you wish to enhance your relationship with the family, you could send a message to your elder brother and the others. If I keep relaying your messages, they may perceive you as impolite, as if you do not hold them in regard, she advised. Alas, Mu Mian's demeanor was inherently cold, not just towards her emotionally distant family, but even towards her subordinates. Expressions of concern were utterly foreign to her. Mu Mian responded with a casual then lazily lifted her eyelids and tossed her phone to Mu Ji. Confusion washed over Mu Ji's doe-like eyes as she wondered why she was being handed the phone. WeChat, add me, came Mu Mian's voice, crisp and with an undeniable authority. Mu Ji's heart raced. Acquiring Mu Mian's contact information signified her inclusion in Mu Mian's inner circle. She had never imagined they would arrive at this juncture. Previously, she had merely aimed to remain unobtrusive, content to be herself without causing disturbances. However, as they spent more time together, she began to appreciate Mu Mian, eventually considering her a sisterly figure. With warmth swelling in her heart, Mu Ji gazed at Mu Mian with her bright, innocent eyes, evoking a sense of endearment.
Oh.
That look again, Mu Mian remarked with a light click of her tongue. What, do you think my friendship is easily attainable? Her friendship was not something to be casually claimed. It was a rare treasure. Mu Ji shook her head, her voice sweet as honey. Of course not. I just wonder if you could add the family as well, to facilitate better communication. She blinked innocently, seemingly asking for a bit more. With a soft huff, Mu Mian acquiesced, deeming it as a mere bonus. As Mu Ji opened Mu Mian's phone, it miraculously unlocked without a password. Do high-ranking individuals not use passwords for their phones? Mu Mian's expression darkened slightly, yet she remained silent, noting that Mu Ji hadn't caught on. Mu Ji added Mu Mian as a contact and subsequently pulled her into the family group chat. The group name was understated yet dazzling. The Light of the Mu Family. Once Mu Mian joined the chat, Mu Ji handed the phone back to her, gently advising, it's better to set a password for your phone. If it were to fall into the wrong hands, it could spell trouble. Your phone must contain many secrets. Can it be shown to anyone? Just because you're a big shot doesn't mean you can act recklessly. It would be embarrassing if it were mishandled. Mu Mian's expression froze momentarily. but she merely responded with a casual HM. Her phone undoubtedly had a password. Besides her fingerprint unlock, she had also set up facial recognition for Muji. When she pressed the button, the phone would automatically recognize her face and unlock seamlessly, even if someone managed to acquire her phone and attempted to crack it. As long as she controlled the code, the phone would self-destruct, unless that person was willing to risk their life. I only added you to the group and no one else, so let us get along well, Mu Mian said, nodding. Holding the phone, she decided to respond out of consideration for Muji. Most of the chatter in the group was from Lin Shui, while Mu father praised Mu Mian. Mu Mian scrolled through the messages, noting that Lin Shui had been posting numerous advertisements for a beauty product recently. The affluent women of the capital chimed in. Gigi told me there's a new member in the family group. Welcome Mian Mian. From now on, we are family. If you need money, ask your elder brother. For cosmetics or bags, come to me. I have plenty of expertise. The affluent woman's husband added. What my wife said is true. Mian Mian, remember, if you need anything, feel free to ask in the group. Don't hesitate. As Mu Mian observed their exchanges, she felt a deep sense of disconnection. Finding their chatter exceptionally grating, she activated the Do Not Disturb mode and left with an air of nonchalance. Muji watched as the succinct and straightforward conclusion of the conversation mirrored Mu Mian's demeanor. Upon entering her room, Mu Mian's eyes turned icy. The fleeting warmth she had shown Muji evaporating in an instant. Investigate the individual behind Xishan immediately. I want detailed information, starting with that man named Kangwu. The formidable hacker Jiang Yuxing replied, understood. Boss, is there something amiss with the person behind Xishan? M retorted, isn't it obvious? Just investigate and you'll find out. The hacker responded promptly, I'll get right on it. Yet again for Muji's sake. The boss had utilized the intelligence network more than once. And he begrudgingly acknowledged that Muji was indeed quite beautiful. Wouldn't he admit he had been following her variety show for the boss's sake? He had merely gone to see the boss. Zhang Xingxing returned to his room after completing his punishment, opening his phone to enter a group chat where all the avatars were black, displaying various numbers. His avatar was a white skull. I want all information related to the owner of Xishan. I've sent you his appearance, so hurry. No matter the method, extract every detail. With exams approaching, Bao maintained a calm mindset. Ye cheered for them, stating that the relationship between Leng Che and Gigi would gradually unfold, hoping they would enjoy it. Their story had been brewing in her mind for far too long. Leng Che would burn through his life for love, while Mu Mian stubbornly refused to believe her sister had died. They were both deeply obsessed, and Leng Che's love had penetrated to the marrow. Only Gigi could be his antidote. Mu Mian would have family and a lover, but Leng Che's world would encompass only Gigi. Chapter 93. Do not speak ill of my sister. Understood. The members of the group received their tasks, and Zhang Xingxing set his phone down, only to have it vibrate. Upon hearing the sound, his body instinctively trembled. A deep-seated aversion surged within him, making him feel nauseous. He glanced at the incoming message, a flicker of malice and disgust flashing in his eyes. Mu Ling returned to the hall, her weary body dragging as she saw Mu Ji tending to the precious fish. An indescribable jealousy welled up within her. Why was Mu Ji fortunate enough to have fans who would lavish money upon her, becoming the center of attention in front of the audience? Mu Ling pinched her clothing, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Your fan is so generous. I wonder if he's just some wealthy, bloated old man. After changing the water, Mu Ji scattered fish food, only to hear Mu Ling's snide remarks. Was this person truly so petty, seeking to needle her at every opportunity? Mu Ji looked up lazily, her expression nonchalant. What makes you say that? An old man? If he were an old man, then the world would be devoid of handsome men. She recalled the man's face and physique. Regardless of the circumstances, he was undeniably breathtaking. Mu Ling huffed, with such a great opportunity. Doesn't he show his face? Doesn't he that suggest he is hiding something? Cousin, you aren't being targeted by some pervert, are you? He probably knows you're a fake heiress and wants to entice you with money, all while harboring some nefarious intentions. Listening to Mu Ling's nonsensical accusations, Mu Ji almost burst into laughter. These people truly relished stepping on her in the guise of a fake heiress. However, she felt no anger. Their words did not provoke her wrath. What pervert? If I were being harassed by one, I would report it to the production team, she retorted. The director's voice echoed from afar. Upon seeing the director approaching, Mu Ling hurriedly said, It's nothing. I was just warning my cousin to be cautious, in case she attracts a pervert. Director, I'll take my leave now to rest. The director raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Alright, but make sure to have Wei Zihan come over. I have something to discuss with her. The director was seasoned and skeptical of Mu Ling's claims, tapping the clipboard in his hand. Don't take that pervert talk seriously. I believe the owner of Warm Residence is a person of impeccable character. Don't listen to others' slander, he reassured her. A person of impeccable character? Nonsense. Mu Ling thought. Director, do you even realize the absurdity of your words? Never mind, let them misunderstand. If I were to reveal the truth, I'd have no explanation. Soon the others emerged. Wei Zihan nodded to the director before turning to Mu Ji, likely regarding the sponsorship concerning Yang and I, which she was determined to secure. She would have the studio market the narrative, reaping a wave of goodwill from the public. Zhang Xingxing and Zhou Shuren followed suit, with Zhang Xingxing casting a fiery glance towards Mu Ji, who remained indifferent, finding him amusingly cute but not swayed by his charms. The director, having observed that everyone had arrived, decided not to prolong the suspense and began to discuss the matter of sponsorship. His reason for not addressing this issue during the live broadcast was to prevent a benevolent act from becoming a commodity for garnering attention. And he wished to shield the unfortunate child, Yang and I, from being exposed on the internet as a pitiful orphan reliant on charity. I had inquired of Yang and I, and she insisted that Mu Ji become her benefactor. Thus, I am informing you both today, Mu Ji, you shall henceforth be responsible for all her expenses, for you possess the means to support her. Director Liang could discern that Mu Ji's capabilities were far from limited. Upon hearing this, Wei Zihan's expression became inscrutable, unable to fathom why the little girl would choose Mu Ji. No, she had prepared a statement and could not afford to relinquish this opportunity. With a gracious smile, Wei Zihan remarked, Director, I wish to speak with that child personally. Mu Ji is still young. Yang and I requires not only financial support but also the nurturing companionship of a motherly figure. The director remained speechless, recognizing that despite her youth, Mu Ji was indeed capable. And the companionship offered in the industry was often mere posturing, with few genuinely willing to delve deeper into the lives of those they support. Very well. The child is outside, eager to speak with Mu Ji. You may converse with her first, he gestured, clearly exasperated. Wei Zihan nodded and proceeded outside, confident in her ability to persuade the impudent girl to choose her. Yang and I squatted on the ground, watching Aunt scurry, yet her thoughts lingered on her sister Mu Ji. In the days following her father's funeral, she felt no sorrow. Indeed, a flicker of joy stirred within her, for she had finally escaped the grasp of that devil. All thanks to her sister, who had pulled her from the depths of darkness. Hearing footsteps, she initially thought her sister had returned, only to find a stranger, a woman she vaguely recognized as a celebrity who had been with her sister, claiming she wished to sponsor her.
Yang ni es spirits blumtet.
Her head drooping, while Wei Zihan smiled amiably, her demeanor softening. Hello, little one, I am Wei Zihan, a renowned star who has sponsored many children like you. Would you like to come with me? I can take you to the capital, where you will experience the finest life, attend the best schools, and have beautiful dresses and dolls, all yours. No child could resist such temptation, yet Yang and I resolutely shook her head, declaring, I only wish to stay with Sister Mu Ji. She found the woman's smile unsettling, as if it were a mask.
Why?
What is so special about Mu Ji? Why must it be her? Wei Zihan inhaled deeply. Do you know her true identity? She is merely the false daughter of the Mu family. Everything she possesses could be taken from her at any moment. She is in constant peril of being cast aside, and if the Mu family so desired, they could expel her, leaving you as an unwanted orphan. Wei Zihan's words dripped with malice, intent on frightening Yang and I. Upon hearing such slander against her sister, Yang Ni's fury ignited. To her, Mu Ji was a deity, and this wicked woman was an intruder. Yang and I smiled ominously, locking her gaze onto Wei Zihan, whose heart raced with unease. The child's eyes seemed to beckon her into an abyss. Do not covet my sister, nor speak ill of her. Even if sister is not the Mu family's child.
So what?
If they do not want her, then we can rely on one another. Wei Zihan felt a shiver run down her spine at the threat laced in Yang Ni's voice. She perceived the girl as possessing an antisocial personality, far from normal. And the hair on her arms stood on end. A chilling realization dawned upon her. Those who have endured long-term domestic abuse often harbor seeds of hatred. And who knew what this child might do someday? In comparison to reputation, life itself was far more valuable. Wei Zihan hastily retorted, I no longer wish to pursue this, and hurriedly departed, nearly stumbling in her haste. Such a coward, easily frightened. This was hardly entertaining. Chapter 94, Shang Mei fashions dual cover. Muji noticed Wei Zihan's flustered expression and wondered what had transpired. Upon seeing Muji emerge, Yang and I's eyes brightened, and she sweetly called out, "Sister." Muji, observing the significantly more cheerful Yang and I, felt a wave of satisfaction. After a few days apart, the girl was no longer the timid and sensitive child she once was. "The director has spoken to you. What I am about to say is quite important, so please listen carefully." Muji leaned closer, locking eyes with Yang and I. As Yang and I gazed into those beautiful, pure eyes, her heart raced. Her sister was so lovely and radiant. In that moment, she felt a surge of humility, thinking, how could anyone forsake such a magnificent sister? "Yes, I am listening attentively."
Yang Ni nodded obediently.
"I will not take you back to the capital. Instead, I will arrange for you to transfer to another school, where someone will be tasked with your care and well-being. Of course, you may contact me whenever you wish. Your only responsibility is to study diligently and strive to change your fate. Whether you can gain admission to a school in the capital depends entirely on your own abilities. Do you understand?" Muji could certainly take her back to the capital and provide her with a life of luxury. Yet the current Yang and I was but a small fish. If thrown into the ocean, she would merely serve as bait for larger predators.
Yang Ni nodded earnestly. "I understand, sister.
I will work hard and rely on my own abilities to reach the capital.
I will repay you well.
Then let us meet again at the pinnacle of success." Muji extended her fist. Yang and I gleefully bumped fists with her. "We shall not part ways. Sister, wait for me. I will grow up quickly. Take good care of yourself, and do not bully others without cause." Yang and I paused before affirming, "I will. I will not let you down." Even after having harbored countless dark thoughts during her time in the abyss, it was Muji's presence that ultimately drew her back into the light. And she vowed to learn how to be a good person. She understood that her father's death was no mere accident, but that was a secret belonging to her sister.
Was it not?
As Muji watched Yang and I depart, she felt a sense of resolution. This matter had finally been settled. The girl was intelligent and destined for a bright future, free from worries. After taking a few steps, her phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Sister Lan. Muji felt a pang of curiosity. Could something have gone awry? She answered with one hand. "Xishan, the chief editor of Shang Mei Fashion personally called to invite you and Mu Mian to shoot the magazine cover together. It will be a dual cover. I wanted to know your thoughts and Mu Mian's." Sister Lan's voice brimmed with excitement. Shang Mei is a magazine with considerable influence in the entertainment industry, often featuring popular couples, and they excel in various styles, especially dual covers, which are often humorously dubbed wedding magazines due to their exquisite ambience that fans eagerly anticipate. This invitation likely stemmed from their interest in the sisterly dynamic between Muji and Mu Mian, an opportunity that would undoubtedly enhance Muji's career. As for the magazine shoot, she had no objections, as it was ill-advised to outright refuse such a hot offer from Shang Mei. However, she needed to consult Mu Mian first. "All right, if Mu Mian agrees, then I will go. I will ask for her opinion," Muji concluded briskly before hanging up. She walked into the courtyard, where she found everyone still engaged in conversation. The director was smiling broadly at Muji, casting a glance at Mu Mian leaning against a wooden post, a satisfied smirk on his lips. Muji felt a twinge of discomfort at the director's rather lecherous smile. Approaching Mu Mian, she maintained an air of nonchalance, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "So, Shang Mei Fashion has invited you for a magazine shoot. Will you go?" Muji's smile was sweet and innocent. "Not interested. I want to go," Mu Mian replied decisively. "Come with me. It will be a dual cover," Muji said, her smile deepening as she waved her phone playfully. "Would you like to see their previous magazines? They are quite lovely." Upon hearing dual cover, Mu Mian raised an eyebrow, her lips twitching slightly. "Fine, you can arrange it." Muji clenched her fist in triumph. She had successfully persuaded Mu Mian, whose understanding was truly remarkable. Her eyes sparkled like a galaxy as she smiled. "Then I will discuss it with the director. The magazine shoot will happen soon." Mu Mian cleared her throat. "Next time, please finish your thoughts in one go. Do not bother me with trivial matters." "Muji, is it really boring to shoot a magazine alone? Isn't it more enjoyable to go with me? After all, it's just magazine photography. I understand now, even a big shot like you needs companionship. Just like how good sisters go shopping and dining together, or even hold hands while heading to the restroom. Alone is dull, but two is just right." The conversation between Muji and Mu Mian fell into the ears of Mu Ling and Wei Zihan, filling them with jealousy. Shang Mei truly has no discernment. inviting Mu Mian and Mu Ji for a dual cover shoot. How can a perpetually sulking Mu Mian have any chemistry with Mu Ji? What kind of vision is that? The director was internally ecstatic. Shang Mei indeed knows how to make money. Although both are girls, the popularity of their pairing was on the rise, showcasing her keen insight, primarily due to their beauty. Alas, why doesn't anyone seek me and my dear sister? Zhang Xingxing sighed, frustrated that Mu Mian had once again outpaced her. A dual cover. He could have intimate interactions with Mu Ji, exchanging glances filled with tension and subtle flirtation. Every gesture steeped in sweetness. I hear some fans are shipping you with the Emperor of Film Zhou. How about I arrange for Shang Mei to shoot you two together? A gentle, top-tier male lead paired with a darling. What a perfect match. The director jested. Zhang Xingxing and Zhou Shiren exchanged glances, quickly looking away, the thought sending shivers down their spines. Zhou Shiren smirked. The director seems quite knowledgeable. The director proudly replied, of course. I've shot dual male leads before, but never with stars of your caliber. Those days are behind me. Director. Mu Mian and I might need to take a leave for the magazine shoot and won't be able to record the program. The director generously approved. Granted. Just be sure to capture plenty of behind-the-scenes footage. I look forward to your work. Thank you, director. I'll discuss the timing with my manager and finalize it as soon as possible. The director nodded, his gaze filled with satisfaction as he looked at Mu Ji. This girl was truly irresistible. After finalizing matters with Mu Mian, Mu Ji coordinated with Sister Lan, and they settled on a time just 2 days later, which Shang Mei readily accepted. The subsequent contract and compensation would be handled by Sister Lan. Mu Ji and Mu Mian simply had to show up for the photoshoot. Mu Ling and Wei Zihan were consumed with envy and admiration. Despite their efforts, they were still featured in obscure magazines, with Mu Ling's fanbase stagnating and even losing some active followers, forcing her to purchase a new batch of fake followers. In contrast, Mu Ji's fan count surged, her public appeal and discussion rate skyrocketing, igniting a pang of envy within them. Wei Zihan fared slightly better, at least securing a role as a spokesperson for a maternal milk powder brand. As a single female celebrity, promoting baby products felt disheartening, yet she accepted it, reasoning that she needed exposure and popularity. But why were Mu Ji and Mu Mian so effortlessly chosen by Shang Mei? Surely more opportunities would come their way. How could she not feel resentful? How could jealousy not brew? Chapter 95. Eye to eye, Rong Hanyue? Both of their hearts brimmed with jealousy, wishing earnestly that it were themselves shooting the magazine. Besides harboring their sour feelings, there was little they could do. Truly, how enviable it was for her cousin to casually bring Mu Mian along for a magazine shoot. Having a close sister meant forgetting about this cousin. Unable to contain herself, Mu Ling quipped sarcastically, it's not like you're actually related. It all seems a bit too familiar. If Mu Mian hadn't suddenly joined a variety show, perhaps it would have been me stirring up the shipping with Mu Ji. Once upon a time, she too had a fair share of sisterly CP fans with Mu Ji. But now they had all vanished. Mu Ji casually toyed with her phone, saying nonchalantly, how could I forget my dear cousin? Once Mu Mian and I finish our magazine shoot, I'll send you a copy for free. Zhou Shiren's lips curled into a smile. Mu Ji's cousin was clearly not pure of heart. After all, how many sisters from wealthy families genuinely share feelings? It's all just a game. While Mu Mian, who has never lived with them, the true heiress of the Mu family, has always treated Mu Ji kindly, never targeting her. Zhang Xingxing secretly rolled her eyes. This woman was truly annoying. She just wanted to secretly sabotage. Free? Does she think I'm lacking money? I, Mu Ling, the legitimate heiress of the Mu family, would need to beg for a few magazine dollars? Mu Ji, who do you look down upon? No need. I'm not short on cash. I'll buy a few more for my cousin's sales, Mu Ling declared generously, for a dual magazine cover. It relies on your fanbase to see how many copies you can sell. Don't think a few CP fans will translate into significant sales. We'll see if Shang Mei regrets it later. Wei Zihan chimed in, don't worry Mu Ji, I'll support you too. Mu Ji observed the two of them, their antics akin to theatrical performers, already worrying about her sales before the magazine was even shot. It was truly a case of worrying about others while neglecting their own progress, if only they focused on enhancing their own worth instead of fixating on her. That's unnecessary. It's just a magazine. Those who like it will naturally purchase it, so there's no need for you to fret over sales. Mu Ling and Wei Zihan fell silent. The magazine shoot was set in stone, and no amount of wishing could change that. Sister Lan's communication with Shang Mei fashion went smoothly, with generous compensation. Mu Ji was somewhat surprised by the amount. Shang Mei's magazines usually didn't pay celebrities with many stars vying for a chance to shoot with them. As a newcomer in the entertainment industry, this treatment was indeed quite favorable. You needn't worry. Shang Mei is a savvy player. If she hadn't seen the traffic value in you and Mu Mian, she wouldn't have sincerely invited you. Just focus on the shoot. I'll handle the rest, Sister Lan said decisively, fully aware of the dynamics at play. With Mu Ji's rising popularity and active fan engagement, she felt optimistic. Alright, I've discussed it with the director. See you later. Mu Ji's demeanor remained composed. Meanwhile, Sister Lan was filled with excitement. Ever since Mu Ji changed her style, her career blossomed. Initially disheartened, she didn't see a glimmer of hope at Morning Light Entertainment, with her passionate ambitions going unrecognized. Her vision and ideas were never accepted by Mu Ji. Now, however, she sensed that Mu Ji was destined to become a rising star in the entertainment industry, and she was determined to shape her into a top-tier celebrity. The next 2 days of live shooting went remarkably well. After wrapping up, Mu Ji and Mu Mian left the Joy House together. Sister Lan had already booked first-class tickets, with excellent seats. On the plane, Mu Ji donned a mask, appearing languid, while Mu Mian sat beside her, eyes closed in rest. Mu Ji carefully drew the curtain. She poked Mu Mian's arm gently, prompting her to open her eyes, a hint of confusion in her deep gaze. Here, this is my travel pillow. It'll be more comfortable. Mu Mian's lips curled slightly as she adjusted the pillow around her neck. It carried Mu Ji's scent, a unique fragrance, far more pleasant than any perfume, instantly soothing her previously restless heart. She closed her eyes, feigning sleep, yet her attention remained on the person beside her. The sound of Mu Ji rummaging through her bag for snacks reached her ears. The crinkle of the snack bag was soothing. As Mu Ji gently bit into a thin chip, Mu Mian imagined the scene, a girl with rosy cheeks, like a squirrel indulging in food, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. Listening to the sound lulled her into slumber. Just then, a commotion erupted on the plane, a woman's shrill scream piercing through to Mu Ji's ears. She frowned slightly, sensing that something was amiss. With a sudden motion, she pulled back the curtain and locked eyes with a man across from her. Rong Hanyue? Rong Hanyue, upon seeing Mu Ji, displayed a flicker of astonishment, his gaze colliding with the now-awake Mu Mian's. He had no time to say anything, and hurriedly moved toward the cabin. The woman was Rong Hanyue's mother. It seemed that fate had indeed intertwined their lives, this cursed sense of destiny. Are you worried about him? Mu Mian asked, her brow slightly furrowed, her voice betraying no emotion. It seems his mother is in trouble. I've heard she has been in poor mental health for some time. Rong Hanyue has been searching for solutions and has never given up. He is very filial and values relationships deeply. Both he and Mu Mian are likely the type to remain loyal to those they hold dear. Rong Hanyue's love for Mu Mian resembled that of a moth drawn to a flame. For Mu Mian, he would sacrifice everything, even his own life. I shall investigate the matter. Mu Mian, feeling helpless, trailed behind Mu Ji, as she was not one to meddle in others' affairs, particularly not wishing to entangle herself with the complex powers of the imperial capital. Rong Hanyue's aura suddenly turned frigid. His beautiful fox-like eyes were filled with icy disdain as he spoke, his voice laced with barely concealed anger. What have you done to her? The strikingly beautiful woman, her hair elegantly styled and adorned with pearl earrings, appeared dazed and disoriented, as though she had suffered some sort of shock, trembling in Rong Hanyue's embrace. The man, whose hand was caught, wore an expression of fury. You should ask this madwoman why she suddenly lunged at me. I did not provoke her. As he regarded Rong Hanyue's attire and imposing presence, his voice faltered. Everything is fine, mother. Come back with me, please. Rong Hanyue had no time to argue with the man. His mother had just exhibited a moment of stability, only to revert to this state shortly thereafter, causing him immense heartache and endless self-reproach. The woman's fingers dug into Rong Hanyue's flesh, yet he seemed oblivious, merely soothing her gently. Sir, do you require assistance? The sweet voice of the flight attendant sent the woman spiraling into madness. Once more, her whole body writhed in agitation, emitting high-pitched cries akin to a frightened creature. A fleeting pang of pain crossed Rong Hanyue's eyes. He was left with no choice but to produce a sedative. With Jiang Fan absent, this was his only recourse. Prolonged use of sedatives would harm the body, and until a miraculous physician could be found, his mother's affliction would remain unresolved. Chapter 96. Consultation Fee, with a black card. Rong Hanyue had not anticipated that the woman's presence would provoke his mother. Everyone was taken aback by her condition. Even the flight attendants stood frozen. unsure of how to respond, as the man's oppressive aura intimidated them from acting hastily. Is there a doctor on board? Mu Ji's calm voice broke the tension, drawing the female attendant back from her panic. Not a single person stepped forward. There was no doctor aboard the flight. Having faced such emergencies before, Rong Hanyue took out a syringe, intending to administer an injection. Upon seeing the syringe, the woman's agitation escalated. Disregarding Rong Hanyue's restraint, she violently shook off his arm, causing the syringe to shatter upon hitting the ground in her frantic struggle. Mu Ji swiftly grasped the woman's wrist, her gentle voice soothing. It's all right. The silent incantation stabilized the woman's emotions. Mu Mian pressed on the woman's sleeping acupoint, and once she collapsed, Rong Hanyue caught her in his arms. Gazing down at his mother's pale and haggard face, a dull ache pierced his heart. Thank you. Rong Hanyue's eyes brimmed with sincerity as he looked at Mu Mian, curiosity evident in his gaze. My mother, I merely pressed her sleeping acupoint. She will only rest for a while. There is no cause for alarm. Mu Mian's demeanor was composed, her gaze towards Rong Hanyue devoid of tumult. A flicker of surprise crossed Rong Hanyue's eyes. You possess medical knowledge? Mu Ji let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, Rong Hanyue, you should promptly have Mu Mian tend to your mother. It would also serve to deepen your bond, as she seems somewhat superfluous. Surely, the young master must have words of gratitude to express to you. Sister, please assist him in monitoring the situation of Mrs. Rong for now. Mu Ji turned, her eyes subtly urging Rong Hanyue. Watching Mu Mian follow Rong Hanyue's departure, Mu Ji revealed a knowing smile. They were a perfect match, indeed, a destined pair. However, she had not forgotten her true intentions, her smile masking ulterior motives as she regarded the visibly anxious man, who felt the prickling of her gaze. I have already stated that I did not provoke her. I have no quarrel with her. He was apprehensive of being extorted. What were your words or actions just prior? The sudden distress of Mrs. Rong surely had an underlying cause, whether intentional or accidental. The man was blissfully ignorant of Rong Hanyue's true identity. There was only one possibility. Mrs. Rong had been inadvertently triggered into a state of emotional upheaval. The man, slicked back hair and clad in a tailored suit, exuded the scent of cologne. The watch on his wrist was not of trivial value, indicating careful grooming. His briefcase rested on his lap, leading Mu Ji to speculate that he was on a business trip. I merely called my wife. Who could have anticipated she would suddenly go mad? I didn't even pursue her for harassing me. The man's gaze darted, his tone agitated. Is she your lover or your wife? Mu Ji pressed incisively, eliciting gasps from those nearby, the situation growing increasingly tense. This young lady is quite astute. No wonder that man earlier referred to her as darling. She must be his mistress. You speak nonsense, you slander me. The man's face flushed with indignation, his emotions flaring. Mu Ji said nothing further, decisively entering the first-class cabin. She believed she had discerned the truth. Mrs. Rong had lost control upon overhearing a private conversation between the man and his mistress. Mu Ji felt a thread of insight tugging at her, yet she could not grasp it fully. To her knowledge, the Rong family was known for their strict decorum. Rong Hanyue's parents shared a deep bond, devoid of any rumors of infidelity. Even with Mrs. Rong's sudden change, Mr. Rong remained steadfast. What exactly had gone awry? Once inside, she beheld Mu Mian and Rong Hanyue locked in an intense gaze, Mu Mian holding Rong Hanyue's hand in an intimate manner, the atmosphere crackling with electricity. Upon noticing her presence, they instinctively released their hold. Mu Ji felt the awkwardness. Mu Mian was so bold. Was her timing off? Why don't you continue? I want to intrude. Could she witness a live performance? Grant her this opportunity. She was their number one shipper. Continue? Continue fighting? Mu Mian shot a challenging glance at Rong Hanyue, her eyes ablaze with warning. If you dare utter nonsense, I shall break your legs. Rong Hanyue regarded the feisty Mu Mian with a glint of mischief. The earlier cloud of gloom dissipated. A threat? What to do? The more she threatened, the more he was intrigued. I must express my gratitude for your sister's assistance. Otherwise, I might have found myself at a loss. Rong Hanyue's lips curled into a charming smile, his eyes imbued with warmth and playfulness, a gentlemanly demeanor that was undeniably appealing. The allure of his fox-like eyes masked a profound sincerity, a presence that captivated the elite of the imperial capital. It was merely a small favor. We did not do much. From now on, we are family. My mother has always yearned for a daughter, but alas, I am her only son. May I adopt you as my sister? Rong Hanyue's tone was gentle. tinged with a hint of melancholy, resembling a fox luring an innocent maiden. Isn't this progress a bit swift? Forgive me, I was presumptuous. I merely wished to express my gratitude for your help. My mother would surely adore you. Mu Mian's cold laughter pierced the air as she cast a dispassionate glance at Rong Hanyue. Just so you know, gratitude entails compensation. Pay up. The two were locked in a standoff, one frigid, the other charmingly flirtatious, while Muji discreetly withdrew, relishing the spectacle. Rong Hanyue, with a tender smile, placed a black gold card into Mu Mian's palm, teasing consultation fee. It is only right. This was the legendary black card, a harbinger of financial power. A stroke of luck indeed. If Jiang Fan were to learn of this, he would surely be distraught, lamenting a spendthrift man who casually bestows black cards. 50 million. Mu Mian declared. Rong Hanyue wore an innocent smile, chuckling softly. What a joke. Can any gift I bestow be retracted? His fox-like eyes sparkled with cunning. My mother's safety is priceless. Besides the consultation fee, this is a welcoming gift for my sister. Though Muji has not formally acknowledged it in my heart, I have already embraced her as family. Rong Hanyue understood that Mu Mian was indifferent to certain matters, but held a particular concern for Muji. Since her defenses were like iron walls, he could only employ a circuitous strategy. As Mu Mian gazed at the black card in her hand, she felt a sudden realization wash over her. She despised this feeling of being ensnared. She had always drawn clear boundaries between others and her own, never overstepping. Have a pleasant journey, until we meet again. Rong Hanyue was in a splendid mood, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he accepted my belongings. Destined to be entangled for a lifetime. Upon returning to her seat, Muji observed Mu Mian toying with a card in her hand, its ebony surface adorned with golden patterns, prominently featuring a swirling R. She possessed a similar card, embellished with the letter M. Chapter 97. A choice between two. Muji adjusted the curve of her lips, noting how adept Rong Hanyue was at charming young ladies, believing that one day he would surely win Mu Mian's heart and claim her as his own. The person you wish to assist, the card is yours, Mu Mian casually remarked, indicating her lack of need for such an item. Were it not for Muji, she would have refrained from meddling in the affairs of the Rong family. Muji shook her head, asserting, this is a gift from Rong Hanyue, a token meant solely for you. My intervention stems from a desire to shield the innocent from harm, and besides, Rong Hanyue is destined to be my future brother-in-law. This is a gift from Rong Hanyue. I shall not accept it, Muji stated resolutely. Choose between the ST membership card and Rong Hanyue's card, Mu Mian insisted stubbornly. The translucent crystal card still adorned with vividly lifelike vines. Mu Mian's haughty gaze bore down on Muji, conveying a clear message. Should you refuse, I shall persist. It was almost amusing. People outside longed for an ST card but found themselves at an impasse. Surely, she wouldn't be denied a second time with such a prestigious identity card. Muji's heart trembled. Mu Mian had not yet given up on gifting her the ST card. Gazing into those sorrowful eyes, she felt a pang of cruelty in her refusal. This was a coveted item fiercely contested among the elite ladies of the capital. With a delicate gesture, Muji gently withdrew the premier ST card, recognizing that the black card truly did not belong to her. Mu Mian's voice lifted slightly. What is given to you belongs to you. Muji's clear and lively eyes flickered as she observed the card in her hand before stowing it in her backpack. Upon arriving at the capital's airport, Muji and Rong Hanyue exited through the VIP passage, his handsome visage adorned with a gentle smile. I'll see you off. Rong Hanyue's gaze lingered on Mu Mian, imbued with affectionate sincerity. Muji politely declined. There's no need, Rong Hanyue. My manager will be here to pick us up. You and Madame Rong should head back. She requires a tranquil environment as her mental state is not at its best. Rong Hanyue nodded slightly, his gaze softening as he regarded Muji. She appeared quite different from the profile he had on file. His voice was deep and alluring. No need to stand on ceremony. Just call me Rongge. Suddenly, Mu Mian interjected, positioning herself between them with a chilling tone. Are you two quite familiar? Enjoying the role of an elder brother so much? Do you have many sisters? Rong Hanyue choked momentarily. By all that was righteous, he prided himself on his integrity and had no habit of acknowledging sisters, except for Muji, whom he had come to favor due to his affection for her. That would be a misunderstanding. I have always been a man of virtue, upholding male decorum, Rong Hanyue hastily declared, anxious to dispel any misinterpretations. As Muji observed the banter between the two, she felt a hint of sweetness in the air. She was well aware of Rong Hanyue's pure heart and unwavering loyalty. Had he been the type to betray, she would have long since sent him to the flames. Let us go, Mu Mian said dismissively, regarding his virtue as irrelevant to her, for she had no need of his physical form. Rong Hanyue watched the retreating figures of the two, unable to suppress a chuckle. Upon exiting the airport, the throngs of vehicles surrounded them as Muji searched for Sister Lan's car. Gigi, I'm over here, Sister Lan called, lowering her window to spot the two statuesque figures, easily distinguishable among the crowd. Finally, I've been waiting for you. You must be hungry. Let us grab a bite first. The magazine can wait. We have ample time, Sister Lan declared efficiently, embodying the essence of a highly effective manager. Muji patted her flat stomach, realizing she was indeed famished. What do you feel like eating, Mu Mian? There's an abundance of culinary delights here. Let us just find a more private spot. She glanced at the silent Mu Mian. Sister Lan scrutinized Mu Mian, noting her distinct appearance compared to Muji. This face could certainly hold its own in the entertainment industry, stirring a desire within Sister Lan to sign her. However, she swiftly dismissed the notion. Let us go to Manting, Mu Mian suddenly suggested. Manting? Sister Lan was puzzled, wondering if such a name belonged to a well-known restaurant in the capital, as she had never heard of it. Muji too was unfamiliar with it, but trusted Mu Mian's judgment, believing there might be a delightful surprise in store. Let us dine there, it'll be a nice change of pace. Muji readily agreed. Sister Lan was taken aback. In the past, Muji would only dine at establishments with 5-star chefs, enjoying only the finest cuisines. Once, an assistant had scoured the capital's renowned eateries to procure her favorite dish, ultimately collapsing from exhaustion. All right, I'll look up the location, Sister Lan nodded briskly. Mu Mian opened the car door, activated the navigation system, inputting the address before exiting to take a seat in the back. Let us go, Sister Lan. It's time for a meal. A person who eats is a person of substance, Mu Mian exclaimed. Sister Lan vaguely complied as she drove according to the navigation's guidance. The location was somewhat secluded yet valuable, adorned with numerous ancient structures, some residences, others attractions, indicating that those who could open establishments here were indeed affluent. Upon reaching their destination, it appeared that driving was no longer feasible. The winding streets were not accommodating. Muji followed Mu Mian, appreciating the surroundings, realizing that this place was indeed hard to locate. What does your sister do? Sister Lan inquired, feeling a twinge of intimidation before this seemingly ordinary high school girl. An unremarkable high school student, Muji pondered before responding. Sister Lan, perplexed, questioned, is that true? Don't jest with me. Today, as high schoolers can be quite formidable. The trio arrived at their destination, where a sign reading Manting was elegantly inscribed in cursive. Wind chimes hung from the eaves, producing a melodious sound as the breeze passed. What a beautiful character, Muji mused internally, recognizing the establishment's extraordinary nature. True masters often conceal themselves. And her curiosity about the proprietor of Manting piqued. Inside, Manting exuded an ancient charm, resembling a quaint courtyard. Dining tables were scarcely visible. The area was surrounded by rockeries, with the sound of flowing water echoing softly. The courtyard was alive with vibrant hibiscus flowers, their red hue reminiscent of blood. Muji recalled the hibiscus on Mu Mian's handkerchief, wondering if Mu Mian and those she knew shared an affinity for the flower, or if it held a special significance for them. A woman arrived, slightly late, and upon seeing Mu Mian accompanied by the two, her eyes flashed with surprise. She opened her mouth, taking in Muji from head to toe. The woman, in her 30s, wore a black qipao, her hair elegantly styled, with a subtle makeup that spoke of grace. Mu Mian glanced at the woman and introduced her. This is Man Yang, the owner here.
Muji warmly greeted. Hello, I am Muji.
Man Yang's demeanor belied her age, her eyes resembling a tranquil well. Muji felt an aura of profound depth surrounding her, akin to one who has long dwelled with ancient wisdom. Chapter 98. The Prince and the Saintess. Man Yang's astonishment surged like a tidal wave. The prince had never before brought anyone unrelated to her establishment. This Miss Muji was a first. Could it be that the prince had finally come to terms with his feelings, attempting to untangle his heart and reforge connections with a dear friend? I am craving your cooking, Man Yang. Mu Mian's tone softened with warmth. Of course, I shall prepare it immediately. You two entertain yourselves for now. Man Yang replied before disappearing into the courtyard. Listening to their exchange, Muji felt a peculiar sensation, an inexplicable heaviness settling in her heart. Come inside, Sister Lan beckoned. feeling as if she had stepped into a grand scene from a classic tale, sensing an indescribable oddness from Man Yang. Muji settled into her seat, staring blankly at the hibiscus flowers outside the window, while Sister Lan, with an expression of serene focus, quietly took out her phone to attend to work arrangements. She had merely come to enjoy a meal. Curiosity should not weigh too heavily on her. Do you like hibiscus? Mu Mian leaned against the window, her gaze resting on the vast expanse of blooming hibiscus. Muji observed the vibrant flowers, feeling a sense of familiarity that she could not quite articulate, merely murmuring, "They are beautiful." Mu Mian's eyes dimmed slightly, lost in her own thoughts. "I will go see Man Yang. You may wander freely in the garden, but do not run off." Mu Mian's cool voice carried a hint of indulgence. "Oh, go ahead," Muji replied, understanding that it was likely a moment for reminiscing. Upon hearing the commotion, Man Yang continued her work. "Your Highness, who is that young lady?" She found it hard to believe that a person of no significance would be dining with the prince. "I am no longer a princess of the Southern Dynasty. You need not call me Your Highness." Mu Mian's tone was devoid of emotion, as if speaking of someone else's plight. Man Yang paused her chopping. "I am accustomed to it. For a lifetime, you shall always be my princess." She gazed at her beloved prince with compassion, wishing that if she could forget the past, perhaps she could live joyfully as herself, unburdened by painful memories. "Has Your Highness not given up? If the Saintess were still alive, she would surely seek us out. In your current position, finding someone would be effortless. Yet after all these years, there has been no word. Your Highness, let go of the past. The Saintess cared for you deeply and would not wish to see you in such anguish." Man Yang's eyes glistened with tears as her heart ached. "I have a premonition. She is surely waiting for me. Muji, she resembles her. In moments shared with her, I feel as though I have returned to the past. Yet, she does not possess the memories of the Southern Dynasty, nor does she favor hibiscus. She is not the original Muji. So, who is she?" Man Yang's mouth fell open in astonishment, unsure of what to say. "Your Highness, I merely hope for your happiness. The bond between sisters is profound. You shall surely reunite. If the Saintess were to see you like this, she would be furious. Prepare some of the dishes that my sister used to enjoy. Muji loves them as well." Man Yang's brow twitched. The sentiment sounded remarkably like a narrative of a substitute. Surely, the prince could not be viewing Muji as a mere stand-in for the Saintess. Thankfully, it was not a matter of romance. Otherwise, it would indeed be a tale of tragic love. "Has Your Highness tested Miss Muji?" The bond between the prince and the Saintess was akin to that of sisters, a connection deeper than blood. Throughout history, the Saintesses were paragons of the mystic arts. In this era of decline, I encountered the presence of malevolence one fateful night. If she still lives, she would not remain idle. I sense that the wait will not be prolonged. Malevolence?
How could that be?
Man Yang was not only astonished. In this world governed by science, the mystic arts were merely associated with temples for wishes and incense. She had never encountered the mystic arts. I cannot be mistaken. Though I lack proficiency in the mystic arts, I possess some knowledge. Man Yang sighed softly. As long as Your Highness remains well, there is hope for finding the Saintess. Heaven, please witness the prince's earnest heart and allow her to find the Saintess soon, so that the sisters may reunite. Muji had intended to stroll through the courtyard, but unexpectedly overheard their conversation about malevolence and the Saintess. She doubted her ears, as she had no habit of eavesdropping on other secrets, and thus turned to leave. Mu Mian glanced towards the door, her dark, probing gaze betraying her curiosity. "What is it, Your Highness?"
Man Yang inquired, puzzled.
Mu Mian rubbed her fingers together. Nothing. After stepping outside, she spotted Muji in the flower field, bending down to inhale the scent of hibiscus, her expression gentle. The distant mountains painted a picturesque scene, her fair skin tinged with a hint of pink, the visage of a person lost to time, as the peach blossoms continued to smile in the spring breeze. "What delightful dishes is Man Yang preparing? Care to divulge? She can create many culinary wonders that you are sure to enjoy. Do you have any inquiries for me?" Mu Mian regarded Muji with an inscrutable gaze. Muji glanced at the hibiscus flowers, aware that she ought not to pry into Mu Mian's affairs. Initially intending to deny any curiosity, she was compelled by Mu Mian's penetrating eyes to ask, "Why do you like hibiscus?" Hibiscus symbolizes fidelity. A dear friend of mine cherished it. It is the national flower of the Southern Dynasty. I have seen it since childhood. Do you like it? Surely you do, for it appears most frequently in your world. It is beautiful, yet it has also brought me nightmares. Dear friend, is she the saintess? A thought flickered through Muji's mind, yet she felt it was none of her business. Returning to the dining table, she found Sister Lan had completed her tasks and was now scrolling through her phone. What are your plans post-show? We have received numerous offers. Would you like to review some endorsements? It is crucial to maintain visibility now that you are popular, and securing future resources is equally important. I won't take them. Endorsements depend on fate. I am not one to recklessly chase after every opportunity. Once the show concludes, school begins shortly thereafter. I plan to take it easy. However, without visibility, your popularity will wane, Sister Lan fretted. The entertainment industry, as fame is fleeting, many fail to seize the moment, and stardom can extinguish in an instant. Those who appreciate me will continue to do so. If my popularity declines, so be it. I shall leave it to fate, Muji replied nonchalantly. Not taking it to heart, Sister Lan fell silent, her intended words stuck in her throat. Perhaps it was best to let Muji have her way. Perhaps reducing exposure would make her more memorable. With Muji's exceptional talent, as long as she has a remarkable work, her future will be bright. Without you around, I would have much more leisure, Sister Lan joked, though she could not remain idle and was already scouring the company for promising talents to promote. The food is ready, Manting announced, entering with a platter. Mu Mian effortlessly took it from her, and Muji gazed at the 4 dishes and soup, all of her favorite flavors.
무미한 truly understood her, igniting Muzi's appetite.
She felt a probing gaze upon her, and upon meeting the delighted eyes of Mu Mian, she wondered why she was being looked at so intently. Could it be that she had lost her composure? Chapter 99. Cherishing her. Muji cautiously touched her own face, hoping her demeanor had not been overly evident. Stealing a glance, she straightened her posture, admiring the exquisite dishes before her, reminiscent of an ancient banquet. The delicate tofu was a true test of a chef's skill, requiring precision to remain intact. Sister Lan, though unfamiliar with these dishes, was nonetheless taken aback by their unique presentation. The lotus blossom, crafted with an unknown technique, appeared poised to bloom, while the aroma of longan, goji, and pigeon egg soup wafted invitingly. The recipes for these dishes were exclusive, impossible to find elsewhere. Manting leaned in, pouring the broth over the lotus blossom, which slowly unfurled. Watching Muji savor her meal with delight, she cast a glance at the prince beside her. Even if she was not the saintess, she was still a pure and kind-hearted girl, capable of opening the prince's heart, a feat not easily achieved. Thank you, Manting. Your culinary skills are exceptional, Muji beamed, lifting her gaze with a radiant smile. Manting smiled knowingly, understanding why the prince might feel a connection. She too found the young girl endearing.
무미엔.
You should also eat more. Your appetite resembles that of a small kitten. This is not good for you. Muji observed that Mu Mian had barely touched her chopsticks and couldn't resist serving her a larger helping. Manting was somewhat surprised. The prince never allowed anyone to serve her food. She had expected Mu Mian to remain untouched, yet here she was, finishing half a bowl of vegetables. Finally, someone had managed to draw the prince out. With Miss Muji by her side, the prince would surely flourish. After the 3 finished their meal, Manting cheerfully insisted. No need for thanks. You're at home here. Come by often. I find you quite charming. Muji could only smile gently in response. Sister Lan was genuinely curious about how Mu Mian had come to know such a person. It must be a remarkable story. Thankfully, the 2 sisters were not adversaries. Otherwise, Muji's situation might have been precarious. The trio arrived at Shang Mei Fashion, where the staff welcomed them warmly, exchanging pleasantries with Sister Lan. Why hasn't Ti Chenguang assigned an assistant to Muji, allowing you, such a busy person, to attend to her personally? Sister Lan felt discontented upon hearing those words. What does it mean to serve? This is her professional duty. The smile on Sister Lan's face instantly vanished, her tone turning icy. I merely came to shoot for the magazine. I am somewhat uneasy. Muji still has a variety show to film and should not draw excessive attention. The person receiving them held a disdainful thought, believing that Muji only secured this opportunity to shoot for Shang Mei by leveraging her connection with the so-called genuine heiress. It was baffling to her how the director could be so indiscriminate in their choices. She had long harbored a dislike for Muji, and now, learning that she wasn't even a biological child of the Mu family yet could still continue to live as a wealthy heiress, she couldn't help but think how unfair it was that she was not the one who had been mistakenly switched at birth. Moreover, Muji had garnered considerable popularity and traffic, Who knows, perhaps one day she might ascend to the ranks of A-list celebrities. She wondered what plans Miss Mu Mian had in mind, given her sister's newfound fame. Surely, she would want to ride on her coattails. The woman smirked, her gaze resting on the indifferent Mu Mian, her smile laced with malice. It was truly foolish to so willingly play the role of a stepping stone. Sister Lan's brow twitched slightly. Having been immersed in the entertainment industry for many years, she recognized that some words, while seemingly innocuous, were laden with barbs and traps. Why was this reception staff member so exasperating? Muji appeared slightly surprised. People in the entertainment circle certainly had a way with words, each conversation an intricate art form. If one were unaware, they might think they were being praised or offered advice. In her previous life, she had encountered such individuals, who were often full of flattery and sycophancy. What does this have to do with you? Mu Mian shot a cold glance at the person, her demeanor proud. The staff member froze momentarily, taken aback. In the entertainment industry, most people spoke with delicacy, feigning warmth and familiarity, even when harboring deep-seated animosity. The facade of cordiality was paramount, and yet, here she was confronted with such bluntness. Sister Lan felt a sense of relief. Had it not been for the need to maintain a good relationship with Shang Mei, she would have gladly retorted against this foolish individual.
Muji smiled.
Her eyes radiating an undeniable strength, as long as Mu Mian desires to enter the entertainment industry and become a star. I will spare no resources from Chenguang to support her. Sister Lan silently applauded in her heart. While outwardly she offered polite words, this child Mu Mian has no intention of mingling in the entertainment industry. She's just a bit straightforward. I hope she won't take offense. The reception staff could only stifle her breath. How could she dare to oppose Chenguang Entertainment? There was no way she would jeopardize this collaboration. All she could do was offer a few compliments. Muji smiled, not saying much. Some individuals simply could not bear to see others succeed, fixated only on their limited perspective. Finally, they encountered the person in charge. The reality was even more dazzling than in the videos. I am Ella, the art director and planner for this shoot. Muji, I am not worried about your experience with magazine shoots, but I have concerns about Miss Mu Mian's on-screen presence. Ella scrutinized Mu Mian, noting her attractive features, which were well-suited for the cool goddess style, her facial structure exquisite in every regard.
Ella, you needn't worry about that.
I will do my utmost to cooperate with Mu Mian. Her inherent attributes are exceptional, and she will look good regardless of how she is shot. Ella observed the two of them. The entertainment industry was never short of beauties, and standing together, they were indeed a sight to behold. Ella realized that she might have been overthinking things. Okay, I look forward to your performance. This is the theme for the shoot. Take a look. It will help you both quickly get into the filming mood. Rest assured, the photographers at Shang Mei are all professionals. I have a few matters to attend to, so I won't be overseeing the shoot. If anything arises, please have your agent contact me. After finishing her words, Ella cast a glance at Sister Lan. Sister Lan nodded. Everything is fine here. I will ensure everything goes smoothly. You may go about your business, as there are still makeup and styling to be done. I will leave you in charge then. I will head over first, Ella remarked, glancing at the staff beside her. Rest assured, Ella, I will take good care of them. It was just a shoot. Why make such a fuss? Please follow me. We'll start with makeup and let the stylist work on your hairstyles. The styles for this shoot are quite varied, requiring multiple outfit changes and intricate looks. As Mu Ji and the others arrived at the makeup room, they examined the theme for this shoot. The session was divided into indoor and outdoor segments, with the indoor focus being on a minimalist ambience and a greater emphasis on interaction between the two, while the outdoor segment aimed for a storytelling quality with a strong sense of tragedy. The photographers and planners at Shang Mei were quite creative. Muji felt a sense of anticipation for this shoot. It would be her and Mu Mian's first genuine collaboration. Once the magazine was published, she intended to purchase several copies for her collection. Just the thought of the photo shoot excited her. Where is our makeup room? Sister Lan surveyed the expansive makeup area, where some were busy applying makeup, others were trying on outfits, and whispers occasionally drifted toward Mu Ji and Mu Mian. Sister Lan, your makeup room is right here. That corner one is it. I sincerely apologize, but all the other rooms have been booked, and we simply cannot free up any space. The woman smiled apologetically. Sister Lan frowned. This collaboration was an invitation from Shang Mei, not Mu Ji eagerly seeking to shoot. Prominent artists typically received their own makeup rooms. And surely Shang Mei was aware of this. What was happening now? Were they deliberately trying to belittle them? Just as Sister Lan was about to express her frustration, She knew she had to defend her own artist. Mu Ji's worth was undeniable, and to place her makeup area in a chaotic corner made it seem as though she were a mere third-tier artist. Mu Ji's slender fingers gently pressed on Sister Lan's shoulder, her cold gaze fixated on the woman. "What is your name?" The woman straightened her neck. "Everyone calls me Sister Ru. You can call me Xiao Ru, Teacher Mu." Mu Ji raised an eyebrow, her smile ambiguous, but carrying an undertone of frost. If there was a reason behind this, she could understand. She was not one to be overly fussy about trivial matters. It was just a matter of a location, after all, and she could overlook it. However, if someone was deliberately trying to provoke her, then they should not blame her for creating a scene. She had always been one to respond better to gentleness than to harshness. Mu Mian and I were actively invited to shoot for this issue of Shang Mei.
Sister Lan.
Could you please call the director of Shang Mei to inquire about the makeup room that was assigned to me? If it truly is in that corner, then let us terminate the contract. I will cover the breach of contract fees. Mu Ji pointed toward the disheveled corner cluttered with scattered makeup products. Her gaze suddenly turned cold. In the spacious makeup room, everyone's attention fell upon Mu Ji, her tone so arrogant as to suggest she was willing to offend Shang Mei. Each person harbored their own thoughts, some even taking out their phones to gossip in their group chats. Upon hearing breach of contract, the woman called Sister Ru turned pale. Did she really think they could intimidate her? In Shang Mei, it was not a place for a mere fake heiress from the Mu family to act with such audacity. She couldn't believe that a trivial matter could lead to offending Shang Mei. Shang Mei was not just a magazine, it was a powerful entity in the fashion world. Even A-list stars would hesitate to provoke Shang Mei. Teacher Mu, in urgent matters, we must be pragmatic. This is not without a solution. If you truly intend to dissolve the contract over a mere makeup room, it will only lead others to misunderstand that you are throwing your weight around. She was convinced. She believed that Mu Ji would not care about such a matter that could tarnish her reputation. Indeed, Teacher Mu, it is just a makeup room. It's the same here as anywhere else. Sister Ru is not wrong. Perhaps it was an oversight from above and the arrangements were not made properly. Yes. With Shang Mei's busy schedule, it is normal for there to be oversights. Perhaps Teacher Mu simply looks down on our makeup room. The makeup staff chimed in, each statement seemingly blaming Mu Ji for being too petty and lacking empathy. The coldness in Mu Ji's eyes was palpable. Why should I bear the consequences of your mistake? If it was indeed an error, then rectify it. I want to know where the makeup room Shang Mei arranged for me is. A flicker of panic crossed Sister Ru's eyes. The makeup room designated for Mu Ji was a luxurious private suite, specifically prepared by Ella. However, that room had already been booked by Chi Mo, who had insisted on it once she learned of its availability, and Sister Ru had merely gone along to curry favor. What a lively scene. Isn't that the recently popular Mu Ji? Long time no see. Chi Mo strutted in, her high heels clicking against the floor. Her heavy makeup and expensive dress making her resemble a crab walking sideways.
무제히 그리끝할 동고.
Surprised to encounter someone she wished to avoid while working on a magazine shoot. She had thought that after the last incident, Chi Mo would have faded into obscurity. Yet here she was, still able to grace the pages of Shang Mei's magazine, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Sister Chi Mo, your aura has grown increasingly refined. You truly are a vision of beauty, Ru Jia quickly interjected, attempting to flatter. Flattery suits you, Chi Mo replied, casting a challenging glance at Mu Ji, confident that her recent appearances on variety shows could still overshadow Mu Ji's presence. Observing Chi Mo's demeanor, Mu Ji noted the fleeting vitality masked by an air of defeat, cautioning her to exercise restraint and beware of potential misfortune. Chi Mo, misinterpreting Mu Ji's words as a curse, thought her shameless. After all, she now had supporters and would soon rise to fame again. Once this magazine shoot was complete, she would reclaim her former glory. Sister Chi Mo, this is your dressing room, isn't it? I heard that the renowned photographer, Mr. Carl, is shooting for you this time. What an honor. It's quite rare to secure his services. Your magazine issue is bound to be a hit, Ru Jia praised, oblivious to the fact that one might mistake Chi Mo for an established celebrity already basking in success. Lan Jia, seething with frustration, felt her blood boil. What sort of person is this? Who is responsible for this mess? Is there no sense of accountability? Shang Mei? If they wish to offend, let them. I refuse to be subject to this indignity. By the way, Mu Ji, my dressing room is available for you. I'm quite generous, Chi Mo said, her tone dripping with condescension. The onlookers were captivated, eagerly awaiting Mu Ji's reaction to this rivalry among female stars. Such drama was thrilling. Mu Ji smiled, deciding to let it go. After all, everyone must face the consequences of their actions. I refuse to accept unsolicited pity. Also, the mark on your collarbone is rather obvious. Don't just cover your neck. It's 2 different shades of skin, she remarked, her words creating ripples, akin to stones cast into a lake. Everyone in the entertainment industry was aware of the underlying tensions. Such matters were typically swept under the rug, discussed quietly among peers, treated as mere gossip. Mo instinctively covered her collarbone, feeling exposed. Damn you, Muji. Just wait. This magazine shoot will leave everyone in awe. I sacrificed my dignity for this opportunity, so why should Muji get to remain untainted? Then I wish you luck in finding a satisfactory dressing room. I actually think that one suits you quite well. Don't be too picky, Mo retorted, turning with her assistant toward a private dressing room nearby.
Lanya.
Call the director of Shang Mei. I am quite eager to know where my assigned dressing room has gone, Muji stated, her sharp gaze fixed on Ru Jie, exuding an unwavering determination that brooked no refusal. Ru Jie felt a wave of panic. Typically, stars would endure minor inconveniences, as offending Shang Mei was not an option. Why was Muji so adamant? If the director learned of her involvement, she would surely face reprimand. Lan Jie nodded and promptly dialed the director's number. If Shang Mei truly disregarded Muji, collaboration would be pointless. She trusted that the director was not short-sighted enough to let a trivial matter ruin the atmosphere for everyone involved. Mu Mian, flipping through her phone, remained aloof, not participating in the conversation, occasionally glancing at Ru Jie, who felt increasingly uneasy under her scrutiny. What are you looking at? A naive girl like you is too frightened to speak, Ru Jie thought to herself. That's unnecessary. I can always arrange a better dressing room for you, Ru Jie hastily suggested. Who dares to neglect a valued guest? The director, with fiery red hair and clad in trendy attire, including baggy pants adorned with metallic chains, strode in with an air of authority. Chapter 101. Tidehouse, the premier dressing room. Fashion director Fan Si commanded significant influence in the industry, with numerous stars eager to align themselves with him. Although he was merely a magazine director, his status within the entertainment realm was substantial. Upon hearing the director's words, Ru Jie trembled internally. Why would the director personally come here? How could that little vixen Muji have actually called him? It seemed so trivial to escalate such a minor issue. Fearful of being blamed by the director, she cursed Muji in her mind. Director, this is all a misunderstanding. I was too busy and mistakenly mixed up the dressing room arrangements, Ru Jie implored, hoping to downplay the situation. It was just a simple matter that could be resolved easily. Fan Si regarded Ru Jie with a piercing gaze, his voice icy. Did I not arrange a private dressing room for Muji? How are you executing your duties? Ru Jie shuddered, thinking to herself. She's just a minor star, her connections are waning. Why does the director treat her with such deference? Granting her a magazine opportunity is already a favor. She should be grateful to Shang Mei. Isn't Sister Mo also here for a shoot? The dressing rooms were all in use, so I allocated one to her. I'm sorry. Director, I'll promptly arrange another for Teacher Mu, Ru Jie quickly admitted, her tone as humble as possible. The director frowned, casting a sharp glance at Ru Jie, realizing how incompetent Shang Mei's staff had become. Their work ethic left much to be desired, yet they were adept at playing favorites. Return Mo's dressing room to Muji immediately and assign her another one. I specifically invited Muji to shoot. I cannot afford any mishaps. I recognize her commercial value and wish to extend an olive branch, he declared. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, one must possess foresight. By the time others caught on, Shang Mei would have already taken the lead. Ru Jie felt embarrassed. Being asked to switch dressing rooms would surely offend Mo. Inside Mo's dressing room, she felt her composure slip. The space she coveted was rightfully hers. Why should she relinquish it? Was her standing not greater than Muji's? After all, she was the senior. What was Fan Si thinking, risking offense to her and her connections? Mo's assistant trembled, fearing her sister's wrath. They might be the ones to bear the brunt of any fallout. Muji, sensing Shang Mei's stance, smiled slightly. In that case, I shall concede my dressing room to Mo. The makeup next door is nearly finished, and I can use that instead. However, in the future, Shang Mei's staff should be more attentive. Muji's nonchalant demeanor earned her respect from Fan Si, who admired her composure. This was indeed Shang Mei's oversight, and she should not be made to suffer for it. Fan Si shot a glance at Ru Jie, aware of her petty schemes. Since he had personally invited Muji, he would grant her the finest dressing room Shang Mei had to offer, This would demonstrate Shang Mei's respect for her. Assign the House to Muji. Should such negligence occur again, I will not hesitate to dismiss you. Shang Mei has no need for careless employees, understood? Fan Si warned Ru Jie, temporarily sparing her for the sake of Shang Mei's reputation. Ru Jie gaped, incredulous. She had assumed Mu Ji would endure indignities alongside them, yet the director had allocated her the House, a privilege typically reserved for A-list stars. How could Mu Ji, at her level, merit such treatment? Chi Mo overheard Fan Si's words and felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Akin to swallowing a fly, it was as if someone else had discarded unwanted possessions, only for Mu Ji to claim something superior. The House was Shang Mei's highest-tier dressing room, a privilege few stars enjoyed. How could this mere girl, Mu Ji, be worthy? Fan Si must have lost his mind. Chi Mo longed to confront Fan Si, to convey her thoughts on how Mu Ji's standing was insufficient, but in the end, she could only stew in her frustration. This little white lotus was adept at playing the victim, employing the strategy of retreating to advance masterfully. Mu Ji slightly nodded and mischievously winked at Mu Mian, as if to say, "Do you think I am so easily bullied?" Mu Mian smiled back, her eyes glimmering with approval. Sister Ru silently gritted her teeth. Realizing her miscalculation had inadvertently allowed Mu Ji to seize an unexpected advantage, truly a stroke of fortune for her.
"Then I must trouble you," she said.
With a half-smile, Mu Ji regarded Sister Ru, who reluctantly led her to the House. She unlocked the door to the makeup room, a space exclusively accessible to the members of Shang Mei, where no one could enter without the director's permission. Mu Ji surveyed what Shang Mei touted as their premier makeup room, an expansive vanity mirror, a spacious interior, a designated area for makeup application, and an enormous wardrobe filled with both current and past haute couture jewelry, resplendent and dazzling. "What do you think of my taste?" Fan Si remarked with a satisfied smile, proud of the lavish transformation he had orchestrated in the makeup room, emphasizing luxury and sophistication. "Quite opulent," Mu Ji nonchalantly complimented. "Director Fan, you truly are a man at the forefront of fashion." Fan Si tossed his head back, his red hair billowing with emotion. An effortless display of his natural flair, as if to remind everyone of his identity. "Have Anna come over to do makeup for Mu Ji and the others. I appreciate your efforts. This shoot will not be straightforward. It is not merely a magazine cover or page, but an entire magazine spread, which means your styles and outfits will be numerous. If we are to do this, we must do it grandly. I have faith in my vision." Sister Lan felt a surge of excitement upon hearing about the magazine spread, especially one for Shang Mei fashion. She could already envision the buzz it would generate upon release. If renowned makeup artist Man Li and photographer Carl were involved, it would undoubtedly create a sensation throughout the entertainment industry. However, Man Li was not a member of Shang Mei, and Carl's temperament was notoriously erratic. Although he worked with Shang Mei, his willingness to shoot depended entirely on his mood. Regardless of whether the subject was a celebrity or a mere passerby, his interest was paramount, and if he found someone unappealing, even a major star would struggle to secure his services. Sister Ru's expression turned troubled as she said, "Anna is currently doing makeup for Sister Chi Mo. Is it possible for Teacher Mu to wait a moment? Director, you know how it is. Sister Chi Mo's photographer is Carl, and you are well aware of his personality. If we miss the scheduled time, he will simply walk away without shooting." Sister Ru was not lying this time. She truly had no way around it. Fan Si felt a headache coming on. Carl's obstinacy was a force to be reckoned with. It was already surprising that Chi Mo managed to secure Carl's cooperation. He cast an apologetic glance at Mu Ji, reluctant to entrust her makeup to anyone else. "You might need to wait a while. There are resting areas in the makeup room. You can pass the time there. If you find it dull, perhaps you could tour Shang Mei." "I have no objections, Director Fan. You may proceed with your arrangements," Mu Ji replied, unperturbed. At this moment, she could afford to rest. Just as Fan Si was about to speak, he heard Mu Mian, who had been silently observing, finally voice her thoughts. "No need. I have arranged for a makeup artist and they will arrive shortly." Chapter 102. Mu Mian calls for help. Both Mu Ji and Fan Si turned to Mu Mian, the latter's expression one of confusion, with a large question mark seemingly hovering above his head. Had he misheard? This young girl had hired a makeup artist? What a jest! Anna was the ace makeup artist of Shang Mei. How could she possibly engage just anyone? It was not as if she had summoned Man Li. Fan Si clicked his tongue, realizing that Shang Mei had other makeup artists, but it was improbable that they would entrust their work to an unknown artist unless that individual possessed skills surpassing Anna's. Yet, such a possibility seemed far-fetched. They had previously attempted to hire Manly without success, no matter how generous the offer. Let us wait for Anna. I am not comfortable with other makeup artists, Fan Si thought, internally disagreeing with Mu Mian's decision. What could a mere girl have in terms of connections, especially as a new arrival in the Mu family? Indeed, waiting a little longer is no issue. I can take you on a tour of Shang Mei. The staff tried to persuade, incredulously. What an absurdity. No random makeup artist can gain entry into Shang Mei. Sister Ru also wore an expression of disdain, her tone laced with sarcasm. I hope it's not some internet beauty influencer. That simply won't do. Shang Mei is not a place where just anyone can enter. Miss Mu Mian, it would be wise to reconsider. Calling someone over would only lead to embarrassment. Fan Si shot Sister Ru a warning glance, prompting her to fall silent, as she had not spoken incorrectly. Let us heed Mu Mian's judgment. We can decide once her chosen artist arrives. What do you think, Director Fan? Mu Mian's connections must be noteworthy. They could simply wait and see. Reluctantly, Fan Si acquiesced, thinking that if all else failed, allowing Anna to assist wouldn't be too shabby, thus granting Mu Ji a favor. As for this young Miss Mu Mian, it seemed she was simply seeking to assert herself. Fan Si dismissed her importance. Go encourage Chi Mo in her makeup room. Have Anna hurry up. Fan Si thought to himself, feeling prematurely aged due to the pressures of Shang Mei. Understood, Director. I will head there immediately, Sister Ru replied as she exited the makeup room, making her way toward Chi Mo's chamber. Once Fan Si completed his greetings, he departed, leaving the makeup room feeling considerably emptier. Mu Ji perused previous magazine samples when Sister Lan could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired of the stoic Mu Mian, which makeup artist did you hire? Do you know them? If necessary, I have a few acquaintances who might suffice, though they may not match Anna's caliber.
Manly, Mu Mian replied coolly.
Her words striking like thunder. Sister Lan staggered, stunned. Was it truly the renowned Manly? Surely, there could not be two artists by that name. Was someone impersonating her? Or was it merely a coincidence? The bystanders chuckled softly, but Mu Mian's indifferent gaze silenced them, as she paid no heed to their amusement. What is so funny? If I say it's the illustrious makeup artist Manly, you will see who has the last laugh when she arrives. Do you even know who Manly is? Our director struggles to book her, yet you expect her to come at your beck and call? You're just a child. Stop lying. Sister Lan scoffed, her disbelief palpable. Mu Ji sighed, her voice gentle and soothing. My sister would not lie about such matters. It is quite impolite to judge someone before reaching a conclusion. The onlookers fell silent, chastened by a young girl's admonishment, hesitant to retort, especially considering Mu Ji's esteemed status, which even the director respected. Sister Lan was perplexed. She couldn't fathom why Mu Ji believed Mu Mian so readily. Thankfully, she had not spoken in front of Director Fan, otherwise, it would have been truly embarrassing. As even she had yet to meet Manly. Reclining in a soft chair, Mu Ji sank into its depths, a magazine resting on her face, Fan Si's personal photo collection, which revealed a rather self-absorbed side of the Shang Mei director. His tastes seemed somewhat trendy, yet Mu Ji found it hard to appreciate. Suddenly, the magazine was removed.
Interrupting Musve's daydreaming.
She blinked, meeting Mu Mian's clear gaze.
Wow.
You like this type of taste too? Mu Mian nearly described it as garbage, but refrained, deciding that such a term was too harsh. Just browsing, Mu Ji replied, her eyes pure and innocent as the two exchanged glances. Do not trust others so easily. My own experience is no exception. Most people in this world are unreliable. Mu Ji found Mu Mian's earnestness rather amusing. She spoke with such solemnity. Had she been betrayed? Mu Ji was unaware of her past but felt compelled to convey that trustworthy individuals did exist, and bonds capable of enduring life and death were real.
Why not?
You wouldn't deceive me, would you? I have nothing worth your deceit. Human relationships evolve through interaction. If someone is willing to sacrifice their life for you, would you not trust them? Mu Ji inquired, her curiosity piqued, for she had never encountered such a person. Mu Mian paused, her response a firm no. Mu Ji was slightly taken aback but understood. If there were no feelings involved, even the greatest sacrifice would hold no value. Mu Mian's heart was cold and rational, impervious to mere flattery. Would her cherished couple ever unite? Would she still be alive to witness it? If given the opportunity, she yearned to witness Mu Mian's happiness with her own eyes. Meanwhile, Chi Mo wore a facade of a smile as she exchanged pleasantries with Anna. In the makeup room, Mu Ji was at a disadvantage. The makeup artist was bound to impose upon her once more, insisting on finishing before addressing her needs. Sister Anna. The director instructed you to provide Chi Mo with a meticulous makeup application. Muji has already summoned someone, Ru Jie remarked with a sycophantic smile, secretly fanning the flames. Chi Mo, ever astute, seized upon Ru Jie's words, inquiring, "Summon someone?
Who might that be?
Is there no patience whatsoever? Do they not wish to wait for our esteemed Anna?" Ru Jie shook her head. "I cannot say for certain, but rest assured, it cannot compare to Sister Anna's prowess. Your makeup skills are unparalleled in Shang Mei." A smug smile spread across Chi Mo's face. She found Muji's foolishness amusing, believing herself to be clever. She dared to offend the makeup artist in a bid to compete with her. No wonder she faced misfortune. Listening to their conversation, Anna felt an escalating dissatisfaction towards Muji. No matter how renowned a star may be, humility is paramount. Who begins to act like a diva before even achieving fame? Do not take it to heart, Sister Anna. It is normal for the young to harbor such thoughts. Their loss in losing you is undeniable. Director Fan will surely not allow them to run amok. You still must provide their makeup. Anna frowned, contemplating that since they held her in such low regard, she might as well be indifferent in her work. Without the touch of a skilled makeup artist, let them see what exquisite photos they could produce. Chapter 103. Impersonating Monli. She had seen her fair share of stars, all exuding an air of arrogance, yet this Shang Mei was clearly lacking in self-awareness. At least Chi Mo possessed eloquence. Returning to Muji's makeup room, Ru Jie felt disdainful and awaited to see whom she would manage to bring in for makeup. With a polite smile, Ru Jie remarked. Sister Anna stated she would be swift. Teacher Mu can wait a little longer. Muji responded nonchalantly, not taking Ru Jie's words to heart. Leisurely eating grapes sent by Shang Mei, displaying no hint of anxiety. Ru Jie, observing her demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. Did Muji presume Shang Mei to be her personal domain? Calmly awaiting her artist, Muji had no urgency. She had all the time in the world. Teacher Mu, is the makeup artist you've summoned quite renowned? Muji lazily lifted her eyelids, shifting positions, while Mu Mian leaned against the wall beside her. Both sisters devoid of urgency, leaving Ru Jie perplexed. With no one responding to Ru Jie's query, the atmosphere grew awkward. Sister Lan silently hoped that it would indeed be Monli, and that it would be authentic. Nearby staff members quickly replied, "It seems to be Monli, though we cannot ascertain which Monli." In the realm of makeup, there was only one well-known Monli. Could Mu Mian truly have summoned her? Surely, they were merely boasting. Did they believe no one had seen what Monli looked like, and could simply pass off someone else as her? The director would soon expose their deception, as one must possess genuine talent to maintain such a facade. As the atmosphere fell into silence, a sudden, urgent voice shattered the stillness. "Not good, Ru Jie. Someone has arrived." A young girl rushed in, prompting Ru Jie to frown, wondering what was amiss. "Speak slowly. What's the matter? Who is it?" The girl bit her lip, realizing her reaction had been overly dramatic. However, the individual claimed to be Monli, which would astonish anyone. "It is indeed Monli. The person claims to be here to do Muji's makeup," she exclaimed in one breath, unable to suppress a glance at Muji. Amazed that she could summon Monli. After all, Monli was someone even major stars struggled to book and had little presence on social media. Monli? Do they truly think they can impersonate her? Someone whom the director cannot even secure? What qualifications do Mu Mian and Muji possess to dare to impersonate her at Shang Mei? Their audacity is astonishing. Ru Jie's immediate reaction was disbelief. It was simply impossible. She had never heard of any acquaintance between Muji and Monli. How could someone with no connections like Mu Mian manage that? Sister Lan, intrigued, listened closely to the commotion outside, wondering if it could genuinely be Monli. The murmurs from outside only fueled Ru Jie's internal scoff as she awaited the moment to unveil their ruse. Monli followed the staff down the corridor, where whispers filled the air, all eyes fixed upon her. The woman, in her 30s, exuded a captivating charm, her qipao accentuating her curvaceous figure, walking with poised elegance. Is this really Monli? She appears remarkably youthful, possessing a compelling allure. Who knows? We've never seen what Monli looks like. The director will clarify. Could Muji truly be so influential? Does she have such extensive connections in the entertainment industry to have secured Monli? After all, she is a miss from the Mu family and Chunguang Entertainment caters to her needs. While the Mu family has some involvement in the industry, they are still a prominent family. Having connections is only natural. If it truly is Monli, the results of her makeup would undoubtedly be breathtaking. Muji's curious gaze fixated on the entrance, wondering who the makeup artist Manli could be. A pair of black high heels stepped through the doors of House. Muji gasped in astonishment. It was indeed Man Yang. They had just finished lunch, and she had swiftly transformed into the Manli designer for Shang Mei, a true master. Sister Lan felt dizzy, realizing the predicament. Mu Mian had cunningly summoned Man Yang under false pretenses. The director of Shang Mei had seen Manli before, and Sister Lan's composed facade betrayed a flicker of anxiety, which Ru Jia interpreted as guilt. It was indeed a deception. They thought they could merely find someone to impersonate Manli, and out of vanity, they dared to utter such fabrications. Shang Mei was not a place where just anyone could gain entry, nor was Manli someone who could be easily impersonated. Ru Jia's tone dripped with warning. Once the director arrives, let us see how you will maintain this charade. Man Yang frowned, her expression displeased. The noise was unbearable. She had little tolerance for those who lacked decorum. In her past life in the palace, she would have slapped them to teach them a lesson. Man Yang nodded at Mu Mian, disregarding Ru Jia entirely. Shall we commence? Man Yang glanced at the composed Mu Ji standing beside her. Indeed, Miss Mu was endearing, remaining poised and gracious, truly embodying the demeanor of a noblewoman. Do you not comprehend my words? How dare you conspire with Mu Mian to deceive Shang Mei?
Ruya.
Feeling ignored, was seething with rage, ready to confront Manli, but was met with a sharp slap from Man Yang. The sound echoed loudly, resonating with force. Mu Ji's mouth fell agape, taken aback by the sound of such a resounding slap. It must have stung. She touched her smooth, delicate face, exclaiming, "That hurt." "What are you doing? You're not the one being slapped." Mu Mian found amusement in this adorable display. "I'm so charming. Aunt Man wouldn't he strike me? She even said she would cook for me." The quickness of Man Yang's actions caught her off guard. Was she not adept at slapping? "You dare strike me? Where did you find this lunatic, Mu Mian? Get her out of here. I will not let this go." Ru Jia's face flushed, tears brimming in her eyes from the pain. What strength! Man Yang remained stoic, delivering another slap to Ru Jia, leaving two clear and symmetrical imprints on her cheek. Sister Lan swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. Man Yang had just struck someone from Shang Mei, reminiscent of the past. Fan Si hurriedly rushed over, having heard that Mu Mian had summoned Manli, hastily abandoning her previous engagements. Upon seeing Fan Si, Ru Jia's grievances surged forth, glaring at Manli with a trembling voice. "Director, this madwoman not only impersonated Manli, but also assaulted me. Look at my face." Ru Jia pointed to her reddened cheek. Fan Si felt an internal collapse. Wishing she could make this foolish woman leave, she was as clueless as a pig, utterly devoid of sense. "I apologize, Ms. Manli. The staff here have not encountered you before. Please forgive their offense." Although Shang Mei could not secure Manli, they would never dare to offend someone of her stature in the fashion world. Chapter 104. Unworthy of a name. Is it truly Manli? Sister Ru was utterly stunned. How could this be? How could Muxian possibly invite Manli? Her mind was a cacophony, even causing her to forget the pain on her face. Sister Lan was equally astonished. Muxian had indeed managed to secure the renowned makeup artist Manli, who had just prepared a meal for them. Good heavens! She had actually dined on food prepared by a top-tier makeup artist from the fashion world. It nearly gave her a heart attack. You people from Shang Mei are rather noisy. At your age, you ought to maintain a demeanor that is calm and composed when receiving guests. Manli finally cast a glance at Sister Ru, causing her to immediately lower her head. "My apologies, it is Shang Mei's oversight. Please step outside. I will personally attend to matters here." Fan Si felt a headache coming on. Who exactly is Muxian to have invited even Manli? If they could cultivate a good relationship, it would not be disadvantageous. If their collaboration proceeded smoothly, perhaps they could even bring Manli into Shang Mei. Sister Ru hurriedly left the makeup room, cradling her face in embarrassment. It was utterly humiliating to have been smacked twice by a woman in front of everyone. "I shall not waste any more time," Manli stated as she set her makeup kit on the vanity. "No problem, let us begin. I will have someone select the outfits for the shoot." Fan Si's heart brimmed with joy. This photo shoot was bound to be a resounding success. Thankfully, the announcement had not yet been made. Manli's appearance would undoubtedly spark fervent discussion among netizens, making this collaboration a true treasure for him. The makeup room fell silent as Manli pulled Mu Ji onto a chair, scrutinizing her face with a discerning eye. The foundation is exquisite. Her skin is fair and smooth, requiring minimal embellishment. "Let me see your makeup requirements," Manli remarked, gently caressing Mu Ji's cheek, which felt delightful to the touch. She dared not touch the prince's face. Miss Muji's lovely visage was just the right indulgence. Muji blinked. Was Aunt Monli testing her skin? Muxian cleared her throat and glanced at Monli, who merely pressed her lips together, assuring the prince not to mind too much. The regal aura? The prince is indeed quite suited to it. Monli quickly formulated an idea in her mind. Looking at the two beauties sitting side by side in the mirror, it was a visual delight to see such lovely individuals together. She envisioned an elegant, cold-faced aristocratic look for Muxian, while Muji would don a pure, ethereal makeup reminiscent of a delicate pink rose, complete with glossy lips that shimmered like glass.
Wow.
Is this the power of a top-tier makeup artist? How astonishing! Her hands are steady as a rock. I wish to film this to learn and emulate. The two sides were being adorned simultaneously, without a hint of hesitation. Watching Master Monli at work was simply a pleasure to behold. I eagerly anticipate the final look. If only I could wield such skill, I would transform myself into an unparalleled beauty every day. Oh, come now, it also depends on one's looks. However, both Muji and Muxian are stunning, and the outcome will undoubtedly be explosive. The makeup room was bustling with onlookers, all captivated by Monli's artistry. Some makeup artists were diligently studying and exchanging ideas, proving that she was indeed a peerless presence, far beyond their reach. In Chimo's makeup room, after a prolonged wait, she had yet to see anyone prompt Anna, only to be met with a disheveled sisteroo. What happened? Chimo gazed at her own stunning reflection in the mirror, thoroughly pleased. Anna, you may leave. I have finished here. Thank you for your exquisite skills. They were marvelous. Chimo rose, admiring her reflection once more. Anna replied with a hint of displeasure. Sister Anna, someone has arrived for Muji. It's Monli, that little vixen. How dare she? She must have done this on purpose to embarrass me. If only I had informed the director sooner, I would not have endured such humiliation. Who? Muji is so arrogant. It's just a matter of making her wait a little longer. Many senior celebrities have waited without complaint. Anna looked at the pitiful sisteroo, who was both throwing her weight around and bullying others. What was the director thinking? It's Monli. How they managed to invite her remains a mystery. It seems Anna is no longer needed here. This statement struck Anna as an affront. It implied that Muji looked down upon her makeup skills, going to great lengths to summon Monli from retirement. For a makeup artist, this was a profound humiliation. She had always been the first choice at Shang Mei, with every star preferring her services, and Muji had blatantly slapped her in the face. Was this a slight against her? Never mind, Sister Anna. Muji has her own tricks. She probably looks down on us. Monli is likely just a facade. How could she compare to Sister Anna's seasoned expertise? I have heard that Monli has not produced much work lately. She has probably lost her touch. Chima harbored envy. Monli's name resonated throughout the entertainment industry. Although her body of work was limited, each piece she crafted was a masterpiece, capturing the essence of the individual and perfectly integrating their features into the artwork. Nonetheless, I am fortunate to have Carl as my photographer. He is the ultimate key. This time, I cannot allow Muji to overshadow me in the magazine. Chimo changed into a gown and exited the makeup room. In this magazine, the brightest star would undoubtedly be her, Chimo. All right, you may open your eyes now. Monli stepped back, gazing at her creation with immense satisfaction. Muji glanced at her reflection, then at Muxian, and was astonished by the transformation. How regal! The eyeliner was accentuated with a dramatic upward flick, and the inverted eye makeup exuded an air of aloofness tinged with languor. With her black hair and crimson lips, she was undeniably a black lotus. Turning to her own reflection, she found her look to be the antithesis of Muxian's feline-inspired eye makeup, a subtle complexion, and a flirtatious flare at the outer corners of her eyes, with the lower lash line adorned with golden flecks of glitter. Muji admired herself in the mirror. Indulging in a moment of vanity, makeup indeed has the power to transform. Absolutely stunning. And I haven't even changed outfits yet. How exciting. Standing together, they were breathtaking. Two beauties with entirely different styles, captivating to behold. From this moment on, I shall be a loyal fan of their pairing. I eagerly await the shoot. Muji's alluring eyes have me entranced. Admittedly, I am smitten. In the tea room, Lung Che brewed tea, steam rising from the teapot. Song Wu felt a pang of urgency. It was indeed true that the emperor was not anxious, but the eunuch was. My lord, Miss Muji is collaborating with someone else for a magazine shoot. Lung Che responded with a casual nod, his long black hair cascading down his back, fingers gently tapping his knee. Not your concern. Deliver the Qi Ling gauze to her. Lung Che cast a glance at the red dress nearby.
Yes.
Song Wu complied, swiftly attending to the task at hand. Song Wu carefully closed the box. His lord was truly unfortunate, as Miss Muji was working with someone else on a dual magazine feature while he sponsored the attire. Just thinking about it was disheartening. His lord was not even worthy of a name, merely a minor participant. It must be that he is deeply enamored with Miss Muji, providing her with the best while keeping it hidden. What a pure tragedy. My lord, those infatuated secondary leads often meet unfortunate ends. The current trend is one of forceful acquisition. Chapter 105. The Agent Uniform. Song Wu was genuinely worried. Thankfully, Muxian was a woman. If she were a man, he could only imagine how distressed his lord would be. His lord cared deeply, and at times, he could not comprehend his motives. Nevertheless, he resolved to carry out his lord's instructions diligently, all the while keeping a watchful eye on the suspicious men surrounding Miss Muji, ensuring that no nefarious individuals would take advantage of the situation. In the makeup room, Muji and Muxian were changing into costumes. The first ensemble was an agent uniform, both clad in black. Muxian wore black shorts and knee-high boots, cinched at the waist with a belt bearing 3 silver letters, complemented by a black shield necklace. Muji donned a white shirt, a black vest, and a short black skirt, with a silver chain around her waist. One wielded a gun while the other brandished a dagger. As they emerged from the changing room, all eyes widened in astonishment. They were breathtakingly beautiful, exuding an aura that was both captivating and fierce. Together, they were a rare sight to behold. The spectators were entranced, marveling at how perfectly the uniforms suited both of them, as if they had stepped out of an animated comic. How fitting. I was worried that you two would struggle to pull off this outfit, yet the effect is surprisingly remarkable. The photographer arrives fashionably late, her forte lying in capturing the essence of dual female and male protagonists for magazines. With such stunning features and physique, one could only liken the scene to the raucous squeals of a gopher. Muji feels a twinge of nervousness, but soon transforms into a picture of composure. Fancy nods repeatedly, affirming that not only is it suitable, but such a style has previously graced the pages of Shang Mei, albeit with far less striking results. Man Li's makeup, combined with the girl's innate beauty, is nothing short of exquisite. I am brimming with anticipation. I am fully prepared for the studio. Muji's lips curve slightly upward, harboring hopes for a successful shoot. Inside the studio, all props are meticulously arranged. After clearing the space, only the photographer, staff, and Muji and Mu Mian remain. Excellent, the photographer notes. Muji's gaze could be a touch more fierce. You are in a state of confrontation.
Mu Mian.
Elevate your smirk for a more provocative effect. Splendid. And Mu Mian, raise that gun a bit higher. The photographer is infused with zeal, radiating excitement. The staff nearby hold their breath, intimidated by the formidable aura emanating from the duo, fearful of disturbing the delicate tension. Let us switch it up, the photographer instructs. Muji, entice Mu Mian with a glint of malice in your eyes. How does that sound? Entice? Muji replies, a bemused smile gracing her lips. Dear photographer, do be less blunt. With a playful wink and a roll, she continues. Mu Mian chuckles softly, her tone unperturbed. Bring it on. Given the directive, Muji raises her chin, placing a hand on Mu Mian's shoulder, gently lifting her chin with a finger. Her gaze is sharp, yet her expression alluring, imbued with innocence. The photographer clicks away, capturing the stark contrast brilliantly. Muji's expressiveness is simply phenomenal, as their poses shift seamlessly, the studio filled with the photographer's enthusiastic laughter. Incredible. Who would have thought there was an amateur among you? Your presence before the lens is remarkable. Indeed, beauty reigns supreme. Muji, your guiding prowess is exceptional. She praises without hesitation. The second set features water and fire themes, with Manly retouching her makeup as their outfits transition. Clad in matching haute couture gowns, one in vibrant orange and the other in striking blue, the two stand separated by a glass barrier, gazing intently at one another. The photographer shifts angles, capturing their beauty with finesse. For the final indoor set, Muji is confined within a cage, while Mu Mian stands outside, her back turned. As faux snow begins to descend, Mu Mian catches the flakes with one hand, while Muji watches her intently from within the cage. Perfect. Shall we take a look at the negatives? You won't be disappointed. We still have the outdoor shoot ahead, she assures. Emerging from the cage, Muji drags her gown behind her, her lips parting slightly. No need, let the surprise linger until the end. I await the final masterpiece.
Mani nods subtly.
Her heart warmed at the sight of the prince, so closely acquainted with another. She believes that Miss Muji will help unravel the prince's emotional entanglements. This is indeed preferable, as it preserves the element of surprise. The final result is sure to astonish everyone. You all tidy up the studio. I am not adept at outdoor shoots. If only Teacher Carl could capture your essence, the photographer sighs, lamenting the disparity in their skills. Do not despair. You are still young and already a photographer for Shang Mei fashion, with a boundless future ahead. Do not underestimate yourself, Muji encourages warmly after changing her attire. I appreciate your kind words. I shall strive to improve, the photographer replies, newfound confidence surging within her, buoyed by an inexplicable sense of optimism. Perhaps inspired by Muji's whimsical encouragement. At the outdoor shoot location, Chimo session is already underway, helmed by the renowned photographer Carl. The studio has released the itinerary, teasing fans with the news of Carl's involvement, creating a buzz around the upcoming magazine shoot. As Muji approaches, she hears a thunderous voice exclaim, "Are you made of wood? I instructed you to express emotion, not twitch like a fish." The abrasive tone makes everyone flinch. Carl is notorious in the industry for his fierceness, akin to a tempestuous tiger, quick to unleash his wrath. While his magazine shoots undoubtedly shine, his exacting standards often verge on the intolerable. The photographer has grown accustomed to this dynamic, though others are not as fortunate. Lan Jie silently thanks her stars that it is not this formidable figure paired with Muji, for his sharp tongue could break those with weaker fortitude into tears. Teacher Carl, I've been trying my utmost to cooperate, Chi Mo implores, her lashes fluttering with feigned innocence, embodying the epitome of a damsel in distress. As though she bears no responsibility for the situation, but rather, the photographer's aggressive demeanor. Carl, exasperated, removes his hat, on the verge of hurling his phone in frustration. Had he not owed a favor to someone, he would never have taken on this job. Your poses should not be so contrived. I want them natural. Do not deliberately showcase your physique or features. Do you not know your own limitations? Must you expose your flaws to my lens? He bluntly critiques, leaving no room for niceties. Chimo's face flushes with annoyance. She is, after all, a prominent star, and Carl's blatant disregard for her status feels like a personal affront. Could it be that your skills are lacking, unable to capture anything remarkable? I maintain that my poses are flawless, she retorts, unable to restrain her indignation. Hearing this, Chimo's assistant hurriedly interjects, Teacher Carl, Mo did not mean it that way. Perhaps you could take a breather while she finds her rhythm? Carl scoffs, weary of dealing with pampered stars who, buoyed by their patrons, believe themselves untouchable, strutting with an air of superiority before they even made a name for themselves. Fine. Suit yourself, he mutters, hanging his camera around his neck and stretching his limbs. Turning, he spots a familiar silhouette in the distance. Could it be her? Surely he isn't mistaken. Carl rubs his eyes, astonished that it truly is her. What brings her here? Muji notices Carl's sudden focus on her and his hurried approach. What has provoked such excitement from Teacher Carl? She glances at the photographer, wondering if he is merely venting his frustrations. I have no idea. The photographer shakes her head, speculating that this may simply be a quirk of the industry giant seeking inspiration. Carl, it's me. Do you remember me? He exclaims, sprinting through a flower field, one hand clutching his camera, his exuberance bordering on comical. Muji glances at the impassive Man-Yi, then inquires with her eyes about the situation. Man-Yi shakes her head, indicating her lack of knowledge. Muji comprehends. This must be a suitor for Man-Yi, albeit a rather flamboyant one. The onlookers are left riveted, witnessing Carl's impassioned declaration of love for Manli. This is indeed explosive. Upon seeing Carl, Manli's expression remains largely unchanged. Teacher Carl. The crowd greets in unison. Carl strides directly towards Manli, his gaze brimming with affection, practically yearning to close the distance. I knew we were destined, Lady Manli. Might I have the honor of taking you to dinner? He declares, enamored at first sight, his heart captured by the aloof figure of Manli. Love strikes swiftly, akin to a whirlwind, igniting a tempest within him, yet Manli remains indifferent, her disdain palpable. Undeterred, he presses on, though progress eludes him. He never expected to encounter her here. Teacher Carl, mind your boundaries, Muji cautions. No time, please refrain from interrupting our shoot. Manyang felt a throb of headache. Why was he here again? A ghost that refused to fade away. Who are you to Manli? Carl glanced at Muji, then at Mumian. pondering the identities of these two young ladies who had somehow garnered Monli's attention for styling. Mr. Carl, Ms. Monli is an acquaintance of Mu Mion's. Perhaps we should discuss this after the shoot concludes, Lan Jie suggested politely, surprised that she was unaware of this gossip. Encountering both Carl and Monli today, and realizing Monli was familiar with Mu Mion, made her feel as if they were all part of the same circle. Carl, eager to please, shifted his demeanor entirely. How about this? I'll take your photos for free if you allow me to have Monli's contact information. What do you say? Lan Jie questioned her auditory senses, incredulous that Carl would so easily offer to photograph Muji. We can't decide that. You must consult Aunt Monli yourself. Muji was not one to compel Aunt Monli into uncomfortable situations for the sake of a mere shoot. She recognized that Aunt Monli had a somewhat aloof personality and preferred solitude. Otherwise, she wouldn't remain so discreet in the entertainment industry. Carl swore with both hands raised. I genuinely just wish to know you. Please grant me this opportunity. He was but a lonely man, having finally stumbled upon love. All right, but the price will remain as usual. Whatever it is, Ma Nyang considered before agreeing. Chi Mo, witnessing her photographer gravitate towards Muji, felt a wave of jealousy wash over her. What was it about Muji that drew everyone in like moths to a flame? She glanced at her assistant and beckoned. Teacher Carl, Sister Chi Mo has requested to switch photographers, so you need not handle the shoot anymore. The assistant felt a headache coming on. This was Carl, after all. Sister Chi Mo had the audacity to dismiss him at will, and she didn't dare echo her words. Although Carl could be a bit strict, his results were guaranteed to be stellar, leaving the assistant puzzled as to why Sister Chi Mo would dismiss him after finally securing his services. Carl, at a loss for words in his anger, couldn't fathom why Chi Mo had been the first to cast him aside, ignoring his directions during the shoot and acting at her whim. Fine, if you don't want to shoot, then I won't either. It saves me from tarnishing my reputation, the photographer muttered, rolling her eyes at Chi Mo's audacity, realizing that it was unlikely she'd be able to hire Carl again in the future. Very well, I understand. Teacher Mu, I'll entrust the outdoor shoot to Teacher Carl. As I can learn from the sidelines, the photographer expressed her relief. When Fan Si arrived, he was filled with curiosity. He was astonished that Wan Shui was sponsoring Muji's shooting attire. Wan Shui was a century-old luxury brand, very different from the recently emerged Saint. Their garments were often collector's items, with each style produced in a single piece. Furthermore, their president never attended any events, only sending representatives, adding to the brand's air of mystery. This shrouded Wan Shui in an enigmatic veil. Despite incessant media speculation, it remained coveted by international royalty and high society elites. Fan Si was intrigued as to what connections Muji possessed to secure Wan Shui's sponsorship. Countless starlets in the entertainment industry sought endorsements from Wan Shui, yet none had succeeded thus far. Wearing a Wan Shui outfit not only signified status within the entertainment realm, but also a prestigious standing. Carl, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be shooting with Chi Mo? Fan Si inquired, observing Carl chatting animatedly with Muji, utterly bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Don't even mention it. Chi Mo is a tyrant. I said a few words to her, and she promptly kicked me out. So, you are now shooting with Muji? He mused, astonished at this transformation of Carl. Carl coughed lightly. There was no other choice. To pursue someone, sacrifices must be made. These two girls are certainly less troublesome than Chi Mo. What? That's unacceptable. I have a discerning eye and believe they possess talent, Fan Si replied. You are correct. The garment sponsored by Wan Shui, this red-scaled gauze, was specifically gifted to Muji. Your judgment is impeccable. That is indeed the coveted red-scaled gauze, which has captured the hearts of many, typically only seen in exhibitions. Wan Shui? Lan Jie thought she must be mistaken, but upon seeing the dress, her astonishment was palpable. Is it truly sponsored by Wan Shui? May I see it? The photographer's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 107. Shaking off the paparazzi. This red-scaled gauze had never been sold or loaned out, residing exclusively in Wan Shui's exhibition. Could it be that the president of Wan Shui recognized Muji as potential and wished for her to become their spokesperson? The group pondered, filled with a mix of shock and envy, realizing that Wan Shui's garments were the kind that money alone could not acquire. Its brand symbolized status. Be careful not to damage it. This garment is something Shang Mei cannot afford to compensate for, they remarked. Shang Mei had never anticipated forming a connection with Wan Shui. This shoot was an extraordinary enhancement, featuring the top makeup artist Manli, the visionary photographer Carl, and the unattainable Wan Shui. Fame was inevitable. Having never before touched such an exquisite garment, Muji exclaimed, "Teacher Mu, you are incredible. From now on, you shall be my idol." The assistant beamed, realizing the significance of this moment in the entertainment industry. "There is no need for such praise," Muji replied, somewhat dazed. For she truly had no connection to Wan Shui. Not only was the original owner unfamiliar, but even the entire Mu family had no ties with Wan Shui whatsoever. "How much is the rental for this dress?" "I will cover it." Mu Mian raised an eyebrow, feeling an unsettling sense of displeasure akin to the previous incident with Xishan, who was orchestrating things from behind the scenes. Her intelligence network seemed to have hit a dead end, as if severed from any leads. Not only could she not uncover the puppet master, but even the errand runner, Kangwu, remained elusive. When had Muji entangled herself with such powerful figures? What were the ulterior motives of those behind the scenes? She was completely in the dark. Perceiving the puzzled look on Muji's face, who was equally unaware of the circumstances, Mu Mian felt a twinge of annoyance. She despised matters beyond her control. Regardless of who it is, they shall not harm her. "If they dare, I will drag them out and expose them, even if it costs me everything," she vowed. Fan Si scratched his nose. Wan Shui's rental fees were certainly not something Shang Mei could easily bear. Wan Shui's representatives claimed it was complimentary, explaining that they wanted Muji to embody Wan Shui and increase its visibility. Although Wan Shui might seem distant to the public within the entertainment and fashion circles, it hardly needed promotion. A free promotional opportunity, with the assurance that the garment would be returned after the shoot, suggested that Wan Shui, as higher-ups, had taken note of Muji's brilliance and wished to capitalize on it. Fan Si found no reason to refuse this mutually beneficial arrangement. Everyone was being so cautious. Come now, one must be dressed to impress. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. Carl felt a surge of inspiration and was eager to begin. As Muji caressed the red-scaled gauze, her fingertips glided over its smooth texture, pondering its material. The waist was adorned with black gold scales, and as she touched it, a sense of familiarity washed over her. Was it the scales of a fish or a synthetic creation? Gazing into the mirror, she felt a twinge of unfamiliarity. Who exactly was she? A smile curved her red lips as she admonished herself not to overthink. She was simply herself. Draped in the red-scaled gauze and adorned with a floral crown, Muji gracefully approached, her seaweed-like hair cascading down her back. Fan Si had seen countless beauties and had become somewhat immune to their allure, yet he never expected to encounter such an astonishing visage. The red-scaled gauze seemed tailor-made for her, each step a blossoming lotus, as if she were a celestial being. Manyang observed Muji, her heart racing. Was she a saint? In that fleeting moment, she resembled a divine figure descending to earth. "How beautiful you are, Teacher Mu. I will undoubtedly purchase your magazine." "All right, everyone seems captivated," Carl interrupted. "Let us commence the shoot." The outdoor setting was a field of flowers, all genuine blooms. As the camera zoomed in slowly, a flash of red appeared, causing everyone to hold their breath, fearful of disturbing the beauty. "Okay, perfect, just like that." Carl's face lit up with joy, nearly entranced by the beauty of Muji captured in the frame. Having photographed such a stunning woman felt like a worthwhile endeavor, initially motivated by Manli. Yet now he was genuinely in awe. "Is everything all right? You seem a bit off," Muji observed, noticing Mu Mian lost in thought. "It's nothing, let's change clothes." Mu Mian replied, rubbing her temples as the recent images stirred some unpleasant memories, akin to maggots clinging to bones. "Fantastic. It was a delightful collaboration. Soon, Shang Mei will officially announce the magazine details, and you can share it. They'll release a preview featuring you and Mu Mian," she continued, feeling satisfied as the shoot concluded perfectly. "No problem, Sister Lan will arrange it." It was a pleasure working together, Muji smiled, enjoying the process. Having captured numerous behind-the-scenes moments, "Please send me a copy of the behind-the-scenes footage." Mu Mian suddenly appeared behind the photographer, startling him. "Okay. I'll get it to you right away," the photographer replied, feeling a bit intimidated, despite being older than her, instinctively complying with her request. Clearly, her aura was formidable, especially alongside Muji. With the complete behind-the-scenes footage in hand, Mu Mian exited Shang Mei with Muji, while Ant-Man was caught up with Carl and did not join them. Sister Lan was visibly ecstatic about the shoot, regarding Muji as if she were a treasured gem. "Let's head back to the office for a rest. Tomorrow we'll take you to the airport." This shoot wrapped up quickly. Should we buy trending topics for the magazine promotion? Given such a luxurious lineup, it was only prudent to capitalize on the momentum.
Why waste money on that?
Muji replied with a smile. Shang Mei will handle the promotion. We'll just retweet. Sister Lan nodded, conceding that Muji's current low-key attitude, eschewing marketing tactics, was preferable. Let's return to the office. Is Big Brother there?
Muji inquired suddenly.
Typically, her brother wouldn't be at Chernguang Entertainment, as it wasn't his main company, usually left to the manager's oversight. I heard you two sisters were coming, so he made a special trip, Sister Lan remarked, glancing at Mu Mian, who displayed no sign of discontent. Although Mu Mian was reserved and appeared somewhat aloof, she was genuinely a good person, evoking a sense of pity in others. Muji nodded, tapping on Mu Mian's WeChat to transfer the magazine payment. Meanwhile, Mu Mian's phone chimed softly, and she lifted her eyelids to check the amount. Z. Your salary, please check it, cat peeking JPG. I'm not short on money. Z. This is your private stash, please, starry eyes JPG. As Sister Lan idled at a red light, she noticed the two sisters engrossed in texting, curious about their conversation. Sitting together, what could they possibly be discussing that she couldn't hear? A faint smile crept across Mu Mian's lips as she accepted the transfer. Private money sounded appealing. After Mu Ji completed her transaction, she opened Big Brother's WeChat but hadn't typed anything before the vehicle jolted forward as the one behind collided with them. Sister Lan's expression changed. Realizing the situation was dire, it seems like paparazzi. Mu Ji furrowed her brow, exasperated by the reckless behavior of these paparazzi who dared to block them on the street. What should we do? They must have learned of our schedule from somewhere. There are more behind us. This is troublesome. A few snapshots wouldn't pose much of a problem. But if it disrupted traffic or resulted in an accident, Muji would bear the brunt of the blame. Can we shake them off? Sister Lan shook her head, acknowledging the experience these tailing paparazzi had, employing despicable tactics that made it impossible to evade them. I'll drive. You take the back, Mu Mian stated decisively, indicating a seat swap. Chapter 108. The Imposter. Sister Lan gasped in surprise. How could Mu Mian drive? This wasn't a bicycle. Improper driving could lead to dire consequences. Do you have a license? Sister Lan asked, concerned. I'm a race car driver. Mu Ji's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. Let Mu Mian drive. She can easily lose the paparazzi. Sister Lan gritted her teeth, and in the heat of Mu Ji's trusting gaze, she quickly switched seats. Just as Sister Lan adjusted the seat, she heard Mu Ji's thoughtful reminder. Buckle up and hold on tight. Gripping the seatbelt, Sister Lan closed her eyes as Mu Mian focused ahead, the car zipping through the traffic like a fleeting shadow. Catch up quickly. I want to see how they run. We need something explosive this time, the man urged, intent on capturing either dramatic photos or an angry scene for the headlines. The car ahead seemed to have switched drivers. Speeding up. The blonde driver was visibly nervous. Don't worry, stay close. Can they really outrun us? He ordered, determined to keep them in sight. The man snapped photos of the car ahead, but aside from the license plate, not much else was visible. TSK, these big stars value their privacy, he muttered, frustrated by the lack of information. Mu Mian drove swiftly in areas without cameras, quickly losing the tailing car, leaving the paparazzi behind with no trace. What now? We've lost them. One of the paparazzi exclaimed. Damn it, they're playing hard to get. Drive to Chengguang Entertainment. I refuse to believe we can't find them. While Mu Mian had evaded their pursuers, she remained cautious of the speed limits in areas with cameras, maintaining a restrained pace for Mu Ji's sake. Sister Lan felt dizzy, as if floating on clouds, keeping her eyes tightly shut while the scenery blurred past. She leaned over the flower bed, retching. Sister Lan, are you alright? Mu Ji asked, surprised by her reaction. I'm fine. I just need a moment, Sister Lan replied, feeling weak compared to Mu Ji, who seemed completely unfazed by the ride. Let us head inside. You should rest in the lounge, Mu Ji suggested. At Chengguang Entertainment, Mu Weiyan assessed his attire, a formal black suit he frequently wore. The thought of Gigi and Mian coming over stirred a hint of nervousness in his otherwise composed demeanor. His assistant couldn't help but chuckle at his unease. Hello, Miss, the staff greeted Mu Ji at Chengguang Entertainment. All eyes were on Mu Mian, sparking curiosity among the onlookers. Did the Mu family truly dote on the imposter? And how did the genuine heiress feel about it? When you see Big Brother later, you two can chat for a bit. He is quite concerned about you. Sister Lan mentioned. Mu Mian responded with a subdued acknowledgement, thinking chatting was no trouble at all. Standing before the office door, Muji inhaled deeply and knocked.
Come in. Mu Wei-yun replied gravely.
As Muji opened the door, Mu Mian followed closely behind. Upon seeing Mu Mian, Mu Wei-yun first smiled warmly and inquired, "How is the shoot? I know you're not from the industry, so I hope you're adjusting well." "It was good. It's similar everywhere. At least it's not boring with Muji around," Mu Mian replied. "That's great to hear. Remember to communicate with Big Brother if anything feels off. I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. Seeing you get along well reassures me," Mu Wei-yun encouraged, recalling a guide suggesting physical contact to improve relationships and help her adjust to being cared for. He reached out to pat Mu Mian's head, but she subtly dodged, creating a moment of awkwardness. Yet he said nothing, understanding that, despite their blood relation, they had never lived together, and her aversion to his touch was only natural. Observing her indifferent demeanor, Mu Wei-yun felt a pang of guilt. "If you ever want anything, don't hesitate to tell Big Brother. The Mu family will be your family from now on." Mu Mian regarded the man before her. Despite sharing the same blood, she felt little emotional connection. Her family had long since vanished. "All right," she replied, not rejecting his kindness, as it was what Muji wished to see. She desired to integrate into the Mu family, to experience the love of family, so she would try to embrace it. Mu Wei-yun sighed in relief, smiling. "Would you like something to eat?" "I'm not hungry," Mu Mian responded, glancing at Muji for her opinion. "I'm not hungry either. Big Brother, you can get back to work. Sister Lan is here to oversee things." "You're so busy. There's no need to come over just for us. It's because I'm worried about you too. I'll head back now. I have a meeting to attend. After your variety show recording concludes, we'll gather at home," Mu Wei-yun said. Muji nodded obediently, watching him leave the company. It was noon. Shang Mei Fashion, in pursuit of dreams and self-discovery, has collaborated with Muji and Mu Mian to create a mesmerizing collision of fire and water, birthing a pure radiance amidst the sparks. Photography by Carl, styling by Manly, and coordinated by Alan. Special thanks to the designer Lan Shui. The announcement on Shang Mei Fashion's Weibo immediately captured widespread attention across the internet. Is this lineup genuine? Is it for real? Didn't he Carl shoot for GMO? How did he become the photographer for the Muji sisters? Wow, is that really Manly? Has Shang Mei managed to recruit her? They must have spent quite a fortune. For the record, Lan Shui, ISN, someone you can just hire with money. Am I the only one focused on Lan Shui? Can her clothes actually be borrowed? That seems implausible, given Muji's status. I did do a handstand while washing my hair, if she could wear Lan Shui's designs. An extraordinary team, Shang Mei when silent, is inconspicuous. Yet when they make a sound, they astonish everyone. They certainly know how to generate buzz. The fans of Muji were thrilled, indifferent to the jealousy of fans from other groups, and immediately launched a Weibo giveaway, as this lineup was unparalleled in the domestic entertainment industry. If not now, when? Soon. Seeing the rising popularity of the topic, Shang Mei released several teaser photos, showcasing Muji in a stunning red-scaled gown, along with a duo shot with Mu Mian. Oh my goodness. So beautiful. CP fans are celebrating like it's the new year. Is this something I can actually see? It's a spy system. After all. I'm going insane. What is this sexual tension?
I am totally fangirling.
Hurry, post the link. I can't wait. Shang Mei is dining at the table today. The magazine is doing splendidly. The sister ISN short on funds. Fans and CP supporters rejoiced in unison. Shortly after, self-proclaimed fashion bloggers began debunking the claims on Weibo. Shang Mei Fashion is truly intriguing. Muji was wearing a counterfeit version of Lan Shui's red-scaled gown, while the authentic piece remained showcased in Lan Shui's exhibition hall. Once this blogger's post went live, it quickly garnered immense attention from netizens. The trending topic Muji counterfeit swiftly soared to the top. Counterfeit? No way. Shang Mei is among the top in the fashion industry. Wearing a counterfeit would be quite disgraceful. Shang Mei could easily rent haute couture gowns. They shouldn't over each. What status does Muji hold? She's not worthy of wearing Lan Shui's antiques, which have been in the exhibition for centuries. No one has the right to wear them. Is Shang Mei about to crash and burn? If so, good riddance. Their obvious intent to profit from our main star is too blatant. An informed blogger should clarify, it looks quite similar to what's in the photos. Another blogger has analyzed that Muji's fans should stop trying to save face. Wearing a counterfeit isn't embarrassing. But they should refrain from trying to latch onto something they aren't qualified for. Shang Mei, come out and clarify. Don't play dead. Why is Gigi wearing Lan Shui's red-scaled gown? This isn't Gigi's fault. The gown was provided by Shang Mei. Why the malicious intent? A fake heiress in a counterfeit gown. What a perfect match. It's hilarious. Mu Ling watched the trending topics with great satisfaction. Mu Ji had indeed worn a counterfeit, and this would surely invite ridicule from netizens. It remained unclear whether Shang Mei had orchestrated this for publicity or if someone had deliberately dressed Mu Ji in a counterfeit. Mu Ling smiled triumphantly, relishing this moment. She had her day in the sun, and it was laughable that a counterfeit from Lanxue was worn. She herself had never donned anything from that brand. What right did a fake heiress have? Qi Mo observed the shift in public sentiment following the announcement and felt quite pleased. How dare they vie with her? They were still too naive. Attempting to latch onto Lanxue while being branded with a counterfeit label would surely be detrimental to their standing in the fashion world. Qi Mo's eyes gleamed with a sudden thought. She called Ru Jie to offer some consolation. Mu Ji, oh Mu Ji, what does it matter if you have a glamorous lineup? You remain a mere backdrop to my brilliance. Her magazine sales would undoubtedly eclipse Mu Ji's, making fans see regret his previous neglect. As discussions surrounding Mu Ji continued to surge, fans of both Qi Mo and Mu Ling regarded her as a competitor, often referring to her as their rival. Particularly, Qi Mo's fans were incensed, especially since the magazine shoot coincided with Mu Ji's, and the photographer Carl, originally intended for Qi Mo, was now part of Mu Ji's team. This was an outright slap to their faces. They quickly grew resentful of both Mu Ji and Shang Mei, feeling that Shang Mei had intentionally oppressed and bullied their sister for Mu Ji's sake. They believed that the consequences of using a counterfeit gown would be poetic justice. Fans swiftly rallied for Qi Mo, elevating her name in the trending topics, while the source of the trending discussions was all too apparent.
An anonymous forum user.
Nicknamed Little Bear Grey, leaks some gossip. Just a little tidbit for everyone. I work at a well-known magazine company, and an M-named starlet behaves quite arrogantly during her work, insisting on having the top makeup room, displaying an extremely haughty attitude, and showing no respect for her seniors. It's puzzling how she became famous. So please refrain from probing further. Just enjoy the story. This post was detailed enough that the gossip-hungry netizens immediately connected it to Shang Mei. And it was evident who the M-named artist was, given the speed and sensitivity of netizens. Soon, the anonymous forum post was screenshot and shared by marketing accounts, attracting a swarm of curious onlookers. Is this for real? Is the M-named artist Mu Ji? I've watched her variety show, and she doesn't seem like that kind of person. No photos, no evidence. Why believe such gossip? I could fabricate countless stories like this. If it were truly Shang Mei's staff, they wouldn't leave evidence behind. A friend of mine working in the entertainment industry mentioned that the M-named artist has a history of being arrogant, so I have no doubt about this gossip. Stars maintain their personas in public. That shocking fishing scene a few days ago might have been a deliberate setup by the production team. Just a script. A script? No way. I just got into her fandom. If she falls, I'm locking my heart away. The trending topic M-named artist behaving arrogantly quickly surged to the top, igniting the netizens' eagerness for gossip with various statements about the M-named artist circulating online. Although no names were mentioned, everyone speculated about who it could be. Sister Lan had just recovered from her dizziness and opened her phone to retweet a promotional Weibo post, only to find herself stunned by the trending topics. However, she remained unflustered in the face of such a scene. Mu Ji, there's trouble. Someone is deliberately stirring the pot. The online commentary is quite unfavorable for you. The company needs to engage in public relations immediately. Sister Lan felt anxious, entering the office without knocking. Mu Ji, bored with the dress-up game, had just finished putting together a sultry look when she heard Sister Lan's voice. She switched poses with poise, effortlessly completing the level, her face devoid of any panic or worry, as if the unfolding events were inconsequential to her. After finishing the storyline, Mu Ji glanced at the anxious Sister Lan and comforted her. Don't worry, have the PR team meet in the conference room. I'll be there shortly. Sister Lan, seeing Mu Ji's calm demeanor, felt a twinge of self-mockery. She was even more composed than this young girl. I'll go arrange it right away. Sister Lan hurried to gather everyone from the PR department in the conference room. Mu Mian, observing Mu Ji still engrossed in the game, couldn't help but smirk. This lazy, composed demeanor was truly endearing. I can have someone help you remove the trending topic, silencing them forever. Mu Mian suddenly spoke, dismissing the group of self-righteous fools. Mu Ji's lips curled into a sweet smile that would only escalate the situation, provoking a backlash from netizens. Last time, Mu Mian intervened to address the malicious slurs and personal attacks from keyboard warriors, but this situation was different. It's alright. Many people are unaware of the truth. Lan Shui is not someone they can reach, and their ignorance is evident in their desperation. Mu Ji exited the game and gently prodded Mu Mian's arm with her fingertips. Do not take it to heart. The entertainment industry is rife with both truth and falsehood. For every admirer, there exists a detractor. I still have numerous adorable fans who place their trust in me, as you can see. Many charming little followers continue to believe in her, sending private messages of solace and encouragement and leaving supportive comments beneath her Weibo posts.
Mu Mian chuckled softly.
A fleeting glimmer of coldness vanishing from her eyes. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense, with Sister Lan and the others' gazes fixed upon Mu Ji. The staff from the public relations department bowed their heads, fearful of inciting Mu Ji's wrath for their failure to present an effective public relations strategy. However, to their surprise, Mu Ji refrained from reprimanding them despite their lack of progress. Seated at the head of the table, she regarded Sister Lan as she analyzed the situation. Contact Shang Mei and Lan Hanyue. I will personally communicate with Shang Mei, Mu Ji stated, her arm resting assertively upon the table, exuding an air of calm authority that compelled compliance. We are already in contact. Shang Mei is likely overwhelmed as well. After all, in this industry, one S fortune is intertwined with another S misfortune. If Shang Mei fails to manage this incident properly, their reputation in the fashion world will be irrevocably tarnished, whether due to counterfeit products or their treatment of partners. Sister Lan sighed softly. We still cannot reach Lan Hanyue. I have emailed their official site, but thus far, there has been no response. It seems they are rather elusive. Their only hope was that someone from Lan Hanyue would take notice of the trending news and come forward to clarify matters for Mu Ji, which would be the most effective resolution. However, eliciting a response from Lan Hanyue was akin to scaling a mountain. Fan C connected with Mu Ji via phone. Having just vented his frustrations in the conference room, should he discover who is stirring the pot behind the scenes, he would curse them for eternity. Holding his phone, the public relations team was drafting a public statement. Counterfeit? Does Shang Mei even require counterfeits? A bunch of fashion ignoramuses prattling on. Where do they even get off claiming to be fashion bloggers? Nonsense. Is there any contact information for Lan Hanyue? He inquired. No, in the heat of the moment. I forgot to ask for contact details. The person left immediately after delivering the clothing, and I didn't have the chance to say much more. Fan C smacked his forehead in frustration, lamenting his oversight. Mu Ji remained silent, and both parties felt a twinge of headache. Let us set aside the Lan Hanyue matter for now, and focus on your Shang Mei issues. Have you seen that anonymous discussion post? Mu Ji's voice was calm, her exquisite face captivating. Fan C paused, quickly grasping Mu Ji's implication, his heart racing as he realized she had the upper hand in this discussion. Her words sparking clarity in his mind. Are you suggesting that the rumor originated from someone within my company? Surely my colleagues are not that foolish. The surnamed artist isn't necessarily me. Such baseless accusations are hardly worth our attention. Shang Mei has always treated its employees well. They would not stoop to spreading damaging rumors. Mu Ji's phone was on speaker, resting on the table as her fingers lightly tapped on the chair, a graceful smile gracing her lips. Fan C rubbed his nose, sensing that Mu Ji seemed to harbor some disdain for his intellect. Why wait to leak information now, when the storm has already broken? The keywords point directly to Shang Mei and me. This is inconsequential. After all, the entertainment industry is not short of surnamed artists. The whistleblower chose to remain anonymous. Don't some details strike you as familiar? Her slender, pale fingers glided across the iPad interface. That individual is clever, posting anonymously, deleting their post, and erasing their account entirely. Truly a master of slander, releasing ambiguous rumors and then vanishing once the heat intensifies. Fan C examined the screenshots on the blank screen, a sense of unease settling over him. His gaze swept over the team. Surely there couldn't be a mole within his company. Doubt clouded his mind as he scrutinized Sister Ru, who had previously clashed with Mu Ji. It was plausible that someone in the company was gossiping. Or perhaps it was Chi Mo, who had a grudge against Mu Ji. He felt suspicion creeping in regarding everyone present. Fan C rubbed his temples in frustration, thinking that if she were to be exposed, he would not rest until justice was served. Let's assume the poster is an employee of my company. But since they are anonymous, there is little we can do to find evidence. If that is the case, that person likely erased all traces. He frowned, knowing that if it were true, that individual had likely covered their tracks well. Sister Ru, overhearing the director's remarks, felt a surge of excitement. How could they possibly find her? She had deleted every trace meticulously, and even if they inspected her phone, nothing would be discovered. Sister Lan, listening intently, felt her anxiety deepen. In the entertainment industry, such leaks were rampant, and without specific names, it was challenging to pursue legal action for information. Muji remained unfazed, poised to speak when the conference room door swung open, drawing everyone's attention and interrupting her words. I am but a humble individual with a modicum of computer skills. I kindly ask Mr. Fan to ensure your employees cooperate with me, and I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution. Mu Mion's eyes, shrouded in a deep hue, concealed a simmering rage. Those who delight in lurking in the shadows to malign others would soon find themselves exposed to the light of day. Those who slander her would pay dearly for their actions. Fan Si paused momentarily, taken aback by her audacity. The others exchanged uncertain glances. Could this young girl truly undertake such a task? Sister Ru, gripping her phone tightly, felt beads of sweat forming in her palms, her demeanor fraught with anxiety. Mu Mion's voice struck like a fist, tightening her heart. Is this truly feasible? What does a mere child know about computers? This requires more than simple operation. One must possess at least hacker-level skills. Indeed, now is not the time to complicate matters for the company. If nothing is uncovered, and we offend Shang Mei, it could end poorly. Muji's profound gaze absorbed the murmurs around her, her red lips parting slightly. Director Fan, what is your perspective? After a moment of silence, Fancy realized that seeking a hacker was no longer a viable option. They had missed the golden window for public relations. Trusting Mu Mion seemed to be their only recourse, a desperate gamble. I agree. I will have them cooperate. If it is indeed one of my employees stirring the pot from the shadows, I will not let it slide easily. His eyes darkened slightly. Upon hearing the director endorse Muji's proposal, Sister Ru's composure shattered. She clenched her fists, feigning calmness. Director, this infringes upon our privacy. I oppose this course of action. Fancy's penetrating gaze fell upon her. Could it be that Sister Ru was the culprit? This thought crossed his mind before he dismissed it. She had been a long-standing employee and could not possibly be involved. Listening to Sister Ru's words, Muji's demeanor remained nonchalant. It seemed she was the one, and a flicker of amusement sparkled in her lively eyes. Your opposition stems from guilt, does it not? Or perhaps you believe you can conceal your misdeeds. Could it be that the individual spreading rumors about the company is you? Sister Ru, rising in agitation, retorted vehemently. You are slandering me without evidence. How could I possibly defame the company? Muji, it seems you are merely trying to clear your name by targeting me. Fancy observed Sister Ru's emotional outburst, his suspicions growing stronger. Typically, only those who feel guilty evade confrontation. Whether or not you are slandering depends on what Mu Mion discovers. I assure you, we will not infringe upon your other privacy, but we will inspect the content in front of all of you. Muji assured them, confident in Mu Mion's capabilities to accomplish this task with ease. The Shang Mei team exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement, except for Sister Ru, whose complexion paled. She could not outright refuse. Opposing this now would only highlight her own guilt. With a huff, she declared, You better uncover something. If not, I will demand an apology from you in front of all the netizens. She had erased everything, and did Mu Mion think she could intimidate her? Do you think that just because you possess a modicum of computer knowledge, you have transformed into an omnipotent hacker? It is likely that you are merely attempting to intimidate her, revealing your own vulnerabilities. Sister Lan anxiously observed Muji, shaking her head to caution her against hastily acquiescing. If no evidence is discovered, an apology in front of netizens would suffice. Muji, however, merely curled her lips into a smile, seemingly unfazed, and replied, Very well. I accept your challenge, Director Fan. Shall we commence? What must I do? Fancy was perplexed by this situation. Should he summon Mu Mion to operate it? Or would remote access suffice? Mu Mion will guide you through the process, Muji instructed, as arrangements were made to place the computer before Mu Mion. She slid her chair closer, settling beside her. In her previous capacity as the head of the Mu Corporation, she was aware of the formidable team of hackers employed to safeguard the company as cybersecurity against malicious intrusions. However, observing such operations firsthand was an unprecedented experience. And today she would witness it unfold. I will remotely control your company's computer. You merely need to connect your phone, Mu Mion stated slowly, her long fingers deftly tapping on the keyboard. Sister Ru felt a chill creep over her. The voice on the other end sounded ominous, akin to a death knell. What if she truly uncovers something? She pondered anxiously. Surely Mu Mion lacked such capabilities. Okay, we are prepared on this end. Fancy instructed his team to find a data cable and connect it to the computer, anticipation mounting as they awaited Mu Mion to begin her remote operation. His heart raced. Should Mu Mian indeed possess such skills, he would find himself witnessing hacking techniques firsthand. Mu Mian pressed a key and nodded towards Mu Ji, who smiled slyly in response. "Let us begin," she declared. The screen displayed the ongoing operations, and every command executed by Mu Mian was projected onto the large display. The staff at Shang Mei stared at the rapidly changing code, utterly bewildered. Truly, she was a programmer. Sister Ru's complexion paled. The significance of the code eluded her, yet it instilled a sense of dread, compelling her to flee the conference room. Next, Mu Mian's voice remained icy and unyielding. As time passed, the majority of those in the conference room had completed their checks, revealing no anomalies and confirming their innocence. "Proceed." Mu Mian's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. "How does it feel to be on pins and needles?" All eyes were fixed on Sister Ru, the last one remaining unchecked. Varied expressions adorned the faces of the crowd. Could it truly be Sister Ru? She had been with the company for quite some time. There seemed to be no reason for it. Perhaps there had been a misunderstanding. It might not have been anyone from their company who leaked information. Others had been present today, all of whom were suspect, and it could very well be a case of industry defamation. If Sister Ru were indeed innocent, an apology from Mu Ji would be warranted. After scrutinizing so many individuals, aside from a series of codes, nothing had emerged. Perhaps Mu Mian lacked the ability. Anyone could tap out random code, especially when the rest were unable to comprehend it. The employees at Shang Mei began to murmur amongst themselves, while those from Qingguang Entertainment felt a rising anxiety. With only one person left, if it truly was not her, not only would there be no evidence, but Miss Mu would also have to apologize. The ensuing public outcry would be catastrophic, leading to the potential dissolution of their public relations department. Hearing the chatter around her, Sister Ru felt a surge of confidence. Perhaps Mu Mian and Mu Ji were deliberately attempting to frame her. Surely, Mu Mian lacked the prowess. With newfound boldness, she approached the computer, connecting her phone. Fan Si observed her brazen demeanor, wondering if he had misjudged the situation, wrongfully accusing Sister Ru. Doubt began to cloud his mind. "I have stated that I am not responsible, Mu Ji. I await your apology," Sister Ru declared defiantly. The thought of a popular celebrity publicly apologizing to her filled her with uncontainable excitement. She envisioned garnering sympathy, knowing that Mu Ji would be condemned by netizens. Is that so? Yet the results have yet to be revealed. Why the haste? Sit back, widen your eyes, and do not miss a moment, Mu Ji replied. Her gaze lowered, reflecting on Mu Mian's operations. Indeed, a woman skilled in coding exuded an undeniable allure. Chapter 112. The True and False Hanyue Official Weibo. Sister Ru remained silent, her breath quickening as her gaze remained fixed on the screen. All eyes in the room were concentrated on the large display. This was the final check, and whether or not they would uncover the source of the rumors depended on Mu Mian's genuine capabilities or mere theatrics. "I trust my judgment, and I believe in your abilities," she thought. If she sought an apology from Mu Ji, disappointment was surely in store. Mu Mian's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. The screen flooded with code, her eyes ablaze with determination. "For you to demand my sister's apology? You think yourself worthy?" As Mu Mian concluded her inputs, a dialogue box appeared on the screen. A cold smirk played upon her lips as she clicked yes, causing Sister Ru's comments on the forum to be entirely restored. Her unmistakable username alongside previous complaints about the company laid bare for all to see. Fan Si was taken aback, staring at the screen in disbelief. The individual who had disparaged the company and colleagues, thrusting it into the spotlight, was indeed one of his own employees? He prided himself on treating his staff well. Providing top-tier benefits, Shang Mei held a prominent position in the entertainment industry, and even celebrities treated its employees with respect, rarely causing undue hardship. The shock extended beyond Fan Si. Sister Ru's colleagues watched in horror as she exaggerated her experiences with them online, transforming herself into a figure of ridicule, subject to the scorn of netizens. Had her comments not resurfaced, they would have remained oblivious to her machinations behind their backs. Why would you do this? It was indeed her. No wonder she had consistently obstructed them. Just moments ago, she had vehemently denied any involvement, yet her shamelessness knew no bounds. It is utterly disgraceful, Supervisor. This matter cannot be swept under the rug. Sister Ru slumped into her chair, her throat constricted as she absorbed the accusations hurled at her. Her face burned with shame as she pleaded with Fan Si, Supervisor. It must be Mu Ji and Mu Mian framing me. This is not my account. Nor did I author those comments. Should she deny it, there might still be hope. Fan Si felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. unable to discern whether it stemmed from cold-heartedness or anger. How vindictive this woman was, still holding onto her defiance in such a moment. Should you dare to cast further aspersions, once the trending topic is resolved, I shall deal with you accordingly. At the Tanghua Palace, Lung Che's icy fingers caressed the crimson silk, his pale eyes gradually igniting with intense passion. Though the fabric had long since lost her warmth, the lingering fragrance clung to his senses, refusing to dissipate. Master, trouble is brewing. There are fools disparaging Miss Muji. Song Wu rushed in, witnessing his master lost in thought, clutching the silk as he reminisced. Lung Che's indifferent gaze fell upon Song Wu, his grip on the silk unwavering. Song Wu fell silent. Master, this is rather peculiar. What nonsense. They dare to claim that Miss Muji wears counterfeit goods, incessantly deriding her. Master, you must stand up for her. Do not allow them to bully her. What audacity. They had the gall to question the authenticity of the items personally entrusted to her by the master. Without the master's approval, who would dare to remove treasures from the exhibition? Hand me your phone, Lung Che commanded coldly, unperturbed by the ignorance that persisted in an era of advancement. Regardless of the circumstances, he would protect her. Song Wu stared at his master in astonishment, blurting out without thinking, Master, do you know how to use a phone? It was not that he doubted him, but since he could remember, his master had never engaged with any electronic devices. In an age where isolation and a lack of entertainment seemed absurd, the absence of a phone would surely drive him to madness. Are you questioning my intellect? Song Wu's eyes widened, shaking his head fervently.
How could that be?
Master, you are unparalleled, pure as ice, and exceptionally intelligent. Song Wu gazed at his master's silken hair, swallowing hard, perpetually suspicious. In the conference room, Muji and Fancy meticulously deliberated over the public relations copy, which was subsequently confirmed and disseminated by Shang Mei Fashion's official Weibo account. Muji's studio promptly retweeted it, leaving the onlooking netizens momentarily astounded by the clarification. The essence of this statement implies that Shang Mei's employees have been engaging in clandestine defamation and manipulating public opinion. How utterly disgraceful. Shang Mei has truly suffered a great misfortune, nurturing a thankless wolf. How dramatic. Shang Mei is indeed formidable to unearth such revelations. Did they not think the anonymous account would simply vanish? Absurd. Defaming colleagues and partners, Muji's plight is indeed tragic. It's akin to a rabid dog indiscriminately lashing out. The director of Shang Mei has elucidated that Muji was not being difficult. It was indeed a blunder on Shang Mei's part, orchestrated entirely by this Ru Jia, which is truly nauseating. Just as the dust settled, the naysayers pivoted to a new angle of ridicule. Even if her diva antics were fabricated, surely the wearing of counterfeit items is a tangible truth? Let us not divert our gaze. A fashion magazine donning fakes is simply an embarrassment of epic proportions. I'm dying of laughter. Why is only one aspect being clarified? Why not address the counterfeit items? Is it because they lack the means to have Lan Shui publicly defend them? The fact that Lan Shui hasn't surfaced to chastise you is already a blessing. Everyone knows she is exceedingly discreet, detached from the entertainment industry for ages. So how brazenly does she wear others' clothes? Muji should just lie back and take the mockery. Who will privately message Lan Shui's official account to issue a lawyer's letter. Oh my goodness. Lan Shui's official Weibo has posted, everyone, rush to witness the unfolding drama. Lan Shui's official LX account stated, in this world, only you are worthy of the crimson silk. Its emergence signifies its existence, and it belongs solely to you.
Muji.
The netizens gazed at this so-called official account, descending into contemplation, with scarcely 1,000 followers and a mere single post, just moments ago, lacking official verification. It appeared so meager that even a blue V certification was absent. Are Muji's fans desperately trying to salvage her reputation with a counterfeit account? How utterly ludicrous. Today's entertainment is courtesy of Muji's fans. I'm in stitches. This may very well be the largest joke in recent domestic entertainment history. The counterfeit account is so poorly constructed. Allow me to clarify for you, Lan Shui's official account is the authentic one. The netizens scrutinized both the Lan Shui official LX and the genuine Lan Shui account, eagerly devouring the gossip. In the conference room, Lan Jie gazed at the trending clarification, her head suddenly throbbing. What on earth is Lan Shui LX attempting to achieve at this juncture? It's simply chaotic. The account has been registered for quite some time. Possibly just recently renamed. This is truly madness. Maintaining her composure, Lan Jie rubbed her temples. Muji cast a glance at the statements from the official account, feeling a sense of déjà vu. The words echoed in her mind, conjuring the visage of Lung Che, whose voice must have been earnestly passionate, exuding an irresistible tenacity. It may not necessarily be false. After all, the other account lacks verification, merely boasting a larger following. Chapter 113. A Limitless Reversal. Hearing Mu Ji's words, Lan Jie felt a faint inkling that it might indeed be true, solely because Mu Ji had uttered it. She calmed her thoughts, revisiting the content in search of any evidence that might substantiate the legitimacy of the Lan Shui official account. It was glaringly devoid of any substantial content. Not only the netizens, but even she herself was plunged into deep skepticism. What shall we do now? This account possesses little persuasive power, currently. The internet is rife with mockery directed at you. If only there were official verification. Lan Jie sighed. Oh, Lan Shui, why must you remain so enigmatic? If this is not handled properly, Mu Ji will undoubtedly become a laughingstock within the entertainment and fashion circles. What good is a clarification after the fact? Missing the optimal moment incurs colossal losses. Family, who comprehends? Another twist has emerged. This slap to the face has come too swiftly. I can hardly keep pace with the rhythm. What transpired? Where did this reversal originate? Is it a dream? Haha, I'm dying of laughter. That account has just certified itself as the official one, and the counterfeit account hastily emerged to clarify. This is utterly astounding. This drama is truly riveting. Rife with twists, the final takeaway, Mu Ji is remarkable. Lung Che disregarded the ignorant inquiries from netizens, for he needed only to stand behind her. Offering her everything he possessed, he could be her greatest source of strength, her master, inherently deserving of the finest this world has to offer. Lung Che tossed his phone to Tsangwu, his lips curving into a smile. From now on, you shall oversee this account. You must personally review everything concerning Mu Ji, prioritizing her interests above all else. His star-like, gentle gaze held a warmth that Tsangwu could not discern from the master's full visage, his ethereal profile mesmerizing. It was evident that the master had succumbed to the throes of love. To put it in contemporary terms, he was undoubtedly a quintessential romantic. If Miss Mu Ji were a gold digger with ulterior motives, the master might very well relinquish all of Lan Shui to her. Master, should we have Miss Mu Ji endorse Lan Shui's garments? Seize this opportunity to showcase your wealth. The master transformed into a domineering CEO. If he could not win over Miss Mu Ji, it would be an utter travesty. Lung Che tilted his head, a hint of languid indifference in his profound eyes. The time is not yet ripe. Tsangwu's mind raced, finally grasping the master's intentions. All of his actions were to safeguard Miss Mu Ji. If an endorsement were publicly announced, it would certainly incite a tempest. At present, Miss Mu Ji's status does not yet match that of Lan Shui, and the master must be keen on a gradual approach. The subordinate comprehended. Miss Mu Ji is the master's cherished one, destined to command the world in due course. In the conference room, Lan Jie and the public relations team exhaled in relief. Although Lan Shui had not responded, the uproar had evidently captured the attention of Lan Shui's official account, and the impact of a personal rebuttal could be anticipated.
Lan Jie leaned closer to Mu Ji,
her expression brimming with curiosity. Are you perhaps connected with someone at Lan Shui? Otherwise, why would they not only lend you clothes but also personally intervene to support you? Mu Ji raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in her eyes as she toyed with a pen on the desk. Naturally, there's nothing of the sort. As for why Lan Shui would assist me, it's likely because they find me utterly adorable. Mu Ji jested, secretly pondering whether it might indeed be that man. Unfamiliar? Lan Jie's mind suddenly conjured a preposterous notion. Could the higher-ups at Lan Shui be intending to exploit Mu Ji? As her manager, it was her duty to ensure her artist's safety, especially considering that Mu Ji's beauty could easily provoke unsavory thoughts in some. Might it be possible that there are high-ranking individuals at Lan Shui with ulterior motives, testing the waters, waiting for you to take the bait before proposing some unsavory scheme? Lan Jie scrutinized Mu Ji, her gaze earnest. If that were the case, it would be wise to avoid further contact with Lan Shui. Mu Ji's clear doe-like eyes reflected confusion as she stood and patted Lan Jie's shoulder, speaking with unwavering certainty. Rest assured, even if there were such intentions, they lack the capability. Lan Jie nodded, realizing she had been overly paranoid. The Mu family was no insignificant entity. Had Mu Ji lacked a background, she would likely struggle immensely in this industry, constantly under the scrutiny of many. Am I being too cautious? Will you respond to Lan Shui? They specifically tagged you. Or should I reply using the studio's account? I'll handle it myself. Mu Ji gazed at the Weibo post, and the comments below swiftly reversed course, with the majority speculating about her relationship with Lan Shui. Help! How on earth has Mu Ji managed to elicit such a response from Lan Shui? Someone enlighten me. No need to get overly excited. Tonight, the entertainment industry is in disarray. After all, no female stars donned Lan Shui's attire. Some fans ought to temper their jealousy. When spreading rumors about Mu Ji, could you at least conceal your identities? A unique entity in domestic entertainment. The living Lan Shui official account. Following it is a privilege. Even if I can't afford the clothes, I can still gaze at them. In fulfillment of expectations. In accordance with hopes. Sending love. Sending love from Lan Shui LX. Mu Ji, we adore you. We are all here, eagerly anticipating the final product. My wife is stunning. I shall pay my respects. It seems as though the outfit was tailor-made for you. Simply exquisite. May I inquire if the individual who is just bouncing around is experiencing any facial discomfort? Might it be possible to ascertain the facts before casting doubt next time? The comment section has finally become significantly cleaner, with various trolls and misguided souls vanishing. Kangwoo, gazing at Mu Ji's reply, felt as if he were floating in ecstasy. In a moment of excitement, he exclaimed, Master, Master, Miss Mu Ji has replied to you. She professed her love for you. Kangwoo hastened with fervor, clutching his phone and moving towards Lung Che. Upon hearing the commotion, Lung Che's hand trembled slightly while pouring tea, spilling the hot liquid onto the table. His gaze remained icy, yet his heart suddenly raced. His attention fixated on the phone, a fleeting glimmer of darkness passed through his eyes, and his brows knitted together with a hint of coldness. Kangwoo, in silence, contemplated that Miss Mu Ji's words could be interpreted in that manner. Cough, cough. You could choose to remain silent. Kangwoo fell quiet, promptly disappearing with the phone in hand. Upon witnessing Mu Ji's reply, Shang Mei quickly responded with an official statement. Fancy's anxious heart finally found relief. Fortunately, Lan Yue's official intervention came swiftly, or else Shang Mei's reputation would have been severely tarnished. As for this traitor within the company, she owed her escape to Mu Ji and Mu Mian, otherwise, she would have truly slipped through their fingers. Sister Ru wore a look of helplessness, gazing pitifully at Fancy, pleading, Director, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please grant me another chance. I shall dedicate myself to the company. The crisis has been averted. Fancy snorted coldly. What does the resolution of this crisis have to do with you? Such a person could never retain their position within his ranks. His tone turned frigid. As an employee of Shang Mei, you have betrayed us, disregarding the company's code of conduct and image. Pack your belongings and leave Shang Mei, or I shall alert the authorities. Any statements you wish to make can be addressed in court. Sister Ru's heart raced with panic. Without Shang Mei, she stood little chance in the fashion industry, all thanks to those two little vixens Mu Ji and Mu Mian, who could resurrect even the most obliterated reputations. I shall gather my things at once. The humiliation I have suffered today will inevitably be repaid to those two sisters. Chapter 114, The Appointment. Before long, the trending topic of Mu Ji donning the Lan Yue brand surged to the forefront. Even the typically low-profile Lan Yue found itself trending. Numerous fashion bloggers began to elucidate Lan Yue's standing within the industry, all tinged with envy. Many celebrities approached Sister Lan, inquiring how they might collaborate with Lan Yue, seeking contact information to facilitate potential partnerships and offer Mu Ji additional resources. Sister Lan was acutely aware of their ulterior motives. Lan Yue's brand leads internationally, and every star yearned to wear it. She tactfully declined all requests, stating she had no direct contacts with Lan Yue, attributing their success solely to her talented artists. Hoping Lan Yue would voluntarily sponsor garments, what a delightful fantasy that would be. As an agent, she felt a swell of joy. At the very least, Mu Ji was destined to become a darling of the fashion world, significantly elevating her profile. Mu Ling observed the online transformation, from ridicule to envy, and her jealousy burned fiercely. Why was it that Mu Ji consistently stole the spotlight? Why was her luck always so fortuitous? Wearing Lan Yue's attire had even prompted an official endorsement from Lan Yue, and the mere thought of Mu Ji's face made her want to tear it apart. That shameless vixen only knew how to seduce others. Perhaps she had even entangled herself with Lan Yue's higher-ups. The official response was so ambiguous. Clearly something was amiss. What are you muttering to yourself over there? A cold, gloomy voice interrupted from behind Mu Ling. Startled, she turned to see Zhang Xingxing. A smile graced Zhang Xingxing's lips as he stood a short distance behind her, his shadowy eyes fixed intently on Mu Ling, his expression inscrutable. Mu Ling felt a chill run down her spine at the sight of Zhang Xingxing, who approached silently. She forced a sweet smile. I saw the trending topic and was worried about my cousin. Thankfully, she is fine. I'm truly envious of her resources. I'm happy for her. She quickly tucked her phone away and hurriedly departed. Zhang Xingxing's eyes sparkled with amusement. How hypocritical. Was she genuinely concerned for Muji? It was hardly evident. This industry was nothing but a cesspool of filth and deceit. Mother, you once struggled here, yearning for a place, only to wither away like a rose. The sole exception was Muji. Her arrival had illuminated his world, much like his mother, possessing a pure and untainted soul. Muji returned to the adjacent office, where she found Mu Mian shutting her laptop, presumably having been occupied with matters. Muji refrained from asking questions, her eyes sparkling as she smiled. The situation has been resolved. Thank you. Muji's smile was radiant, while Mu Mian lowered her gaze, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. She sat in her swivel chair, her demeanor calm. It was nothing. In the future, should you encounter such issues, feel free to seek my assistance. Anything that has existed online can be restored. Understood, you are the most capable. Muji's smile widened, touched by Mu Mian's support. With her by her side, there was truly no need to seek others. Mu Mian's lips curled into a smirk. Do you have connections with Hanyue? As she spoke, her eyes seemed to drift into thought, her tone laced with uncertainty. Hanyue was indeed an enigma, a fashion brand that emerged a century ago. He had had the fortune of meeting its representative once, yet he had heard whispers that the true owner was not the individual he encountered. What connection did this mysterious figure have with the one from Xishan? On the surface, there seemed to be none. Yet they were both beyond the reach of her intelligence network, which raised significant suspicion. They sought out Muji of their own accord. If there were no leads to follow, it bore resemblance to a scam. So, who was the shadowy figure behind it all? What were their intentions? I have no connections, nor do I know them. However, they're likely akin to you. Beautiful and kind-hearted, genuinely good people.
Muji leaned closer to Mu Mian, slowly blinking.
Receiving a good person card from Mu Mian elicited the following 6 points. Declined. I am no good person. As for the individual behind Hanyue, she would eventually uncover their identity. Mu Mian's eyes turned cold as she considered this, retreating into the shadows, clearly not someone of good character. Should anything seem amiss,
contact me.
When faced with significant benefits, risks abound. There are no unearned rewards in this world. Either they harbor ulterior motives or...
Mu Mian hesitated,
her thoughts trailing off. She was astute and surely understood the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, I will safeguard myself. I instructed Sister Lan to purchase return tickets. We shall depart tomorrow morning, just in time for the variety show recording. As for the magazine publicity, Shang Mei will not let this opportunity slip by. So there's no need for you to worry. Sister Lan will oversee it. You manage it as you see fit. Mu Mian rose, lightly tapping Mu Ji on the head. Stay vigilant. I have something to attend to outside. Do not seek me out. Then, I shall send you the hotel room number. Once you finish your business, return directly to the hotel.
Okay.
Mu Mian exited the company, sending a message to Hanyue, uncertain if they would keep the appointment. Bored, Muji fiddled with her phone, acknowledging to herself that she was somewhat intrigued. After all, if it truly was him, he had bestowed upon her 2 magnificent gifts. And she needed to discern his purpose. No reward without effort. As Muji pondered, an email suddenly popped up on her phone, revealing an address, an acceptance of the invitation, with a thoughtfully chosen location. For an average person, this might evoke fears of a trap, but for her, it was inconsequential. The agreed time was set for the evening. Muji decided to return to the hotel first, as the meeting place was relatively close, thereby saving time. Wearing a hat and mask, she sensed the presence of paparazzi as soon as she exited the company. Not opting for a car, she evaded their gaze and took a taxi directly to the hotel. Tan Huagong Yuan, Kangwu's face was alight with excitement, but recalling his master's words, he stifled his enthusiasm. Is it possible that my master will soon see the clouds part and the moon emerge, allowing him to be with Miss Muji? Surely, they will soon have a mistress. Kangwu fantasized in his heart, yet realized that his master, being as cold as ice, would never pursue a woman without assistance. Lung Che cast a fleeting glance at Kangwu, who blinked with puffed cheeks. Master, I have something to say. Lung Che paid no mind to Kangwu, turning to ascend to the second floor. Kangwoo felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. What if the master made a blunder? A candlelit dinner, roses, how romantic. Yet, the master was often taciturn, leaving Miss Muji in an awkward silence. As Lung Che bathed in incense, he recalled their last encounter, which had been too hasty for meaningful conversation before she fled. He hoped this time would not end in disaster. The memory of that evening made him close his eyes. Muji received the address to a scenic amusement park, usually bustling with life, where tickets could sometimes be elusive. Yet now, as she gazed at the desolate park, it had been cleared for their meeting. Approaching her, a staff member with a hint of anxiety asked, "Are you Miss Muji?" She nodded. The park was indeed deserted. An eerie setting for a rendezvous. "Welcome to the amusement park. We were instructed not to disturb you. Enjoy your time here," he said, his heart full of suspicion over the day's decision to forego ticket sales, a significant financial loss. Muji entered the park alone. Chapter 115. I want to taste your cooking. Strolling leisurely through the woods, Muji had heard of a heart-shaped lake that had become a popular spot for couples. Why had he chosen this location? It seemed ill-suited for a date, especially with the park emptied. Following the signs, she soon arrived at the Heart Lake. Surrounded by vibrant blooms, with morning glories climbing the trellis and swings lined up neatly above. As she sat on a swing, her body swaying gently, she felt a sudden presence behind her. Lung Che began to push the swing, causing her skirt to flutter in the air. His gaze was gentle, his deep eyes resembling a star-filled sky. Were she to turn, she would surely see the profound affection reflected in his eyes, an allure that could easily ensnare her. A slight smile graced Muji's lips as she gripped the ropes of the swing, leaning back. With a swift movement, one leg shot back, creating a fierce wind that carried no malice. Lung Che, merely defending himself, felt the warmth radiating from the arm that had been kicked. As Muji regained her balance, the swing continued to sway, and their eyes met. Staring at his handsome face, her heart skipped a beat. He was nothing short of breathtaking. Dressed in dark robes, he appeared as if he had stepped out of a painting, ethereal and otherworldly. The dark hue accentuated his fair complexion, and as Muji scrutinized him from the swing, she noted his impressive agility. The enigmatic aura surrounding him did not incite fear, but rather a sense of intrigue. It almost felt as if she were playfully toying with him. "Long time no see. Let us properly introduce ourselves. I am Muji," she said, her gaze intense as the swing continued its motion. Lung Che's eyes never left her. Lung Che, his voice resonated like a droplet of water merging into a river. Subtly, yet profoundly impactful. "Lung Che, I have no recollection, but it must be linked to Lan Shui. You seem to harbor a significant background, hidden deep beneath the surface. I have a question. Why do you help me? You were involved at Xishan as well, weren't you?"
Len Ke fell silent.
His demeanor revealing the truth to Muji. "Indeed, it was him, but why? You will understand in due time. I shall never harbor malice towards you." Muji shifted her stance, her toes barely grazing the ground. She decided it was best to coexist peacefully, acknowledging his immeasurable capabilities without feeling threatened. "Is that so? They say you harbor ulterior motives." She regarded him, her smile innocent and teasing. Lung Che lowered his gaze, a flicker of unease igniting in his eyes. As he rubbed his fingers together, the strange atmosphere caused Muji to smirk. "You do not deny it then? What sort of ulterior motives do you possess?" Her playful laughter rang out, her bright face adorned with mischief as her fingers traced along Lung Che's chest, akin to a cat flaunting its prowess. His pale ears flushed with a hint of crimson, captivated by the enchanting glimmer in her eyes, a stark contrast to his usually frigid demeanor. "The scenery here is quite lovely. Allow me to accompany you on a stroll," he suggested, deftly changing the subject. For many years, he had coveted the master, a sentiment he carefully guarded, fearful of startling her. "Very well, I appreciate your company," Muji replied, aligning herself alongside him. "What is your occupation? A Hanfu model? Cosplay? Each time I see you, you are always so distinct. One might think you are filming a period drama." "I live a reclusive life, devoid of work." If Kanwu had heard this, he would surely have choked on his breath. Though Lung Che claimed to have no formal occupation, he presided over numerous enterprises, each one generating wealth on his behalf. Many members of the Lung family had never even encountered him. The only one capable of shaking the family's foundations was Lung Che himself. A wealthy scion, Muji's suspicions began to form. With someone tailing them, Muji felt no discomfort. After having explored the park, hunger began to gnaw at her. Shall we dine? Is there a particular place you desire? As she pulled out her phone to make a reservation, Lung Che, his expression earnest, stood beside her. In a low, husky voice tinged with a hint of longing, he said, "I wish to taste your cooking." Mu Ji blinked, her small eyes filled with confusion and a touch of disbelief. "Young master, you are unaware of my culinary skills. If I am unable to cook and you end up hospitalized, I cannot be held responsible," she warned, her finger resting on her phone. "Fear not, I am your admirer. Whatever you create, I shall cherish," he replied. "Young master, you are too immersed in your fan persona," she teased. "Very well, you shall choose the place," she conceded, viewing it as a small token of gratitude. As they exited the amusement park, Kanwoo awaited them in the car. Upon seeing his master and Miss Muji emerge together, his eyes brightened with excitement. "Did the master's date go well?" Hurry. "Miss Muji, my master has reserved a restaurant, meticulously prepared a candlelit dinner, and hopes you will grace him with your presence." Muji looked up, her eyes sparkling with jest. "A candlelit dinner?" Lung Che's lips tightened, his cold gaze flicking towards Kanwoo, who instinctively shrank back, attempting to diminish his presence. Had he erred in his arrangements? "All right, let us drive. My master has no objections."
Leng che remarked, noting Kanwoo's fright.
"Is he truly that fearsome?"
"Oh."
Kanwoo hurriedly climbed into the car, while Muji and Lung Che took their seats in the back. From time to time, Muji would steal glances at Lung Che. His flawless visage left her utterly entranced. Kanwoo discreetly monitored the dynamics between them, pondering how far their relationship had progressed. "Shao Kanwoo, focus on driving. If an accident occurs and harms your master, I will not be responsible."
Musei teased, her lips cooling playfully.
Despite Lung Che's icy demeanor, his subordinates proved to be quite entertaining. Kanwoo obediently concentrated on the road, no longer daring to glance back. "Miss Muji, it seems your fate is intertwined with my masteress. His heart rests entirely with you." They arrived at a private dining establishment where Kanwoo had somehow secured access to the kitchen. As it had been reserved for the day, only the owner remained. This renowned establishment in the capital operated on the owner's whims, sometimes serving only one patron, other times remaining open all day. "The ingredients in the kitchen are available for use, but if you damage my utensils, you'll have to compensate," the owner remarked, sizing up the trio, one pretty girl and two imposing men. Cough. "Rest assured, we will be careful," Kanwoo assured him. He had never anticipated that the master would allow Miss Muji to cook, though he too yearned to taste her culinary creations. The flavor of that grilled fish lingered in his memory. Chapter 116. You pamper him. The boss glanced at the girl wearing a mask, feeling a sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had encountered her before. She appeared quite young. "Do not move what shouldn't be moved. Do you require assistance?" Were it not for his promise to provide her with ingredients, he would not have lent her the kitchen even for all the riches in the world. Today, however, he was in good spirits and could afford to teach the young lady a thing or two. It was apparent that she had ventured into the kitchen to impress a crush. The youth of today certainly possessed an abundance of novel ideas, improvising as they went along. Muji smiled gently. "No need, boss. I can manage on my own." The boss waved his hand, ceasing his insistence, and took his wine jug to recline in a rocking chair at the door, his expression relaxed as he hummed a little tune. Song-woo sat alone inside, idly watching the fish in the shop, occasionally casting furtive glances toward the kitchen. Yet, he could only catch glimpses, which stirred a restless curiosity within him, leaving him to wonder what his master and Miss Muji were concocting in the kitchen. Are there any dietary restrictions? Muji's culinary skills were self-taught, having never apprenticed under a master, thus differing slightly from those of external restaurants. "I do not consume bitter melon, tofu, cilantro, or celery," Lung Che stated earnestly, listing his dietary restrictions. Muji's eyes flickered with intrigue, and she replied softly, "You are quite difficult to cater to. Being picky is not a commendable habit." Lung Che silently mused, "You are to blame for this." He cast a discreet glance away, recalling how his finicky eating habits had been indulged by his master. Before he had taken on his current form, he had been pampered by his master, eating whatever he desired, which had gradually fostered his picky nature. She had never compelled herself to do anything she did not wish to. "It's not hard to please. You could give it a try," Lung Che said, a hint of grievance in his tone. Muji's fingers hesitated for a moment before meeting Lung Che's gaze, her suspicion lingering as she suppressed a teasing remark.
"No,"
She reminded herself she was still a pure high school girl and must not act inappropriately. With how handsome young Master Lung is, I imagine many would wish to pamper you, she thought, smirking. Lung Che's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of hurt crossing his features, as Muji lowered her gaze and focused intently on her cooking. In the kitchen, with only the two of them present, Lung Che observed Muji's serious demeanor, his heart soaring. It had been far too long since he had tasted the flavors crafted by his master, so long that the memory had grown hazy. Thankfully, she had finally returned. Noticing the beads of sweat on her nose, Lung Che delicately produced a handkerchief, his movements careful. The cool touch stirred something familiar within Muji, evoking memories of being gently wiped down by someone in the past. The kitchen's ingredients had all been prepped, saving much time. Muji's expertise shone through as the sounds of sizzling filled the air, the essence of the kitchen enveloping them. Lung Che stood behind her, his intense gaze seemingly capable of melting her. It's done, Muji announced as she plated the final dish, raising an eyebrow at Lung Che. Give me your hand. Lung Che's deep-set eyes met hers, his tone devoid of command, merely imbued with gentle warmth. What for? Muji blinked her beautiful eyes, extending her fair hand. The skin as smooth as jade, checking if her hands were clean. If he dared to complain, she would feed it to little Songwoo. Lung Che gently grasped her wrist, kneading it softly. Muji sighed in comfort, her voice sweet and soft enough to drive one mad. She shot a reproachful glare at Lung Che, realizing he was taking advantage of her. How humiliating it was to emit such a sound. Lung Che bowed his head, concealing his expression, while Muji felt the air grow a tad more charged. Muji's gaze deepened. Had it been any other man, she would have acted decisively. Yet, his touch was too soothing, and she begrudgingly allowed him to continue. Lung Che cherished this delicate moment, vowing to remain by his master's side henceforth. For that place was solely meant for him. Songwoo stealthily approached, witnessing his master holding Muji's wrist, their connection palpable. Ahem. He cleared his throat, pretending not to see anything. I'm here to serve the dishes. Once he had delivered the plates, Songwoo wisely left the space open for the two. Muji took a bite of her meal and glanced at Lung Che. Lung Che's lips curled upward involuntarily. He savored the food slowly, relishing each bite. For since his master had departed, he had rarely dined. As they enjoyed their meal, Lung Che basked in happiness until a sudden commotion outside caught Muji's attention. Lung Che's gentle gaze instantly turned icy, his dark pupils shadowed with depth. How dare they disturb her meal? It seems something is amiss outside. I shall investigate. I've nearly finished eating, excuse me. With little regard for anything else, Muji elegantly wiped her mouth with a tissue and donned her mask before stepping outside. Upon exiting, she collided with Songwoo, who gazed at her in surprise. What was that noise? I'm not entirely sure. It came from the entrance. It seems someone is looking for trouble. I was just about to report to the master. How dare they interrupt the date between the master and Miss Muji? He would relish seeing how they would handle this. Indeed. Muji nodded slightly, her stride purposeful. Songwoo surveyed the surroundings, debating whether to seek out the master or to support Miss Muji, wishing to prevent any unwarranted harm from befalling her. Ultimately, Songwoo cast aside thoughts of the master and quickly followed in Muji's footsteps. At the restaurant's entrance, a crowd had gathered, animatedly discussing the unfolding scene. The leading man was a foreigner with striking golden hair, flanked by two followers, live-streaming their antics as they narrated the current situation. I've heard that Huagua boasts vast lands and rich resources, with cuisine renowned far and wide. Your private kitchen is quite famous in the capital. I've come to spar with you today, yet the boss continually declines. Is it because he feels inferior? The man wore an arrogant expression. This individual is said to be a chef from White Country, known for challenging prestigious hotels in Huagua. Those who lose must surrender their restaurant's secret recipes. I've heard he has already triumphed over 3 establishments since arriving in the capital, brazenly proclaiming that Huagua lacks culinary prowess and capable chefs. Some restaurants have even ceased operations for fear of his challenge. Indeed, such a method is rather insidious, provoking a direct challenge where the loser must reveal their secrets while the winner gains notoriety. This has escalated to a matter of national pride. How audacious! Are there truly no restaurants in the capital capable of defeating him? It was rather peculiar, as some had fortuitously come across videos showcasing Huagua chefs, revealing various flaws in their dishes. They even bragged about defeating all the renowned chefs in the capital. The boss, listening to the murmurs of the crowd and observing the man's arrogant demeanor, clenched his fists. Who is this foreigner, arrogantly flaunting his skills in his establishment? My refusal to engage with you stems from my utter disdain for competing with you. I kindly ask you to leave. The man nonchalantly waved his hat. Is it disdain or fear? After all, your chefs seem rather inept. I have already obtained 3 secret recipes. Chapter 117, A Reputation Built on Falsehoods. The man continued his provocations, seemingly convinced that the boss would ultimately acquiesce. It appears that Huagua's chefs are not as impressive as I had presumed. I had thought your cuisine enjoyed global acclaim, but it seems to be nothing more than empty boasts. The variety of dishes and exquisite flavors?
Mere fabrications.
His followers erupted in boisterous laughter, their derisive jeers strikingly offensive. The boss's face flushed crimson. He was not intimidated by this man but found the situation somewhat suspicious. The chefs he challenged were all renowned culinary artists in the capital, not insignificant novices, yet they had all succumbed. There was surely an undisclosed secret at play here. He had always been cautious and wished not to fall into this man's trap. Master, they must be afraid and refuse to accept the challenge. Let us move on to the next one. A voice chimed from behind, dripping with disdain, igniting indignation among those nearby. How can you allow them to provoke you like this? Accept the challenge. Indeed. How can we let them belittle us? Boss, we stand behind you. Let us take them down. What audacity. Are we truly to watch them flaunt their superiority? Boss, you cannot be a coward. What they call private dishes, I see, are merely a facade. The soft-footed shrimp should no longer be served, yet I find myself reluctant to part with that recipe. The owner, overhearing the crowd's discussions, furrowed his brow as a surge of anger ignited within him. These individuals were evidently attempting to tarnish the reputation of Huagua to provoke a reaction. And whether he agreed or disagreed, he would fall into their trap. Muji observed the furious crowd, including a few foolish souls making sardonic remarks, and coldly uttered, "If you are capable, then step forward." Muji slowly advanced, her mask concealing her face, but failing to mask her extraordinary aura. The crowd fell silent and one man, intimidated by her presence, took a step back and sealed his lips.
Who are you?
The blonde man inquired, his eyes flickering with contemplation as he assessed her attire. Concluding she was merely a patron. You are not yet worthy to know who I am. The unwavering confidence of the trio before her seemed rather peculiar. They appeared certain of victory. Whether their abilities were genuine, or if they employed underhanded tactics, would soon be revealed. The owner, witnessing Muji's emergence, stood up and muttered softly, "What are you doing here, young lady? This is a matter for adults, and I shall handle it."
Musve's finely shaped brows twitched.
A glimmer of cunning flashing in her dark eyes. She leaned closer to the owner and whispered, "Do you not wish to discover the tricks they are employing? Agree to their terms, and I can assist you. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to lose." The owner regarded Muji with suspicion, pondering the motives of this clever girl. He initially intended to refuse, but her resolute gaze compelled him to nod in agreement, his demeanor softening. "If you truly have a plan, then the recipe is not my primary concern. It is my dignity at stake. Should we lose, you may also face reproach." After all, he had reached an age where he had experienced much. Running the establishment was merely a pursuit of passion, and if he were to lose, he would simply close up shop and travel. Muji's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied nonchalantly, "If you are unafraid, why should I be? I am merely wearing a mask." The crowd watched as Muji and the owner conspired together, as if strategizing their response. The blonde man exchanged glances with his apprentice, their eyes gleaming with self-satisfaction. They had ensnared their prey. This tactic rarely failed, as they knew the owner would not decline unless he were a coward, and refraining from battle would only serve to benefit their propaganda. The owner chuckled inwardly, nodding in agreement. A group of foreigners daring to act recklessly on Huagua's territory did not intimidate him. Muji regarded the group with a sly glint in her eye, reminiscent of a clever little fox, elusive and enigmatic. "The owner has accepted your challenge. However, since you have presented conditions, we too have a few requests, nothing unreasonable, I trust?" The blonde man nodded confidently, naturally. "Should I lose, I will surrender my recipe to you. Or, if you have other terms, please share." Quite the confident individual. Muji mused, suggesting that the victorious recipe be returned to the other chefs and that it must not be disseminated thereafter. Otherwise, consequences would follow. Her provocation commanded respect from those around, for she possessed audacious spirit. Indeed, you have proposed such unreasonable demands. Our requests are hardly excessive, are they? Or are you simply afraid to comply? I firmly believe the owner shall emerge victorious. I have tasted his private dishes, and I deem them far superior to their offerings. Can we truly win? How nerve-wracking. What if we lose? Surely this woman is not here to complicate matters.
Ha!
I sense that they harbor ulterior motives. I wholeheartedly support the owner in delivering a resounding slap to their faces. The blonde man clenched his teeth, listening to the murmurs of the crowd, and reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, I accept. Should I lose, I shall abide by your terms. Yet in his heart, he was convinced he would not falter.
Muji smiled.
Intrigued to discover the methods by which he intended to secure victory. The owner too was curious about whether this little girl could truly assist him. He had a fleeting moment of regret for not having assessed her culinary skills earlier. However, even if her abilities fell short, his own prowess would suffice to contend with them. The rules of the competition were established. 3 dishes would be prepared, an appetizer, a main course, and a dessert, with assistance permitted and ingredients provided by them. The owner nodded in agreement. The rules posed no issues. Please follow me. The onlookers entered the restaurant, and those unable to secure seats were left to jostle for space. Muji followed the owner into the kitchen, where they began deliberating on the dishes to be prepared. Songwoo observed his master's sullen expression, though it remained unchanged. Years of experience told him his master was far from pleased. Master, shall I assist Miss Muji? Interrupting your engagement is unforgivable. She will manage. This matter does not require my intervention. I merely need to stand behind her as her steadfast support. Muji surveyed the live stream, one individual narrating in Chinese while another provided assistance, discussing strategies with the blonde man. While those outside could not see the kitchen's inner workings, they could watch the live broadcast and quickly pulled out their phones to tune in. This streaming tactic was not novel, and soon they located the blonde man's channel. Not only netizens, but also renowned chefs from the capital entered the live stream, eager to ascertain the abilities of the individual capable of defeating 3 opponents. The defeated trio also tuned in, praying for Muji's victory. For it would not only redeem their honor but also reclaim the recipe, preventing it from falling into foreign hands. Once the recipe was disseminated, their hotels and restaurants would suffer a catastrophic blow. Without their unique secrets, they would amount to nothing. Songwoo stroked his chin, observing the live broadcast on his phone. Even masked, Miss Muji radiated beauty, a perfect match for his master. Can the owner truly win? How nerve-wracking. If he loses, it would only embolden their arrogance. Our culinary secrets must never reach their grasp. At this point, we can only place our faith in him. I wonder what that woman said to persuade the owner. Absurd. Why do I feel this woman resembles Muji? Those above should have their eyes checked. Muji wouldn't he appear here? She is likely just some aristocrat. Let us focus on the competition and rally for the owner. We cannot afford to lose. This is a matter of national honor. The excitement in the live stream intensified, with everyone eagerly anticipating the competition. The man, observing the growing fervor, felt a surge of anticipation. This success would undoubtedly elevate his notoriety, causing chefs in Huagua to tremble in fear. Little girl, what are your thoughts? They are likely preparing Western-style steak and Michelin cuisine. The owner, while handling the ingredients, observed the other side with growing concern. He was no stranger to Western cuisine and was eager to see how they would present their steak. Muji, standing aside, remarked with a smirk, have you noticed his knife skills? What? The owner, puzzled, shifted his focus to the man's chopping technique and suddenly realized that his culinary precision was rather mediocre. In the industry, it is commonly said that no knife skills, no dishes, and the quality of a chef's knife work serves as a benchmark of their culinary expertise. Yet, the individual before him displayed a rather unremarkable level of skill, clearly not a professional top-tier chef. The owner grasped Muji's implication but remained cautious. Ultimately, the flavor mattered most, as some individuals might not possess keen knife skills. Muji watched the owner busily at work in the kitchen, opting not to disturb him. His culinary skills were ample to handle the competition, while her gaze drifted to the others, instilling an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Master, she has been staring at us. Does she wish to learn our techniques? The assistant apprentice felt a twinge of guilt. This mere girl somehow emanated an oppressive aura. My culinary skills cannot be easily grasped by mere observation. It requires more than a glance. The blonde man cast a sidelong glance at Muji, feigning culinary prowess. Do they truly believe everyone covets your recipes? Such arrogance. Upon hearing the conversation, the boss felt a surge of anger, muttering under his breath. If anyone is going to learn, it should be from her. Moreover, she was merely a young girl, seemingly of noble lineage. Did she truly need to learn the art of cooking? It was utterly preposterous. A glimmer of delight flickered in Muji's eyes. The boss certainly possessed a distinctive character. The boss wields his knife with remarkable precision. The thickness of each slice is impeccably uniform. Such fundamental skills of a chef require years of practice. Ultimately, it all comes down to flavor. If this woman is of no assistance, she ought to leave. Her mere presence is an eyesore. I cannot fathom why the boss thinks otherwise. He could at least summon an assistant to aid him. Is she deliberately seeking trouble? The boss has no objections. So cease your incessant chatter. The comments flowed freely in the barrage, while the patrons in the restaurant maintained an unusual silence, perhaps out of fear of disruption. With only occasional whispers of discussion, Muji observed the man as he added lemon juice to the dishes, then retrieved a spray bottle, misting each dish with it. Intrigued, Muji watched their actions, her clear eyes filled with curiosity. What is that? It seems not to be from the kitchen. With a proud smile, the man replied, "This is my exclusive secret recipe. Naturally, it is unlike anything you have encountered. I hope you will sample it shortly, and that it does not disappoint." The boss, however, was not overly concerned. He knew that the man's success likely hinged on this so-called exclusive recipe. Yet, his own special concoction was not to be underestimated. Otherwise, he would not have garnered such a following, with countless patrons clamoring for a taste of his signature dishes. Her lips subtly curling beneath her mask. "Then I shall graciously accept." Finally, the two sets of dishes emerged from the kitchen, 3 plates in total, elegantly arranged on the table. Curious eyes turned towards them, as the exquisite presentation boasted dishes rich in color, aroma, and flavor. The boss had prepared drunken crab and shrimp balls, borscht and mango snow cake, while the golden-haired man presented a classic Western meal of steak, tiramisu, and seafood soup. Let those present evaluate and select 6 individuals to taste the dishes. To ensure fairness, you may choose these 6 yourselves. We will not interfere. What do you say? The golden-haired man was confident, utterly convinced of his impending victory. The boss rolled his eyes internally. Such arrogance was amusing, especially when he feigned magnanimity. Very well. The selection is in my hands. Young lady, please choose. The boss gestured towards Muji. I will. Choose me. I often indulge in fine cuisine, and am undoubtedly capable of discerning its quality. I too wish to participate. I am a professional food critic and promise an impartial evaluation. A chorus of voices clamored as hands shot up, eager not to miss this opportunity. They were determined to discern which chef was superior, each vying for the chance to partake. Even the barrage echoed their hopes for a professional food critic, urging against bias. Muji asked no questions and casually pointed to 5 individuals, her voice soft. You 5 shall suffice. What? Such an important matter cannot be decided so casually. Do you truly understand cuisine? Why these choices? Are you not an undercover agent sent by them? What is happening, boss? You should speak up. Let us choose again, ensuring at least a professional's involvement. Even the barrage began to criticize Muji, accusing her of lacking culinary knowledge and suggesting her actions could lead to the boss's defeat. Some even spun conspiracies, vehemently denouncing Muji as a disruptor, claiming the boss had erred in allowing a young girl to decide such a critical issue. The boss was equally perplexed, but did not consider Muji an undercover agent. He merely wondered, why? They do not appear to be professionals.
Muji smiled enigmatically,
Her eyes sparkling like stars, casting a mild glance at the golden-haired man. Because no matter who is chosen, the outcome will be the same. Let us begin. The dishes will cool and affect their taste. Her cryptic statement left everyone bewildered, while the golden-haired man's expression shifted subtly before returning to normal.
What does she mean by that?
Is the outcome predetermined? I sense something amiss. To make such ambiguous statements before tasting is truly to inflate others' egos while diminishing one's own spirit. What do you mean that any choice leads to the same result? This is precisely the sort of task that requires specialists. Muji offered no explanations and urged the 5 individuals to begin tasting. Observing the patrons sampling the boss's dishes, their brows knitted in discontent, while those at the golden-haired man's table nodded in agreement, their expressions starkly contrasting. What is going on? Could the boss's dishes be inedible? Why does everyone appear constipated? This cannot be happening. Do not let this affect morale. It's over. It seems the boss is destined to lose. I guarantee that girl is up to no good, hiding behind her mask, fearful of being recognized. She must either be guilty or have ulterior motives. In the barrage, myriad speculations arose, accusing Muji of having accepted a bribe from the foreigner, conspiring with the golden-haired man to sabotage the boss. They believed Muji had said something to the boss that prompted his agreement. Observing the expressions of the three tasters, the boss felt an ominous premonition. He had confidence in his culinary skills. Though not world-class, they should not result in such reactions. Something was amiss, as the remaining two tasted his dishes. Their faces reflected similar displeasure. It's a bit bitter. Boss, what did you put in these? There's an unmistakable bitterness in all three dishes. They are truly unpalatable. Yes, a most peculiar flavor. I detest bitterness. Even the dessert was bitter, nearly causing me to vomit. Surely, you did not mistakenly use the wrong seasoning out of nervousness? The flavor of the opponent's steak was acceptable, and the dessert's taste was pleasing, leading many to concede that the competitor had the upper hand. Though reluctant to admit it, the consensus was that the competitor's dishes were indeed superior, primarily because the boss's flavors were decidedly off. What on earth is happening? I recall the last competition with chefs from the imperial capital also had issues. Last time it was too salty, and now it's too bitter. Is it a case of nerves when facing foreign chefs? A complete disaster. This is truly embarrassing. They are private dishes. Close the doors and do not return. Once the foreigners thoroughly analyze the recipes, what will you have left? Such trash. The foreign influence is seeping through the screen. I suspect the foreigner is scheming. One mishap is understandable, but how could they all go awry? Bitter?
How can that be?
None of my ingredients or seasonings are bitter. It is impossible to create such a dish, the boss thought, taking a bite with his chopsticks, his brow slightly furrowing. What is happening? I was present throughout the cooking process. There is no way anyone tampered with the dishes. Muji remained unmoved, and the foreigners had not intervened. The plating and serving were all done by the boss himself, leaving him utterly bewildered. He began to doubt whether he had inadvertently added something that led to this flavor mishap. In my years of cooking, I have never encountered such a blunder. I suspect there may be some trickery involved. His vast culinary experience urged him to remain vigilant. He was determined not to falter. The golden-haired man smiled smugly, shaking his head at the boss's remarks. A blunder is a blunder. Cannot your chefs admit their failures? Such a pity. The result is already determined. I implore you to uphold your promise. The boss's frustration boiled over. Recalling the cooking process, he pondered where things had gone awry, resolved to uncover the truth. Otherwise, this defeat would be utterly humiliating. A group of foreigners seemed intent on taking advantage of the situation, fueling his ire. Slowly, Muji cut a small piece of steak and placed it on a small dish, her actions drawing the attention of the crowd. Was she about to taste? Goodness! How shameless! Family, if she dares to remove her mask, I will be the first to unleash a torrent of online outrage, ensuring she knows we are not to be trifled with. At this moment, calmly cutting steak? She is undoubtedly the mole. Let us see how she justifies this. Surely, she cannot believe that donning a mask would absolve her of all fault. Haha. Muji calmly handed the plate to the owner, her demeanor so composed that it momentarily steadied the owner's racing heart. Taste the steak and inform me of any discrepancies. Ponder carefully what they might have incorporated while preparing the steak. What is this all about? Is there something amiss with their steak? It truly leaves one speechless. What could possibly be wrong with this steak? Did they perhaps add something inappropriate, something addictive? How could that be? If they did, it would be a blatant violation of culinary ethics, warranting immediate notification to the authorities. I am curious to see how they will salvage their reputation. I hope they do not end up regretting their actions like a knife striking a wall. The owner, heeding Muji's words, placed the steak into his mouth, and all eyes were fixed upon him. No one noticed the astonished expression of the blonde man nearby, who discreetly signaled to his assistant, prompting the assistant to attempt to exit. Just then, Muji seized the assistant's arm with a grip so fierce that it elicited a gasp. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, and though her voice was gentle, it resonated with an unsettling aura akin to a devil emerging from an abyss. The contest is not yet over. Where do you think you're going? Oh, are you off to engage in some nefarious deed? Such behavior is, of course, unacceptable. One must adhere to the rules, lest you wish to incur my displeasure. Muji's eyes twinkled mischievously, embodying a delightful blend of charm and defiance. What are you doing? I merely need to visit the restroom. Do not hurl baseless accusations. The outcome is already determined. You have lost. The assistant grimaced at the weight of his defeat, lamenting the intensity of her grip, which was causing him considerable pain. The restroom, indeed. Hold your breath. Await the final verdict. Muji casually tossed her hair, her soft tone rendering those around her weak at the knees. Her words incited laughter among the onlookers. This seemingly demure girl possessed an undeniable commanding presence. bringing them a sense of pride. After tasting the steak, the owner racked his mind for memories of the kitchen. The young lady had mentioned the addition of lemon during the steak preparation, and a light bulb moment struck him. He began sampling their dessert and seafood soup. He recalled that all 3 dishes had incorporated lemon juice, which had puzzled him at the time, given that the dessert bore no hint of lemon flavor. Indeed, something was amiss. Such culinary competitions could not possibly lack flavor, especially considering his palate was more discerning than most. The absence of lemon flavor was perplexing. What could be the reason? The owner's expression shifted to one of confusion as he realized the implications of the girl's earlier comment. The blonde man, now panicking, directed his ire at Muji. What are you trying to accomplish? The victor has already been declared. If you cannot accept defeat, then spare me your theatrics. Why are you so anxious? A loss should be clear-cut, and a victory should shine brightly. Every chef who has faced you has encountered misfortune, piquing my curiosity about the peculiarities of your dishes. Indeed, what do you have to fear? Since the owner has raised concerns, it is only prudent to clarify matters, especially if it does not affect the final outcome. I too seek to uncover the mystery. Watching her play riddles with the owner intrigues me. Chapter 120. Unveiling the Deception. Muji entered the kitchen, retrieved a bottle of lemon juice, and added a few drops to the dishes, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. What was she doing? Could a few drops of lemon juice truly alter the flavor? Regardless, the competition had concluded, and no amount of salvaging could change the facts. The blonde man felt a chill run down his spine. Was it possible that this insolent girl had uncovered the truth? No, it was utterly inconceivable. No one had ever been able to see through his ruse, and she was but a mere girl, incapable of such insight. He struggled to maintain his composure, growing increasingly agitated, desperate to preserve his schemes. Now, let us taste and observe any changes, Muji said, gazing at the awestruck group, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting allure. They obediently sampled the dishes once more, their eyes lighting up with astonishment as the flavor of the crab meat blossomed, rich and savory, captivating their hearts from the very first bite. They could not help but exclaim their delight, eagerly returning to the dessert and soup. This is the best crab meat I have ever tasted. My palate feels as though it is dancing. Why does the flavor change so dramatically with the addition of lemon juice? Just moments ago, it was bitter. All eyes were now fixed on Muji, awaiting her explanation. Even the dimmest of minds could perceive that something was amiss. A loss is a loss. Attempting to remedy it now undermines the integrity of the competition. The blonde man's complexion darkened, his composure finally unraveling. Muji, however, paid little heed to the man's escalating agitation. Her expression remained placid, yet her gaze was strikingly captivating. The reason the flavor returns to normal upon the addition of lemon juice is certainly linked to your actions. Muji's alabaster fingers pointed accusingly at the blonde man, her eyes gleaming with mockery and icy detachment. The crowd erupted in gasps, a flurry of questions filling the air. The assistant, sensing the tide turning, hastily shut down the live stream. However, those present began to pull out their phones to broadcast the unfolding drama, eager for the online audience to witness this pivotal moment and to unveil the machinations at play. What nonsense are you spouting? What does this have to do with us? We have not touched his dishes. If they taste poorly, do not lay the blame at our feet. It is utterly outrageous. The man's icy fury bore down upon Muji. In the room, Songwoo, who was watching the live stream, clenched his fists, itching to intervene and deliver some well-deserved retribution. Just wait and see how Miss Muji handles them. Master, how did Miss Muji discern the issue? Even the owner did not notice. It was difficult to fathom that without Muji's intervention, they would have succeeded in their deceit. She has always known, Lung Che remarked. Entirely unsurprised, his master was undeniably astute. Songwoo nodded in astonishment, eagerly awaiting the final revelation. So what exactly transpired? Did they secretly tamper with the ingredients? However, the live stream clearly showed no interaction between the two camps. Any foul play would surely have been detected by the viewers. Indeed, what is the truth here? Do not keep us in suspense. Please enlighten us. Muji's lips curled into a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she approached the assistant. The blonde man instinctively blocked her path, while the assistant reflexively covered his pocket. Muji regarded him coolly, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through the veil of deceit. With a swift motion, she brushed aside the man's hand and yanked the assistant's hand from his pocket. A small white vial materialized before the crowd, and the faces of the 3 men paled in shock. The blonde man lunged to seize the vial, but Muji effortlessly tossed it to the owner. Isn't this your secret recipe? What is the meaning of this? Their urgency revealed a deeper issue. What was so peculiar about this recipe? The blonde man's muscles tensed with rage. You Chinese are truly boorish and rude. Unable to accept defeat, you resort to thievery. Robbing me of my secret recipe. How utterly disgraceful. What thievery? You are the true thieves. If you have indeed employed underhanded tactics, today's events will not go unpunished. If your skills are inferior, do not resort to petty tricks. How pathetic. The owner glared at the man, his voice resonating with authority. A clear conscience fears no accusations. If you have acted honorably, I shall concede gracefully. However, if you have resorted to unscrupulous methods, do not think us easy prey. The so-called land of etiquette does not extend its courtesies to a band of scheming rats. The owner sprayed a hint of the fragrant essence on his wrist, and an unfamiliar aroma enveloped him. What is this exquisite scent? The owner turned to Muji, hoping she would illuminate the mystery. He prided himself on his extensive knowledge of spices, yet this was unlike anything he had ever encountered, resembling an extracted essence. This is vanilla extract, a liquid derived from the extraction of vanilla. This liquid disperses and evaporates at high temperatures, adhering to the dishes, and can only be neutralized by lemon or acidic substances. This explains why they sprayed essence in their dishes and added lemon juice, yet the taste of lemon was imperceptible. As Muji concluded her explanation, a profound silence enveloped the room, as this knowledge surpassed their understanding. Unless one specializes in the study of vanilla, how could they possibly be aware of such tactics? The malevolence of these individuals is indeed reprehensible. Such insidious methods can alter the flavor of someone else's dish without detection, which is utterly terrifying. Had Muji not exposed this deceit, countless chefs and numerous culinary recipes of the Huagua would have been misled. Just the thought is chilling. You speak nonsense. How could such a thing exist in this world? This is merely the flavoring essence I use, retorted the golden-haired man, unwilling to concede. Isn't that right? Everyone, feel free to verify. I trust your discerning eyes. Muji lightly scoffed, grateful for her extensive study of ancient texts, realizing that a modicum of knowledge could lead to deception. Those who fell victim to her revelations could only consider themselves unfortunate. The proprietor initiated a verification process, spraying the essence under high heat. As a few sampled the steak, they found its taste to be bitter and peculiar, ultimately spitting it out, unable to consume it. Shameless. You are truly despicable. Hand over your recipes and guarantee that they will not be disseminated. Otherwise, we will report you to the authorities. To swindle in Huagua is a crime deserving of punishment. The crowd united in condemnation. The golden-haired man shot a fierce glare at Muji, ultimately surrendering 3 recipes to the proprietor while signing a guarantee of confidentiality before being expelled from the restaurant under the scrutiny of the onlookers. Thank goodness for this young lady, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Those who insulted her can come forth and apologize now. The internet is rife with ignorance. Yet this young lady is truly remarkable. She possesses knowledge that many do not. I wonder what her identity is. Could she possibly be a gourmet? The sentiment in the comments swiftly shifted, now showering her with praise. The proprietor dismissed everyone, summoning the chefs who had lost their recipes to retrieve their belongings. With their departure, the restaurant fell into a tranquil hush. Chapter 121. Do not abandon treatment. The proprietor gazed at Muji with admiration, recognizing her extraordinary composure and meticulousness at such a young age. Had she not been present, he would have fallen into their trap. Young lady, you have done me a great service today. I am not yet acquainted with your name, but should you desire a meal, I will always make time to cook for you. The proprietor regarded her kindly, genuinely curious about her identity. Muji's eyes sparkled with delight as she lowered her mask, revealing a stunning visage. The proprietor's mouth fell agape. She was that star, the young lady from the Mu family. Despite not being a fan himself, he recognized her from his daughter's incessant admiration.
Muji.
You are indeed the star from the Mu family. My daughter is your fan. Could you possibly grant me an autograph? I know it would bring her immense joy. The proprietor was nearly beside himself with excitement, eager to approach her, but restrained by the fear of imposing. An autograph is no trouble at all. But could you keep our encounter confidential? Muji winked, her deep-set eyes glimmering with charm. The proprietor eagerly nodded, feeling exceedingly fortunate. He could not find a poster, but instead retrieved a white t-shirt belonging to his daughter, muttering, "She used to be indifferent to celebrities, but recently she has been captivated by your variety show. Repeatedly watching your videos while dining. I never understood why she admired you so much, but now it is clear." Thank you for your kindness. I trust your daughter must be very lovely. Muji inscribed her name on the shirt, embellishing it with a vibrant floral design, her calligraphy flourishing and graceful. She knew it would surely delight the girl. With a slight nod, Muji adjusted her mask and ascended the stairs. Realizing she had left her esteemed guest waiting for quite some time, she hoped he wouldn't be upset. Gently pushing the door open, she felt a twinge of anxiety as she met the gaze of Lung Che. I'm fine. Please don't concern yourself with me. I understand that ignoring me was not your intention. The dishes were exquisite, and I had a delightful time. Lung Che's voice was tender, his noble countenance exuding an air of elegance and calm. Songwoo, observing from the side, sensed something amiss. His master resembled the online portrayal of a green tea personality, imbued with an air of subtlety. If you feel slightly guilty, you could invite me for a meal next time. I am always available, Lung Che suggested. Rising to meet Muji's gaze, his eyes filled with affection. Very well, I shall reach out to you when the opportunity arises. Songwoo stifled a chuckle inwardly, realizing that his master was quite cunning, aiming to instill a sense of guilt in Muji to secure a future date. I shall escort you home. It is getting late. By the way, are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to recommend a doctor? Muji scrutinized Lung Che for a moment, recalling their first encounter when she could not decipher his aura. His presence felt unstable, as if something were devouring his fortune, which explained his frail condition. A smile broke through Lung Che's icy facade, akin to a snow lotus blooming upon a glacier, leaving Muji momentarily entranced. Indeed, few could resist such a striking figure. She too was but a mere mortal. A sovereign might go to great lengths to garner a smile from a beauty, and should this beauty be Lung Che, she would willingly expend her efforts. If it were you administering my treatment, I would be amenable. Lung Che nodded, his expression imbued with tenderness.
Why?
Muji blurted out, realizing she was not a physician. My ailment can only be healed by you. I pine for you, and there is no remedy. Now that I have seen you, I fear nothing. My fate is predetermined. Do not worry. I shall not perish. Lung Che's restrained hand moved slightly, yet he refrained from reaching out to the one he cherished. Why would I worry? I merely find it lamentable. Such beauty should not depart this world prematurely. Muji's lips pursed gently as she regarded Lung Che with a hint of sympathy. Do not abandon treatment. There are capable individuals in this world who may yet cure you. Lung Che's smile was indulgent, his lips curving softly. Very well. Songwoo was astonished. His master's health had long been frail, with the cold family seeking ways to remedy it, only to be dismissed by him. They no longer dared to intrude upon his difficulties. Yet a single statement from Muji had softened his master's resolve. Truly remarkable. Songwoo drove Muji near her hotel, and as she alighted, she beamed with charm, resting her hand against the car door, gazing at the almost ethereal man within. Until next time. Lung Che's fervent gaze lingered on Muji's retreating figure. Evading the hotel surveillance, Muji manipulated the electrical circuit, ascending to her suite unnoticed. Upon her return, the power had resumed, and Mu Mian had yet to arrive. Jiang Yuxing steered his car toward the hotel, glancing at the rearview mirror at his boss, who squinted his eyes, leaving Jiang Yuxing with a sense of unease. Boss, shall we continue our investigation regarding Songwoo? The primary reason for their outing had been to resolve matters at headquarters, but the foremost objective was to uncover information about a person. A glimmer of coldness passed through Mu Mian's eyes as she replied with indifference, no need. If an individual's identity cannot be traced, it indicates that their presence is exceedingly minimal. I will find that person in due course. There is no immediate danger. Should we continue searching for that individual? Xiao Juanmiao inquired softly, recalling the person her boss had been pursuing for years. She felt a headache coming on. After so much time, all available methods had been exhausted. With no appearance or name to rely on, searching based solely on description was akin to looking for a needle in a haystack. Mu Mian shot a cold glance at Jiang Yuxing. What do you think? Little curly hair awkwardly fell silent. After all these years, he had yet to find even a shadow of a person, leading him to doubt whether the leader's claims were mere figments of imagination. Otherwise, how could this secretive organization expend countless resources without yielding results? Mu Mian's gaze remained indifferent as her ink-black eyes turned towards the window. Two vehicles converged, and their eyes met. The cold, penetrating gaze lingered on Mu Mian's face for a fleeting second before vanishing from her sight. A strong instinct warned her that this person was exceedingly dangerous, yet after mentally sifting through her acquaintances, she found no match for his visage. Mu Ji glanced at the time. Mu Mian's business should be concluding soon. Sending a message seemed prudent. Reclining on the pristine, white bed, her feet playfully swayed in the air. Z. When will you return? Mu Mian's phone chimed with a special notification. Little curly hair, astonished, pondered when the leader had acquired such a notification. Could it be that the leader was secretly dating? Leader, who messaged you at this hour? Little curly hair's curiosity surged. Which little enchantress was trying to seduce their leader now? Oh, it's nothing. My sister misses me, Mu Mian replied lazily, a hint of pride in her tone. Little curly hair blinked in disbelief. No way, your little fairy would send such mushy words? What did the little fairy say? Imagining Mu Ji's voice, sweet and alluring, he whimpered internally, wishing for a sister like her. She asked when I would return, Mu Mian stated, her tone laced with subtle boastfulness. Little curly hair retorted, Leader, are you sure the little fairy meant she misses you? Chapter 122. Message sending failed. Mu Ji glanced at her phone, noting her message had not gone through, making it inconvenient to reply. Just as she pondered, rhythmic knocking interrupted her thoughts, accompanied by a phone notification. It's me, dressed in a bathrobe with damp hair. Mu Ji opened the door. Upon seeing Mu Mian, she recalled the long-haired man from earlier that day and inquired, Did you go out today? Or encounter any peculiar individuals? None that were strange, Mu Ji replied with a sweet smile. Mu Mian nodded slightly, her voice gentle, Dry your hair and rest early. Good night. Got it, good night. Mu Ji replied, closing the door. She was relieved to have returned before Mu Mian, had she delayed even a few more minutes. Her encounter with Lung Che would have been exposed. The next day, Mu Ji and Mu Mian set off for the variety show location to continue filming. Upon arriving at the airport, the production team had sent personnel to greet them. To their surprise, they spotted Zhang Xingxing and Zhou Shiren there as well. Xi, I missed you so much in just a day. My heart can't help but yearn for you. Let us share a loving hug. Zhang Xingxing exclaimed as he dashed towards her, arms wide open. Before he could reach Mu Ji, Mu Mian stepped forward, forcefully interrupting the embrace. Seeing Mu Mian block his path, Zhang Xingxing's expression darkened, skidding to a halt. It's you again. Would you like a free punch of love?
Mu Mian smirked,
Her lips curling into a cold smile, determined to thwart any lecherous advances from men harboring ulterior motives. I'm delighted you all came to greet me, Mu Ji said, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Zhang Xingxing huffed, longing for the warmth of Mu Ji's embrace. The director cordially greeted Mu Ji, acknowledging her stature in the fashion industry, understanding that Lan Shui was a coveted name among stars. He hadn't anticipated that a simple magazine shoot would incite such a frenzy. You've truly made waves. The internet is abuzz. Thankfully, nothing happened. This entertainment industry is like that. You must adapt. As long as you act with integrity. You need not fear the naysayers. The director had witnessed many sordid affairs and knew how treacherous the industry could be. Were it not for your connections, a naive girl like you would struggle endlessly, devoured by the wolves. Rest assured, director, such matters are trivial to me. I've grown accustomed to being targeted by criticism. I cannot remain untouched by public opinion, yet I am indifferent. You are young, yet your resilience is commendable. Ignore the trolls, let your agent handle it. Many stars crumble under such vitriol, succumbing to depression. You, with your innocent charm at such a tender age, should not bear such malice. As Mu Ji listened to the director's honest advice, she felt a flicker of emotion. Despite his lack of decorum on variety shows, he was, in essence, a good director. Upon returning to the joyful house, the director permitted Mu Ji and Mu Mian to rest, stating that there was no rush for the live broadcast. As Mu Ji entered the living room, Mu Ling approached from behind, her tone dripping with envy. I truly envy you, cousin, for wearing Lan Shui's attire. Even Lan Shui's official account has taken notice. When did you get acquainted with their higher-ups? I wonder if you could introduce me. Mu Ji turned slightly, her lips curving in a light smile. There's nothing I can do. I didn't expect to be chosen by Lan Shui. Perhaps my charm is simply too great. If you envy me, feel free to recommend yourself. Mu Ling gritted her teeth, incredulous at Mu Ji's audacity. What charm? You only know how to attract attention. If you don't wish to recommend me, that's fine. I would never stoop to self-recommendation. Cousin, don't be so secretive. We are all members of the Mu family. Am I not aware of your connections with Lan Shui? If you have such influence, shouldn't you assist your family? Mu Ling's eyes brimmed with dissatisfaction. In the past, Mu Ji had been on par with her. Whatever Mu Ling possessed, she would find a way to acquire. Yet now, Mu Ji seemed unattainable,
무제의 그 끝 할 통고.
finding Mu Ling's persistence tiresome. With a sly smile, she teased, "Do you truly wish to know how to contact them?"
모른 아이드 무즈지 바렐레, suspecting katrap.
Mu Ji lowered her gaze, still clutching her suitcase, a half-smile gracing her lips. "Do you want it or not? If not, please refrain from disturbing me." Feigning delight while suppressing her anger, Mu Ling replied, "Thank you, cousin. When I succeed, I will remember your kindness. Best of luck." Mu Ji recited a string of numbers, and Mu Ling hurriedly noted them down, excitement radiating from her. "Cousin, rest early. I won't disturb you any longer." Mu Ji raised an eyebrow, gently shaking her head. "Have you contacted anyone at Lanshui?" Mu Mian, having appeared behind her unnoticed, inquired. "That's the official contact number for Lanshui. Anyone can reach them. Whether or not they respond is beyond me."
무만 chuckled lightly, clearly entertained by Morin's folly.
If Lanshui were to entertain such a fool, it would be a true case of blindness. Once inside her room, Mu Ling eagerly began emailing Lanshui, selecting several polished photos from her album and crafting an exaggerated account of her past, convinced that if Lanshui had noticed Mu Ji, they would surely recognize her own merits and beauty. Song Wu had just settled down to enjoy a banana when his phone vibrated with an email notification. Excited, he quickly opened it, hoping for a message from Miss Mu Ji. Upon opening the email, his eyes widened in shock at the array of photos. Who is this? Are they unwell? Realizing the sender was Mu Ji's cousin, he was taken aback. The photos seemed overly edited. One could hardly recognize her without scrutiny. A quick glance revealed her intent to collaborate with Lanshui while subtly disparaging Miss Mu Ji. Master. Miss Mu Ji's cousin seeks collaboration with Lanshui and even insinuated something about Miss Mu Ji's character. It's truly vile. Despite her jealousy, Lanshui would never collaborate with her. From behind the heavy curtains, a cool, indifferent voice spoke. "I do not wish to hear about matters and individuals unrelated to her." Understanding the implication, Song Wu promptly blocked Mu Ling. She would never have the opportunity to collaborate with Lanshui. Only Miss Mu Ji possessed the qualifications to warrant the master's attention. Mu Ling waited for an extended period, yet received no news. The email showed as read, indicating that Lanshui had seen her message. Perhaps she had simply forgotten. Mu Ling resent the email, only to discover it had failed to send. Undeterred, she persisted. But her attempts continued to falter. She had evidently been blocked by Lanshui. Darn that Mu Ji, she must have deceived her. Mu Ling always knew she could not be so benevolent. Chapter 123. Mr. Ziyu. As the final filming of the variety show approached, the director had meticulously prepared for this significant journey, inviting local artisans in hopes of crafting personal mementos for everyone. Today is not about competition. Let's indulge in something lighthearted. Are you all ready? The director announced through a megaphone, as this theme neared its conclusion. Who knows if the next season will maintain this fervor? The current buzz primarily stemmed from Mu Ji, with viewership ratings soaring. Director, your words lack credibility. You aren't holding back a grand surprise, are you? Zhou Shiren jested, glancing towards Mu Ji. After this parting, it was uncertain when they would meet again. TSK, do you think I am that kind of person? Don't cast me in such a dark light. To ensure you all leave with memorable experiences from this journey, you must select one item to create, which you can take home later. This is the final piece of our work, he declared, as fans flocked to the live stream, the atmosphere vibrant. I'll miss Gigi so much. Just thinking about relying on videos for entertainment later makes me feel melancholic. The variety show has ended. Xingzai, you're not cutting it. Strategy Progress 001. Take some time to familiarize yourselves and then choose what interests you. Any extras will be raffled off to fans. I hope you take this seriously, the director concluded, and the comment section erupted. They indeed had a share in this. The director truly maximized resources. And the odds of winning felt utterly disheartening. Good news, a raffle. Bad news, slim chances. I vow to abstain from meat for a month in exchange for Gigi's handcrafted memento. I wonder what Xingzai will choose. Carvings, handcrafted paintings, specimens, and floral hairpins were showcased, each piece vividly lifelike and exquisite. Mu Ji opted for carving, a skill she was well acquainted with, having practiced it frequently. She selected a piece of wood and focused intently on her work. Mu Mian also chose carving. The two appeared remarkably adept, requiring no guidance. Zhang Xingxing decided on specimen making, learning under an elder's tutelage, intending to present the most beautiful one to her, so that even in parting, she would remember him when she saw it. Ji and Mu Mian chose the same, I can't wait to see what they carve. They won TB carving each other. Will they? Xing's eye is making a butterfly specimen. It suddenly feels a bit disturbingly obsessive.
Ha ha ha.
Don't be fooled by Xing's eye's cuteness. He once played a psychopathic character so convincingly that I almost thought he was being himself. I was fortunate enough to see that. It was truly insane. Muji glanced at the comments, noting the discussions about Zhang Xing's drama, and curiously inquired, "Is it really that twisted? Help." Xi has taken notice. Xing's eye, you were mistaken from the start. A forced love psychopath is your true calling. Laughing so hard. Xi, your attributes have been exposed. Zhang Xing's eyes sparkled. He hadn't expected Xi to show interest. He hoped she wouldn't mistakenly believe herself to be a psychopath, but it was refreshing to see her intrigued. Ahem, it was just acting. Don't be afraid, Xi. You can check it out. I won the Best Newcomer and Best Supporting Actor awards for that drama, Zhang Xing said, his tone laced with a hint of pride and allure. Xing's eye is so cunning, deliberately withholding information to make Xi curious. Your little schemes won't go unnoticed. Xi, pretend not to agree and watch him squirm. The comments section erupted with laughter at Zhang Xing's expense, reveling in his discomfort. He glanced at the comments and huffed, "You mustn't listen to them. You'll regret not watching. You can specifically check out my personal cut." Muji raised her tone slightly. "I'll find time to watch and observe your acting." Zhang Xing snapped his fingers, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. His face adorned with a warm smile. On the surface, observing acting, but in reality, awakening XP. Having the same XP as Xi is too thrilling. The comments flooded in, recommending all manner of psychopathic content for Muji, creating a lively atmosphere. She lowered her gaze, feeling the need to assert that she was not that twisted. Mu Ling watched Muji, unaware of what she was creating, her animosity intensifying. This was the last opportunity for the variety show, and she was determined to outshine her cousin. Turning her attention to Mu Mian, she thought, if she couldn't deal with Muji, surely she could handle a clueless fool. Mu Mian, focused on her carving, sensed a piercing gaze upon her. She glanced over, her sharp eyes locking onto Mu Ling, who flinched under her scrutiny. Indeed, a country girl exuded a wild spirit. It was astonishing that Muji had befriended her without shame. Naturally, a false heiress and a rural girl were destined for her foot to trample upon. "What are you carving, Xi? I can't discern any clues after watching for so long." Xing's eye is truly dedicated to learning. That butterfly specimen looks stunning. Ling Bao is amazing. Is she replicating a painting? I wonder what it depicts. I'm eager to see the final product. Mu Ling, basking in the fans' praises, wore a proud smile that she could not conceal, her tone affected. I'm replicating Mr. Zhu's Summer Mountains After Rain. I admire his work immensely and have devoted much time to this. I hope everyone enjoys it. Mu Zhi's movements momentarily paused. Mr. Zhu. Was that not Mu Mian's alias? If Mu Ling knew, her expression would be quite the sight. Yet Mu Mian remained unfazed. Her focus unwavering as she gazed at her nascent wood sculpture, her thoughts drifting. Who is Mr. Zhu? I'm not familiar with renowned paintings. Wei Xishan chimed in, eager to ride the wave of the conversation. Zhou Shiren, equally in the dark, mused that he must be quite esteemed. Zhang Xing, however, had heard of him. Merely a pretentious figure, known for his scarce paintings yet renowned in the realm of calligraphy, his ink and brush artistry attracting countless admirers, maintaining popularity without frequent appearances over the years. Mu Ling smirked, feigning profundity. Mr. Zhu's works are grand yet intricate, showcasing remarkable technique. He is one of my favorite masters. However, he remains quite mysterious. Receiving his guidance would be a stroke of luck. Hearing Mu Ling's heartfelt words, Muji smirked subtly. Had she known the person she idolized was right before her? Or did she simply look down on her? Ling Bao is so talented and knowledgeable. I searched for this Mr. Zhu. He is truly impressive. The auction price of a single painting starts at tens of millions. Oh dear. Our Ling Bao is multifaceted. Let us all look forward to her. Ling Bao is undoubtedly a great talent. Being able to replicate Mr. Zhu's work is quite remarkable. His paintings are notably difficult to imitate. Chapter 124. Replicating the painting. As Mu Ling observed the fans' adulation in the comments, her smile widened, and her satisfaction with her skills grew. It's really not that difficult. With practice, one finds the method. I'm just worried I might not replicate it well. The fans continued to shower her with praise, and Mu Ling reveled in their admiration. confident that this time her skills would amaze everyone. Even I, someone who knows little about painting, find it beautiful. What do you think, Muji? You're cousins. Perhaps you learn together. I wonder what insights you have about Mr. Zu's work. If you can replicate it, we'd all love to see it. Wei Zihan suddenly turned her gaze towards Muji. Not everyone can appreciate Mr. Zu's paintings. Perhaps it is best to refrain from comment. Some fans seem to revel in their own uniqueness, failing to notice that Xixi is engaged in her own carving. Mr. Zu is indeed remarkable. Yet not everyone delves into his work deeply. Many merely replicate, and it is not as though they surpass Mr. Zu. I wonder what they are so proud of. While Mr. Zu's artworks are notoriously challenging to replicate, it is not uncommon for many prominent figures, including some art academy students, to attempt such endeavors. The act of imitation may seem simple, but the true essence lies in capturing the spirit of the piece. As Muji quietly absorbed the unfolding drama, she was unexpectedly called out, leaving her momentarily bewildered. She uttered a soft ah, her voice tinged with a hint of innocence. Zhou Shiren chuckled softly. There was something endearingly charming about this version of Muji. Observing the barrage of comments, Muji's eyes sparkled as she spoke with a hint of regret. I don't often replicate. I lack the understanding. Mu Ling is so passionate about studying Mr. Zu. I suppose she must have captured the essence in her work. Everyone should just appreciate hers. With the true master, Mr. Zu, right beside her, it would be foolish for her to attempt replication. Akin to showing off one's skills in front of the master. Wei Zihan felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing Muji was not easily swayed. It seemed the anticipated spectacle would not unfold. It was understandable that her cousin lacked insight. Their interests simply diverged. Mu Ling broke into a smile.
Muji, speechless.
Thought to herself that as long as Mu Ling was content, that was all that mattered. She focused intently on her task, and soon a small, coiled serpent sprang to life in her hands. The audience hardly noticed the transformation. It was as if magic had been woven into the wood. And they initially assumed it was haphazardly carved, only to be astonished when it took shape. Wow, it's a snake. It looks so adorable. I can handle wood carvings, but in reality, if I encounter a snake, my legs would turn to jelly. Is Xixi planning to create a collection of animals? It looks so tempting. I hope to get one. Mu Mian seems to be carving a figure. The attire doesn't appear to belong to Xixi. Where's my candy? CP fans, hold steady. The clothing resembles that of ancient times. Don't forget, Xixi recently modeled for an ancient-style magazine. It could very well be that character. Mu Mian had yet to carve the facial features, but from the hairstyle and attire, it was evident the figure was from a bygone era. With each careful incision, the likeness grew clearer. To preserve her memory, Mu Mian had drawn countless portraits, fearing that the passage of time might erase the image of her beloved. The thought of forgetting seemed far more terrifying than death itself. Waiting became an arduous trial.
Muji, intrigued, leaned closer.
Quickly discerning that the figure was not her own likeness. Could it be an ancient beauty? As her snake came to fruition, awaiting its hues, she paused to observe Mu Mian's carving. Sister Xixi, you should carve yourself. Come over here and see my butterfly specimen. The delicate butterfly is forever trapped, unable to escape this frame. Zhang Xingxing, watching from beside Mu Mian, felt a pang of envy. If Xixi were his sister, he would bestow upon her all the beautiful things in the world. He would willingly create the imprisoned butterflies for her. Sure, let us keep it down, Muji whispered. Watching Mu Mian meticulously carve the facial features, she marveled as the face emerged, the girl's skirt flowing gracefully, her smile vibrant and warm, and her brows exuding a spirited charm. This wooden sculpture seemed to pulsate with life, oddly reminiscent of her own past self. Who is this? I don't recognize her. Can someone knowledgeable in history enlighten us? That's not Xixi. Perhaps it's just a random carving. So beautiful. While the face may not resemble her, doesn't it share a hint of Xixi's current aura? I feel the same way. Both sisters are carving prodigies. How is it not a fateful connection? The identity of the figure is inconsequential. Have both of you studied carving? It's quite impressive. Will you be adding colors? If you're unsure, we can assist. An elder remarked, recognizing the evident skill both young women possessed. The director has stated that we should complete our work independently. Assistance may not be appropriate, Mu Ling interjected. What's the use of carving? It pales in comparison to her paintings, trivial at best. Muji's fair fingers gripped the knife, gliding across the wood, leaving behind a deep mark. How could someone be so irritating? She felt an urge to render her hands useless. With a deepening smile, she replied, her voice icy. I'll carefully replicate your painting. I will personally see my work through to completion. Mu Ling felt a sudden chill. Muji's earlier demeanor had instilled fear in her, and that sensation resurfaced. She steeled her heart, focusing on her imitation. With a deft twist of her carving knife, Muji's wrist flicked, and the blade plunged into the wood with precision. So cool. It pierced through my heart. Muji is incredibly fierce. What Ling Bao said isn't unfounded. Didn't the director mention this? Ling Bao is aggrieved. This is hilarious. Do they think we've forgotten? Mu Ling has breached the rules of the program multiple times. While others toil, she rests. Did she not receive any special treatment? Don't take advantage of the situation and then play innocent. Just do your own tasks. If it were me, I'd have directly called her out. Old grievances against Mu Ling resurfaced, effectively silencing her fans. Coloring is also a technical skill. A shaky hand can rob the wood carving of its spirit. Some may excel in carving yet lack sensitivity to color. To avoid ruining the piece, they prefer to leave it unadorned. Muji approached carving with an effortless grace. Whether it was drawing talismans or crafting peachwood swords, she had always been hands-on, mastering both carving and painting with remarkable finesse. As onlookers marveled at her artistry, they couldn't help but exclaim at the lifelike quality of the snake. Once colored, it seemed to spring to life, especially with the addition of its eyes, which imbued it with an almost animated presence. Muji surveyed her creation, nodding in satisfaction. I merely carved it casually. Whether it garners attention depends entirely on your luck, she said gently, engaging with her fans as she continued her work. Mu Mian gazed at the colored wooden figure in her hands, a fleeting glimmer of nostalgia passing through her eyes. She had entirely lost the desire to carve and began to work haphazardly, watching the peachwood sword take shape. A bitter smile tugging at her lips. A peachwood sword? Goodness, is Mu Mian aiming to ward off evil for her fans?
Mu Mian.
A woman who never plays by the rules. But does this really have any efficacy? Of course, it doesn't, but it could serve as a decorative piece. Upon seeing the peachwood sword, Muji couldn't help but glance over, her shock matching that of the fans. Mu Mian could craft this as well? Chapter 125. Is this all? She dares to come out and embarrass herself. This isn't particularly difficult. Aside from those in the Xianmen sect or those who specialize in selling wooden swords, few would bother to carve such items. Could it be that Mu Mian has encountered individuals or events related to Xianmen? Observing her carving of the wooden sword, which belongs to the category of Xianmen swords, Muji felt a flicker of doubt. Yet, considering her enigmatic background, it was plausible that she had learned through fortuitous circumstances. Even without a blood connection, Mu Mian as a friend was someone she was eager to befriend, even to the extent of forming a sisterly bond. In certain aspects, they shared a remarkable resonance. Mu Ling, watching the comments, scoffed inwardly. This item held no technical merit whatsoever. Once her painting was complete, everyone would be left astonished, and she would become the object of admiration and envy. Muji's fingers itched to draw talismans on the wooden swords, and she began to suspect that Mu Mian was intentionally baiting her, waiting for her to take the hook. No, she must not reveal her ability to draw talismans. Stealing a glance, she quietly averted her gaze. She would not fall for that. Here, play with this. I've heard you can draw talismans on it, Mu Mian said, placing the carved wooden sword before Muji. Muji gasped in surprise, her bright eyes reflecting innocence and bewilderment as she softly murmured, "But I can't. That must be quite difficult to draw." She mentally scolded herself. "You can draw whatever you wish, just make it look good," Mu Mian replied, her lips curving into a subtle smile, her eyes harboring depths that eluded understanding. "Oh, then I'll give it a try." Muji picked up the wooden sword and began searching for talismans online. As soon as she opened the page, a dazzling array of symbols greeted her, overwhelming her senses. Mian is truly indulgent. No matter what she draws, it's all exquisite. Who wouldn't be captivated? Well, it's just for fun. Let my sister enjoy herself as she pleases. Moreover, Gigi is simply adorable. Who wouldn't be smitten? Who remembers when Gigi mentioned reading fortunes during a live stream? Perhaps she has been dabbling in peculiar studies during her free time. This should pose no challenge for her. Haha, someone still recalls that. Gigi was clearly joking, but I know a few sisters skilled in tarot reading, and they're surprisingly accurate. Muji caught sight of the comments and fervently hoped that Mu Mian would not see them. At that time, she had believed she was leaving the Mu family, preparing to return to her old ways, but that plan was evidently no longer feasible. Mu Mian held a brush, feigning difficulty in composing her strokes, slowly beginning to copy the talismans. Alas, pretending to be incapable was rather challenging, especially since the reference images online were riddled with errors that required her to make her own corrections. Gigi, you've drawn it incorrectly. These talismans, all winding and intricate, are somewhat similar, aren't they? If one is wrong, it's not a big deal. I think Gigi's version looks quite lovely, far better than the online images. Could someone knowledgeable in metaphysics enlighten us on the efficacy of these symbols? Are they genuinely useful? I've been plagued by nightmares recently, and suspect I might have attracted something sinister. Ahem, they're of little use. If anyone has issues, it's best to consult a doctor. These symbols merely offer a sense of peace. Let us not fall into superstition. It seems the sister has been deeply affected. Understood? Understood. Mu Mian's lips curled into a smile as she observed Mu Ji grappling with her drawings. It was all right, for she would always be able to wait. Lung Che gazed at Mu Ji's earnest demeanor reflected in the bronze mirror, ripples of emotion stirring within him. The shadow of a small black snake in the narration momentarily distracted him. Even with lost memories, certain things were etched into his very being. Master, after millennia of companionship, have you ever felt a stirring in your heart? Lung Che composed himself. In this lifetime, even the heavens could not prevent your survival. Should one encounter gods, they shall be slain. Should one meet Buddhas, they shall be vanquished. Those who wish to harm you shall face obliteration. Meanwhile, Mu Ling had finally completed her copy. Exhaling deeply, her face alight with joy. I've done it. I feel truly fortunate to have replicated Mr. Zu's artwork. I hope everyone enjoys it. Mu Ling showcased her painting, Summer Rain Over the Mountains, one of Mr. Zu's 4 seasonal masterpieces, characterized by a unique and bold style that was indeed challenging to replicate. Ling Bao is incredibly talented. This is genuinely difficult, simply marvelous. A professional's perspective, it's merely a copy. While it's decent, it fails to capture the essence of Mr. Zu's spirit. The previous comment holds merit. Mu Ling spent considerable time on her replication, and while it resembles the original, it lacks its true flavor. Let us not be too envious. Where did you find fault with Ling Bao's work? If you have the ability to replicate at this level, then speak. The traces of copying are too prominent. Mr. Zu's works are grand and fluid, possessing an ethereal quality. The techniques employed are sophisticated. Even some masters struggle to grasp their essence. This young girl has done quite well to reach this level. Are you knowledgeable about art?
Wow.
So you're the vice president of the Art Academy Association. No wonder you possess such insight. Did you hear that? Our Ling Bao's level has been certified by a professional. Some people just can't appreciate talent and resort to sour grapes. Exactly. Ling Bao is outstanding. Her work is comparable to the original. Those who don't understand should refrain from commenting. The vice president furrowed his brow at the flattery from the fans. Feeling akin to an old man on the subway watching a phone, he had merely offered a casual compliment, given her youth. Yet these fans were exaggerating to an absurd degree. Comparing her work to Mr. Zu's original, had they consumed several bottles of liquor? He had been drawn in by Mr. Zu's words and had casually admired the amateur work. However, he found himself unexpectedly captivated by the young girl drawing talismans nearby. Her brushwork was clean, indicating she had a foundation in art. She was indeed a promising talent, and he felt a desire to take her under his wing as a student. Mu Ji, observing the fans' exaggerated praise, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Stealing a glance at Mu Mian, she noted that comparing the two was like contrasting clouds with mud. It was an affront to Mr. Zu. Mu Ling wore a triumphant smile, thoroughly pleased as she basked in the compliments from the comments, feeling a swell of pride within her. She glanced at Mu Ji with a sense of superiority, but Mu Ji remained indifferent, her demeanor calm and composed.
Muling snirdenternelie, Mu Ji.
You must be incredibly envious, knowing that I'm bound to surpass you this time. Mr. Zu's popularity is soaring, and this wave will surely win me more fans. A glimmer of calculation flickered in her eyes as she turned to the aloof Mu Mian, her tone slightly elevated. Mu Mian, what do you think of my replicated painting? Mu Mian, unfamiliar with ink wash painting, would serve to highlight Mu Ling's talent, allowing her to mock her thoroughly. A look of surprise crossed Mu Ji's face as her lips moved, thinking, why provoke her when it's completely unnecessary? She felt a surge of cruelty and bloodlust within her. Is that all? You dare to humiliate yourself in public? Mu Mian's tone was audacious. her eyes sparkling with mockery as she halted her movements, her gaze icy as it fixed upon the painting in Mu Ling's hands. Chapter 126, The Art of Deception. Just as the vice president was about to leave the live stream, he perked up at Mu Mion's words. The girl's tone was so brazen. He restrained his curiosity and did not exit the stream. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold.
Musí maintained a posture.
Realizing that provoking Mu Mion could be disastrous, as she underestimated her. Little did she know that no matter how well Mu Ling replicated, it would pale in comparison before Mu Mion. Let us grab a small stool and enjoy the show. This is an outright challenge. Let the brawl begin. I love a good spectacle. I'm dying of laughter. With such bravado, one might think she could replicate an exceptional piece herself. How utterly uncouth. No wonder she hails from the countryside, devoid of any manners. Ling Bao merely asked for your opinion. If you don't understand, just say so. Resorting to personal attacks demonstrates your own jealousy of Ling Bao's talent. Has Mu Ling's fanbase already crumbled? You claim to want evaluations, yet can't stand criticism? Only praise is acceptable? Is this a sharp observation? If Mu Mion truly could replicate a painting superior to Mu Ling's, then her statement holds merit. Zhang Xingxing wore a look of intrigue. Mu Mion was quite audacious. Could she possibly be a fan of Mr. Ziyu? His deep-set eyes glinted with curiosity, keen to probe into Mu Mion's true nature. Wei Xishan remained composed, though slightly surprised by Mu Mion's boldness. Mu Ling had learned to aim her attacks at the utterly inept Mu Mion this time. Mu Ling's expression soured, suppressing her anger. What does an empty vessel know of art? How dare you mock me? Is it that my painting is lacking? Please enlighten me on where I falter. Or would you care to demonstrate your skills by replicating something for us to witness and learn from?
Mu Ling replied calmly.
Knowing that mere arrogance was useless, without genuine skill, she was eager to see how she would flaunt her bravado later. Sister Gigi, your sister is being bullied. Aren't you going to step in and say something? Zhang Xingxing crossed her arms, subtly observing Muji. Muji's fair and delicate face displayed confusion, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes. I don't believe Mu Mion is being overly assertive. If she manages to replicate something astonishing, I shall applaud her. She can serve as the atmosphere creator. After all, it is merely Mu Ling's self-inflicted embarrassment. Zhang Xingxing felt a pang of disbelief. How deep was her filter? All eyes were fixed upon Mu Mion, awaiting her decision, as if witnessing a captivating theatrical performance. Just when the crowd assumed Mu Mion would opt to concede, after all, Mu Ling had already produced a commendable imitation. They were in for a surprise. Mu Mion raised her chin, her gaze frosty. Then let it be as you wish. She withdrew a sheet of paper, unfurling it with grace. The original artwork had been created 2 years prior. She mixed her paints with one hand while propping herself against the table, presenting an appearance that seemed less than professional, yet in her mind, she was meticulously envisioning the masterpiece. At this rate, it's bound to be a disaster. I wonder where she learned such unorthodox techniques? If Mu Mion manages to imitate it successfully, I will stand on my head in the restroom. This is Mr. Ziyu's artwork, certainly not something just anyone can replicate. What's the rush? She hasn't even begun yet. With a fluid motion, Mu Mion's hand danced across the canvas. Her technique unrestrained and her strokes, as if guided by divine inspiration. She worked with astonishing speed, seemingly without reference to the original, as if the artwork had been indelibly etched in her memory. But how could that be? Unless she had thoroughly studied Mr. Ziyu's works and possessed an intimate understanding of summer mountains after rain. Mu Ling's eyelids twitched. It was impossible. Mu Mion could not possibly be this swift. Surely, she was merely scribbling. This country girl had no access to Mr. Ziyu's art. In the end, she would be left to witness whatever chaotic mess emerged. Gradually, amidst the apparent chaos, summer mountains after rain began to take shape, and the crowd's composure unraveled. Mu Ji admired Mu Mion's technique, which was indeed astonishing. This method was uncommon, and she had intentionally employed a seemingly chaotic approach to obscure her true skill. Zhang Xingxing clicked his tongue. Mu Mion was indeed remarkable. Ordinary individuals had no opportunity to engage with summer mountains after rain, let alone replicate it. Though he lacked expertise in art, he was aware that unless she was a devoted follower of Mr. Ziyu, frequently attempting to imitate his works, there existed another incredulous possibility. Mu Mion could very well be Mr. Ziyu herself. This thought flickered through Zhang Xingxing's mind, only to be dismissed.
Impossible.
The world spoke of Mr. Ziyu as a man, and judging by the essence of the paintings, this individual was likely quite aged. Mu Mian, being so youthful, could not possibly be him. The vice president observed Mu Mian's live painting with rapt attention, utterly astonished. This girl was extraordinarily talented. He had attempted to replicate Mr. Ziyu's works, only to find himself at a loss and ultimately abandon his efforts. To witness such talent in a mere teenager was breathtaking. He could guarantee her gift was exceedingly rare. On another note, he sensed that the other girl also harbored hidden depths. If he could somehow recruit this pair of sisters, the mere thought set his blood racing. Though the barrage of comments occasionally fluttered by, the majority remained wholly absorbed in Mu Mian's painting. As she completed the final stroke, a smile graced Muji's lips, and she rose to applaud. Truly splendid. This is the essence of seamless creation. Mu Ling's face turned pale. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Mu Mian's work, utterly disoriented. How could this be? How could Mu Mian possibly have produced such art? It's quite good. Although Zhang Xingxing harbored no fondness for Mu Mian, he could not deny her prowess, which far surpassed that of Mu Ling, the hypocritical white-lotus. Without substantial skill, one should refrain from attempting what they cannot achieve. Mu Mian tossed her brush aside with nonchalance. Muji stifled a laugh, observing the dazed Mu Ling. She had assumed Mu Ling was a soft target, only to discover she had encountered a formidable barrier. It was no wonder she felt the sting of defeat. Perhaps she would learn to be more cautious in the future. Haha, this is a delightful slap in the face.
Mu Ling sought guidance.
And here it is. One wonders if she has learned anything. It's too fast. I barely grasped the method before it was over. Mu Ling imitated for ages and still could not match Mu Mian's effortless creation. It merely resembles it. Imitation is not solely about likeness to be deemed a good piece. Mu Mian's technique is so refined. She couldn't possibly have painted fakes in the past, could she? A country girl, one must consider the implications. Indeed, she must be painting forgeries. Let's alert the authorities. There are many who peddle Mr. Ziyu's fakes. She could be a fraud. Mu Ling's fans are absurdly amusing. Just because someone paints well does not mean they are selling forgeries. Their attempts at saving face are utterly ludicrous. All that's missing is Mr. Ziyu's seal. One must admit. It does bear a striking resemblance to a counterfeit. Chapter 127. Self-created. The comments erupted into a cacophony, the excitement reaching new heights. Mu Mian's imitation not only resembles the original but also captures its spirit. She is undeniably a talent, far surpassing the other in both technique and foundation. After the vice president's remarks, the comment section ignited. After all, he was a recognized authority in the field of painting, and his words carried weight. With his endorsement of Mu Mian's exceptional skill and her ability to capture the essence of the original, it was clear she eclipsed Mu Ling. Even without a prominent figure's validation, the discerning eyes of netizens recognized the truth. In every aspect, Mu Mian overshadowed Mu Ling. Only Mu Ling's fans clung stubbornly to their delusions, refusing to acknowledge reality. How could this be? Mu Ling finally managed to utter, grappling with the reality that a girl from the countryside could possess such remarkable artistry. It was one thing for Mu Ji to best her, but Mu Mian? Why was she deserving of such recognition? Why not? Just because you cannot achieve it does not imply others cannot. Some individuals possess extraordinary talent, combined with relentless practice, enabling them to reach such heights. Thus, one should never underestimate others, Mu Ji replied coolly, her words resonating with the audience. Wei Zihan glanced at Mu Ling's expression and chimed in, attempting to defuse the tension. Mu Ji makes a valid point. However, Mu Ling had good intentions. She simply did not expect Mu Mian to have delved into Mr. Ziyu's work. In the future, you sisters will have even more to discuss. Since Mu Mian has just returned to the Mu family, it would be beneficial for you to exchange ideas as cousins, wouldn't it? Wei Zihan smiled gently. The implication in her words clear. Mu Mian and Mu Ling were the true cousins, while Mu Ji's identity was fabricated. Mu Mian shot a cold glance at Wei Zihan, her eyes radiating an icy chill that sent a shiver down Wei Zihan's spine. I am pleased to see such talent in you, Mu Mian. It seems I will need to seek your guidance in the future. I wonder where you acquired such skills? Perhaps you could enlighten our viewers, as Mr. Ziyu has many admirers eager to learn. Mu Ling tugged at the corners of her mouth awkwardly, attempting to appear pitiful. Viewers too were intrigued, eager to discover how Mu Mian achieved such remarkable imitation. Even the vice president was keenly interested, wishing to know which esteemed individual had imparted such knowledge. as the level of her imitation was not something that could be mastered in a mere year or two. If she could forge connections with such talent, it would be nothing short of splendid. Self-created, Mu Mian replied nonchalantly.
Oh,
Are you serious? You aren't just cultivating a genius artist persona, are you? Everyone. Let us not jump to conclusions. Perhaps she truly did create it herself, as such techniques are not easily learned by the average person. Mu Ling's lips twitched in irritation. Like Mu Ji, she found Mu Mian utterly detestable. Just wait. How long can she keep up this facade? Perhaps it is my skill that falters. I shall practice diligently in the future, Mu Ling reassured herself, determined not to yield, prompting her fans to express their sympathy. You've already done wonderfully. Don't despair.
indeed.
Ling Bao's artwork surpasses that of many. They are merely envious. Do not let it weigh on you. Mu Ji wanted to tell her to give up. Should she ever discover that Mr. Ziyu was Mu Mian, it would only deepen her embarrassment and shame. However, she decided against it. If she spoke up, Mu Ling might misconstrue her intentions as humiliation, igniting her wrath. A hint of mockery flickered in Mu Mian's eyes as she chose not to respond, instead picking up her wooden sword to resume her carving. The vice president casually followed Mu Ji's Weibo and discovered that she was not only a celebrity, but also a young lady from the Mu family. It seems she has received some training. If there's a chance in the future, he must make her acquaintance. A few hours later, Mu Ji and the others finally completed their project. Apart from the character sculpture, Mu Ji entrusted everything else to the director. Zhang Xingxing left his own butterfly specimen behind, handing the rest to the director, while Mu Ling sent everything out, keeping nothing for herself. The others retained their favorite items, leaving the remainder for the director. Upon surveying his collected treasures, the director beamed. It seems the fans are in for a treat. These will be used for a lottery. Remember to participate when the Weibo event wraps up. He enthusiastically promoted the event, reveling in the excitement. It's so hard to part ways. Are we really going to say goodbye now? Please, I want to see Gigi again. Can we keep filming? I'm in tears, director. Can we have a few more episodes? This is far too short. The director cleared his throat and stepped toward them, pondering whether he desired brevity. The contract had been signed for quite some time, and he had no power to alter it. Regardless, even if it was short, it had gone viral. What a phenomenon. After all this filming, do you all have anything to say? Feel free to express yourselves to everyone and the viewers. The director glanced at the group, eager to conclude. As once the post-production rush was over, he could finally take a break. This program had become a sensation, allowing him a respite from relentless work. Zhou Shuren watched Mu Ji's silhouette, his heart swelling with joy at having seen her again and learning of her identity. That alone was enough for him. He smiled gently. I am truly delighted to have encountered you here. I hope we can meet again in the future, and I wish my fans and friends a fulfilling life. Striving for excellence. The farewell he mentioned was directed at Mu Ji, but he could only voice it through the group, as she was one among them. He felt less courageous than Zhang Xingxing, who at least had the audacity to express his feelings. He was not her kin, merely a passerby. She had saved his sister, that was all. Zhang Xingxing's eyes sparkled with warmth as he gazed at Mu Ji. His starry eyes twinkling. I want to tell Gigi that I hope one day she will call me brother. He spoke with utter sincerity, as if declaring his heartfelt sentiments. Even the director was moved, recognizing the boy's earnestness. Mu Ji slightly pouted, her doe-like eyes innocent. It was no simple task to earn the title of brother. Zhang Xingxing beamed, winking at Mu Ji. One day, I will make you willingly call me brother. He gestured playfully. Mu Ji's radiant gaze mirrored his mirth, her gentle voice alluring. All right, but I advise you to give up. I am not easily swayed. And being my brother is no simple matter. Zhang Xingxing scoffed. What, do you think it will cost me my life? Even so, it's of no concern. I have always been confident in myself. Xingzai, don't utter such ominous words. I'm envious. In Xingzai's heart, there are no fans. Only a sister. If only I had that kind of determination back then, I wouldn't have failed to get into Qing University. When it was Mu Mian's turn, she composed herself, maintaining her icy, regal demeanor. I am here voluntarily. No one can compel me, unless I willingly bend. Wow, I'm taken aback. Mu Mian is responding directly. This isn't a publicity stunt or a bid for redemption. For those doubting that Mu Mian faced pressure from the Mu family, is this really pressure? A proud person bows for love. I feel like crying. Anyone who has watched the variety show knows Mu Mian has a notoriously bad temper. Cold toward everyone except Mu Ji. Muji felt a flicker of surprise. She observed Mu Mian, realizing that she truly regarded her as a sister. As an only child, surrounded by a multitude of junior disciples whom she had always cared for, she had never known what it felt like to have an older sister. If it were Mu Mian, it might not be so bad after all. Chapter 128. The Disappearance of the Snakewood Carving. Zhang Xingxing inwardly rolled his eyes, feeling the cunning. Mu Ling harbored a simmering jealousy, unable to articulate her discontent. Having grown up alongside Mu Ji, she now seemed transformed, forming a deep bond with Mu Mian, which ignited resentment within her, as Mu Mian should have been her rival. Biting her lip, Mu Ling addressed the camera with a faint smile. I am very happy to participate in this program, delighted to meet everyone. And I have come to realize some of my mistakes. I will work harder in the future to become even better. I hope my fans gain more confidence. I love you all. Fans were, of course, overjoyed by Mu Ling's heartfelt declaration, erupting in cheers. What you say and what you do are completely different, others believed her. But she remained skeptical. If only she didn't stir up trouble, no issues would arise. After Wei Xishan finished speaking, comments flooded in. See you again. The waters shall flow long, and other cheerful phrases. The director concluded the program, bringing the season of the variety show to a satisfying close. Thank you all for participating. We hope to collaborate again in the future. Once we tidy up the Joy House, everyone can leave, the director thought with reluctance, fearing future collaboration opportunities would be scarce. Zhou Shern glanced at Mu Ji, smiling. I have matters to attend to at my company and need to head back urgently today, my apologies. The director waved his hand. Understanding that a movie star like Zhou Shern must have a busy schedule, there's no need for apologies. Did you book your flight? Please take care. Tonight's ticket. I crafted this safety talisman with my own hands. I hope you'll accept it, Zhou Shern said, cautiously gazing at Mu Ji, who was still lost in the bliss of returning home, and didn't he quite catch his words. It wasn't he until Wei Zihan's searing gaze and the attention of others fell upon her that Mu Ji snapped back to reality. She looked at the safety talisman in Zhou Shern's hand, seeing the sincerity in his eyes, and ultimately did not refuse. All right then, in the spirit of reciprocity. You choose one of my fish. Zhou Shern nodded in agreement. Although Wei Zihan felt a pang of discomfort, she refrained from voicing her discontent, opting instead to look up at Zhou Shern. Zhouingdi, what time is your flight tonight? Shall we return together? Zhou Shern politely declined. I'm sorry. I'm on a private jet. Appearing together at the airport might cause unnecessary trouble. A movie star and a female celebrity appearing at the airport together at night could spark rumors, and Zhou Shern naturally declined. Wei Zihan felt a bit downcast, but did not press further. Patience was key. Mu Ling, eager to leave, had already contacted her family, swiftly packing her belongings. Zhang Xingxing, unconcerned by company constraints, always did as he pleased, naturally following Mu Ji. He would depart whenever she did. This butterfly specimen is for you. Remember to think of me. Zhang Xingxing winked, his dog-like eyes gleaming with stars. Thank you. It's beautiful. Mu Ji was taken aback that they hadn't taken any mementos and had gifted them all to her. She decided to give them fish in return, hoping they would find joy daily and advance in their careers. Mu Ling and Wei Zihan entered their room to pack, while Zhang Xingxing went to select some fish to take when they left. Mu Ji finally felt a twinge of parting sorrow as she stood beneath the tree in the courtyard, watching the flowers bloom. Yours. Mu Mian's voice came from behind her. Mu Ji turned to see something thrown her way, and Mu Mian reached out to catch it. It was the girl figurine. Why are you giving this to me? Mu Mian had reserved it, and the way she cherished it made Mu Ji realize it held significant importance to her. Why? Mu Ji's fair face bore a look of confusion, her eyes shimmering. I like it, but some things have their rightful place. The wooden carving bears her longing. At the moment of its completion, it loses its significance, only to be bestowed anew with meaning when gifted to her. As Mu Ji reaches out to touch the wooden sculpture, she wonders, who could this person be? Perhaps in due time, the answer will reveal itself. Mu Mian is surrounded by so many individuals, yet she has only encountered a fraction of them thus far. Thank you. Mu Ji scrutinizes the wooden carving, captivated by its exquisite beauty, which evokes a sense of familiarity within her. After Mu Ling and Wei Zihan depart, the atmosphere becomes serene, and Mu Ji, along with Mu Mian and Zhang Xingxing, plans to leave the following morning. Meanwhile, the production team attends to the final details of their work. In the dead of night, the joyous house falls into darkness, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects. A small, dark snake stealthily slithers into Mu Ji's room, its eyes as black as ink. its body covered in a mosaic of scales, adorned with two barely visible horns upon its forehead. It peeks in through the window, cautiously making its way to Muji's side, its cool body brushing against her, a gesture practiced and intimate as if it has done so countless times before. Muji feels a twinge of comfort. As her wrist brushes against the creature, a shiver runs through her, causing her body to stiffen momentarily, while its tail flails in a chaotic dance. The snake, named Lung Che, lingers for a moment, its gaze drawn toward the wooden sculpture on the table, where a similar snake and a female figure are displayed side by side. With nimble precision, Lung Che unravels its tail, gently lifting the snake sculpture and swiftly coiling back to Muji's side, fixated on her serene visage, the inky darkness of night appearing as bright as day in its eyes. Its tail tip extends toward her, admiring the young maiden's striking beauty as it restrains its impulses, tracing her contours with its gaze, from her brows to her lips. The very presence of her, its master, sends a fervor coursing through its veins, deepening its gaze. As its heart stirs at her mere sight, Lung Che, captivated and reluctant to leave, eventually exits the room, though it cannot resist taking the snake sculpture with it. In the middle of the night, Song-woo awakens for a drink, only to find his master standing there, causing a startled gasp that results in a spout of water. What was his master doing at this hour? Startling someone can be lethal, you know. Song-woo, with keen eyes, quickly notices the snake sculpture in his master's hand, and a wave of recognition washes over him. Wasn't he this crafted by Miss Muji? Shocked, his master ventured out in the dead of night solely for this carving? Is this really the same master he knows? Song-woo swallows hard. Could this be right? Master, isn't this a bit excessive? If Miss Muji discovers you've taken her carving without permission, she might be quite upset. Though you are my master, this may be overstepping.
Lenke,
lowering his gaze, opens the cabinet to reveal a row of snake sculptures, each displaying a myriad of expressions, so strikingly similar that it appears the one in his hand is merely one among them. What? Song-woo's mouth falls open in astonishment. Lung Che gazes at his collection, all crafted by his master's own hands, each one meticulously preserved.
How could this be theft?
They rightfully belong to him. It is merely that his master has forgotten. Gently caressing the wooden sculpture, Lung Che's expression softens as he places it back, closing the cabinet just as Song-woo has yet to fully admire the collection. Chapter 129. Returning home. Master, what are all these? Song-woo's curiosity intensifies, questioning when these sculptures were crafted and why they reside within his master's cabinet. A bewildering thought swirls in his mind. Could all of these be the artistic creations of Miss Muji?
Lenke responds nonchalantly,
a barely perceptible smile forming at the corners of his lips, hinting at a sense of pride. Song-woo, filled with questions, wonders when all of this was made. Did his master know Miss Muji long before? After Lung Che departs, Song-woo still refrains from voicing his inquiries. Having been by his master's side for so long, it feels as though he carries a monumental secret, as the training rules of the Lung family dictate that one must never pry into their master's secrets. The next morning, Muji awakens to find the snake sculpture missing from her table. Her immediate reaction is to suspect a thief has entered her room. She meticulously inspects her surroundings, finding no signs of intrusion. How strange. If it were a thief, they would not have taken something so seemingly worthless. Could her guard have been so down? Muji rubs her temples, recalling that she had slept soundly the previous night, feeling an inexplicable coolness that brought her comfort, a fleeting memory from her subconscious. What's wrong? Mu-mian asks, noticing her sister's furrowed brow. One of my wooden sculptures is missing. I suspect someone entered my room, Muji replies. It's odd that only one is gone, especially since they were all together. Upon hearing this, Mu-mian's expression shifts slightly, a glint of cold determination flashing in her eyes, just as Zhang Xingxing enters to find the silent sisters. Did you hear anything unusual last night?
Muji inquires,
turning to Zhang Xingxing. Not at all. I fed the fish and went straight to sleep. What, did you all sneak out for a party without me? Zhang Xingxing jokes, though a hint of anxiety creeps in, recalling that he had briefly stepped out to deliver his prized fish and had instructed his subordinates to look into Muji's flight number. I lost something and can't identify who took it, Muji laments, realizing that with no surveillance in the vicinity, finding the culprit seems futile. Who would engage in such childish antics? Who is it? Were you hurt? Zhang Xingxing exclaims angrily, vowing to break the thief's limbs if he could catch them. Muji shakes her head, while Mu-mian gazes thoughtfully at Zhang Xingxing. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't do it. I have no interest in snakes. I have the fish my sister gave me. Zhang Xingxing retorts. Forget it. If it's lost, it's lost. As long as everyone is safe, let us pack our things. After bidding farewell to the director, we shall depart. The intruder had made no sound, and not only Mu Mian but even Mu Ji herself had been oblivious. The thief had only sought the snake sculpture, employing unknown means to do so. Thankfully, it wasn't some lecherous individual. Zhang Xingxing breathes a sigh of relief, knowing that his gentle sister would have been ill-equipped to handle such a situation. The group bids farewell to the director and sets off for the capital. The airport is bustling with activity. After parting ways with Zhang Xingxing, Mu Ji's phone rings. It's Lin Shui calling. Ji, I'm here to pick you and Mian up. You two are something else. You didn't even inform the family of your return. If it weren't for your older brother asking the agent, I wouldn't have known at all. Lin Shui's voice carries a playful reproach, revealing her joy. Neither my sister nor I are children anymore. We're on our way out now, Mu Ji responds cheerfully, pulling Mu Mian along with her. Outside, the sun blazes fiercely, the heat enveloping them as they exit the airport. The flow of traffic is relentless, and Lin Shui, dressed elegantly in a long skirt and holding a sunshade, catches everyone's attention. Finally back. It's been so dull without you two at home, Lin Shui exclaims, noticing the aloof Mu Mian, which makes her a bit uncomfortable. How was your time, Mian? Lin Shui, having watched the program, has developed a slight appreciation for Mu Mian, who treats everyone with such indifference, bringing a sense of balance to her own feelings.
Mu Mian,
taken aback that her affairs matter, replies softly, it was all right. Mu Ji smiles, linking her arm with Lin Shui's. You're all right means you enjoyed it, right? All right. Let us head home. We'll melt away out here. Lin Shui, half convinced, follows as they all get into the car. Upon reaching the villa, Lin Shui instructs the chef to prepare Mu Ji's favorite dishes and, upon inquiring about Mu Mian's preferences, receives a vague whatever in response, thus opting for dishes that cater to Mu Ji's tastes. Upon entering her room, Mu Ji finds it impeccably clean, as it is tended to daily. She places the gifts they received within the display cabinet, placing the wooden doll sculpture beside the butterfly specimens, creating a delightful juxtaposition. After a refreshing bath and changing into a new outfit, Mu Ji descends the stairs, where Lin Shui eagerly engages her in conversation. Although Mu Ji feigns disinterest in the topics discussed, she listens attentively and responds occasionally. Lin Shui gently pulled Mu Ji's hand and sighed softly. In the past, whenever I mention luxury bags and clothing, you would beam with joy. Do you no longer take pleasure in them? Each time a new model was released, you clamored for your mother to buy it for you. Lin Shui felt that her daughter seemed to have become more obedient. The shift in her demeanor was profound. Perhaps it was because she knew she was not of their blood, and thus struggled to accept her place in their hearts. The original owner had harbored strong selfishness towards the Mu family, especially regarding the young master Mu Jiang, whose arrogant disposition and rebellious nature were indulged by her, enabling his bad habits. This pampering was a slow form of destruction. Mu Jiang believed that only his sister supported him, free from constraints, and truly loved him. Ultimately, he was manipulated into harming Mu Mian, leading to a tragic sibling rivalry. Upon learning that she was not a biological member of the Mu family, she sought every means to benefit herself, and as a villain, she invariably met with failure. Mu Ji smiled faintly. I have enough clothes. My interest in such things has waned. Instead, I wish to establish a foundation in your names to assist those in need and to maintain peace within our family, as a means of accumulating virtue for the Mu family. Lin Shui was touched, her face illuminated with emotion. You truly are your mother's little darling. I shall also donate funds. Since I am not well versed in this, you can manage it. We have plenty of jewelry at home. After all, the Mu family is not short on funds. Lin Shui had previously donated to charity, but it was merely for the sake of her reputation. She had never considered establishing a foundation. This can wait. There's no rush. I merely have this plan. More than clothing and bags. I wish to engage in endeavors of real value, Mu Ji replied, a glint of steely resolve flickering in her clear, vibrant eyes. No one would dare harm those she wished to protect. Lin Shui was filled with joy, her face radiant with sweetness. She wondered why she had never noticed that her daughter was so full of ideals and aspirations, unlike that troublesome boy who refused to study and always irritated her. Chapter 130. There are no hopeless cases. As Mu Mian descended the stairs, she spotted Lin Shui sharing an intimate conversation with Mu Ji and proceeded down leisurely. Upon seeing Mu Mian, Lin Shui straightened up and asked if Mu Mian would like to join her for a chat. Lin Shui felt a flicker of anticipation, as she was unsure how to relate to Mu Mian. I have some matters to attend to, Mu Mian replied, her expression momentarily faltering. Lin Shui hesitated, her brow furrowing. What are you going out for? It's your first time in the capital. It's unfamiliar territory. If you need anything, just have someone fetch it for you. Stay home and relax. I'm meeting a friend, Mu Mian said, turning away and leaving no room for Lin Shui to respond. Lin Shui watched her retreating figure, murmuring, what friends could she possibly have in the capital? It's quite worrisome. What urgent business could compel her to go out? Should I send someone with her? What if she encounters danger? Mu Ji's clear, lively eyes flickered. There must be something significant at play. She gently reassured Lin Shui, do not fret. If anything arises, I will contact you. You wanted to hear about my amusing experiences behind the scenes of the shows, didn't you? Let's head to the garden. And I shall share them with you. Captivated by the stories, Lin Shui took Mu Ji's hand and led her to the garden. Heaven and earth. The capital's renowned private club was bustling even in daylight. Upon entering, Mu Mian was greeted by someone waiting specifically for her. Are you Miss Mu Mian? Please.
Come in.
Mu Mian lifted her gaze, her expression devoid of much mirth, and followed the attendant into a private room. Rong Hanyue and Jiang Fan stood up. Rong Hanyue's eyes settling on Mu Mian, his deep gaze shimmering with ripples of hope. Mu Mian took her seat opposite them, exuding an air of confidence as she casually inquired, so, what is it that you wish to discuss by summoning me here? Jiang Fan, still clad in his white coat, appeared alongside Rong Hanyue, who seemed anxious. Had his mother encountered another crisis? Jiang Fan regarded the young woman before him, struggling to reconcile her with the legendary godly doctor. This was a myth revered throughout the medical field, and he had been profoundly impacted by it. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to place their hopes in her. Regardless of whether she was truly the godly doctor or had any connection to them, she was their only lifeline. Rong Hanyue spoke with a hint of exhaustion. Since you treated her, my mother's condition improved, but to our dismay, it has deteriorated again within a few days. Jiang Fan and other esteemed doctors are at a loss. I implore you to take a look. I will agree to any conditions you set. Mu Mian's jaw shifted slightly, and she regarded Rong Hanyue with newfound respect. His dedication to his mother resonated with her own experiences of shared suffering. I am merely an ordinary person. If the experts and Director Jiang from the capital's top hospital cannot resolve it, what can I do? I am no deity, she replied. Rong Hanyue's eyes darkened slightly as he stated, after returning, I demonstrated your acupuncture technique to Jiang Fan, who believes you might indeed be the godly doctor. If you cannot help, my mother's fate will be uncertain. Rong Hanyue's handsome face bore a weary expression as the sudden worsening of her condition, despite previous improvement, yielded no diagnostic results. Mu Mian scoffed lightly. It seems you have quite the memory. Jiang Fan cleared his throat, finding it remarkable to witness Rong Hanyue being teased for once. Miss Mu, we truly have no means to treat this condition. If you possess any skills, I earnestly request you to extend your benevolence and intervene, Jiang Fan implored. Mu Mian poured herself a cup of tea, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she regarded Rong Hanyue, the esteemed young master of the Rong family, known as Young Master Rong in the world outside. He was distinguished, graceful, and strikingly handsome, having studied abroad before establishing the Huashan group through his own efforts, adept at concealing his dangers behind a charming facade. After leisurely sipping her tea, Mu Mian maintained her calm demeanor. Goodness, how did Mu Mian come by such information to unveil young Master Rong's affairs? Even this small revelation suffices to prove her extraordinary nature, deep and unfathomable, a thought that is rather daunting, yet she remains so pure and naive, Jiang Fan mused. Rong Hanyue was unperturbed, even flattered by Mu Mian's praise. He was aware of her exceptional qualities. Setting down her teacup, Mu Mian casually remarked, I can agree to help you, but I cannot guarantee success. As for my conditions, we shall discuss them once I have treated your mother. Mu Mian found the situation somewhat perplexing. After her last treatment, the condition had improved, making a subsequent deterioration unlikely unless there were other underlying issues. Jiang Fan raised his chin slightly. As long as the godly doctor intervenes, no life is beyond saving. Unless the person is already deceased. Even if they are merely teetering on the brink of death, she can bring them back. Mu Mian smiled faintly. When did I claim to be a godly doctor? Jiang Fan blinked, his expression one of confusion. Rong Hanyue watched Mu Mian with a fond smile, allowing her to tease his brother, pleased as long as she was happy. Let's go. We must return before nightfall. I still need to have dinner. Jiang Fan glanced at the reflection of the two in the mirror, silently chiding Rong Hanyue for neglecting his friend in favor of romance. The car came to a halt at a private villa, situated away from the bustling city center. Surrounded by tranquil scenery, perfect for recuperation. Rong Hanyue was doing everything within his power for his mother. Young master, a servant greeted, bowing slightly. Rong Hanyue nodded. Leading Mu Mian into the villa, the interior featured winding corridors, trickling streams, and an abundance of exquisite flora. Although the villa was not particularly large, it was undeniably elegant. Please come in, Rong Hanyue gestured politely, his gold-rimmed glasses accentuating his charming, peach blossom eyes. Who is this?
An elegant man.
Dressed in a checkered vest with a serious demeanor, scrutinized Mu Mian. He bore a slight resemblance to Rong Hanyue, suggesting he was his father. The man assessed Mu Mian while she reciprocated the scrutiny. This is my invited guest, here to treat my mother. Rong Hanyue shares a tenuous bond with his father. Having been raised primarily by his mother and grandfather due to his father's frequent absences during his childhood. Following in his grandfather's footsteps, he learned the ways of the world, leading to a rather distant relationship with his father. Rong Tianlin furrows his brow, his stern demeanor instilling a sense of fear. Jiang Fan swallows hard, harboring a degree of apprehension towards this imposing Mr. Rong, whose presence exudes an inexplicable pressure, even more so than that of his own brother. You truly are being reckless. This young lady appears quite inexperienced. How could she possibly treat your mother? We must not resort to hasty measures out of desperation. I understand your concerns, and I empathize with Ian's plight. I will engage a specialist from abroad. Rest assured, I shall ensure Ian awakens. Rong's father asserts with a commanding tone, disapproving of Rong Hanyue's actions. Father, do not worry. It was she who saved mother at the airport last time. She is merely here to take a look, nothing more. Rong Hanyue retorts defiantly, his eyes brimming with stubbornness. Chapter 131. I was too close for comfort. Rong Tianlin gently releases his hold on his mother's hand, casting a fleeting glance at Mu Mian, seemingly indifferent. She rises and steps aside, choosing not to intervene further. I recognize your heartfelt intentions. Allow her to examine your mother. Rong Hanyue nods at Mu Mian, signaling that he'll be there to support her, encouraging her to proceed without concern. As Mu Mian examines Mrs. Rong's wrist, a grave expression settles upon her features, her delicate brows knitting together, causing the atmosphere in the room to grow tense. Jiang Fan, filled with anxiety, is the first to inquire, what is it? What exactly is happening? Concern etches itself onto Rong Hanyue's striking visage as he gazes anxiously at his unconscious mother. Mu Mian inspects Mrs. Rong's eyes, then meets Rong Tianlin's gaze, a flicker of insight illuminating her deep eyes. Regrettably, I find myself unable to assist. Mrs. Rong's condition is quite complex and peculiar. Upon hearing this, Rong Tianlin's expression subtly softens, his brow relaxing slightly, yet a hint of melancholy and pain crosses his face. Do not blame yourself. I have sought numerous doctors without success. You, a young girl, are merely trying your best. Do not act recklessly in the future. My bond with Ian runs deep. I will not allow her to suffer. I have already contacted advanced physicians abroad, and I believe she will awaken. Rong Tianlin glances at his son, adjusting his tie. I must take my leave. There are matters at the company requiring my attention, so I shall not entertain guests. With that, he turns away, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Mu Mian watches him thoughtfully, intrigued. Jiang Fan seems incredulous. Is there truly a divine healer who cannot cure someone? Could there have been a mistake? Miss Mu, what exactly is the situation with Mrs. Rong? Why has she remained in a coma? Her only issue seems to be mental. I have examined her body and found no abnormalities. Mrs. Rong had always treated him kindly, and during his childhood, he often trailed behind Rong Hanyue, considering her a second mother. As a healer, witnessing a loved one in a coma while feeling utterly helpless is a burden that weighs heavily on him. Rong Hanyue's gaze shifts to Mu Mian, mentally bracing himself for whatever news she may deliver. She is under a curse, something belonging to the realm of the metaphysical. I am powerless to assist. You must seek someone versed in such arts. Perhaps they could provide salvation. She is currently in a coma, which poses no immediate threat to her health, but over time, the curse will consume her consciousness, leading her into eternal slumber, commonly referred to as brain death. At which point there would be no hope. Jiang Fan's eyes widen in disbelief. A curse? What nonsense is this? Miss Mu, are you jesting? Where in the world is there such a thing as the metaphysical? If curses existed, they could easily harm anyone. Just draw a circle and curse your foes. Absurd. It is quite ludicrous. Believe it or not, that is the extent of my knowledge, Mu Mian replies, her lips curving slightly, unfazed by their skepticism. For them, the concept of spirits and curses is mere folly. Had she not witnessed it herself, she too would not believe. After all, people tend to trust only what they can see and learn. Rong Hanyue regards Mu Mian with a clear and melodious voice, filled with conviction. I believe you. The three simple words leave Jiang Fan stunned, and even Mu Mian is taken aback, for who would accept such absurdity? She gazes at him with newfound respect. He is indeed a perceptive individual. Jiang Fan glances at his brother, but the words he had been about to utter fade away, leaving him to silently ponder. Rong Hanyue's expression grows serious, his gaze icy. Do you know anyone from the metaphysical realm? Are there practitioners within the Taoist temples of the capital? Rong Hanyue had previously dismissed such beliefs, knowing little beyond the existence of a research organization focused on metaphysics in the city. The eldest son of the Yi family, Yi Jin, is infatuated with this path, often mocked by the elite circles, and Rong Hanyue had only heard whispers of him. Mu Mian seems to have an epiphany, her tone rising slightly. That will depend on their capabilities. If they can provide assistance, that would be splendid. If not, we may need to send someone to seek them out. A smile graces her lips as she considers leveraging Rong Hanyue's influence to find someone, perhaps leading to fruitful results. A coldness envelopes Rong Hanyue's handsome features as he contemplates who might be manipulating events from the shadows. He is determined to unearth the culprit. I will seek assistance. Should you receive any information, please inform me. I will add an additional condition. He steps closer to Mu Mian, his eyes shimmering with earnest emotion. Mu Mian meets his gaze, and Jiang Fan gently coughs to interrupt their moment of connection. If there is nothing else, I must return to the hospital. I've just received word of an emergency patient. Jiang Fan surveys the room, his thoughts racing. Love-struck men truly are beyond redemption. Could this enchanting brother of his genuinely be falling for this girl? Once Jiang Fan departs, Rong Hanyue finds himself feeling unexpectedly anxious, a sensation he has never experienced before. You may familiarize yourself with the other courtyard. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Would you care to join me for lunch? There is a hint of mischief in Rong Hanyue's beguiling eyes as he regards Mu Mian, his gaze imbued with a warmth that makes her feel cherished. I don't recall agreeing to have lunch with you, Mu Mian replies, arching an eyebrow coolly. I am not merely inviting the beautiful Miss Mu to lunch. Rather, I am requesting her gracious company. Rong Hanyue leans in closer, as though a mere breath away from brushing against her cheek, his tone enticing like a gentle caress. Mu Mian rises on her toes, leaning near his ear, her voice playful. Your methods of courting are quite refined, Mr. Rong. Am I your latest conquest? The intoxicating scent of her presence envelopes him. It is the first time he has been this close to her, and the alluring fragrance leaves him entranced. I have always conducted myself with integrity. I have never pursued any other girl, nor have I shown interest in any boy. Such words have only been spoken to you, and henceforth will only be spoken to you, Rong Hanyue asserts, appearing every bit the charming rogue, yet inwardly he is a pure-hearted novice, eager to clarify any misunderstandings Mu Mian may harbor. As Rong Hanyue shifts slightly, Mu Mian turns her neck, and his lips brush against her cheek, a soft sensation igniting a fire within him. His breath is warm, his gaze intense, and his heart races as his feelings surge within him, fixated upon Mu Mian. Look again, and I shall gouge out your eyes, Mu Mian retorts, her mind swirling with confusion, retreating slightly from his heated presence, annoyance flickering across her captivating face. Rong Hanyue, do not come so close to me again, she warns, her eyes narrowing with resolve. A hint of amusement dances in Rong Hanyue's eyes, well concealed beneath a mask of understanding. It is my fault. I was simply too close for comfort. Mu Mian, Chapter 132, One Needle, 1 Million. Mu Mian releases her tightly clenched fists, eager to stretch her limbs. Let us dine. She casts a casual glance at him. Rong Hanyue's wish is granted. He finally obtains the opportunity to share a meal with Mu Mian, a smile gracing his lips, his eyes twinkling with delight. Just as Mu Mian was about to speak, there came a knock at the door. With a hint of curiosity, she raised an eyebrow at Rong Hanyue. The waters of the Rong family ran deep. It seemed there were unsavory elements lurking in this villa. Rong Hanyue frowned, a flicker of contemplation crossing his affectionate gaze. What is it, young master? I have come to administer the nutrient infusion for the madam, came a respectful and gentle voice from outside. Come in, he replied. It was Aunt Jiang, who had taken care of his mother for many years. During his absence, it was Aunt Jiang who had been by her side. Rong Hanyue suppressed his doubts. Until he uncovered the true culprit behind the scenes, everyone in this villa was a suspect. He could not afford to alert the snake, otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Jiang. Please set the nutrient infusion down, Rong Hanyue said with a calm demeanor. Young master, have I done something wrong? Aunt Jiang asked, a hint of confusion and a touch of grievance in her tone. Rong Hanyue smiled gently, not at all. A doctor has arrived today. You may rest now and leave it to her. His words brooked no argument. Aunt Jiang nodded, handing the nutrient syringe to Mu Mian. Mu Mian examined the syringe and Rong Hanyue inquired, is there an issue? The syringe is fine, but you have a superior option available. I can prepare the finest nutrient infusion for you, but it will cost 1 million per injection. What do you think? Mu Mian raised an eyebrow, her gaze frosty. Rong Hanyue felt a surge of gratitude. She indeed cared for him, voluntarily offering to provide the nutrient infusion. Beneath her outward indifference lay a kind heart.
Deal.
He agreed with elegance and composure. In the distance, Aunt Jiang returned to her room and dialed a number on her phone. Yes. The young master did not allow me to administer the nutrient infusion. Is he beginning to suspect me? Dr. Jiang has already left. Upon hearing the words from the other end, Aunt Jiang felt a wave of relief wash over her. No one would ever know. As evening fell, Mu Mian returned home punctually. She skillfully scaled the wall, walking nonchalantly, only to have a flower pot come crashing down from above. With swift reflexes, she dodged to the side, and the pot shattered upon hitting the ground. How brutal, Mu Mian remarked. A fleeting glint of coldness in her eyes as she glanced towards the source of the commotion. Standing on the steps was a boy with his neck stuck out defiantly, exuding arrogance, with hair dyed a trendy red. Is this the young master of the Mu family, Mu Jiang? My insufferable younger brother, greeting me with such a grand gesture. Indeed, only Mu Ji could be so endearing. Who do you think you are, little thief? Daring to scale the walls of my home? Do you know what the Mu family is? You've got some nerve. Do you believe I won't call the police?
Mu Jian shouted.
His youthful face still carrying the innocence of adolescence, his fierce gaze utterly infuriating. I climbed openly. What can you do about it, little brat? She assessed him with disdain. How dare you? Mu Jiang was momentarily taken aback. This thief was utterly unrepentant. No, he had to teach her a lesson. Just wait. While I don't hit girls, don't push your luck. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to give this audacious thief a proper reprimand. Just as he was about to strike, he heard a mildly shocked voice behind him. What are you doing? Mu Ji observed the boy's striking red hair and thought, goodness, that's Mu Jiang, the little demon. She glanced at Mu Mian, who was watching the spectacle with a resigned shake of her head. Family disputes were clearly her responsibility to mediate. Sister, she is a thief. I saw her climbing our villa with my own eyes. Mu Jiang exclaimed, finding solace in his sister's presence and launching into a tirade against Mu Mian.
Mu Ji approached,
casting a disapproving glance at her troublesome brother. What thief? She is your biological sister. Stop this nonsense. You should have at least informed mother when you returned. Do you realize how close you were to causing a disaster? You could have been beaten up by Mu Mian. Sister? What sister? Where did I get a sister? Mu Jiang was utterly baffled, suddenly recalling the messages from his good friend, shock dawning upon him. Mu Jiang followed closely behind Mu Ji as Mu Mian trailed behind them. Upon seeing Mu Jiang's hair, Lin Shui's eyes widened in fury. You little rascal, what on earth have you done to your hair? Get it dyed back immediately. What kind of look is that? Mu Ji and Mu Mian exchanged glances, and Mu Ji could even detect a hint of schadenfreude in Mu Mian's eyes. It seemed only Mu Jiang could strip away their mother's facade of propriety.
Mu Jian pouted defiantly.
I didn't dye it at school, and you needn't worry, Mom. I'll return to my original color when school starts. He turned his attention back to Mu Mian, fuming. Who is she? Why is she in our house? This isn't an orphanage. We can't just take anyone in. Lin Shui shot him a glare. She is your biological sister, switched at birth with Gigi. You need to learn to get along, understand? While you were at the training camp, Gigi and Mian appeared on a variety show together. Her identity has been acknowledged publicly. So stop calling her a thief, show some manners. Mu Jiang felt as if thunder had struck him. What nonsense is this? I was only in close training for a little over half a month. How has everything changed? How could she possibly not be my real sister? This person just rubs me the wrong way. Mom, are you sure this isn't a mistake? They must be conspiring to swindle our Mu family's money. How could she not be my biological sister? Mu Jiang could not accept this. It was simply inconceivable. Lin Shui cleared her throat. This is absolutely true. How could such a significant matter be mistaken? Now, I haven't even had a chance to settle the score with you. Lin Shui thought of the report card she had received from the teacher and felt an urge to slap this boy. Aside from the eldest, Mu Mian had grown up in an orphanage, and her academic performance was likely abysmal, not to mention this troublesome child, whose grades were dismal.
Mu Jian protested weakly.
What do we have to discuss? I was on my best behavior at the training camp. Don't just focus on grades. They don't represent everything. I'm going to become the world champion in fencing and bring glory to our family. Lin Shui was speechless. Bring glory? Just don't add to my troubles. Come on. It's time for dinner. Now that you're home, focus on your studies. If you dare to go out and fool around, I'll punish you. Mu Jiang let out a cry of dismay, his face twisted in despair. As long as he didn't have to study, he would do anything. All right, don't be upset. Mom is right, your grades need improvement. Sister, didn't you always say that good grades aren't everything and encouraged me to chase my dreams?
Chapter 133, Luoyi.
It's time to go back after you've had your fun. Muji cast a faint glance, recalling how the original owner had deceived this naive fool, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. She coughed lightly. Are you really willing to let the world know that the world champion is illiterate? Learning and dreams are not mutually exclusive. Do you wish to be a champion among the illiterate? Mu Jiang, feeling dejected, hung his head. Of course, he didn't want that. Being illiterate sounded disgraceful. He was determined to become a world champion and could never be an illiterate. Mu Mian chuckled softly at Mu Ji's persuasive words. Sensitive Mu Jiang turned around, astonished, his tone unfriendly. What are you laughing at?
Mu Mian maintained her iceye demeanor.
I heard you laugh. Are you mocking me?
What?
Are your grades so good? Which school do you attend? No matter how poor his grades were, he should still be able to outperform Mu Mian. After all, he had appeared on a variety show with his sister, something he had never had the opportunity to do, feeling a mix of envy and resentment.
Mu Mian smirked.
I laughed at your foolishness.
Hey.
You're quite arrogant. He complained. Sister, look at her. She's attacking me personally. She's truly out of line. Mu Ji felt exhausted, wondering, what kind of battlefield is this? Zhang Xingxing returned to the villa, and the lights in the room suddenly flickered on. He gazed at the man seated on the sofa, his pupils quivering slightly, the chill in his gaze palpable. What are you doing here? His eyes scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. The man had a sinister appearance, a scar running across his brow, adding a menacing edge to his face. He gently turned his ring, his tone dripping with condescension, carrying the weight of authority.
Luoyi.
It's time to return from your play. Do not forget your identity. Zhang Xingxing's cold smile was tinged with disdain and scorn. The innocence that once enveloped him having vanished entirely, leaving a hint of cruelty in his gaze. My affairs are of no concern to you. I shall visit you when I am in a better mood. A frown creased his brow, a foreboding sense gnawing at him, filling him with agitation. He glanced at the man behind him, who shook his head in warning, signaling him to refrain from impulsive actions. The man chuckled lightly, observing his son's loss of composure, his eyes reflecting the depths of a bottomless abyss, as though everything was firmly under his control. Is this what you're searching for? The man kicked out a dead fish from beneath, crushing it underfoot with a sinister laugh. It's merely a fish. Should it truly occupy your thoughts? You are the young master of the Liu family. Such trifles are beneath you. The man's eyes brimmed with contempt, dismissing the notion that a mere fish could tether his son's heart. If necessary, he would obliterate it. To achieve great ambitions, one must forsake familial affections and not allow trivial matters to divert your focus and heart. Do you understand? His tone was earnest. Zhang Xingxing's eyes burned crimson. His fists clenched tightly, fixated on the man seated before him, his nominal father. The man rose, placing a hand on Zhang Xingxing's shoulder, as if recalling something. Indeed, that Miss Mu is quite beautiful. As the son of Liu Jie, you should not pursue a frail little girl. It is not worth invoking the power of the skeleton society for her. I expect you to refrain from disappointing your father. Such mistakes should not be repeated. Once you have had your fill of play, return home. I shall await your return. He patted Zhang Xingxing's shoulder, utterly indifferent to the bloodthirsty intent shimmering in his son's eyes. Take good care of the young master. Should anything happen to him, I will hold you accountable.
Yes.
Master. The man behind replied respectfully. As the man departed the villa, Zhang Xingxing gazed at the lifeless fish on the ground, a conflagration of anger and hatred igniting within him. His eyes stung with unshed tears. This was a gift from Sister Gigi. How could he allow such a thing to happen? He yearned to rend that person to pieces. Why must they take everything he held dear? Did they think to threaten him with the Liu family? In their dreams, one day, he would personally bring about their demise and dismantle the Liu family. My young master, I am truly sorry. I cannot defy the master's orders. I must send you a message, but if the master discovers it. The subordinate, witnessing the young master's anguish, felt a deep sorrow himself. He had been by the young master's side for so long and had never seen him in such a state, for he was always adorned with a smile. The corners of Zhang Xingxing's eyes tinged with bitterness, fighting back tears. It was his fault for lacking sufficient strength. The hatred within him grew ever more intense. Having already lost his mother, he would not allow anyone else to harm her. Lu Jie, one day I shall ascend over your corpse, compelling you to atone for my mother in hell. At that time, I will make you witness the destruction of all that you hold dear. My young master, what about the fish? The subordinate looked at the pitiful fish. The master was truly excessive. Even if it was a warning to the young master, there was no need to vent his frustrations on an innocent creature. Bury it, Zhang Xingxing replied sharply. He felt utterly exhausted and powerless, as if all his strength had been drained. If Sister Gigi knew he had failed to protect her fish, she would surely be upset. She was so kind-hearted. She surely would feel regret for giving it to him. Perhaps if he feigned suffering, she might feel pity for him? Zhang Xingxing let out a bitter smile. Lying on the cold ground, his expression one of pain and numbness. Mother, I have encountered a girl as kind and pure as you. She too is in the entertainment industry. I will protect her and ensure her fate does not mirror yours. The Mu family was rarely gathered as a whole. At the dining table, Mu Jiang wore a sulky expression, enduring his mother's scolding. Why was he the only one being reprimanded, while Mu Mian was not? It was so unfair. Catching a warning glance from Mu Ji, he silently swallowed his words. Why did he have a foreboding sense that Mu Mian would soon usurp his cherished position in his sister's heart? An inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped him. Tomorrow, the three of you will visit the old residence to see grandfather. Gigi, since you caught some fish, give one to him to bring him joy. Mu father said earnestly. Mu Ji nodded. Even without her father's prompting, she had intended to do just that. Young. You have only a year until the high school entrance exams. I hope you can focus on your studies. Fencing may serve as a hobby, but our Mu family cannot produce academic underachievers. It would be quite embarrassing. Strive to match your elder brother and Gigi, understood? Mu father asserted with parental authority. Feeling quite helpless. Reluctantly, Mu Jiang muttered an acknowledgement, then glanced at the nearly invisible Mu Mian, feeling disgruntled. Why not mention Mu Mian? Surely her academic performance is not stellar. I can guarantee I perform far better than she does. You should pay more attention to her. Mu Jian, in a bid to deflect attention, pointed the finger at Mu Mian. She cast a glance his way, regarding him with the eyes of one who cares for a simpleton. The Mu family's lineage was quite extraordinary. As Mu Ji busily devoured her meal, she dropped a piece of braised pork into her bowl, exclaiming, "Young man, don't be overly confident." Chapter 134. A Change in Attitude. Lin Shui glanced at Mu Mian, defending, "Your sister Mian can hardly be compared to you. Her circumstances for studying are entirely different. What school do you attend? It's hardly fair to compare it to hers. There is still time in the holidays. I will arrange for you and Mian to have a tutor." Mu Jiang instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, casting a pleading glance at the ever-supportive Mu Ji. "That sounds good, keep it up." Mu Ji smiled gently, her eyes brimming with sympathy. "Do not be disheartened. We all have to go through such experiences." Mu Jiang felt hopeless. The last glimmer of hope had been extinguished. Let me perish. The following day, Mu Ji and Mu Mian awoke early. Seated on the living room sofa, Mu Ji lounged casually, and if Lin Shui were to see her like this, she would undoubtedly accuse her of being unladylike. Mu Mian had her laptop resting on her lap, sleek and lightweight, its brand indiscernible. It was likely self-assembled by her. How cool. Mu Mian glanced up at her, a hint of a smile flickering in her eyes. "What are you staring at? Do you wish to play on the computer?" Mu Ji, her eyes bright and clear, smiled back. "No, I was just curious. Your computer is different from others." Mu Mian paused her typing, lightly tapping the keys. "If you like it, I could build one for you. It's just a bit of a hassle." To her, it was merely a matter of time, nothing to fret about. No need. I have my own computer. Mu Mian chuckled lightly, choosing not to say more. Mu Ji stretched her arms, longing to laze about like a salted fish. But the circumstances did not allow it. What a pity. After a while, a cacophony erupted from upstairs, accompanied by the cautious knocks of the servants, mingled with Mu Jiang's furious roars. Get lost. Don't disturb my sleep this early. His sharp, hoarse voice shattered the morning tranquility.
Mu Mian frowned.
Her disconnect from the Mu family was well-founded. If he were her subordinate, she would have rendered him obsolete by now. Mu Ji, however, found it quite amusing. She had been this way on the mountain as well, inciting her masters to scream in exasperation, yet they were powerless against her. Every time her masters held class, she was the last to arrive but the quickest to learn. By the end, her prowess far exceeded that of her instructors, leading them to hand over their students to her. Reflecting on this, Mu Ji felt a twinge of regret. She ought to have played the fool, a miscalculation indeed. Every day, Mu Ji would drag her companions up the mountain, reveling in the madness, integrating theory with practice, filling Lingwu Mountain with laughter. Her instructors, seeing this, were infuriated to the point of spitting blood. They realized it was unsustainable, and thus decided to alternate teaching weeks with her, allowing them to run wild. Mu Mian observed the nostalgia flickering in Mu Ji's eyes, her own gaze darkening slightly. What was she thinking? What had her past been like? She knew nothing of it. Mom, I am still not fully awake. You cannot be this cruel to me. Mu Jiang trailed behind Lin Shui, his dark circles prominent. An expression of despair etched upon his face, his disheveled red hair framing his dazed gaze. Look at your two sisters, then glance at your grades. How can you possibly sleep soundly? After breakfast, head to the old mansion with your sisters to visit your grandfather, understood?
Mu Jiang grumbled.
Feeling that there was no reason for sleeplessness, he had slept quite soundly, in fact. Mu Ji glanced at her brother's state and immediately deduced that he had been up all night gaming. She was aware of his obsession with an action game centered around immortality, in which he had invested a considerable sum on equipment. Each time he returned home, he would become engrossed, with late nights becoming a regular occurrence. Staying up late is harmful to your health. Take care of yourself, Mu Ji gently reminded him. Lin Shui stole a glance at her son, finding his demeanor increasingly irksome. She thought, no, becoming angry will only lead to wrinkles. I have worked hard on my skincare. Mu Jiang scratched his head, puzzled by the apparent shift in his sister's attitude during this visit. She had never before expressed concern over his late-night escapades or his academic performance. How strange it was. Could it be that she had grown sensitive upon discovering he was not a biological member of the Mu family? Perhaps Mu Mian had secretly threatened her. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. In his heart, Mu Ji would always be his true sister, while Mu Mian, who had seemingly appeared from nowhere, held no favor in his eyes. He would never acknowledge her. Mu Jiang shot a disdainful glance at Mu Mian, thinking, just wait. I shall expose your true self and silence you. Unfazed, Mu Mian met his gaze, with a look of contempt. After the family finished breakfast, the driver took the three of them to the Mu family's old mansion. Mu Jiang, fearless in all matters except when it came to the family patriarch, recalled the shadows of childhood when his grandfather would strike him with a cane. He dreaded the prospect of receiving a reprimand about his grades. He had no desire to visit the old mansion, as his relationship with his grandfather was anything but close. Stop fidgeting. You're going to twist yourself into the car window, Mu Ji remarked helplessly, a smile tugging at her lips. His rebellious nature, simple-mindedness, and emotions plainly written across his face made her feel a twinge of pity for him. He was merely a naive teenager at heart, still possessing a kind spirit and a fervent passion. Mu Jiang ceased his fidgeting and let out an exasperated sigh. How annoying. Upon arriving at the old mansion, the servants exchanged glances, a hint of mockery flashing in their eyes at the sight of Mu Ji, an impostor, daring to visit the ancestral home. Mu Ji paid them no mind, indifferent to their scorn. As they entered the room, they were greeted by cheerful voices. Grandfather, I brought this special gift for you. It's excellent for your health. Aged cordyceps. I missed you so much since returning from the variety show. Mu Ling's voice was overly sweet, bordering on suffocating. The old patriarch grimaced at Mu Ling's antics, not particularly pleased, but still unwilling to reject her goodwill. I watched the show, Ling. You should temper your temperament. Stop causing trouble for Mu Mian. Your family. The Mu family allows competition, but we will not tolerate infighting. Chun Fian wore a hypocritical smile as she ingratiatingly added, Ling has no such ill intentions. Speaking of intentions, one must wonder who has been causing trouble for a Ling, leading to her constant embarrassment. Truly, a family divided cannot stand united. Muji felt a twitch at her temple, utterly speechless at the veiled insults directed at her. Mu Jiang rolled his eyes at Chen Fian's words, harboring a deep-seated dislike for his aunt, who perpetually gossiped about him before the elders and compared him to her own son. He had suffered enough indignities at her hands and could not help but feel resentment. The thought of her shifting blame onto his sister was intolerable. "Grandfather, why does the house smell so foul? It's truly nauseating. Next time, I'll bring some cleaning supplies to spray around," Mu Jiang exclaimed, his smile bright and mocking. "You little rascal. You dare to return and still find humor in your grades?" The old patriarch's gaze fell upon Muji, who confidently greeted him with a respectful grandfather. This child, having gone through some changes, had become more composed and polite, though it was somewhat regrettable that she was not of Mu blood. Chapter 135, Shares for You. "Grandfather, why bring up grades at all? As long as my sister does well, that suffices," Mu Jiang replied nonchalantly. Infuriated, the old patriarch raised his hand, prompting Mu Jiang to retract his neck and take a step back. Mu Ji interjected to redirect the conversation. "Grandfather, this fish I caught at Xishan is for you. I hope it brings you companionship." Chen Fian's face twisted in distaste, feeling as though she had swallowed a fly. This audacious boy dared to suggest that they were unpleasant. She could not express her ire in front of the old patriarch and was forced to endure it. Her own son was brilliant, currently attending an elite class for tutoring, unlike Mu Jiang, who was utterly inept. Realizing this, Chen Fian felt more emboldened. Lin Shue's children were both not biologically hers and useless. She smiled smugly, feeling superior. "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated," the old patriarch said, narrowing his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. Chen Fian feigned disdain. "Muji, how much is this fish worth? You come to visit grandfather with such a meager offering? Does your mother not care at all? Does the old patriarch's house lack for fish?" Chen Fian ran her fingers through her hair, her tone suffused with arrogance. The old patriarch shot her a warning glance, signaling her not to speak out of turn. This fish was something he had long desired, and Muji's thoughtfulness brought him immense joy. She was a dutiful child. "The things you bring are piling up in the storeroom. This fish from Xi is particularly meaningful, and it's quite rare. I could not even buy it with money. It is a rare gift of her affection. Housekeeper, bring me the piece of cold jade I have cherished for a long time. I shall gift it to Xi." The old patriarch's eyes sparkled with delight as he watched the fish swim. Chen Fian felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing the old patriarch's intentions to gift Mu Ji jade, realizing its immense value. The old patriarch was clearly biased. Would Mu Ji become the favored one in his eyes? Mu Ling's heart swelled with indignation. Why should a valuable gift be bestowed upon an outsider when she had presented equally precious offerings? "Thank you, grandfather," Mu Ji replied, maintaining her composure and polite demeanor. The old patriarch nodded in satisfaction, his gaze shifting to the silent Mu Mian, feeling a surge of tenderness for the child who had endured hardship. "Mian, the Mu family owes you a debt of gratitude. I wish to compensate you with shares of the Mu Corporation, if you would accept it." This was a decision the old patriarch had contemplated deeply. The majority of the Mu family children appeared unworthy, and he feared that without proper succession, the family legacy would falter upon his demise. Chen Fian's heart sank at this prospect. Shares in the Mu Corporation were incomparable to mere trinkets, and they must not fall into Mu Mian's hands. She felt a mix of bitterness and resentment, thinking, how could that insufferable girl deserve shares? With a facade of concern for the greater good, she suggested, "Old patriarch, such shares should not be given easily. The Mu family shares are intended for biological descendants. Since Mu Ji is not a true Mu, why not give her shares to Mu Mian? I am sure they share a strong sisterly bond and would not mind." The old patriarch hesitated. Upon learning that Mu Ji was not his biological granddaughter, he had considered retracting the shares, but his son and daughter-in-law's objections had stayed his hand. Although Mu Ji was not of his blood, she had lived in the Mu family for many years. He considered the shares a form of dowry for her future. Chen Fian, seeing the old patriarch unmoved, felt anxious. If this news reached the rest of the Mu family, it would surely spark controversy. "Old patriarch, you cannot let temporary joy lead to chaos within the Mu family." Mu Mian watched with keen interest as they quarreled over a mere fraction of shares. She thought, forget shares. Even if it were the entire company, I would gladly hand it over. She was never one to covet such trivial gains. Yet these profit-driven individuals saw her as a rival. Mu Mian's dark eyes glinted with coldness as she spoke icily. I have no desire for shares. Consider Mu Ji's portion a welcoming gift for my sister. Mu Ji cast a glance at Mu Mian. She had initially intended to return the shares of the Mu family. Yet Lin Shui had rejected her offer. She wished to spare anyone from discomfort. And a warmth enveloped her heart as she realized that Mu Mian's words were meant to alleviate her burdens. After all, this was a gift from an elder sister to her younger sibling. Chun Fian's mouth fell slightly agape as she regarded Mu Mian with the incredulity typically reserved for a fool. What kind of enchantment had Mu Ji cast upon Mu Mian for her to so willingly relinquish her shares? Had she lost her senses? Did she truly comprehend the significance of those shares? Initially, Chun Fian had intended to exploit the shares to sow discord, believing that even siblings would turn against one another over matters of profit. She could not fathom Mu Ji enduring the loss of her rightful shares. With her inherent vanity, losing those shares would jeopardize her engagement with the Jing family, creating an opening for her daughter. Mu Ling was in a state of discontent. Whether Mu Ji or Mu Mian retained the shares, it irked her. One was not a biological relative, and the other a complete simpleton, neither deserving of the Mu family's assets. Although Mu Jiang was still young, he understood the gravity of the shares and looked at Mu Mian with wide, confused eyes. The old master of the Mu family was taken aback, astonished that Mu Mian would sacrifice her shares for the sake of Mu Ji, realizing the depth of their sisterly bond, forged in such a short time. Old master, is there a problem? The manner in which she handles what rightfully belongs to her is her prerogative. It is not for others to meddle, Mu Mian retorted sharply. Chun Fian fell silent, casting a glance at the old master's expression, stifling her words once more. What could her objections achieve? With the shares in her possession, Mu Mian was free to manage them as she saw fit. Mu Mian glanced at Mu Ji, her lips curling into a gentle smile. Rest assured, I shall not let you suffer any indignities. Mu Ji smiled serenely. She felt no sense of injustice, not in the slightest. The kindness extended towards her was almost overwhelming. She nodded obediently, while Mu Mian subtly averted her gaze, thinking how she wanted to pat her head. Little Ji, your fishing skills seem quite remarkable. How did you achieve such prowess? The old master inquired, his curiosity piqued. If he could master it, he would undoubtedly rival those old men during fishing outings, evoking envy in others. Truthfully, it was merely a coincidence. There isn't any secret to it, just a stroke of luck. My physique is such that even if I explained, they wouldn't believe it. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. The recent phenomenon of the fish schools was a beautiful accident, Mu Ji replied.
Muling girittet hertit.
Recalling the humiliation she had suffered on the variety show, her selfishness led her to ponder if her cousin was hiding her talents out of fear that they might learn. Did she truly believe she could refuse grandfather's simple hobby? Grandfather, you are unaware, but my cousin possesses significant capabilities. Even Lan Shui has gifted her clothes for magazine shoots. Yet she hasn't revealed how she came to know Lan Shui. You know that the entertainment industry is a treacherous place. I fear my cousin might stray down a dark path, she lamented. Chapter 136. Sister, observe my skills. Mu Ling's words were laden with implications, clearly aimed at tarnishing Mu Ji's reputation. Chun Fian regarded her daughter with approval, recalling how displeased the old master had been when Mu Ji entered the entertainment industry. If he were to hear any rumors, he might once again develop a distaste for Mu Ji. Mu Ji was left speechless, realizing that Mu Ling was harboring jealousy over Lan Shui. Was she so consumed by envy that she couldn't sleep? The old master, though not well-versed in trends, had heard of Lan Shui's influence, a symbol of status and wealth. Although the Mu family was affluent, they were not untouchable, and even he lacked the means to partake in such luxuries. Little Ji, our Mu family stands dignified and untainted. You have your elder brother to safeguard you in the entertainment industry. You must steer clear of any unsavory matters, understood? Whatever you desire, your brother will assist you. And he will never abandon you simply because you are not a biological child of the Mu family, the old master imparted solemnly, emphasizing that no disgraceful individuals could emerge from their lineage. Mu Ji smiled faintly, casting a dispassionate glance at the smug Mu Ling, her demeanor unruffled. She was pure and virtuous. A mere few words could not disturb her composure. Grandfather, I had no prior association with Lan Shui. To be blunt, our relationship is strictly professional. My sister can attest to that. It was Lan Shui's people who liaised with me. One should think carefully before speaking. Do not fabricate narratives to suit your own beliefs, Mu Ji asserted. Mu Ling's smile faltered. Could Muji truly accuse her of lacking intelligence? Chen Fian, too, had not anticipated Muji's articulate defense and clarity of thought. Those with impure intentions perceive the world through a tainted lens. What connection did Muji have with the murky depths of the entertainment industry? Mu Mian scoffed inwardly, wishing she could dissect their minds to reveal their true nature. Mu Jiang, his face flushed with indignation, declared, "Exactly. My sister is a Mu family lady and a renowned star. What's wrong with her associating with Lan Shui? It's merely a piece of clothing. If my sister desires it, I can purchase several for her to wear. It's laughable. Most of the beautiful girls in our class are her fans. Those malicious individuals don't stand a chance against me." Mu Ling was infuriated by Mu Jiang's words. Did he truly believe that Lan Shui was something one could simply buy? She could not believe that Mu Ji had the charm to lower Lan Shui's status for collaboration. There must be some underhanded dealings, yet she lacked evidence. The old master, having heard the explanation, revealed disappointment in his gaze. Ling girl, refrain from spreading rumors without evidence. Quickly apologized to Little Ji. As sisters of the Mu family, we must support one another. It was my fault. I should not have made assumptions. Cousin, please don't be upset. I was merely concerned for you. Mu Ling reluctantly apologized, vowing to find evidence one day. Chen Fian hurriedly intervened. It's not a grand matter. Lingling was merely speculating, not truly accusing Mu Ji of any wrongdoing. Let us clarify and move on. Mu Mian's expression turned colder. Remaining here was becoming intolerable, and she felt an urge to crush both their heads. Her gaze fixed on Mu Ling, revealing her underlying ferocity, which caused Mu Ling to retreat behind Chen Fian in fear. Chen Fian shot a glare at Mu Mian, feeling a twinge of apprehension. At times, Mu Mian resembled a wild beast, baring its fangs and glaring fiercely, lacking any decorum. She wondered if Lin Shui could ever tame her. I have matters to attend to with Mu Ji, so I shall take my leave, Mu Mian announced, unwilling to squander her time on such trivial individuals. Mu Ji chimed in, "Grandfather, we shall take our leave now. We will visit again when time allows." The old master sighed softly, waving a hand. The butler placed a wooden box into Mu Ji's hands, his tone gentle. "Take this, have a craftsman polish it to your liking. It is a fine piece of cold jade, beneficial for your health." The old master opened the box, revealing a piece of jade radiating a shimmering green hue. Even Mu Ling felt a pang of jealousy. How could grandfather favor Mu Ji so? She questioned the worthiness of someone she deemed an outsider. "Thank you, grandfather," Mu Ji said, accepting the gift without hesitation, and departed alongside Mu Mian. Mu Jiang watched Mu Ji, his thoughts evident on his face, struggling to find the right words. "Why the long face? This isn't like your usual demeanor," Mu Ji teased, tapping the top of Mu Jiang's head. He touched his head, grinning foolishly, reveling in the newfound closeness with his sister, a rarity in their past. Observing the naive youth, Mu Ji chuckled softly, realizing that if he failed to learn from his experiences, he would inevitably fall prey to deception again. "I'm just frustrated. They conspired against you, and I couldn't stand up for you. In front of grandfather, I dare not act recklessly. My words lack weight, and I can't win an argument. It makes me feel somewhat useless," he confessed. "It matters little. Even silencing them changed their mindset. Sometimes, being overly calculative only ensnares oneself. Engaging with them is merely a waste of energy. It suffices to let them be," she replied. "Jealousy and desire can render individuals grotesque. I truly do not concern myself with such matters. The Mu family has treated me well, and in turn, I shall protect them. If they were to forsake me, I would unhesitatingly turn my back. Oh, I prefer to reason with my fists. Some individuals are simply too loquacious for reason to prevail," Mu Jiang remarked, mimicking a punch into the air. "No wonder mother is troubled," Mu Ji sighed. Upon returning home, Lin Shui saw the three of them, particularly her younger son, with a sullen expression. "What happened? Did Grandpa scold you for those poor exam scores?" "I've been too embarrassed to go out and face anyone these past few days, especially Chen Fian. Just the thought of her comparing scores with me fills me with indignation. It's nothing, just ran into aunt and my cousin, truly unfortunate. I should have checked the lunar calendar before stepping out. Had I known they were around, I wouldn't have gone." After speaking, Mu Jiang slipped back to his room, eager to immerse himself in his game, the only thing that could bring him joy. "Mom, this is the cold jade Grandpa gave me. What is given to you is yours. The quality of this jade is quite good. If you desire, it can be carved into something exquisite later. I've arranged to go shopping with your aunt, and this afternoon, the tutor I hired for Jiang and Mian Mian will arrive." Make sure to keep an eye on things. Don't let any mistakes happen. Among the 3 children, only Xi gives her peace of mind.
Muji nodded.
As for the tutor, Mu Jiang likely has no idea what awaits him. As for Mu Mian, she hardly requires a tutor. High school subjects pose no challenge for her whatsoever. Who knows, it might end up being a matter of who teaches whom. Mu Ji approached Mu Jiang's room and knocked on the door. It's me.
Mu Jiang excitedly replied. Sis, come in.
Stepping inside, Mu Ji found her brother's room to be simply adorned, with walls covered in basketball and anime posters. A gaming chair and a large gaming desk housed a computer and keyboard, while Mu Jiang's vibrant red hair framed his face as he donned a headset. Sis, come watch my stunning skills. Chapter 137. Sister Takes Revenge for You. The game Xian 2 has become immensely popular, an RPG action-adventure game set in a fantastical realm. Its exquisite artistry and intricate modeling, alongside a variety of races and character choices, quickly garnered a substantial following upon release. The game's publisher emerged seemingly out of nowhere. With only this title under their belt, yet it has proven to be a lucrative endeavor. Mu Ji was not particularly knowledgeable about this realm. The original owner of her body had scoffed at gaming, merely encouraging Mu Jiang to squander his studies on such frivolities. I'm not boasting. My skills are within the top 100 on the power rankings. Just wait, I'll demonstrate my prowess shortly. Mu Jiang rubbed his hands together, excitement radiating from him. Mu Ji observed his impressive gear and thought, is it really skill? It's clearly the result of spending money to boost the power rankings. Mu Jiang's gaming ID was humorously simple, yet in the game, he was a wealthy player who had formed a guild with his friends, achieving a respectable rank within the server. Standing behind him, Mu Ji languidly watched as he completed quests, noting the focused expression on Mu Jiang's face, which contrasted sharply with his usual carefree demeanor. Damn it, what bad luck. Why do I have to face him in the arena? Mu Jiang's face contorted with impatience, his brows furrowing tightly enough to crush a fly. Who? Mu Ji inquired with curiosity, finding amusement in the idea of this little demon being reprimanded. My opponent. You have no idea how foul his mouth is, like a toilet, both stinky and vile. He actually mocked me for being a primary school student. What an insult. Just watch. Today I will avenge myself and utterly destroy him. Mu Jiang was resolute in reclaiming his lost glory. Give it to Grandpa. Today, I will make him regret crossing me. With unwavering confidence, Mu Jiang maneuvered his character into the PK arena. On the other side, Jiang Yuxing observed the screen, a smile playing on his lips, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Encountering this primary school student again was a delight. He relished the easy wins, and the boy's fiery reactions added a touch of excitement to his otherwise mundane life. Both players had comparable gear and power levels, yet it was evident that Mu Jiang's skills were lacking, relying solely on his financial investment rather than true expertise. In this game, there were players who could earn substantial sums merely through skillful play. The opponent's prowess far exceeded Mu Jiang's, as evidenced by the rapid depletion of his health bar. His attacks were effortlessly dodged, and in a state of desperation, Mu Jiang's techniques faltered, leaving him at the mercy of his adversary. In the end, with his health bar reduced to 0, the screen displayed the humiliating word defeat. Mu Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment as he mentally cursed his opponent 100 times. His competitive spirit was wounded, especially in front of his sister, having lost so miserably. Sis, this was unexpected. I haven't played in ages. My hands are a bit rusty. In the next round, I will definitely make him cry for mercy. Mu Jiang was filled with determination, rolling up his sleeves as if preparing for battle. Mu Ji sighed and noticed her opponent's gaming ID, world's fastest hands, which was absurdly over the top. Before she could voice her thoughts, Mu Jiang had already initiated another PK match. He activated voice chat, engaging in friendly banter with his opponent as the sound of his fingers tapping the keyboard filled the room, while Mu Ji continued to observe their duel. Just wait. I will make you regret everything. Mu Jiang's eyes sparkled with determination, executing commands on the screen while verbally retaliating. Primary school student, have you completed your homework? If your mother catches you playing, you'll be punished, right? Damn it. Mu Jiang's fingers flew across the keyboard, his irritation flaring as he despised being labeled a primary school student. You're the real primary school student. Your whole family is. Take this. Enraged by the taunts, Mu Jiang's desire for revenge surged. His opponent remained undeterred, skillfully executing moves that once again left Mu Jiang in the dust. With another loss, Mu Jiang's heart sank, and he hung his head, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. the air thick with awkwardness. Would his sister think of him as a worthless failure for not being able to defeat a single opponent and being mocked for it? Primary school student, just give up. You're no match for me. Your skills are as laughable as your ID. I'm done playing with you, goodbye. Jiang Yusheng found amusement in the boy's ineptitude, chuckling at the thought of someone daring to challenge him with such poor skills. Mu Jiang, feeling despondent, glanced at Mu Ji with teary eyes, frustration bubbling within him. How could he demonstrate his skills when he was so thoroughly defeated? Thankfully, he wore headphones, shielding his sister from hearing the taunts. Otherwise, he would truly wish to sink into the ground. Mu Ji smiled warmly at Mu Jiang, soothingly ruffling his hair as if comforting a pitiful puppy. Don't worry. Sister will take revenge for you. Give me your headphones. Her voice carried a hint of both affection and authority, having keenly observed Mu Jiang's gameplay and memorized his moves. Mu Jiang's spirits lifted momentarily, but soon he slumped again, muttering, "But you've never played before. Maybe it's better to wait until my skills improve before challenging him. I'll definitely show him I'm not someone to be trifled with." Mu Ji tapped his forehead playfully, her eyes shining with confidence as she watched him daydream. "I already know how to play. Let me give it a try." With a snap of her fingers, her demeanor radiated defiance. "Really? If he mocks you, I'll be the one to retaliate." Mu Jiang silently recited mantras in his mind. It was one thing to insult him, but his sister was off limits. Mu Ji chuckled softly. He won tea of the chance. Mu Jiang stood up to offer his sister the chair, while he positioned himself behind her, eagerly explaining the functions of the control keys. As Mu Ji initiated a challenge, her opponent quickly joined the match, his voice tinged with impatience. "Primary school student, I truly don't have time to play with you. If you want to get beaten up, find someone else." The voice sounded oddly familiar to Mu Ji, prompting her to frown slightly. It resembled that of a certain curly-haired boy. Could it be a mere coincidence? Perhaps it was just similar as voices often changed in games. She brushed the thought aside, not giving it much weight. "In the final round, if you win, I'll give you a piece of equipment. If you lose, you'll have to apologize to me. I am not a primary school student," Mu Jiang declared with bravado. "Equipment." Jiang Yusheng's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, this elementary school student was affluent. The opportunity presented itself like a plump sheep ready for the taking, and after calculating his own modest treasury, he succumbed to temptation without a trace of dignity. "Very well, I accept your proposal. Let him instruct the little ones on the harsh realities of this world." Chapter 138. The Displeasure of Crushing the Weak. Mu Ji's lips curled into a subtle smile as her delicate, fair fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. Initially, she felt slightly out of her depth, but she quickly acclimated. Jiang Yusheng, brimming with confidence at the start, believed the gleaming equipment was beckoning him. However, he soon found the elementary student's skills to be unexpectedly erratic, causing his smile to fade. How could this student's prowess have surged so suddenly? Something was amiss. Jiang Yusheng resolved to focus, honing his attention on the battle. It appeared as though his opponent had anticipated his strategies and tactics. Each of his concentrated assaults was deftly evaded. How could this be? Jiang Yusheng prided himself on his speed and skill, though he acknowledged a slight gap compared to the top player, Husi. He was still within the top 10 on the leaderboard. Yet, he watched as his health bar dwindled while his opponents barely faltered. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead as he concentrated fiercely, increasing his speed. Mu Ji not only grasped her opponent's tactical habits, but also had a complete understanding of their skill cooldowns and damage output. With a gentle smile, she noted the steady decline of her opponent's health bar. "Sister, you are incredible. Crush him mercilessly," Mu Jiang exclaimed from behind. His eyes filled with admiration as he observed Mu Ji's prowess. Had he known her skills were this formidable, he would have clung to her side much earlier. Such skill could dominate the game of Xian Tuesday. What astonished him further was that this was Mu Ji's first encounter with Xian Tuesday. The thought filled him with pride, as if her achievements were his own. Top-notch speed. If you can't win, just call for reinforcements. You lack honor, Jiang Yusheng lamented, his youthful face contorted in agony. This person was a monster, delivering devastating blows while methodically whittling away his health, a fate more unbearable than outright defeat. Mu Ji activated her microphone and Mu Jiang, brimming with confidence, chimed in, "You can call for help too. You're about to lose. Remember to apologize to me." He felt invincible, buoyed by his sister's support. Did Jiang Yusheng have such backing? Jiang Yusheng gritted his teeth. Damn, that elementary student. Who could he possibly be? Is he a professional player? I'll check his IP after this. With one final strike, Mu Ji aimed for a swift conclusion. As her ultimate ability unleashed, Jiang Yuxing's skills were still on cooldown, and his health bar vanished in an instant. His fingers trembled slightly, such formidable skill, such terrifying pressure. Muji rubbed her wrist, her eyes shimmering with a soft glow. Gaming felt delightful, and the thrill of dominating others was truly pleasurable. She typed, "Apologize." Jiang Yuxing brushed his curly bangs aside. An apology was in order. His skills had simply fallen short. However, the player before him had undeniably captured his attention. He had faced many masters in Xian too, but he had never suffered such a humiliating defeat. It was not merely a loss, it was a spectacle unworthy of observation. After a moment of contemplation, he mustered the courage to apologize. "Ahem, my mistake. I shouldn't have assumed you were merely an elementary student. Surely, you must be at least a middle schooler." Mu Jiang's eyes widened, and he blurted out, "How did you know I'm in middle school?" His gaze reflected a naive innocence, and upon realizing his slip, he regretted revealing his identity. What would he do now when trying to act cool? Muji's gaze fell upon her brother, her expression a mix of amusement and concern. This foolish boy would inevitably find himself in a precarious situation. Jiang Yuxing pouted defiantly. "Let us continue. That was merely a mistake on my part. I assure you, I won't lose again." His competitive spirit was ignited. He was determined to uncover the identity of this formidable opponent. Muji remarked, "Crushing the weak is rather dull." These 5 succinct words shattered Jiang Yuxing's defenses completely. How dare she label him as weak? This was an egregious provocation. He was a top 10 player. Just wait. Don't think you're the only one who can call for help. I have my own allies. With that, he stormed off. Mu Jiang smirked, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Muji. "Sister, how did you manage that? Teach me. You've just defeated the 10th ranked player. What if he seeks vengeance against us? Their guild is the top in the server." Mu Jiang scratched the back of his head, pondering whether they had just made a dangerous enemy. "I doubt he's the type to hold a grudge for long. He's just not accustomed to losing." Mu Ji replied languidly, leaning back in her chair, her starry eyes glinting with mischief. "The top player in the server. Wasn't that the master currently ranked first in their guild?" Mu Jiang nodded, recalling the top player with a shiver. He remembered the humiliating defeat he had suffered when he foolishly challenged them. "True. But the top player has been offline for quite some time. Their ranking has slipped. They shouldn't pose a threat now." Mu Jiang's eyes flickered with uncertainty. If sister encounters that freak, it wouldn't be good. But surely, we won't have such bad luck. His words piqued Mu Ji's curiosity. Perhaps they could engage in some friendly competition later. Jiang Yuxing felt a twinge of anxiety. If his boss discovered he had lost to a middle school student, his reputation would be in tatters. "Forget it, I'll call for reinforcements." Jiang Yuxing. "Boss, I've encountered a formidable opponent in the game. I need your swift assistance." Mu Mian gazed at the message from Jiang Yuxing, her brow furrowing slightly, a flicker of intrigue crossing her cold gaze. "Jiang Yuxing, I'm serious. I'm not joking. Boss, I just faced him, and I can't tell if that middle schooler is using hacks or has hired someone, but he is truly strong." Sounds like you suffered a devastating defeat. Quite embarrassing." Jiang Yuxing. He didn't intend to lose, but alas, he simply couldn't keep up. A hint of surprise glinted in Mu Mian's eyes. Jiang Yuxing was already skilled, yet he had faced such a calamitous defeat. She was curious to meet this player and assess their abilities. Middle schooler? Mu Mian thought of Mu Jiang, if she recalled correctly. Her little brother played this game as well. Meanwhile, Mu Ji maneuvered her character, familiarizing herself with the map under Mu Jiang's guidance. The world-building in Xian 2 was remarkably lifelike, bustling with players. Mu Ji arrived in the main city, where people of various races congregated along the bustling streets. "Noble young master, Jiang, the newly released outfits boost attributes and are perfect for my class." Mu Ji glanced at the message from her friend, her fingers lightly tapping the table as contemplation flickered in her eyes. This person was likely one of Mu Jiang's dubious companions, drawn to him for his gullibility. They could easily exploit him as an ATM, with Mu Jiang funding all the in-game gear, outfits, and mounts, often treating them to lavish meals as well.
Mu Jian,
with his naive disposition, was easily swayed by their flattery, believing it was noble to spend money for his friends. Mu Ji fixed her gaze on her brother, a smile playing at the corners of her lips, and Mu Jiang felt a twinge of guilt under her amused scrutiny. She typed, "You're already thinking of me now that new outfits are out? Truly the mark of a good friend. Buy 2 sets and gift me 1. I salute you." Chapter 139. Once the top player in the server. Mu Jiang stared at his sister's response, his eyes wide and his mouth twitching, his gaze evasive. Noble young master, Jiang, what do you mean by that? Weren't you the one buying them before? Are we not brothers anymore? You know I have no pocket money until school starts. Reading his friend's message, Mu Jiang felt a sense of discomfort. Even when he paid before, it was out of brotherly affection and not concern for the cost. However, facing such bold demands made him feel uneasy. Mu Ji raised an eyebrow, observing her naive brother, silently urging him on how to respond. Sister, you decide how to reply, Mu Jiang said, scratching the back of his head, feeling both wronged and embarrassed. Mu Ji replied, I'm also out of funds. Mu Ji curled her lips, having sent a message only to receive no reply. Those who approached Mu Jiang bore ill intentions. When trouble befell him, they would scatter like leaves in the wind. Now that she was his sister, she would never allow these individuals to exploit the simple-minded Mu Jiang for their selfish desires. The person on the other end, upon reading her response, furiously smashed their mouse. Unable to contain their ire, what does that idiot Mu Jiang mean by this? Is he no longer my brother? It seems he is just stingy. As a young master of the Mu family, how can he lack money? All right, Brother Chen, that foolish Mu Jiang is always at your beck and call. Perhaps this time he truly is short on cash. Maybe someone at home is keeping a close watch on him. No worries, let's drop some hints in a few days. It's bound to work. Indeed, Mu Jiang is easily deceived. Let us have him treat us to some skins later. Should we invite the young master along for the dungeon run? We can flatter him a bit. Brother Chen can easily manage the equipment and attire. Brother Chen, feeling quite pleased with himself, displayed an air of arrogance. We'll go on our own. With Mu Jiang's atrocious skills, who would willingly play with him, if not for his wealth? His disdainful tone suggested that if it weren't for the ease of manipulating him due to his riches, he wouldn't even bother. Mu Ji maneuvered the mouse, glancing at the world channel, noticing that the esteemed young master had indeed entered a dungeon. Selecting one of a higher level. Does your friend not take you into dungeons with him? Am I making you angry? She blinked innocently at Mu Jiang, though her smile did not reach her eyes. Mu Jiang felt a pang of disappointment, shaking his head. No, don't worry about them. You're right, sister, he replied. Yet, he could not shake the discontent that brewed within him as he saw them abandon him for a dungeon run while he remained online. At that moment, the once unrivaled player, Yijian Songqiong, logged in, igniting a frenzy among the onlookers, and the world channel erupted in excitement. What is happening today? Yijian Songqiong has returned. Let's gossip. Weren't they supposed to quit? It's been ages since we last saw them. Are they aiming to reclaim the top spot? Newcomers, who is this Yijian Songqiong? Are they really that formidable? Don't know Yijian Songqiong? They challenged every top player back in the day. When a gang robbed their convoy, Yijian Songqiong single-handedly decimated the entire gang, forcing them to apologize in the world chat. This legendary figure remains shrouded in mystery, with no one knowing their true identity, whether male or female. It's surprising to see them online today. They might have sold their account. This one is highly valuable. According to inside sources, the sub-leader of the Zhongjian sect has the fastest hands in the game. The upcoming showdown will be quite the spectacle. Fast hands? Seriously? If they could defeat the speedster, they must be a pay-to-win player, surely using cheats. The world buzzed with speculation, and countless lurkers were drawn out by Mu Ji's actions, which had disrupted the previously tranquil setting. Mu Ji felt a twinge of confusion. Could this possibly relate to her? The name Yijian Songqiong sounded vaguely familiar. After some contemplation, she recalled that it was indeed one of Mu Mion's alter egos, one that seldom appeared. So, the player with the fastest hands whom she had just faced was none other than little curly hair. It seemed their paths were destined to cross after all. Did she truly summon Mu Mion by her actions? Mu Jiang also took note of the rising chatter regarding Yijian Songqiong and felt a wave of dread wash over him. Oh no! Yijian Songqiong was infamous for their ruthless nature and exceptional skills. Even the entire guild combined would struggle against them. If they took an interest in him, would he have to quit the game altogether? Cold sweat trickled down his back as he anxiously called out to his sister. Mu Ji glanced at him, arching her brow as she observed her brother's distressed expression. With a teasing smirk, she reassured him, "What's with that expression? I'm not going to eat you. I'm the one who instigated this, and I'll bear the brunt of any trouble." Her words exuded confidence, betraying no hint of panic. Mu Jiang felt a swell of gratitude. This sensation of being protected was not unfamiliar to him, but never had it felt so profoundly moving. In the past, when their mother was upset, His sister would shield him, but it had never stirred his heart quite like this moment. However, Yi Jian Songqiong was indeed a formidable presence, once the top player in the entire server, a name that sent shivers down the spine. What would he do if they truly sought him out? Jiang Yuxing observed the world's fervent discussions, waiting for the inevitable. Once the boss made a move, everyone would bow to his might. There was no one who could withstand his prowess. Boss, he asked in the main city, I'll go with you.
Soon,
An entertaining spectacle would unfold as they watched the boss utterly dominate that middle school player. When Yi Jian Songqiong materialized in the main city, a throng of spectators rushed forth, the scene reminiscent of the grand opening or the legendary challenges of yesteryear. The main city was now packed, and Mu Jiang felt the weight of being the center of attention across the server. As Yi Jian Songqiong appeared, Mu Ji finally laid eyes on the person behind the moniker. Her character donned an all-black ensemble, with a high ponytail accentuating a strikingly cool visage that bore a resemblance to herself. A sword rested on her back, exuding an air of elegance.
Muji grinned,
Manipulating her mouse to open her item bag, tossing a heart toward Mu Mian. The heart exploded beside Mu Mian, resembling a radiant firework.
Mujian gaped, bewildered.
Wondering what his sister was up to. Was this a gesture of goodwill or a tease? Help! Jiang Yuxing was equally perplexed. What was this middle schooler attempting? Did she think to allure their boss? Many had once showered the boss with fireworks for a chance at his affection, yet he had never spared them a glance. Did she truly believe this little trick would win him over? She was bound to face a harsh reality when the PK commenced. The world of spectators gasped. Had this person truly lost their senses, daring to provoke Yi Jian Songqiong? The last individual who attempted such a challenge faced a dire fate. Mu Mian observed her actions, fingers dancing over the keyboard, lost in thought. With a smile in her eyes, Mu Ji launched an attack on Mu Mian's character, activating the outdoor PK mode to engage directly without a formal challenge. As the top player, she too wished to spar. Wow, she's actively challenging. I thought she was begging for mercy. A warrior must not suffer humiliation. After all, they are a high roller. Surrendering would be a disgrace. This person is truly remarkable. Their bravery is commendable. Are they perhaps cheating? Watching someone get trounced is such a thrill. Everyone, keep your distance to avoid collateral damage. I didn't expect an outdoor mode showdown. How exhilarating. The two figures, one black and one white, intertwined in a fierce duel. One wielded sword energy, the other loot. Mu Ji skillfully unleashed her abilities, while her opponent matched her every move. Their health bars plummeted simultaneously, captivating the audience, who marveled at the unprecedented duration of this clash against Yi Jian Songqiong. Jiang Yuxing was astounded. Who was this player? They were holding their ground against the boss, showing no signs of faltering, maintaining a calm demeanor, truly a master. Wow, battles can be played like this? I'm in awe. Impressive. Even in defeat, they fight with honor. I wonder who will stand victorious. Only someone single for 30 years could possess such speed. I envy them. Oh, great one, would you take me as your disciple? I can fetch water, warm your bed, and comfort you in sorrow. At your beck and call. Surely, this person isn't cheating? Cheating in Xian 2? Preposterous. Xian 2 has everything except for cheaters. The main city was teeming with people, all gathered to witness the duel of masters, too apprehensive to even breathe deeply. Fortunately, the server of the game is robust, otherwise, it would surely crash today with such a crowd. Mu Ji was wholly engrossed in the match, relishing the exhilarating experience she hadn't felt in a long time. Despite being merely a game, Mu Mian's prowess was formidable, truly deserving of the title of the #1 player in the entire server, which made Mu Ji smile with delight. A fierce battle spirit ignited in Mu Mian's eyes as she smiled, intrigued by her opponent's ability to maintain composure throughout such an extended confrontation, an encounter she had never experienced before. A middle school student, a wallet warrior, had taken control of the character, leading Mu Mian to speculate. As both players' health bars dwindled, the crowd's excitement mounted. Could this truly end in a draw? Would they witness two titans battling to a standstill in their lifetimes? Mu Ji gradually lifted a smile, unexpectedly unleashing her Sonic Wave ultimate attack towards Mu Mian. In response, Mu Mian activated her ultimate skill, the Thousand Swords Flying Blossom, and the two forces collided in midair. Mu Ji leapt upward, and Mu Mian followed suit, the crowd holding their breath in anticipation of the final clash. Suddenly, the game screen froze, displaying loading. Damn, the server crashed.
Mujian gulped.
Recalling how smooth the server had been since he started gaming, such an occurrence was unprecedented. His sister was truly remarkable, causing the server to implode just from a duel. His identity would surely become legendary from this point onward.
Muzeyi haltet her movements, fight min innocence.
It was likely that an influx of external traffic had overwhelmed the server. Leading to its collapse, they would have to wait for repairs. As Mu Jiayang scrolled through his phone, the game group was abuzz with chatter about the incident. It turned out that numerous streamers had been broadcasting the match, drawing in countless spectators, with the allure of the server's top player piquing immense curiosity. Cease. So many people are watching you fight. No wonder, they're all praising your skills. Your opponent is none other than a sword master of the heavens. Mu Jiayang felt a sense of pride, knowing that with such a formidable sister, he would never have to worry about finding a competent teammate for dungeons again. How had he not realized the caliber of talent that surrounded him before? Mu Ji's heart skipped a beat, surprised that her duel had garnered such attention. Surely, there wasn't a significant problem, was there? Jiang Yuxing was consumed with curiosity, wondering who this player was that could rival the boss. He desperately wanted to see her true form. Mu Jiayang's phone buzzed with numerous private messages, all inquiring about the identity of the account holder and requesting recommendations for the extraordinary player. No need to speculate, it's not a hired player, it's my sister. Mu Jiayang typed proudly, marveling at his sister's prowess, wishing he possessed such skills himself. After a while, the server returned to normal. The programmers of Xian 2 were commendable. Mu Ji logged back into the game, where the main city was now overflowing with players eagerly awaiting the final showdown. However, the two contenders had fallen silent. Mu Ji set up a tea table and seated herself on the ground, gesturing invitingly to Mu Mian. The crowd was puzzled. Was she about to turn swords into plowshares? Mu Mian took a seat and sipped the tea brewed by Mu Ji. What about our showdown? Is it over just like that? We haven't determined a victor. I'm left wanting more. Why are you sitting down for tea? We came to watch a fight. The World Channel erupted in debate, with some even using speakers to urge them to continue battling. A surge of onlookers had gathered, watching the two titans leisurely sip tea, feeling rather toyed with. Yet, no one dared approach them to question the situation, either could effortlessly obliterate them without a trace. Invitations for mentorship flooded in like snowflakes. Fervent and enthusiastic, with some even offering substantial sums for coaching. Mu Ji ignored the requests, treating the game as a casual pastime, with no intention of playing long-term, especially since her naive younger brother could easily fall prey to deception. Jiang Yuxing was utterly baffled by the boss's actions. How could she just stop mid-fight? This was uncharacteristic of her, especially with the outcome still undecided. Boss, what is going on? Did you two call a truce? Is your opponent begging for peace? He could think of no other reason. She's just playing the game.
Oh.
Jiang Yuxing's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? How could a first-time player of Xian 2 exhibit such skill? If that were true, then even if the boss won, it wouldn't hold much significance. This player's talent was astounding. But how did the boss know it was her first time playing? And she was a girl. Jiang Yuxing fell into a state of confusion, sensing something was amiss. Boss, do you know her? Who is this incredible player? Please introduce me. Guess. Jiang Yuxing groaned. How could he possibly guess? All he knew was that the original account holder was a middle school student, which was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Damn it.
Boss.
Just satisfy my curiosity.
Chapter 141, Mumanes Discover.
After a friendly exchange in the game, Mu Ji and Mu Mian returned to their respective rooms. Before leaving, Mu Ji specifically cautioned Mu Jiayang not to trust strangers, lest he be deceived, advising him to be more vigilant during this time. Now the focus of the entire server. Mu Jiayang nodded enthusiastically, like a chick pecking at grains. Upon returning to her room, Mu Ji collapsed onto her soft bed, clutching a pillow to stifle her laughter. After reading for a while, she crawled under the covers and drifted off to a peaceful slumber. Just as Mu Jiayang finished replying to a friend's message, he heard a knock at the door. Eagerly, he opened it to find Mu Mian, immediately sulking. What do you want? Mu Mian smiled slightly, her voice calm. I heard you're quite good at gaming. Upon hearing this, Mu Jiayang raised an eyebrow. Of course. What, do you want me to take you along? Since I'm in a good mood today, I can show you how to play. What do you want to play? He had a plethora of games he could offer. Just started Xian 2, do you play? A glimmer of amusement flickered in Mu Mian's eyes. Of course, I'm a pro. Come watch my skills and learn a thing or two. Mu Jiayang invited Mu Ji inside, while Mu Mian casually observed his gameplay, recognizing that familiar ID. Her suspicions had been correct. It was indeed him. At that moment, Mu Jiayang was still reveling in his demonstration, oblivious to Mu Mian's disdainful gaze. The gameplay was truly hard to watch. Did you understand what I said? Mu Jiayang enthusiastically showcased his abilities, completely unaware that he was exposing his vulnerabilities. I got it. Mu Mian could no longer bear to watch his gameplay. Choosing to turn a blind eye, she exited, leaving a perplexed Mu Jiayang in her wake. Did she actually understand? Surely she found it too difficult, and, feeling embarrassed, decided to leave. Awakening refreshed from her slumber, Muji felt utterly at ease. She squinted her eyes, blissfully unaware that her recent stir had been uncovered by Mu Mian. She had advised Mu Jiayang to be wary of outsiders, but had neglected to caution him about those close to him. As Muji descended the stairs, she was greeted by a bright voice. Aunt Lin, your skin is becoming increasingly smooth. You look just like an 18-year-old girl. What skincare products are you using? Please recommend some to me. Shirlan's radiant smile lit up her face, her eyes sparkling with innocence and two adorable dimples appearing as she laughed. You sweet talker. I recently switched to a new skincare line that works wonders. I'll recommend it to you. It's called City of Beauties. It's a bit pricey, but it's more effective than many top brands. I look revitalized after using it, Lin Shui shared enthusiastically. Shirlan mentally noted the name of the shop. Her skin had tanned a bit from outdoor activities, and she wanted to regain her beauty. Turning her head, she noticed Muji standing at the foot of the stairs. Her heart racing. The girl before her had fair skin and a delicate figure, her autumn eyes sparkling with emotion, making it hard for Shirlan to look away. Gigi, I really miss you. If it weren't for the presence of others, Shirlan would have eagerly rushed over to embrace the beautiful girl and savor the delightful scent that surely enveloped her. Muji smiled, playfully pinching Shirlan's peach-like cheeks, remarking on her evident joy. Shirlan had a myriad of thoughts she wished to share with Muji, yet the words caught in her throat, leaving her to merely wrap her arms around Muji's, intoxicated by the fragrance that clung to her. It felt peculiar. The scent seemed different from what she remembered. Had she perhaps changed her perfume? It was rather pleasant. Muji poked Shirlan's soft cheek, reflecting on how, despite their good relationship, the original owner of this body had never been so clingy. She had merely viewed Shirlan as a naive and carefree friend due to her affluent background, while secretly harboring a sense of disdain. Now, however, it felt as though Shirlan were a catnip, drawn irresistibly close. Only when a chilling gaze bore down on Shirlan did she release her hold. She turned to meet the frosty eyes of the one who had her arms crossed, an air of coldness about her. This must be Mu Mian, the true heiress of the Mu family. Allow me to introduce Mu Mian, my sister, and Shirlan, my dear friend. Shirlan felt a shiver of fear as she nodded towards Mu Mian, who was so cold compared to the approachable demeanor she had observed on the show with Muji. Was it merely her? Mu Mian offered a curt acknowledgement, serving as a greeting. Lin Shui's brows lifted in amusement as she noted Mu Mian's lack of friends in this setting, her expression tinged with concern. You don't have a single friend here. You'll be attending the same school as Shirlan, so make sure you get along. With such an unlikable personality, would she really avoid being ostracized at school? Thankfully, Muji was present, and she hoped no one would bully her. Shirlan glanced at Mu Mian and confidently reassured. Don't worry, Aunt Lin. With Muji around, who would dare to bully anyone? Her popularity in school is quite high, and besides, as the Mu family's heiress, Mu Mian should be safe from harm. Muji nodded in agreement. Indeed, very perceptive. As long as you both refrain from causing trouble, you can escape the fate of being mere cannon fodder. Your future is bound to be bright. Lin Shui reflected on this and felt a wave of relief wash over her. I'll return to my room now. You three can continue your conversation. Once Lin Shui departed, the atmosphere fell into a silence. Shirlan discreetly glanced at Mu Mian, then leaned towards Muji, suggesting, how about we visit City of Elegance? Aunt Lin recommended this place, and it would be perfect to pick up a few outfits to try. Look, my arms are already showing some color differences. As she spoke, she extended her fair arm, which indeed displayed noticeable disparities.
Muzehein oddet, hergaze shifting towards Mu Mian.
Should we all go together? She inquired, observing Mu Mian, who remained unmoving and seemingly indifferent to the proposal. Shirlan considered that Mu Mian had likely never used high-end skincare products, evoking a sense of pity. Perhaps she could purchase a little extra to gift her as a welcome present. We should definitely go. After all, we girls ought to look our best. Shirlan added playfully. Mu Mian glanced at Muji, a slight smile gracing her lips. Muji's eyes brightened as she declared, Let us go. Mu Mian has agreed. Shirlan blinked, pondering how Mu Ji could ascertain Mu Mian's consent without a word spoken. Did they possess some form of telepathic communication?
Ternento mumian.
She was taken aback to see her actually rise to her feet. Was this the bond of sisterhood? Despite their long friendship, she often found it difficult to decipher Mu Ji's thoughts. Once outside the villa, Shirlan's family driver awaited her. Mu Ji provided the address, and soon, they were en route from the Mu family villa. Mu Ji attentively listened as Shirlan recounted tales from her travels, her gaze enviously fixed on Mu Mian, who seemed to have distanced herself from the intimacy they once shared. Upon arriving at City of Elegance, Shirlan eagerly scrutinized the exterior decor, noting its modesty.
Yet,
since it came recommended by Aunt Lin, it must possess some unique charm. This place is quite stylish inside. Clearly, the owner has good taste. Which company is behind this? Shirlan queried, with curiosity. Mu Ji cast a meaningful glance at Mu Mian, who merely raised an eyebrow, saying nothing. As Mu Ji examined the displays, it was evident that City of Elegance had expanded significantly since her last visit, boasting a wide array of products and exquisite arrangements. Shirlan, pulled along by Mu Ji, began selecting items, while Mu Mian leaned back on her chair, engrossed in her phone. Finally free from Mu Mian's gaze, Shirlan whispered to Mu Ji. Is she really not making things difficult for you? She looks so cold and unfeeling. I wouldn't dare to meet her eyes. Mu Ji's lips curled slightly, her expression one of confusion as she replied, Of course not. She treats me very well. What do you mean by well? Shirlan leaned in closer, intrigued. Mu Ji recounted the many favors Mu Mian had bestowed upon her, gifts of black cards, using her connections to support her, and offering discounts to her and her mother. All for the sake of her reputation. She had even participated in a variety show that she didn't particularly enjoy, all for Mu Ji's benefit. Everything she does is known only to me. You wouldn't believe it anyway. In any case, I consider her my sister, and will protect her.
Shirlan,
Unable to fully grasp, merely nodded. Regardless, Mu Mian remained the heiress of the Mu family, who had not forsaken her. And her harmonious relationship with Mu Ji would never change. Sales assistant, please bring out your most expensive cosmetics. I've heard you offer a soup bath as well. Is it clean and hygienic? My skin is sensitive and cannot tolerate any impurities. A haughty voice suddenly drew everyone's attention. Shirlan and Mu Ji turned to see Mu Ling, who was intertwined with the man, and Shirlan's expression turned to shock. It was common knowledge within the elite circles that Mu Ji was betrothed to the young master of the Jing family. Why was Mu Ji's cousin behaving so intimately with him? Shirlan's face flushed with indignation. Without a doubt, this pair had betrayed Mu Ji. Their engagement was yet to be dissolved, and they were already entangled with one another. How could they be so heartless? I must stand up for you today. This is utterly outrageous. Shirlan's cheeks puffed out like a little dolphin, indignant at their audacity to flaunt their relationship in public. Mu Ji, however, grasped Shirlan's arm to restrain her, wearing an expression of amusement as she said, Calm down. Don't worry, I'm not angry. I don't have feelings for Xishan. This engagement will be dissolved sooner or later. Who he chooses to be with does not concern me. A smile graced her lips, reflecting her indifference. Shirlan felt that Mu Ji was merely putting on a brave face. If her fiancé had cheated on her with her cousin, she would have confronted them immediately. Yet Mu Ji merely found their presence suspicious. With Mrs. Jing's shop nearby, the popularity of City of Elegance would undoubtedly threaten their business. Mu Ling, being pretentious, would never choose to shop here. There was only one possibility. They had come to scout for information and create trouble. Casting a glance at Mu Mian in the corner, Mu Ji sensed that an interesting scene was about to unfold. Madam, all our products have undergone inspection and meet quality standards. If you have any questions, I would be happy to assist you. The sales assistant responded with a polite smile. Is that so? Last time my mother used your products, she broke out in a rash. I would like to know if there is truly an issue with your products. Xishan, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, appeared elegant, yet spoke with an intimidating force. Is that true? I can't believe the cosmetics might actually have a problem. How frightening. I'm hesitant to purchase now. Various murmurs arose among the customers, some expressing fear, and, leaving the store, the sales assistant remained remarkably composed, methodically stating, Please present your order number. The appearance of a rash on your skin does not necessarily imply a fault with our product. We kindly request that your mother come in person, so we may conduct a thorough test. Should the issue indeed be ours, we will provide compensation. Xishan frowned. His mother had not encountered any issues. His words were merely an excuse to mislead the crowd. The last time his mother purchased something, she had intended to decipher a formula, but it ended in failure. Mu Ling shot a glare at the sales assistant, her demeanor haughty as she declared, "We have already stated there is a problem. Do you really think we would deceive such a trivial establishment? However, we shall be magnanimous and overlook this. Present your priciest item. I shall personally test it."
Mushi.
Feeling apprehensive, slowly emerged from within, lightly smiling. The esteemed young Master Jing, without any evidence, slanders others. It is truly enlightening. If there were a genuine issue, you could report it to the authorities. I have used this product for so long without a single problem. Xishan gazed at the suddenly appeared Mu Ji, who wore a form-fitting gown, her long hair elegantly tied back, her eyes captivating, akin to a resplendent rose in full bloom. His throat tightened, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. Though Mu Ji had always been beautiful, she now radiated an allure that had previously been absent. Reflecting on their betrothal, he felt a flicker of unease within. Mu Ling did not miss the astonishment in Xishan's gaze. She was indeed a cunning little vixen, having succeeded in shaking his heart, only to have her appearance rekindle his affections. Embracing Xishan's arm, she nuzzled against him, casting a challenging look at Mu Ji. As his fiancée, she would soon be Mrs. Jing, while Mu Ji, merely a pitiful false heiress who had been rejected, would become a laughingstock in the elite circles of the capital. Confronted by Mu Ji's inquiries, Xishan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. In her eyes, his thoughts seemed laid bare, and her gaze was so foreign, as though she were a mere passerby. "I understand you harbor grievances, but it is what it is. I have my reasons. After all, you are not the true heiress of the Mu family. Our betrothal will inevitably be dissolved. Rest assured, I shall provide you with compensation. In time, maintaining you outside is also a possibility." Mu Ji found herself at a loss for words. What a typical mediocre man he was. What reasons could he possibly have? Was it not simply that he found her current status awkward and unworthy of him, despite his grandiloquent rhetoric? "Young Master Jing, do you truly believe yourself to be of such importance? I am indifferent to who you associate with, but I must remind you, parading your little lover so ostentatiously may soon become fodder for gossip." Her tone rose slightly, exuding an air of authority. "Who is the little mistress you speak of? Mu Ji, get your facts straight. Your current identity hardly merits you the privilege to claim young Master Jing. Be wise and withdraw from this engagement. Do not cling to the title of his fiancé." Mu Ling, consumed by jealousy at the thought that a mere impostor could overshadow her, felt as if she might choke on her resentment. Xishan studied Mu Ji impassively, seeking to discern any trace of jealousy or discontent in her eyes. However, he was met with disappointment. She must be concealing her emotions too well, even deceiving his gaze. Her current bravado stemmed from an injured pride. She had always been proud. It was only natural that she would struggle to accept her new reality. If he merely lowered himself to coax her, she would come to understand that his heart had always belonged to her, and she would eventually forgive him. Is that so? Then why not have him call off the engagement? Is it possible that your young Master Jing does not love you as deeply as you believe? Unwilling to sever ties with me, thus relegating you to the role of his mistress? Mu Ji's words struck home, rendering Mu Ling speechless. As she begrudgingly acknowledged the validity of her argument, she clung to Xishan's arm, her voice adopting a plaintive tone that sent shivers down Mu Ji's spine. "Young Master Jing, did you not promise to give me a rightful place? Can you truly bear to see me subjected to scorn? Do you not love me?" Mu Ling's voice wavered with a hint of tears, irritating Xishan, who felt a surge of annoyance at the prying eyes of onlookers. His gentle expression briefly clouded with impatience. As he glanced at Mu Ji, whose eyes shimmered with unshed tears, he felt an urgent need to explain himself. Just as he reached out to take her hand, an excruciating pain shot through his arm, abruptly throwing him aside, crashing into a display, and creating a loud clamor. Mu Ling, witnessing her beloved being so humiliated, glared furiously at Mu Mian. "You violent woman! How dare you lay a hand on young Master Jing? Do you even know who he is?" Mu Mian's cold gaze was reminiscent of a bottomless, frigid pool, radiating an unsettling chill. She regarded Xishan with a shadowy glint in her eyes, not sparing a glance for Mu Ling. "What do you think you are? Do you still wish to touch her?" Her voice was deep and frigid, laced with contempt, her very presence exuding an ominous aura. As if she had emerged from the depths of hell. Xishan's back throbbed painfully as he heard a sickening crack. Mu Mian had twisted one of his fingers with a brutal efficiency. "Your hands have touched other women. They are tainted. Her voice, icy and sharp, dripped with disdain and loathing. Mu Ling gasped, nearly crying out in shock. Has Mu Mian lost her mind? How dare she strike young Master Jing? This is utterly rude.
What dirt could he possibly have on him?
He is renowned for his gentle demeanor. It is a stroke of fortune for Mu Ji to have him. Xishan let out a pained cry, cold sweat streaming down his brow. The facade of the gentle gentleman he had maintained began to crumble. Do you know who I am? What business is it of yours if I touch my fiancé? Kneel and apologize to me, or I will not let this matter rest. Mu Ji was taken aback by Xishan's audacity. Kneel and apologize? Do you think yourself a monarch? Mu Ling, eager to defend her beloved, rushed to assist Xishan. Threatening Mu Mian and Mu Ji, my young Master Jing is kind-hearted. Demanding an apology is already lenient. Otherwise, we shall call the authorities, and you can expect to face the consequences. She raised her chin defiantly, her voice filled with indignation. Mu Ji, are you not afraid of the police? If I report this, she shall face the repercussions. Xishan's voice was laced with malice, his face pale from pain. He was the favored son of heaven. Accustomed to being adored, no one had ever dared to treat him this way. Young Master Jing, I advise you not to entrap yourself in a web of your own making. Who do you think will be the one to suffer disgrace when word of this spreads? A young master of the Jing family caught in an affair, entangled with his cousin's fiancé, and subsequently assaulted? I doubt your family would appreciate such a scandal. Of course, you may report it. The Mu family can afford to pay a fine. Money is not an issue. As for tomorrow's headlines, I cannot guarantee what they will entail. Perhaps something sensational like young Master Jing's affair with his sister-in-law? Mu Ji's words swiftly brought Xishan to his senses. Young Master Jing, do not let her words deceive you. It was Mu Mian who struck first. How can we let her off easily? Mu Ling felt a surge of indignation, determined to teach them a lesson. Xishan contemplated Mu Ji's words. Naturally, he could not report this incident. As a distinguished member of the Jing family, he could not afford any blemish on his reputation. If his grandfather were to discover this, the consequences would be unthinkable. He should not allow himself to be swayed by Mu Ling's provocations. Enduring the pain, he resolved to bide his time. Revenge is a dish best served cold. He would remember Mu Mian. Casting a glance at the cunning and alluring Mu Ji, a spark of determination ignited in his eyes. One day, she would be his. For today, I shall overlook this for your sake. In time, you will understand my intentions. Xishan offered a gentle smile, concealing his turmoil. Mu Ling, vexed, stomped her foot. Could it be that young Master Jing is reluctant to part with Mu Ji? I do not wish to understand. Thank you. This is truly an eyesore. You should feel fortunate that this is a public venue, where Mu Mian holds some restraint. Otherwise, it would not merely be a matter of a few broken fingers. Young Master Jing, have they frightened you? They have struck you, and yet you still let them off the hook.
Mu Ling pouted.
Utterly dissatisfied with Xishan's handling of the situation. The Jing family was not afraid of the Mu family, and as for infidelity, what evidence did they possess? They were merely out shopping. Her relationship with Brother Jing was entirely innocent. Anyone who dared to slander them would be met with a defamation lawsuit. Xishan cast a sidelong glance at the oblivious Mu Ling, who once seemed somewhat clever, but in comparison to Mu Ji, she was a world apart. Mu Ji was enchanting and wise, while Mu Ling was foolish and arrogant. It was a pity that Mu Ji was not of the Mu bloodline. Be quiet. Upon hearing Xishan's words, Mu Ling's face was filled with grievance. She shot a glare at the gossiping sales assistant, venting her frustration. What are you looking at? Just a pathetic worker. Bring out your most expensive items. I intend to spend money today. The sales assistant's lips twitched. What distinguished young lady? How is she any different from Shrew? I'm sorry, but we cannot sell our items to you. Please leave. The sales assistant maintained a polite smile and gestured for her to exit. Oh wow, Mu Ji is enjoying the spectacle, acting recklessly on Mu Mian's territory. Is she not digging her own grave? It seems she's genuinely angry. Mu Ling listened to the sales assistant's audacious remarks, her face turning green with rage. How dare they refuse her business? I am the daughter of the Mu family. My single purchase could earn your store millions. Does your boss agree? If he knew you were turning away such a significant order, would he not fire you on the spot?
Mu Ling smiled triumphantly,
relishing the thought of a mere sales assistant daring to be so arrogant. Chapter 144. Searching for people. The sales assistant scoffed internally, without her boss's orders. She wouldn't have had the courage to act so boldly. I'm sorry, but that is our boss's directive. You two have been blacklisted from our store. A mere few million was nothing her boss would covet, but the satisfaction of embarrassing a pair of scoundrels was worth it.
What? How dare you?
Mu Ling's chest heaved with indignation. A mere enchanting beauty, not a leading international brand, dared to blacklist her? Did they understand how much business they were losing?
Muji.
Stifling laughter. Notice Mu Mian's gaze upon her and feigned ignorance, returning a gentle smile. All right, I'll take you to another place to shop, Xishan said impatiently. As the voices of onlookers became increasingly grating, he was weary and needed to tend to his wounds first. Mu Ling could only swallow her anger as she left the store, tail between her legs, alongside Xishan. What a maddening situation. Mu Mian, you are truly remarkable. Thanks to you, that scoundrel received a lesson. How could he flaunt his engagement while parading around with Mu Ling? It's infuriating.
She Lan Fu met.
Recalling how stunned she had been and how she genuinely feared Xishan might call the police. Thankfully, Mu Ji had diffused the crisis. Otherwise, the three of them would have been sipping tea at the police station. It's fine. Go check out skincare products. Don't mention today's events to anyone. Mu Ji's low, gentle voice bore a hint of seduction. Shirlan nodded dazedly, hesitant to pry further. After all, her fiancé had cheated, and the other woman was her cousin. Anyone would feel heartbroken in such a situation. Once Shirlan was out of sight, Mu Mian turned to Mu Ji, her tone languid. I could incapacitate him. Nullifying your engagement. Not for now, it will be dissolved eventually. I need to find a suitable opportunity. The old man of the Jing family had not spoken. As long as Xishan had not committed a grave error, the engagement could not be easily rescinded. She would present the Mu family with an impeccable reason to annul the marriage. All right, I understand. That filthy scoundrel from the Jing family dares to covet Mu Ji? It's sheer delusion. However, do be cautious. Xishan holds grudges, and now you've offended too.
Amir clown? Muman scoffed.
He isn't even worthy to be my opponent. Mu Ji pressed her lips together gently, appreciating Mu Mian's spirited nature. Recalling Xishan's arrival, Mu Ji ultimately cautioned the sales assistant. Your business is thriving. You may encounter jealousy from competitors, so please remain vigilant to ensure no unforeseen mishaps occur. She regarded the nearby sales assistant with a serious tone. The sales assistant, taken aback, felt her impression of Mu Ji elevate significantly. How considerate she was. Unlike another certain young lady, it was no wonder the boss valued her and sought to protect her. Rest assured, we will be extra careful in the future. Thank you for your reminder. The sales assistant committed this to memory, intending to discuss it with the manager later. I've finished my shopping. Hurry and choose your items. Xi. Shirlan exclaimed, laden with bags, eager to try on her purchases. Miss Mu, we have prepared everything for you, saving the newest products just for you. The sales assistant beamed warmly. This Miss Mu was a valued customer, deserving of their utmost hospitality. Ready? Wow, Xi, you must confess. Do you have a connection with the owner here? Such excellent treatment. The sales assistant was particularly attentive. This service was truly exceptional. Perhaps I am a VIP. Mu Ji mused lightly, knowing that only she was aware that the owner of the enchanting beauty was Mu Mian, and she was someone who received her sister's favor. Will I receive such treatment if I become a VIP at your store? Shirlan blinked innocently, inquiring of the sales assistant. Ah, well. The sales assistant hesitated, realizing that even as a VIP, the benefits were merely discounts and priority for reservations. She maintained her standard smile. No. All right. Shirlan did not press further and happily departed after paying for her items with Mu Ji. Xi, do not let that scoundrel make you sad. If you truly are upset, I can arrange for some male models to keep you company. They are all top-notch, with superb physiques and heights. Shirlan still felt that they had been wronged and should expose them to public scorn. Unfortunately, that was not feasible. Sigh, it was all her fault for being foolish. She could not assist Xi. Mu Mian shot a sharp glance at her, making Shirlan feel a chill run down her spine, prompting her to promptly silence herself. I am not the least bit upset. As for male models, I'd rather not. I have no interest whatsoever. The mere thought of male models from her past attempts to climb into her bed sent shivers down Mu Ji's spine, inducing a sense of terrifying. Shirlan touched her head, pondering if Xi genuinely did not care. Forget it. It's not worth being upset over a scoundrel. Shirlan escorted Mu Ji and Mu Mian back home, leaving joyfully with her shopping haul. In a private room, Yijin gazed at Rong Hanyue, somewhat astonished that one day the young master of the Rong family would seek her out. She held no power in the Yi family and had no projects to collaborate on with him. Young Master Rong, do you have any urgent matters for me? Yijin took a delicate sip of tea, her demeanor relaxed. I've heard you studied metaphysics. I have a matter I would like your assistance with. May I ask if young master you could oblige? Feel free to speak. However, my knowledge is limited, and my understanding of metaphysics is superficial at best. Yijin frowned slightly, her expression turning serious. Ever since that incident, she had not sensed any malevolent presence or encountered her again. Rong Hanyue's heart ignited with a flicker of hope. He was willing to pay any price to heal his mother. Do you know of any curse that can render a person in a deep, unresponsive slumber, with their bodily functions appearing normal? The allure in Rong Hanyue's eyes swirled with intensity. Upon hearing Rong Hanyue's description, Yijin's brows furrowed, disbelief etching her face before she quickly regained her composure. I'm truly sorry. I am powerless. My master has traveled beyond the capital. Perhaps he might have a solution. Young Master Rong, you may need to seek someone more capable. Yijin expressed her regrets, clarifying that it was not from a lack of compassion but rather her own limitations. A faint sorrow flickered in Rong Hanyue's eyes. The small flame of hope he had kindled extinguished in an instant. Then, do you know of anyone with such abilities? I would greatly appreciate your guidance. Rong Hanyue's tone was earnest, and Yijin's heart fluttered as she sensed a hint of sincerity in his words. The bond between mother and son was indeed profound. There may be one person. Yijin recalled a celestial-like woman, her heart stirring with possibility. If it were her, surely she would possess a method to break the curse. Who? Rong Hanyue regarded Yijin with keen interest, eager to uncover the identity of someone who could so profoundly affect her heart. She claims to be a disciple of the esteemed Qingling Jinren, a young lady of merely 18 years, possessing a remarkable grace and extraordinary talent. Chapter 145, The Clingy Serpent. 18 years old, so youthful? Rong Hanyue was quite astonished. This was not merely a matter of youth, but rather an indication of prodigious talent. He had never heard of such a figure as Qingling Jinren. Do you recall what the young lady looked like? Any distinguishing features? Rong Hanyue inquired, curiosity piqued. If he knew her appearance, leveraging his influence to locate her would be effortless. Yijin shook his head, a hint of regret in his tone. I cannot say. All I can share is this much. Whether you can find her depends solely on your abilities, Master Rong. He possessed a video of her. Yet it was a treasured possession he would never reveal. Thank you, this information suffices. Here is your reward. Rong Hanyue's fingers glided over a check. Though Yijin was in need of money, he had not resolved the matter himself. Thus, he naturally declined the offer. If you manage to find her, could you inform me? I wish to witness her break this curse. I do not wish to miss the opportunity to learn, and besides, I wish to meet her. Agreed. Rong Hanyue replied. That evening, after dinner, Muji lay on the soft sofa in Mu Mian's room, her delicate feet propped up as she earnestly engaged in a dress-up game. Mu Mian sat beside her, a computer on the small table displaying Xian Tuesday. Muji felt a twinge of guilt, hoping her impending showdown with Mu Mian would not be discovered. This was a classic case of fishing for evidence. As long as she did not admit to anything, it could not be pinned on her. After changing outfits, Muji seized a moment to glance at the screen. Her fair fingers froze, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Boss, Rong Hanyue placed an order through the dark gate, offering a substantial sum to find a girl around 18 who claims to be a disciple of Qingling Jinren. I thought this matter significant and took the liberty of accepting it, as it may be related to the person you are seeking. What could Rong Hanyue want with her?
Muzeheyi ponderet, her curiosity pijuet.
He had even reached out to her, and there was another crucial detail. She too was searching for someone, specifically a girl skilled in metaphysics. Muji bit her lip, her gaze narrowing slightly. What could this mean? It was rather peculiar that she, an intruder in a parallel world, had drawn Rong Hanyue's attention so easily. Mu Mian's expression froze, unnoticed by anyone as her fingers trembled slightly, a surge of intense thoughts flooding her mind. I accepted it, and will also investigate this Qingling Jinren. Muji blinked at the message on the screen, convinced that such a person could not exist in this world, and thus felt no concern about her identity being revealed. However, she was somewhat taken aback by Mu Mian's lack of discretion, as it allowed her to see such critical information. It was clear that Mu Mian had long sensed her unusual behavior. I've checked. There's no such person. Either a hoax or a reclusive master of sorts, Muji noted, grabbing a bag of chips and munching on one to calm her nerves. The sound of crunching breaking the tension. This noise captured Mu Mian's attention, her gaze falling upon Muji, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Sister, would you like some chips? Muji inquired, shaking the empty bag, her innocent eyes meeting Mu Mion's, causing an awkward moment. Mu Mion's eyelids fluttered slightly, her long fingers accepting the empty bag, and with a contemplative tone, she asked, "Where did you buy the calming talisman you gave me? It works wonderfully. I'd like to purchase a few myself." Muji felt a jolt of surprise but quickly regained her composure, saying nonchalantly, "I got it from a temple. If you want, I can give you the address. In the future, please buy some for me," Mu Mion added, her gaze fixed intently on Muji. "Of course." Muji replied cheerfully, her demeanor calm as her fingers danced over her phone screen, exiting the game. A sudden wave of confusion washed over her. She had intended to remain idle but seemed to be swept into an unforeseen narrative. "It's getting late. I'll head back to my room now."
Good night, sister. Good night. Mu Mion responded softly.
Returning to her room, Muji's mind was occupied with thoughts of Rong Hanyue and his purpose in seeking her. She considered his ailing mother, but believed Mu Mion's medical skills would suffice to heal her unless unforeseen circumstances arose. Rubbing her temples, Muji recognized that Rong Hanyue was to become Mu Mion's future beloved, thus making him her brother-in-law. She could not simply stand by. It was indeed troublesome. Aiding others required a disguise. She resolved to find an opportunity, for the matters concerning the Rong family were undoubtedly intricate and shrouded in mystery. As Muji was lost in thought, she suddenly sensed movement at the balcony window, as if something had fallen inside. Cautiously, she approached the balcony and discovered a small black snake on the ground, accompanied by a faint metallic scent of blood. Grasping its head, she lifted the little serpent for a closer inspection. Its tail coiled tightly around her wrist, its deep-set eyes fixed intently on her. What species of snake was this? Why did it have little horns? Intrigued, Muji gently touched the horns, amused by the snake's reaction. "Little fellow, how did you get injured? What kind of creature are you? You don't seem entirely like a snake."
Lękie znagol.
The coolness of its tail glided across her wrist, sending shivers through her body. Muji playfully flicked its forehead. "Stay still." The little snake obediently halted, gazing at her. A sense of familiarity washed over Muji. She felt as though she had seen those eyes before. Her heart softened, and she spoke in a gentle tone akin to soothing a child. "Don't move. I'll tend to your wounds shortly." Fetching a first aid kit, she gently examined the little snake's body and soon found the wound on its abdomen. It was not severe. "Is it a bit warm? Can a snake's body temperature fluctuate?" The little snake's eyes dimmed, its heart racing, its body as rigid as stone. Muji sprayed disinfectant on the gauze, cleaning away the blood before applying ointment. She wrapped it carefully, finishing with a charming bow. "There you go. How did you end up in my room? Snakes or other creatures are rare in this villa. You must have come down from the mountains. You'll heal in a few days and then I'll help you leave." Gently cradling the snake's head, she placed it by the window, urging it to depart. However, the snake tilted its head, remaining motionless, its eyes fixed on Muji, resembling a forlorn kitten abandoned and filled with a touch of grievance. Muji lightly tapped its head, murmuring, "Why don't you leave? Do you wish to stay by my side?" Amused, she pondered how a snake could comprehend her words. To her surprise, the snake nodded, wrapping its tail around her wrist in an endearing display of attachment. "Can you truly understand me? Little one, you are quite extraordinary." A smile graced Muji's lips. She had never owned a pet before, the wild cats of the mountains being untamed despite their free-range nature. Yet how could a cold-blooded creature be so affectionate? Was it truly a snake? Chapter 146, Jealousy Transformed. "If that is the case, you may stay by my side. Leave whenever you wish," Muji said nonchalantly. Extending her wrist, the snake obediently coiled around it, displaying remarkable compliance.
Muji smiled fondly.
Placing the snake on her bed before retreating to the bathroom, Lung Che watched the direction of the bathroom, the gentle sounds of running water reaching his keen ears. He could even discern the soft sounds of his owner's fingers gliding across her skin, a melody so enchanting that he muted all other noises, focusing solely on his heartbeat and breath. Upon finishing her bath, Muji emerged clad in a bathrobe, locking eyes with the serpent. She sensed an enigmatic gaze within its eyes, elusive and unfathomable. As she turned to the closet to select a white silk nightgown, the bathrobe slipped away, revealing her flawless, porcelain-like figure, slender waist, and long legs. Lung Che's breath hitched, his head turning sharply away, adhering to the principle of not witnessing impropriety. Yet, the clumsiness of his actions did not escape Muji's notice. "Oh, what a polite little snake you are."
Muji chuckled softly.
her voice tantalizingly sweet. "They say snakes are inherently lecherous. You wouldn't happen to be a counterfeit serpent, would you?" Lung Che replied, "All right, I won't tease you any longer. I'm feeling drowsy. It's time to sleep. The room is spacious, so feel free to rest wherever you like, but do not leave the room. You must also refrain from venturing outside during the day. It would be unpleasant if you startled someone, understand?" Muji admonished, with a stern expression. The snake nodded, its demeanor slightly uneasy, enveloped in the enticing fragrance emanating from her. As Muji lay on the bed, closing her eyes, Lung Che finally burrowed under the covers, finding her wrist and coiling around it, inhaling the sweet scent before drifting into slumber. The next morning, Muji awoke to find her wrist icy cold, suddenly recalling that she had taken in a snake the previous night. The little serpent was blissfully asleep on her wrist, and as Muji gently stroked its head, the small creature opened its eyes. "Time to get up," Muji's voice, still laden with sleep, sounded particularly alluring to Lung Che. After completing her morning rituals, she descended for breakfast, where only Mu Mian was present, resting with her eyes shut. Upon hearing her, she glanced up. "Miss, breakfast is ready," the maid said respectfully to Muji. Please wake the young master for breakfast. Lin Shui is not here today, leaving only the three of us." Without Lin Shui's incessant chatter, the atmosphere feels rather desolate. Before long, Mu Jiang, sporting dark circles under his eyes, trudged downstairs. Reluctantly, he pulled out a chair, mumbling about how tired he was and that he wished only to sleep rather than eat. "I really shouldn't indulge myself too much at home. Mother would be furious. Staying up late isn't good for my health. You look quite haggard. How can you possibly engage in fencing in such a state?" Mu Mian remarked, with a slight smirk. "You dare say I'm haggard? Where do you see it?" Mu Jiang retorted, "Are you doing this on purpose? Don't provoke me, or I might just hit you. Why not give it a try?"
Mumian sipet her soğukluğu susuri.
Enough, no discussions about anything else during mealtime, Muji interjected with a pause gesture. Mu Jiang shot an annoyed glare at Mu Mian, who promptly fell silent, resuming her breakfast. Suddenly, Mu Mian seemed to notice something, her gaze trailing down to Muji's wrist, where a black tail was playfully swaying, exuding a delightful aura. Her soup-drinking motion halted. "Is something wrong? If the soup isn't to your liking, I can have the kitchen prepare you another batch," Mu Mian inquired, frowning and eyeing Muji's wrist with heightened vigilance. Curious, Mu Jiang leaned closer. "What is that? Let me see." As the snake poked its head out from Muji's wrist, its glossy black body startled Mu Jiang so much that he nearly dropped his spoon. "A snake. There's a snake," he exclaimed, retreating and crossing his arms. Fear etched across his face. Several maids, hearing his shout, also recoiled in terror, hesitant to approach, while only Mu Mian regarded the serpent with a contemplative gaze. "It's quite gentle. It won't bite." "My apologies for not mentioning it earlier," Muji reassured them. Mu Mian nodded slightly, pondering whether this creature was indeed a snake. She snapped a photo for research, only to find it listed as an unknown species. It doesn't quite resemble a snake. From my investigation, it doesn't belong to any known species. Perhaps it's best not to keep such an enigmatic creature close. If you desire a pet, I can procure any breed for you, but I recommend parting ways with this one." Feeling a bit embarrassed, Mu Jiang thought, how could Mu Mian, a girl, show no fear? He steeled himself, sitting back down but avoiding looking at the snake, terrified it might leap at him. While it may not resemble a typical snake, I find it endearing. It feels like fate. It's obedient and easy to care for, Muji remarked, tossing a kernel of corn, which the snake swiftly snatched up, its small eyes gleaming with pride. It lazily returned to Muji's wrist, seemingly exuding a sense of superiority. It belonged only to her, and the thought of being abandoned was utterly intolerable to it. Has this creature gained sentience? It seems remarkably intelligent, as if it comprehends my words, Mu Jiang mused, astonished. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed it. It is indeed clever, Muji said, gently stroking its head. An idea struck her, and she instructed Zhang Ma, "Please fry a medium-rare steak." "Of course, miss." Zhang Ma promptly relayed the order to the kitchen. As Mu Jiang stared at his breakfast, he suddenly felt it lacked appeal. Why should a snake receive such treatment, while he, the young master, felt so neglected? "Sister, I don't want to eat this," he protested. "Being picky isn't advisable," Muji replied, taking a leisurely bite of her dumpling. Mu Jiang reluctantly nibbled on his food, occasionally glancing at the languid snake. Feeling a surge of jealousy. How comfortable it looked. He had never been so close, and resentment twisted within him. If a man dared to approach his sister like that, he would surely dispose of him. Mu Mian cast another scrutinizing glance at the snake, still feeling it harbored some mystery. Unknown entities often pose dangers. Who could ascertain its true intentions? The maid soon served the steak, and Mu Ji, in high spirits, cut it into small pieces, feeding them to the snake. Lung Che devoured every morsel, unhesitatingly consuming whatever his master offered, even if it were poison. Mu Jiang, consumed by jealousy, scraped his fork against the plate, producing a grating sound. How infuriating! His sister had never fed him anything. What merit did this little pet possess? It was neither attractive nor appealing. Noticing Mu Jiang's envious gaze, the snake shot him a haughty look. How infuriating! Mu Jiang gritted his teeth. Why couldn't it speak? It felt as though it were taunting him. Chapter 147. The bounty task. After breakfast, Mu Ji returned to her room, while Mu Mian departed the villa. She opened her computer and, relying on her memory, entered a specific website designed for bounties, filled with various tasks. Uncompleted bounties resulted in double penalties, while successful completions yielded corresponding rewards. As Mu Ji scrolled through the homepage, she finally located a bounty posted by Rong Hanyue, offering 50 million for information regarding her whereabouts. 50 million, an irresistible windfall. The absence of any takers indicated the task's high difficulty. Failure would incur a substantial penalty for the original owner. Mu Ji clicked the acceptance button, only to be met with a notification. You are not a registered user and cannot accept tasks. Her beautiful eyes blinked in surprise, realizing that 50 million had slipped away. This forum required an invitation code, which she did not possess. Pondering her options, Mu Ji concluded that if she could not accept the task, she would need to adopt a different identity to meet Rong Hanyue. The snake poked its head out, wriggling its body across the keyboard. Just as Mu Ji reached to catch the mischievous creature, the screen flashed. Invitation code entered. Congratulations, you have successfully registered as a user. Mu Ji gazed at the little snake with bewilderment. It seemed oblivious to its actions, its innocent eyes fixed on her, even wriggling playfully. Fearing it might cause further complications, she swiftly grabbed the little rascal. Stay still and don't move around. Is it really that easy to bypass the forum's invitation code? She couldn't fathom that such an adorable snake could become a forum user. It was utterly astonishing. Soon, Mu Ji accepted Rong Hanyue's task, and it was promptly announced on the forum. User A17802 has accepted the Black Fox task, with a deadline of 15 days. Newcomer?
Whoa.
Which big shot dares to take on this task? An original nickname, no code name, and no prior tasks completed. Who is this audacious individual? Come out and say hello, newcomer. Which big shot are you masquerading as? Ha ha ha. The difficulty of this task is so high that even the top players on the leaderboard hesitate to accept it. What a reckless fool, risking everything for a laugh. 15 days from now, we'll see bankruptcy. In the forum, discussions were rife, with some expressing envy, others merely spectating, and a few even placing bets, eagerly joining the fray. Mu Ji chose to remain in the shadows. After confirming her task, she exited the forum, the 50 million returning to her possession. With her alabaster fingers, she gently caressed the head of her pet snake, her voice laced with affection. You truly are my treasure. Meanwhile, news of the task being claimed swiftly reached Rong Hanyue's phone. He scrutinized the user who had accepted the mission, an inexperienced newcomer. Who could it possibly be? A hint of perplexity graced the handsome contours of Rong Hanyue's face. The forum's anonymity concealed all information, leaving him at a loss. He sat there, his tall figure exuding an air of noble elegance. The acceptance of the task was not necessarily a positive turn of events. After all, it was of no detriment to him. Mu Mian sipped her tea, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. Jiang Fan cast a glance at the two, feeling somewhat superfluous. And in an effort to assert his presence, he remarked that Mu Mian made a valid point. Perhaps the newcomer truly had confidence. Or maybe it was indeed the individual in question, having heard something and promptly infiltrated the forum to accept the task. Jiang Fan raised his chin, whimsically voicing his thoughts. Upon hearing this, both Mu Mian and Rong Hanyue turned their gazes toward him. Why are you both looking at me? I was merely hypothesizing, he protested. Mu Mian remained silent, while Rong Hanyue's fox-like eyes narrowed slightly, his tone tinged with amusement. It's nothing, just that you seem to have become suddenly astute. After a moment of realization, Jiang Fan discerned their implication, that they were insinuating his lack of intelligence. How infuriating! Truly, they were all birds of a feather, bullying the innocent him. That's excessive, Rong. Is it customary to belittle your brother? He retorted. Do you have any leads? Rong Hanyue casually inquired of Mu Mian. She curled her lips into a faint smile, her eyes reflecting an inscrutable darkness as she thought of Mu Ji. Mu Ji had seen her messages, and she had openly logged into the website in her presence, yet she lacked an invitation code. Contemplating this, all assumptions crumbled. In the short term, it would be impossible for her to obtain an invitation code. This forum was exceedingly discreet and private, not allowing just anyone to register.
No.
Since the task has been accepted, we might as well wait patiently, Mu Mian replied nonchalantly. Rong Hanyue regarded her with gentle eyes, his deep voice resonating with warmth. Jiang Fan inwardly rolled his eyes. Enough was enough. Did they not consider him at all? Could he still call them brothers? Mu Mian produced a vial of serum and pushed it towards him. A week's worth of nutrients, 1 injection per day would suffice. Following this, she brandished her phone, waving it in front of Rong Hanyue. Rong Hanyue smirked. Let us add each other on WeChat for convenience.
I decline, Mu Mian replied softly. How about a discount then?
Rong Hanyue's voice was enticing, laced with a hint of playfulness. Mu Mian's tone rose slightly. A fracture, perhaps? Rong Hanyue chuckled, exuding a mix of helplessness and affection. He dutifully paid, realizing that he would have to wait for contact information until next time. His patience concerning his beloved had always been commendable. Even if she were a mere stone, he would seek to warm her heart. Jiang Fan stiffened, overwhelmed by a wave of envy. Oh dear, how painfully sweet.
Rong Hanyue.
You've changed. A fracture? Just the thought sends shivers down my spine. I do not possess such peculiar tastes. A gentle fairy like her would never cause anyone harm. He vowed to marry someone like her in the future. As night fell, the sky was adorned with scattered stars. The Mu family gathered for dinner, and Lin Shui gazed at her youngest son with a slight sigh. With school approaching, Mian's enrollment remained unresolved. Eldest, this matter is now your responsibility. Whether through donations or other means, you must handle it, she said, troubled by the myriad of issues at hand. Mu Weiyun nodded slightly. I will arrange it promptly, placing her and Xiji in the same class so they can look after one another. Xiji, please assist Mian with her studies. The students at St. Star excel academically, and your class is particularly outstanding. If Xiji's performance is subpar, it may invite scrutiny, potentially leading to psychological issues for Mian, who is at a sensitive age. Your elder brother speaks wisely. Once at St. Star, focus on your studies. The tutor will arrive tomorrow. Mian, you too must study diligently. If your scores remain stagnant, I will instruct your elder brother to cut off your allowance.
You can eat dirt then.
Lin Shui shot a glare at Mu Jiang. Caught in a crossfire of familial expectations, Mu Jiang was momentarily taken aback.
Wait.
What does this have to do with me? Why should my allowance be suspended? It's all Mian's fault for igniting this firestorm. Chapter 148. The tutor surely not. I cannot agree, Mu Jiang wailed. Lin Shui shot him a fierce glare, leaving no room for negotiation. How can a family produce 2 academic underachievers?
Suddenly, Mu Mian,
who had been quietly eating, spoke up. No need. I will handle the school enrollment issue myself. Mu Jiang scoffed. What plan do you have? Are you intending to gain admission on your own?
Dream on.
To transfer to St. Star without commendable grades or accolades is futile, even with money. Aware of the unfolding narrative, Mu Ji wore a knowing smile. Mu Mian was an academic prodigy. Exams were merely a formality.
Mu Mian lightly clicked her tongue,
licking her back teeth, offering no further elaboration. By the way, Xiji, Teacher Jiang responded to me. She is willing to teach you dance. Teacher Jiang seldom accepts students. Lin Shui had invested considerable effort to secure this agreement. Teacher Jiang was once a sensation in the capital, her dance captivating all who beheld it. A former first-class national dancer, she had dazzled audiences, leveraging her beauty and talent to marry into a wealthy family, inciting envy among the elite.
Mu Ji nodded obediently.
She would not refuse such a generous offer, as it presented an opportunity to seek out Rong Hanyue. Truly, you do not make things easy for me.
Mian.
Focus on your studies. Our family is not lacking in resources. If necessary, I can arrange for a few more tutors. Lin Shui remained fervent, hoping Mian would become an outstanding student. Observing the situation solidifying, Mu Jiang refrained from any further scheming. After all, a mere tutor was an affair he could manage. The next day, the tutors arrived as scheduled, 2 instructors entering the Mu family's villa in succession. Hello, I am the tutor hired by Madame Mu. Here are my credentials. I assure you, under my guidance, your grades will improve. However, you must heed my instructions and adhere to my educational methods. Do you understand? The woman, her hair neatly pinned up and clad in an elite ensemble, exuded an air of strictness. Mu Jiang's tutor was far more cheerful and radiant. Upon arriving at the Mu residence, he presented his carefully prepared gifts, 3 sets of practice papers, which Mu Ji was also fortunate to receive. Surely not. This is too harsh. Teacher, I still have my own homework to complete. Can we skip this? Mu Jiang pushed the test papers aside. Lin Shui emerged, casting a reproachful glance at Mu Jiang. You will complete the papers assigned by your teacher, understood? Thank you both for your assistance. She smiled at the 2 tutors. The 2 instructors exchanged glances, sparks igniting in their eyes before averting their gazes. The female tutor managed to smile on her otherwise stern face. Rest assured, Madame Mu. I will ensure your child's performance improves. That will be quite laborious. I will have the kitchen prepare meals for you. Lin Shui beamed with delight. Mu Ji trailed behind Mu Mian, eagerly observing as the tutors instructed. Once the female tutor entered the room, her demeanor shifted entirely. She regarded Mu Mian with disdain. Miss Mu Mian, what are your grades? What study methods do you typically employ? Madame Mu did not disclose your scores, merely indicating they were somewhat lacking. I wish to ascertain just how lacking they are. Mu Ji observed her teacher, who was akin to a master of disguise, her lips twitching as if to reveal multiple personas. Mu Mian's gaze fell upon the woman, a hint of amusement dancing in her eyes, though her brows knitted together slightly. I seldom partake in examinations. Perhaps I scored a 0, Mu Mian remarked nonchalantly, settling into the sofa with her legs elegantly crossed. Mu Ji silently watched the unfolding drama, peeling an apple from the fruit platter. The reason behind Mu Mian's poor performance was frequently due to unforeseen circumstances. Whether it was being away or caught up in other matters, one must acknowledge that influential individuals are perpetually occupied. Moreover, there were instances when she overslept and missed the examination altogether. This led everyone to assume her grades were dismal. Yet that was merely a facade. Her academic prowess was undoubtedly exceptional.
0?
Miss Mu Mian, with all due respect, your results are the worst I have ever encountered. Even the dimmest of students, with their eyes closed, would not score as low as you. Might there be an issue with your intellect? The woman asserted, her voice dripping with condescension as she retrieved a tablet to present a set of intelligence tests. Mu Ji felt a wave of discontent wash over her, perceiving the teacher's words and actions as a personal affront. Shouldn't a reasonable person inquire about the reasons behind a 0 score rather than leap to conclusions regarding one's intelligence? My sister's intellect is perfectly sound. Her scoring 0 must have its reasons. There is no need for your tests, Mu Ji stated, slicing the apple into pieces and offering them to Mu Mian. Ignoring the so-called teacher, Mu Mian savored the fruit, skewering it with a toothpick, her demeanor languid and unbothered. The absence of pain or regret on her face only fueled the teacher's indignation. Miss Mu Ji, I kindly implore you to refrain from weaving irrelevant excuses. The intelligence test will reveal the truth, allowing me to ascertain her capabilities, the woman retorted, her tone laced with derision. Were it not for the lucrative salary, she would never deign to instruct such a dull student. With a faint smile edged with mockery, Mu Ji replied, an intelligence test? I fear the outcome may induce your own inferiority complex. Accepting the Mu family's remuneration does not entitle you to belittle my sister. Focus on your designated role instead. Surely, Mu Mian's capabilities need not your guidance. Wouldn't it be more prudent to earn your salary without belittling her?
Mu Manes smile deepened.
As if the mockery did not pertain to her, and she relished the defense offered by Mu Ji. Make me feel inferior? What could a mediocre student possibly do to instill such feelings in me? My intellect far surpasses the ordinary, and I have cultivated numerous exceptional scholars. Let us proceed with the tests I have prepared. Should she manage to pass, I shall apologize. If not, she will undergo my intelligence assessment.
Mu Ji chuckled coldly.
An intelligence assessment? You appear rather foolish, yet it seems she takes pleasure in witnessing your humiliation. Directing her gaze towards Mu Mian, who blinked innocently while finishing the last piece of apple, she elegantly wiped her lips with 2 fingers. Let us proceed with mathematics. She smiled lightly at the woman, her expression revealing little. The teacher's heart raced, sensing impending doom. However, her momentary panic quickly dissipated as she extracted a mathematics test paper, noting the complexity of the questions. Convinced that Mu Mian would inevitably fail, Mu Ji understood this was a deliberate attempt to create difficulty, but encountering Mu Mian was her own misfortune. Chapter 149. An Apology to Mu Mian. Mu Mian accepted the test paper, bowing her head to begin, working swiftly as if merely doodling. Without even the need for scratch paper. The woman internally scoffed, believing the young girl thought speed equated to correctness. With such challenging problems, she would surely struggle to find the answers, revealing her own folly. As Mu Ji observed the answers Mu Mian wrote down, she noted that they were all correct. And soon, the teacher would likely retreat into silence, unable to accept the reality. In mere minutes, Mu Mian completed the answers, waving the paper nonchalantly. The answers are correct. Yes, I await your apology, teacher. The last two words dripped with provocation. The woman's demeanor shifted to one of arrogance as she took the test paper to compare the answers. The more she checked, the more her heart sank, her fingers trembling as cold sweat broke out on her forehead. These answers had been produced right beneath her nose. There was no possibility of cheating. And the questions were not available online, thus she could not have completed them in advance. Mu Mian had simply known them all along. Was the Mu family playing a trick on her, or were they deliberately provoking her? All the talk of poor performance and zero scores had been a deception. Did wealthy individuals relish in mocking others? Why claim to score 0 when you possess such knowledge? Is this some kind of jest?
Mu Ji pondered.
Bewildered at the teacher's peculiar reasoning. Having suggested the inquiry into the reasons behind the 0 score, the woman had bypassed all logic to test intelligence. And now she was attempting to shift blame. Teacher, all of this is merely your unilateral perspective. I kindly request you apologize to Mu Mian. The Mu family has compensated you for your services, and her academic performance is irrelevant. Even if you were to sit here sipping tea and watching movies, Mu Mian would harbor no objections. Mu Ji's voice was soft yet assertive. Mu Mian smiled faintly, appreciating her sister's understanding. Why should I apologize to her? You deceived me first. I have no need for your money, the woman exclaimed, her voice rising with agitation, anger intertwined with jealousy. What do you mean you don't need it? What has transpired? Lin Shui, holding a tray of tea and snacks, overheard the commotion outside and opened the door with concern. Mu Ji nudged Mu Mian, whispering a suggestion to play the victim. Play the victim? Mu Mian arched an eyebrow. She had never indulged in such theatrics over the years. Nor did her lexicon include such terms. However, glancing at her sister's eyes and recalling her efforts to alter the Mu family's perception of her, she lowered her voice. Addressing Lin Shui, she intends to test my intelligence and refuses to acknowledge her loss. Upon hearing Mu Mian's awkward complaint, Mu Ji nearly stifled a laugh, recognizing the difficulty it posed for her sister. However, Lin Shui was quite receptive to this narrative. Mu Mian had always been reticent in her presence, never having spoken in such a manner. Lin Shui's maternal instinct surged, indignation brewing within her. Testing intelligence? Who does she think she is? Teacher, since you have lost, an apology is in order. As an educator, if you cannot adhere to your word, how can you expect to teach effectively? I brought you here to impart knowledge, not to flaunt your superiority in my home. Regardless of her grades, it is not your place to demean her. Are you aware of how fragile a child's self-esteem can be? Lin Shui admonished fiercely. The teacher's complexion paled instantly, but recalling Mu Mian's test scores, she raised her voice. Madam Mu, look at Mu Mian's grades. Are you suggesting I was misled? Such scores do not warrant my instruction. Lin Shui, perplexed, questioned, what is wrong with the scores? Are they so low that they offend you? Her unease grew as she cautiously glanced at the test paper. When she saw the scores, her excitement caused her to gasp. Her eyes locked onto the paper as if willing it to reveal its secrets. Did Mu Mian truly write this? All correct. Lin Shui could hardly believe it. Mu Mian's performance was not abysmal. Had she suddenly found clarity? You misunderstand. I did not mean to imply otherwise. Mu Mian's report card is indeed lacking. Adolescents can be quite rebellious, and regardless of their academic standing, they deserve a chance to learn. Since you have wagered, you must apologize to Mu Mian. Lin Shui's stance was firm. She had scolded Mu Mian for her poor grades, but had never questioned her intelligence. Regret gnawed at Lin Shui. She had initially been drawn in by the teacher's reputation, unaware of her lack of integrity. I apologize. I should not have assessed you in such a manner. I will be more mindful in the future. You are exceedingly bright, and I would be delighted to teach you. My earlier outburst was a lapse in judgment. The woman forced a smile, contemplating the tutorial fees charged by the Mu family. Suppressing her revulsion, she begrudgingly offered an apology, compelled to reconcile with Mu Mian. Mu Ji cast a fleeting glance at her, remarking on her rapid change of demeanor. You weren't quite so polite just a moment ago. Lin Shui frowned slightly. Her daughter, Lin Shui's child, should not be subjected to indignities. If she so disdainfully judged the Mu family's past, then so be it. Your wages will be settled today. You needn't return again. I expect the teacher I hire to treat Mu Mian with patience and respect, rather than with contempt and disdain. The woman, taken aback by Lin Shui's words, regretted her earlier impulsivity upon realizing that Lady Mu had overheard her. Nevertheless, she considered herself a distinguished educator and believed she would find better opportunities away from the Mu family. Thank you, Lady Mu. I hope for future collaboration. Collaboration is out of the question. I cannot afford to hire a teacher of your caliber, Lin Shui replied, leaving the test paper behind for the servant to take from the villa. Gazing at the paper in her hand, she still found it somewhat surreal. Was this truly the work of Mian Mian? Child, why didn't you mention your excellent grades sooner? If that is the case, we can forego the tutor. Entering Xingxing will be much simpler. When school starts, your brother will take you to meet the principal. Lin Shui felt a tinge of joy. Both Xiji and Mian Mian were so intelligent that she began to doubt whether Mu Jiyang was truly her biological son, given his dismal academic performance.
Oh.
What's this? Did you scare off the tutor? Mother, have you discovered that Mu Mian's grades are worse than mine? It's hopeless, if I just apply myself. Exams are a piece of cake. During the teacher's break, Mu Jiyang arrived at Mu Mian's door. Having heard commotion in his room, and assuming that Mu Mian had infuriated the tutor, he came to gloat, reveling in the fact that he was no longer the bottom of the academic hierarchy in the household. Oh, look at Mu Mian's test paper compared to yours. How can you even dare to speak? Mu Mian's grades are excellent. She doesn't need tutoring. You'd best pay attention in class. I want to review every test you take. And if you fail, I will break your legs. Lin Shui tossed the test paper into the young master's arms. What the hell?
Mu Yang exclaimed, bewildered.
Upon opening Mu Mian's test paper, he was taken aback. 150 points? His eyes widened in disbelief. It was indeed a perfect score. Chapter 150, An Appointment.
Mu Yang,
With his foolishly innocent gaze, looked at Mu Mian. Did you cheat? Lin Shui smacked the back of Mu Jiyang's head, reprimanding. You little rascal. What nonsense are you spouting? Go to your room and pay attention in class. Why should I? I came to witness the spectacle. And now I'm the one who looks foolish. We're all supposed to be academic underachievers together. How did I become the clown in this scenario? Hurry up. And don't try any tricks. Lin Shui arched an eyebrow, asserting her authority. Mu Jiyang had no choice but to comply. Still baffled by how Mu Mian had achieved a perfect score, feeling as though he were in a dream. Once Lin Shui departed the room, Mu Mian approached Mu Ji. Gazing meaningfully at her, how can you be so certain that I would pass? You always choose to believe in me without hesitation. She was unaware of her true identity. Everyone assumed she was an academic failure, except for herself. Such coincidences were too numerous to ignore.
무쇠히 로흐렛 할가제.
A hint of guilt flickering in her deep eyes as she explained, Of course, I possess the insight to recognize talent. I could see immediately that you are extraordinary.
Indeed.
She had a script. Mu Mian nodded slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. She would eventually uncover her secret. 3 days passed, and the time for Mu Ji's scheduled lessons with Jiang Chu arrived. To express her gratitude, Lin Shui prepared a gift for Jiang Chu, a Cartier necklace. Gaining Jiang Chu's guidance was a source of pride for Mu Ji. I'll have the driver take you there, but unfortunately, Jiang Chu has requested you go alone. Otherwise, I would have had Mian Mian accompany you, Lin Shui sighed lightly. Securing Jiang Chu's agreement had required considerable effort, given her esteemed reputation and wealth. Unmoved, Mu Mian bid farewell to Mu Ji before ascending the stairs. The driver escorted Mu Ji to Jiang Chu's quaint villa, adorned with a charming garden. After directing the driver to return, Mu Ji planned to finish her dance lesson before calling him back. She pressed the doorbell, and soon a captivating young woman, exquisitely curvaceous, emerged. Indeed, she was one of the most beautiful women in the capital, her red dress accentuating her fair complexion and graceful swan-like neck. Miss Mu Ji, welcome to my home. Please come in. The woman spoke with elegance and charm, her eyes sparkling with warmth as they met Mu Ji's. Hello, teacher Jiang Chu. Mu Ji greeted with a slight nod, following Jiang Chu into the villa, which was tastefully decorated and romantically arranged, clearly reflecting the refined taste of its owner. Please, make yourself comfortable. Treat this as your own home. I have heard about your exceptional talent in dance. Your mother even showed me a video of your performance at the banquet, which left a lasting impression. You are truly a promising student. Jiang Chu poured Mu Ji a glass of juice, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Thank you for your kind words, teacher Jiang Chu. This is a gift selected by my mother for you. I hope you will like it. Mu Ji presented the gift box to Jiang Chu. Upon opening it, Jiang Chu revealed a stunning green gemstone necklace, undoubtedly expensive, a testament to how much Mu Shui was willing to invest in her daughter. I love the gift. Please extend my gratitude to Lady Mu. By the way, there is a dance studio upstairs. Please begin your warm-up while I change into appropriate attire before teaching you. Jiang Chu replied with a polite smile. Mu Ji nodded and proceeded to the upstairs studio. She surveyed the villa. Recalling how Jiang Chu had moved out alone after her husband's passing, inheriting his estate, and living comfortably in solitude. After slipping into her dance shoes, Mu Ji began her warm-up. Sorry for the wait. Jiang Chu emerged in a dance dress, radiating brilliance, a figure of envy among the elite women of the capital. Mu Ji followed Jiang Chu in practicing the choreography, her aptitude for learning evident as she effortlessly tackled even the most challenging movements, making Jiang Chu's task seem effortless. I have never encountered a talent like yours. To learn so much from just one demonstration is truly remarkable. It is my privilege to teach you. Let us take a break. You flatter me, teacher Jiang Chu. I have a small request. I've arranged to meet someone and would appreciate your discretion. If my mother inquires, could you help conceal my absence?
Muzei spok cautiously, her sincerity palpable.
Are you meeting a boyfriend?
The Chu did that.
Her lips curling into a playful smirk. Teacher Jiang Chu, Mu Ji blushed, not providing further clarification, perfectly embodying the demeanor of a bashful young lady. Very well, I understand. However, you mustn't be gone too long, otherwise, I will have difficulty explaining to the Mu family. Jiang Chu chuckled softly, clearly understanding the thoughts of a young girl. Thank you, teacher Jiang Chu.
Was visibly brightenet, resembling a jubilant bird.
After obtaining Jiang Chu's consent, Mu Ji departed the villa with her backpack. A smile gracing her lips as she shed her earlier submissiveness. Now was her time. Upon reaching the shopping mall, Mu Ji headed to the restroom, and when she emerged, she had transformed her appearance. She sent a message to Rong Hanyue and patiently awaited her catch. 3 days had passed. Yet Rong Hanyue had not received any news regarding the girl. Could she have fled? It's been 3 days without a word. Zhang Fan expressed his concerns, noting that the individual had not been seen on the forum again. 15 days is the deadline. This is only the 3rd day. You, a doctor, should have more patience. Rong Hanyue replied, toying with a dagger, his elegantly long fingers captivating. I'm merely being cautious. I don't want to delay the Lady S treatment. Zhang Fan sighed. At that moment, Rong Hanyue's phone vibrated, revealing a message from the forum, causing his eyes to glimmer with delight. What's the matter? Are you infatuated? Zhang Fan remarked, observing Rong Hanyue's demeanor. News has arrived. We must head to Shuihan Street to pick someone up. Rong Hanyue remarked, sending a message to Eugene. As he needed to ensure that the visitor was not a fraud, Zhang Fan remained somewhat bewildered, commenting on the timely arrival.
Mu Ji,
clad in a crescent-white qipao and draped in a light blue cloak, wore a mask beneath the voluminous fabric. Fortunately, the area was sparse with people, otherwise, she would have attracted peculiar stares. Rong Hanyue spotted Mu Ji from the car, her ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial being, exuding an air of authenticity. Her disguise was meticulous, raising Zhang Fan's silent speculation about her potential secrets, more enigmatic than any doctor he had encountered. In the realm of the Xianmen, mystery was often revered. Rong Hanyue, however, felt no trepidation. If she possessed genuine ability, a touch of mystique was only to be expected. He drove closer and halted at Mu Ji's feet. Get in, he said, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 151. Mu Ji takes action. Without hesitation, Mu Ji entered the car, her eyes brimming with curiosity. May I inquire your name, miss?
How old are you?
From which master did you learn? Beneath the mask, Mu Ji smirked playfully. Dr. Jiang, you're quite astute. Why not take a guess? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, pondering. How do you know my name? Have we met before? Master Jiang, with your benevolent visage. It is only natural that we have crossed paths. Zhang Fan clicked his tongue, increasingly intrigued by her. What compels you to offer your assistance? You hardly strike me as someone in need of money. He was no fool. In this world, nothing came without a price. What could her true motive be? Everyone can always use more money. I am no exception. Wouldn't you agree, Dr. Jiang? Jiang Fan nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in her words. As he too was in need of funds, Mu Ji closed her eyes, awaiting the car's final stop. When Rong Hanyue exited to open the door for her, he exuded an air of courtesy and gallantry, prompting a faint smile from Mu Ji. She was quite satisfied with this brother-in-law. Please, Rong Hanyue gestured for her to enter. Whether the esteemed individual awaited them would be revealed once Yijin returned. Following Rong Hanyue into a room, Mu Ji found it devoid of anyone save for a nurse. Ever since that incident, Rong Hanyue had replaced all personnel in the area with his own. Young master, the nurse greeted respectfully. Your presence is no longer required. You may leave, Rong Hanyue instructed. The nurse complied and exited, with only Rong Hanyue's people stationed nearby, ensuring that no one could enter without his consent. Thank you for your assistance, Mississippi. Also, one more thing. Yijin will be arriving shortly. I hope you do not mind. Rong Hanyue's deep gaze lingered on Mu Ji, pondering the identity concealed beneath her mask. It seemed serendipitous. Fate had a hand in their meeting. Mu Ji lowered her gaze to the woman on the bed, whose serene face bore no trace of suffering, resembling a sleeping beauty. Her complexion was rosy, indicating that Rong Hanyue had invested significantly in her care. With Mu Mian by his side, these matters seemed trivial. Can you discern anything amiss, miss? Rong Hanyue inquired, genuinely curious, as he had yet to witness the Xuanman's methods. Unsure if they aligned with what he had heard. It is a curse, a particularly vile one, cast by someone intent on her demise, Mu Ji replied gravely. Previously, on the plane, she had not been afflicted. After Mu Mian's diagnosis, her condition should have gradually improved. Yet, she had fallen victim to sorcery. Someone wished for the lady to remain unconscious, likely to obscure some truth. A flicker of intensity crossed Rong Hanyue's elegant and handsome features. Who could be so malevolent as to subject his mother to such torment? He vowed to unearth the culprit and exact retribution. Do you possess a means to break the curse? Only if you save my mother. Name your conditions, and I shall fulfill them without hesitation. Mu Ji replied with a light laugh, her tone calm. There is no need. I share a bond with your mother. Approaching the bed, she retrieved a talisman from her bag, affixing it to the lady's forehead. Visible dark energy swirled menacingly around her head. Both Rong Hanyue and Jiang Fan were taken aback, the latter rubbing his eyes in disbelief. This young woman possessed genuine skill. What was this malevolent force? With a single talisman, they could witness its existence. A phenomenon so extraordinary it shattered their long-held beliefs. What is this? A curse? Rong Hanyue remained composed, his trust in Mu Ji solidifying, requiring no validation from Yijin. She removed the talisman, and the sinister energy vanished from their sight. One could say that if the dark energy completely consumed your mother, she would perish. But fret not. I can save her, Mu Ji stated nonchalantly, as if discussing what to dine on that evening. Rong Hanyue's eyes glimmered with hope as he nodded slightly, encouraging her to voice any needs she might have. Jiang Fan, ever curious, leaned in to ask, can you see the dark energy without the talisman? He resembled a child eager for knowledge. Indeed, she affirmed, though she merely wished to showcase it to them. Could you perhaps gift me the talisman? I would be willing to pay for it. Jiang Fan's excitement was palpable, his curiosity piqued. Mu Ji chuckled lightly, her slender fingers waving the talisman. Are you certain? The hospital is rife with malevolent energy. If you wish to take it, I will give it to you. But do not be alarmed should you glimpse something you ought not to. Jiang Fan hesitated, recalling unsettling images from films, his scalp prickling. He quickly declined, I merely jest. I am not the least bit curious. Young Master Yi has arrived, announced the bodyguard outside. Let him in.
Yevin aproročet liftli.
Eager to reunite with the one he had longed for, uncertain if she would remember him. Mu Ji, masked, cast a fleeting glance at Yijin, acknowledging him without surprise. His eyes shimmered with emotion, excitement barely concealed. He remained clad in his long robe, gazing at Mu Ji with fervor. I never expected we would meet again. Does this not signify a fated connection between us? Yijin smiled, his demeanor softened. Rong Hanyue observed thoughtfully. Recognizing the glimmer of infatuation, he understood well the look of someone smitten. It was evident that this mysterious girl possessed an alluring charm. Naturally, young Master Yi, fascinated by the arcane, would be drawn to her exceptional talent. Perhaps we should begin, Mu Ji proposed, aware that their time was limited and that concluding swiftly would allow her to return. She produced her prepared materials, deftly sketching symbols on the talisman. Within moments, she had completed one. Please provide me with a lock of Lady Rong's hair, For this spell to succeed, it must carry her essence. Hair or a personal item will suffice. It seems, young Master Rong, that those around your mother may not be trustworthy, Muji cautioned, revealing the treacherous depths of the affluent world. Rong Hanyue's sharp gaze turned icy yet resolute, a tempest of emotions roiling within him. He cast a grateful glance at Muji and offered her a lock of his mother's hair. Muji placed the hair on the talisman and burned it in a copper basin. The flames consumed it rapidly, filling the air with the acrid scent of singed hair. Is that all? Jiang Fan, unfamiliar with the Xianmen arts, was astonished by Muji's swift resolution, especially since all other doctors had been at a loss. Otherwise, what would you have me do? Perform a grand ritual? Muji affixed another talisman to Lady Rong, and the three observed as the dark energy surrounding her head gradually dissipated.
Chapter 152. Mumien confronts adversity.
Yi Jin's lips curled upward, captivated by her enchanting actions. Each movement mesmerizing him. He understood the impossibility of their situation, yet his heart could not help but succumb to her allure, his gaze drawn to her involuntarily. When will my mother awaken? As Rong Hanyue contemplated the suffering endured by his mother, a wave of self-reproach washed over him. Despite possessing both power and influence, he found himself unable to safeguard his loved ones. The thought that it could be someone close to him, someone he trusted, who was responsible for this turmoil reignited his fury. I shall prescribe a remedy that will replenish her depleted vitality, he declared. This presents an opportunity for you, Master Rong, to unveil the puppeteer behind the scenes. If they were to learn that Madame Rong has a chance of awakening, they would undoubtedly panic and reveal their true selves. Those lurking in the shadows will be brought into the light. Drawing the snake out of its hole is indeed a clever strategy. I share this sentiment as well.
Now,
may I inquire how to address you? It seems our paths are destined to cross again.
just call me Muyu, she replied.
Thank you, Master Muyu. Here is my business card. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out and I shall gladly extend my help. Momentarily taken aback by being referred to as a master, Muji paused but chose not to contest the title. Accepting the card, she nodded slightly, a smile gradually forming on her lips. With my mission accomplished, I shall take my leave. I'll have my driver escort you, Rong Hanyue interjected, but Muji declined. Under the eager gazes of those present, she exited the courtyard, and he did not press the matter further, respecting the autonomy of those with greater wisdom. Rong Hanyue refrained from disclosing the full extent of his mother's condition, instead merely stating that he had discovered a method to facilitate her awakening. The news, intentionally leaked, reached the ears of those with ulterior motives. After parting ways with Muji, she discarded the business card into a trash bin, her internal energies churning. The curse she had invoked was particularly malevolent, and she had suffered a slight backlash. Her current vessel was simply too frail. However, she resolved to endure until she could return home to recuperate. Wandering aimlessly, Muji eventually entered a vehicle and, after a brief distance, noticed she was being followed. Observing the car trailing her, she recognized it as Mu Mian's. Jiang Yuxing drove with utmost seriousness, perplexed by his superior's sudden urgency, which had compelled him to rush over and engage in a game of surveillance. Boss, is that person truly the one you're seeking? All we've seen from the surveillance footage is a woman, shrouded in mystery, clearly intent on concealing her identity. Focus on driving. If she slips away, the consequences will be yours to bear. Mu Mian harbored a strong intuition. If she could intercept Muji, she would confirm her suspicions. Jiang Yuxing remained concentrated on the road, closely tailing the taxi ahead. Driver, please stop at the intersection ahead. She needed to devise a strategy to shake off Mu Mian's pursuit. Understood. The driver halted at an old street, its winding alleys chaotic and serpentine. And Muji turned into one, without looking back. Boss, she has become aware of our tracking and is quite vigilant. She's being exceedingly cautious, showcasing impressive counter-surveillance skills. Could it possibly be that you are simply inept? Mu Mian jested, a rare moment of levity. Jiang Yuxing felt a pang of offense. Was his skill truly that lacking? But he could hardly blame himself. Muji was simply too cunning. Split up to investigate. Our goal is merely to make her acquaintance, and do not resort to violence.
Mu Mian instructed.
Understood. He was, after all, a true gentleman and would treat a lady with the utmost respect. Muji vanished into the alleyways. But as she reached a corner, she was suddenly seized by a familiar grip. The scent that enveloped her was unmistakable, and their eyes locked, ensnaring her in the depths of his silent gaze. His fingers clasped her wrist, and she could feel his chilling body temperature. His eyes, filled with tenderness, were intoxicating. "What are you doing here?" she inquired, bewildered. Her itinerary had not been disclosed. How could he possibly know? Had he been shadowing her all along? With her other hand reaching for the dagger at her waist, tension crackled in the air. Shu, his cool, elongated fingers pressed gently against her lips, his voice alluring.
"They're searching for you."
With that, he drew her into a room, sealing off the outside world. "Now speak. Why are you here, young masterling?" Muji removed her mask, suspicion creeping in. It felt as if he had implanted a GPS within her. He always seemed able to locate her with uncanny precision. If he posed any real threat, she would have eliminated him by now. "I was merely watching over you, not spying. Our paths crossed purely by fate. Do you not believe me?" His frosty gaze harbored an unexpected warmth, causing even the seasoned Muji to falter momentarily. Her fingers twitched, as if contemplating the implications of his words. The notion that he could be her destined partner seemed absurd, according to her masters. She was fated to live a solitary life, untouched by affection. It could not be the original body, for if Lung Che's true match were the original, surely a tale would have unfolded. The strangeness of this situation left Muji feeling unsettled. After all these years of living freely, it was the first time she felt agitated over her destined romance. All of it was Lung Che's fault. Had she not consulted the divination, she would remain blissfully ignorant of her fate. Lung Che observed her shifting demeanor, aware of the profound connection between them.
"Do you not feel it?"
he asked, his cool fingers brushing against her cheek, a featherlight touch akin to a dandelion's caress. She stood frozen, his warm breath igniting a blush upon her cheeks. "There is indeed some connection. I will entertain your notion for now." Muji scrutinized her own fortune, noting it aligned with his preferences. He was undeniably formidable, and she found him difficult to read, yet he treated her with kindness. He appeared flawless, but she was cursed with a short lifespan. He was destined to remain without a wife. This revelation struck her as tragic, and her sympathetic gaze flitted over Lung Che, who frowned slightly, confused by her thoughts. "Do you require my assistance in dealing with those outside?" "Not necessary. If they cannot find me, they will eventually depart. However, I cannot linger here for too long. I must find a way to escape. Would you prefer to leave boldly before their eyes?" Lung Che's voice held a hint of amusement, his face mere inches away, his tone coaxing her. Chapter 153. The Extravagant Pursuits of the Wealthy. Muji's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she fixed her gaze on Lung Che, her delicate fingers resting against his chest. "What plan do you have in mind?" "Escaping under Mu Mian's watchful gaze is no simple feat. Follow me. I shall handle everything," he assured her, his eyes shimmering with an irresistible allure, exuding an aura of power that was hard to refuse.
Muji acquiesced,
trailing behind Lung Che as they entered his luxurious Maybach, where she took her seat in the passenger side. "Is this truly how you intend to escort me out?" she asked, her delicate features puffing slightly in apprehension, concerned about being caught by Mu Mian. Lung Che chuckled softly, his long fingers playfully tousling her hair, the gentle touch feeling achingly real. Muji's eyelashes fluttered, her ears warming beneath her cascading locks. No one had ever come so close to her before. "Are you ready?" she inquired, her gaze locked onto him, acutely aware of his every movement.
"Yes."
With reluctance, he released her, starting the engine and driving towards the alley's exit. Mu Mian and Jiang Yuxing stood at the alley's mouth, watchful, determined not to let her slip away. As Lung Che maneuvered closer to the exit, Muji felt a surge of anxiety. Gripping the seatbelt tightly, her heart raced with an exhilarating thrill. She was escaping right before Mu Mian's eyes. A luxurious Maybach drew near, capturing the attention of both Mu Mian and Jiang Yuxing. Exchanging glances, they sensed something was amiss and immediately pursued the vehicle, which suddenly came to a halt.
Mu Mian,
unable to see inside, rapped on the window, her voice icy. "Hello, this is not a designated parking area." The car window descended slowly, revealing a man cradling a woman in his embrace, her form secured tightly against him. Lung Che's cold gaze fixated on Mu Mian, the air thick with disordered breaths. And his indifferent demeanor, having been interrupted at an inopportune moment, left the nearby curly-haired companion utterly astonished. The extravagance of the wealthy was laid bare. Impatience palpable at the street corner. "My apologies." Muji was enveloped completely, akin to a cherished possession of Lung Che, not allowing even a hint of covetousness from others. Outside was her sister, her heart racing, as the rhythmic thumping of Lung Che's heartbeat resonated in her ears, sending a rush of warmth through her. It felt akin to a secret romance hidden from parental scrutiny, covert, exhilarating, and fraught with uncertainty. After a brief exchange, Lung Che lowered the window and drove away before Mu Mian's eyes. Her memory was sharp. She had glimpsed this man once before in his vehicle, a hidden gem. Strikingly handsome. Who could he possibly be? What brought him to this place? Boss, these affluent individuals are indeed decadent. I wonder which young master from the imperial capital is out on a whim, the curly-haired companion mused, perplexed. The man's attire was so peculiar that one might mistake him for an actor. Is such a person truly found in the imperial capital? Mu Mian raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with a questioning certainty. She had thoroughly investigated the young masters and misses of the imperial capital and had encountered no face resembling his. A man who could afford a Maybach yet was not of the elite. Curiously intriguing. Could it be he is not a young master of the imperial capital? The curly-haired companion pondered. Should we pursue him? It's truly strange how he vanished so suddenly. Perhaps this is his hideout, concealed from view, they contemplated, stroking their chin in thought. Otherwise, why would he keep us waiting for so long? People have likely departed, Mu Mian remarked, her gaze drifting into the distance.
Impossible.
With the two of us stationed here, not even a fly could slip past. Could he possibly possess wings to escape? The curly-haired companion proclaimed with conviction, their mind suddenly alight with an epiphany. Boss, you don't mean to suggest that the car is faulty, do you? The companion's cheeks puffed up in disbelief, wide-eyed. No way. Let us head back, Mu Mian chuckled softly, intrigued. It had been a while since she had encountered a formidable opponent. She hoped not to leave any trace for her to find too quickly. Once the car had exited the street, Muji emerged from Lung Che's embrace. Adjusting her hair and dress, her cheeks slightly flushed. She suspected Lung Che's suggestion was merely a pretext to take advantage of her. I've fulfilled my promise. Where shall I escort you? Lung Che inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded the flustered Persian cat, joy flickering within him. Muji provided a location, and Lung Che drove directly towards the villa. The sleek Maybach glided effortlessly, and he halted at the villa's entrance, stepping out to open the door for Muji. You've done me a favor. What reward do you desire? No need. It was merely my duty. Go on. May fate allow us to meet again. Lung Che's voice was low and cool. As Muji shouldered her bag, her long, elegant legs caught the light, and Lung Che watched her, the sunlight casting her in an ethereal glow, as if she were a star drifting by. She comprehended. He was her destined one, a troublesome blossom. Muji waved her hand back at Lung Che, who was playfully toying with a wooden snake carving, his deep-set eyes gleaming with warmth. His gaze, as cold as an ice lotus under the sun, followed her retreating figure with unabashed ardor, akin to a celestial being, captivating and enchanting. Upon returning to Jiang Chu's villa, Muji noticed Jiang Chu observing her interactions with Lung Che from the upstairs window. It was said that the daughter of the Mu family was gentle and graceful, yet delightfully rebellious. Surely, she wasn't he dating that young master from the Jing family? How amusing, and they bore a striking resemblance. Jiang Chu found herself unexpectedly fond of Muji. She too relished the thrill of clandestine affairs, exhaling a breath that shaped her alluring presence like a blooming rose. Vibrant and captivating. As Muji ascended to the second floor, she spotted Jiang Chu's silhouette, having changed into a new outfit, the scent of her perfume quite pronounced. Muji caught a faint whiff of a man's fragrance lingering in the air. Hearing movement behind her, Jiang Chu turned, regarding Muji with an enigmatic look. A cigarette delicately pinched between her fingers. Her demeanor was alluring, her tone languid. Back already? Did you have fun? Quite so. Has teacher Jiang entertained guests?
Muji inquired.
Curious about who might visit at such an hour, only to leave in haste. An old friend. You're quite observant. That friend of yours appears quite wealthy. I wonder which young master he belongs to? Jiang Chu mused, having only caught a glimpse of his tall, elegant figure. By her discerning eye, he was undeniably handsome. Teacher Jiang, you jest, I know little about him, and I haven't encountered him in the circles of the imperial capital, she replied. Extinguishing her cigarette while glancing at Muji, her heart tinged with an inkling of unease at the man's parting words. Teacher Jiang, my family's driver has arrived. I shall not intrude further, Muji concluded. An old friend, she recalled the men's slippers at the entrance, still not returned, wondering if she needed to change attire after meeting this old acquaintance. Though inexperienced in matters of the heart, she was not entirely naive.
Chapter 154. Naming Imma che.
Muji entered the driver's car, departing from Jiang Chu's quaint villa. Upon returning home, she encountered Mu Mian at the doorway, their eyes meeting momentarily. Muji's gaze sparkling with mirth. Back. Did you have a splendid time? Mu Mian inquired, her deep, tranquil eyes searching for something within Muji. Muji pondered internally. Why did both ask about her happiness? While it was rather ordinary, there had been a hint of thrill. Soon, she would receive a windfall of 50 million. Quite well. Teacher Jiang is beautiful and dances remarkably, Muji responded sweetly, her moist eyes brimming with tenderness. Mu Mian merely nodded, turning towards the stairs, perhaps having failed to find someone, a palpable aura of melancholy enveloping her. Let them suspect. As long as she did not confess, her little secret would remain intact. Returning to her room, Muji set her bag down. To avoid revealing her secret, she had left some clothes and charms with Lung Che. Opening her phone, she saw that the 50 million payment had been received. Fortunately, the forum maintained a high degree of confidentiality, making it impossible for Rong Hanyue to trace anything back to her. As she contemplated this, a snake unexpectedly slithered up her wrist. Muji raised her hand, the snake nuzzling against her. She poked its head playfully. Where have you been? Off playing without me? She chuckled lightly as the snake averted its gaze, and Muji swore she could see a hint of guilt in its expression. How peculiar. Ah, well, even if you did sneak out, it's all right. You're free. You must be hungry. Let me find you something to eat. She affectionately ruffled its head. Muji skewered morsels of meat on a bamboo stick, feeding the snake as it leisurely munched and suddenly recalled. Have I not named you yet? I suppose I should, as I am your owner. The snake paused, its head erect, eyes fixated on Muji as she reclined lazily, toying with her hair. What shall I call you? Little Black?
Little ke? Ke? Ake.
As she gazed at the snake, she distinctly sensed its delight at the name, its tail swaying gently, a tad restless. Its eyes locked onto Muji, reminding her of someone. She shook her head, blaming that fortune-telling for making her daydream. Do you like this name? The snake coiled its tail around her finger, its cool touch sending a shiver through Muji, nuzzling closer, clearly approving of the name, as it was its own choice. Then from now on, Ache will be your name, Muji declared contentedly. In the following days, Muji frequently visited Jiangchu to practice dancing. Mu Mian's whereabouts were erratic, leading Muji to suspect she might be with Rong Hanyue. The curse had been lifted, and she believed that soon, Madame Rong would recover. As for the one who had cast the spell, they would inevitably pay the price.
Miss Mu, I apologize.
I am unable to teach you for the time being due to some matters. Please forgive me. Jiangchu wore a troubled expression, a cigarette clutched between her fingers. Her hair in disarray, a stark contrast to the exquisite appearance she had on their first encounter. Muji feigned regret, secretly reveling in her heart. She wasn't particularly keen on learning, and were it not for her mother's goodwill, she would have preferred to be a carefree slacker. It's all right, Teacher Jiang. I shall explain everything to my mother, Muji said with thoughtfulness. Finally freed from the obligation to practice dance, Muji got into the car and exchanged a glance with Mu Mian, who was engrossed in her tablet. Teacher Jiang has been rather busy lately, so there's no need to continue. Are we heading home, or shall we take a stroll? With the school term approaching, we could buy some stationery for you. No need. I can use yours. Right now, I want to take you to see a play, Mu Mian replied with a subtle smile. Muji nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Her mind already conjecturing, it wouldn't be a visit to Rong Hanyue, would it? As she gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, it became evident after a few minutes that they were indeed en route to Rong Hanyue's place. A play. Perhaps her suggestion had finally provoked the person behind the scenes. It was worth checking out. The driver soon halted at the villa, and Muji obediently followed Mu Mian, who was clearly well acquainted with the staff there, receiving respectful glances. Muji felt a flicker of curiosity. How is Mu Mian's relationship with Rong Hanyue progressing? She could assist if needed. Where is this?
Muji feigned ignorance.
Acting as though it were her first visit. Master Rong's private estate, Mu Mian replied, her expression indifferent. Master Rong is indeed handsome and affluent, Muji remarked. And most importantly, he dotes on his wife, as if his life depended on it. Do you like him? Mu Mian's brows furrowed slightly, her tone laced with a hint of frost. Muji quickly waved her hand. I have no interest in Master Rong. I merely think you both make a fine match. So don't overthink it. Upon arrival, they entered a different room than that of Madame Rong, and the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Jiang Fan's eyes lit up upon seeing Mu Ji behind Mu Mian. The little fairy has come as well. His Ji Bao was indeed the most radiant among the crowd.
Distinctly unique.
Mu Mian shot him a warning glance, and Jiang Fan stole a look at Rong Hanyue, who was seemingly too fierce in protecting his beloved, as if he were a lion defending its cub. Have you found the person? Mu Mian inquired, urging Rong Hanyue to let her see the play. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. What are you doing? Let go of me. I have been with Madame for many years. Several bodyguards marched in, one dragging Aunt Jiang and tossing her onto the ground. The elderly woman, nearly crumbling from the impact, looked around the room with fear, her eyes brimming with tears as she pleaded, "Young master, they are being far too excessive." Rong Hanyue's gaze was as cold as ice, fixed on the woman on the floor with indifference reserved for a corpse. His disappointment was palpable. He never expected betrayal from one of his mother's most trusted aides. Excessive? He questioned, his voice dripping with contempt. What have I and my mother ever done to wrong you, that you would stoop so low as to endanger her life? A murderous aura enveloped him as he glared at Aunt Jiang, his fists clenched. Madame has been exceedingly kind to me. How could I harm her? Someone must be framing me. Young master, you must have misunderstood. Mu Ji observed the scene with a mixture of thrill and intrigue. Was this the brutal reality of the aristocratic world? Truly captivating. Yet, how could a mere servant act so callously without any instigation? Misunderstanding? I see you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Rong Hanyue's eyes turned frigid as he kicked Aunt Jiang, sending her sprawling on the floor.
Tell her what you saw.
Chapter 155. Wishing for death is not so easy. I witnessed Aunt Jiang placing a package into the medicine, a bodyguard stated flatly. The words struck Aunt Jiang like a heavy hammer, and only then did she realize she had fallen into a trap laid by the young master, who had been waiting for her to take the bait. Young master, I am innocent. That substance poses no harm to Madame. If you don't believe me, consult a doctor. It's merely a common tonic powder. Aunt Jiang insisted vehemently, adamant that her actions were harmless. She had already disposed of the evidence in the fire, believing it would be impossible to trace. With death looming, her defiance remained. Rong Hanyue looked towards Mu Mian, who nodded slightly, having examined the remnants of the medicine and furrowing her brow in confirmation. The concoction, known as showdown, was non-toxic but fatal to Madame Rong, capable of taking her life directly. Mu Mian returned the remnants to the bodyguards, who took them away respectfully.
Asmilakarev the Musveas lips.
Mu Mian's medical skills were truly remarkable, executing a silent assassination of Madame Rong, effectively using a knife to kill. After the incident, Rong Hanyue would undoubtedly suspect that her prescription was flawed, never questioning those closest to him. It was a pity the mastermind had miscalculated. Mu Mian was no ordinary physician. Such tricks would not deceive her. Aunt Jiang was merely a servant, with no enmity towards Madame Rong. It was imperative to uncover the identity of the person behind her machinations swiftly. Mu Ji regarded the guilty-looking woman on the floor, her gentle voice resonating ominously, drawing Aunt Jiang's heart into her throat. Upon hearing the mention of the mastermind, Aunt Jiang trembled slightly, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Mu Ji did not miss her expression, her brows arching with realization. Madame Rong was gentle by nature and had not provoked any enemies. The use of such malicious tactics to eliminate a person indicated that the instigator must be someone within the Rong family, someone of considerable influence, capable of instilling fear in Aunt Jiang. Jiang Fan chuckled lightly, raising an eyebrow. You're right. It's better to first inquire about the mastermind behind this. Rong Hanyue's icy gaze bore down on Aunt Jiang, his voice laced with menace. Who instructed you to do this? If you confess the name of the puppet master, I will show leniency. Otherwise, I will hand over all evidence to the authorities. Rest assured, I will uncover the identity of that person, and you will find it difficult to escape the clutches of imprisonment. Aunt Jiang's lips quivered, her panic-stricken gaze unable to meet Rong Hanyue's. What should she do? Would the young master truly send her to prison? She fidgeted with her clothes, her palms clammy and slick, as if she were sinking into a quagmire of despair. I was not instructed by anyone. Young master, I truly did not know that substance would endanger Madame's life. Please, spare me for the sake of the years I have cared for her. I swear, there was no one behind me. Aunt Jiang begged, crawling towards Rong Hanyue, desperate to cling to his pants leg. But Rong Hanyue kicked her away, disgusted at her attempts to deflect blame and conceal the mastermind. What about his mother? Such a kind woman, Betrayed by someone she trusted? You refuse to speak the truth? I have my methods, he declared coldly. Key. Break her hands and feet. Let us see how she continues to be obstinate. His tone was devoid of the elegance he once possessed. Aunt Jiang, like a maddened bull, scrambled to her feet and lunged at Mu Ji. Brandishing a fruit knife she had somehow retrieved from her pocket, positioning it against Mu Ji's throat, her emotions fraying. Let me go, or I will not hold back. This young lady has such delicate skin. If I hurt her and she bleeds, I will not be accountable. Mu Ji did not even blink. With so many people present, did Aunt Jiang truly believe she was the weakest link, using her as leverage? Such naivety. Jiang Fan, witnessing the situation, angrily shouted, "Let her go. Holding a knife to harm someone is a serious offense. I suggest you reconsider. I care not. Do not move. Or else if she is harmed, do not blame me. Step back and allow me to depart from this place. He will undoubtedly send someone to retrieve her. And when the time comes, we shall leave together with our family, enjoying a prosperous life with the money we possess." Mu Mian observed the woman's actions, her gaze icy enough to freeze the very air. It had been a long time since anyone had displayed such reckless defiance before her. Swiftly, she plucked a flower branch from the vase, her wrist flicking as she drove it viciously into Aunt Jiang's wrist. Blood gushed forth as Aunt Jiang emitted a cry of pain, the fruit knife she held clattering to the ground. Unfazed, Mu Ji picked up the fallen knife. Jiang Fan watched Mu Mian's actions astonished. He realized she was a concealed master of martial arts. Her technique was nothing short of spectacular, reminiscent of the graceful movements seen on television. It was no wonder she had caught the attention of Lord Rong. However, it was somewhat alarming for the delicate fairy. How dare she bully someone perceived as weak? Is she all right? Mu Mian meticulously examined her, finding no harm before turning her gaze to the woman clutching her wrist. You are courting death. A cold laugh escaped Mu Mian's lips, her eyes brimming with unrelenting frost and fury. The room was thick with the scent of blood. Mu Ji shook her head, assuring, "It's fine, don't worry." She won to escape. Using her as a hostage is truly a foolish tactic. Not only has the opportunity for redemption vanished, but she has also offended Mu Mian, who will ensure she pays dearly for this. Aunt Jiang's complexion turned pale, her body racked with pain, blood staining her sleeves. She appeared utterly wretched, a situation entirely of her own making. Rest assured, I will extract the truth from her. Rong Hanyue approached Mu Mian, his voice a gentle whisper cloaked in cruelty. At that moment, Aunt Jiang suddenly stared wide-eyed, frothing at the mouth, her body convulsing violently before she collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with disbelief, mumbling incoherently. This is bad. She has been poisoned. Mu Ji's heart raced. The puppeteer behind this aimed to eliminate all witnesses. Mu Mian scoffed. If she wishes to die, it won't come so easily. She produced an antidote pill, pried open Aunt Jiang's mouth, and administered it with fluidity, leaving Jiang Fan dumbfounded. It was a relief he had not crossed paths with Mu Mian. What a terrifying woman she was. He immediately worried for his brother's future. Should they argue, who knows when she may poison him. Mu Ji lightly pressed her lips together, observing the woman on the ground as she began to stir awake. Aunt Jiang's hair was disheveled, her insides feeling as if they were being torn apart, her face ashen as if she had lost half her life. The poison was subdued, yet not entirely resolved. Mu Ji squatted beside her, her tone flat. Someone wishes for your demise. Will you still cover for him? Chapter 156. Piecing together the truth. Aunt Jiang gazed upon the gentle young woman before her, her internal panic easing. I had no choice. If I disobey his orders, my family will be in grave danger. From the moment I agreed to that person's demands, I had already entered a path of no return. Initially, I merely relayed messages. One misstep led to another. All due to my own greed. Do you think he will spare your family if you remain silent? He intends to eliminate you as well. Is there any reason left to conceal the truth? The corners of Mu Ji's lips curled slightly, her eyes shimmering with a tender smile that seemed capable of ensnaring anyone. It is Mr. Rong Tianlin. Everything he commanded me to do, I truly regret. Aunt Jiang wept profusely, fainting once more. Upon hearing that name, Rong Hanyue's heart plummeted like a stone into a lake. How could it be that man? His nominal father, the very one who schemed to kill his mother, yet was perceived by others as a gentle husband, concealed beneath the guise of a devil? No wonder he had repeatedly obstructed him from saving her. It was to prevent his mother from recovering and exposing the truth. Thus, It was he who had reduced her to this state. No wonder he had found no traces of the perpetrator. The murderer was right beside him, his own biological father.
But why?
The agony surged within him like a tsunami, the truth proving so cruel. Jiang Fan was equally astonished. How could this be? It was too unfathomable. The thought was terrifying. Was Rong Tianlin truly mad enough to commit murder? How could he be so deranged? Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Take her away. Ensure she is well guarded, and let no one know she is still alive. Rong Hanyue's voice trembled slightly. He would personally see to it that justice was served for his mother. Yes, young master. Aunt Jiang was swiftly taken away, leaving the room enveloped in a chilling silence. No one knew how to comfort Rong Hanyue. Such events would be unbearable for anyone. Brother, pull yourself together. It's going to be all right. Aunt will recover. And when she awakens, the truth will be revealed. Jiang Fan harbored a foreboding premonition. This was not a good sign. If indeed it was a matter of a broken relationship leading to divorce, why resort to murder? The methods employed were increasingly ruthless. Were it not for Mu Mian and Master Mu Yu, and would have long been beyond saving. Jiang Fan inhaled sharply. It's nothing. If it is truly him, I will not show him mercy. A fleeting coldness passed through Rong Hanyue's eyes. His gaze turned toward Mu Mian, filled with pity, his stunning visage betraying a hint of vulnerability. Mu Ji observed them silently. Rong Hanyue remained oblivious, still seeking sympathy. Mu Mian cast a glance, her heart stirred slightly. Yet she was not one to offer consolation, especially to men. She merely uttered a muted expression of condolence. Rong Hanyue forced a smile, the chill in his demeanor softening somewhat. Thank you, sisters, for today. Were it not for you, there would be no evidence left. The antidote pill costs 30 million. Mu Mian smirked, holding up 3 fingers. She had no habit of performing charity without compensation, and that antidote was far from inexpensive. Jiang Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. 30 million? Are you robbing me? Though Lord Rong was infatuated, surely he wouldn't exploit my brother like this. Do you have any objections? Then return the antidote pill. Mu Mian provocatively extended her hand towards Jiang Fan. How could he possibly have any? He didn't even possess the formula. The physician's touch commands a price beyond measure. 30 million is but a trifle. I shall transfer it to you shortly. Do not take his words to heart. Understand that he is merely impoverished. Rong Hanyue readily agreed, his gaze toward Mu Mian growing more affectionate. The more he explored her, the more he found himself enamored, as if she were a precious gemstone exuding boundless allure, captivating him utterly. 30 million? Jiang Fan was at a loss for words. Feeling acutely envious. How could being a physician be so lucrative? He, a director of a tertiary hospital, could only lament his paltry salary.
Mu Mian.
Perhaps I could join you. My medical skills are quite commendable. He toiled endlessly for so little compensation, and felt a pang for his brother, who sought to showcase his wealth before Mu Mian, while simultaneously stepping on him. How painful! Where is the brotherhood in this? How superficial! Mu Mian looked on with disdain.
Muzvi chuckled softly, meeting Mu Mian's gaze.
She composed herself, offering a sweet smile, her enchanting face captivating. Young master, the gentleman has returned and wishes to see the lady. He claims to have brought a doctor from abroad to attend to her. Rong Hanyue scoffed. To see her? More likely to ascertain whether she is still alive. Bring him here. As for my mother, no one is to disturb her. He is unworthy of her presence. Previously, he had wondered why he felt so detached from his feelings. It appeared he had never truly loved his mother, but had always been an ungrateful son. The thought amused Rong Hanyue. He had long believed the fault lay with himself for not being an exemplary son. Very well, young master. Soon, Rong Tianlin arrived, dressed in a suit, accompanied by a foreign doctor, his eyes betraying no emotion. The 2 young ladies of the Mu family were also present. You're being foolish. How could 2 young girls possibly cure your mother? If anything happens, how will they explain themselves? A hint of displeasure flickered across Rong Tianlin's scholarly face. Remembering the words of the master, a sense of unease welled within him. He had never expected to find a master capable of breaking the curse. Forcing him into such a desperate situation, it seemed she had already departed from this world, and he would no longer need to live in fear. Is that so? There is no need for my father to worry. My mother's condition has improved, and I believe she will awaken shortly.
What?
Is my father displeased at the prospect of my mother regaining consciousness? A subtle aura of authority emanated from Rong Hanyue, and even his voice turned icy. Rong Tianling felt a tempest of emotions surging within him.
How could this be?
Had his plans been uncovered, or was he merely sabotaging himself? Attempting to throw himself into disarray? Rong Tianling forced a disingenuous smile, declaring, "How could that be? I have always hoped for your mother's recovery. I recently engaged a physician to attend to her." "No need," Rong Hanyue interjected. "Someone attempted to poison my mother earlier, but I thwarted their efforts. For the sake of her safety, I kindly ask for my father's understanding." Rong Tianling was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of indignation.
Who would do such a vile thing?
"Your mother is so kind. How could anyone wish to harm her?"
Muji inwardly smirked,
recognizing the unfolding drama as a splendid performance worthy of an Oscar. Since Rong Tianling's entrance, she had detected a familiar scent of perfume, one she had previously noticed on teacher Jiang Chu. Ordinary individuals might not perceive it, but Rong Tianling, ever cautious, had masked his scent with another fragrance, yet her keen sense of smell prevailed. It became evident that the old friend teacher Jiang had mentioned was indeed him. Coupled with the earlier incident where Madame Rong lost control on the plane, Muji had pieced together the truth. Chapter 157. A Clash of Father and Son. The more Muji pondered, the more her heart raced with trepidation, clutching a monumental secret. Rong Tianling was truly malevolent, exhibiting such cruelty towards his own wife. Rong Mian scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the ostentatious man before her. It was clear he was no good. Rong Tianling, hearing her scoff, felt his pride wounded and cursed her silently before turning his attention back to Rong Hanyue. "Ah Yao, what is truly going on? Is Ah Yan all right?" His face was etched with concern, resembling a devoted husband fretting over his wife. Rong Hanyue suppressed a smile. Were it not for his knowledge of Rong Tianling's true nature, he might have been deceived by this facade of deep affection. Whether he was genuinely worried about his mother's health or merely eager to ascertain whether she had met her demise as he wished, only he knew. Rong Hanyue slowly raised a smile, his voice even and unhurried. "Mother is well. I am confident she will awaken soon. There is no need for my father to fret." Rong Tianling's eyes dimmed. She had not yet perished. Her life was indeed tenacious. Time and again, his attempts to eliminate her had failed. And even so, he had poisoned Aunt Jiang. Should she die, there would be no evidence against him. Thankfully, he had a backup plan. "Then I shall go see Ah Yan
immediately.
It has been many days since I last laid eyes on her," Rong Tianling declared, his tone imbued with longing, as though he were a devoted husband pining for his wife. Rong Hanyue felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The thought of his mother suffering due to Rong Tianling's machinations made him want to tear him to shreds, yet he had to endure his insincerity. "No need. Mother's condition is not suitable for disturbances. Father should attend to his own affairs. I will personally care for Mother until she awakens." His tone was assertive, indicating that he was not to be trifled with. Rong Tianling, sensing his son's rejection, felt a twinge of anxiety. Had he uncovered something? Why else would he obstruct his desire to see Ah Yan? No, he must see her today, alive or dead. He would know the truth. What of Aunt Jiang? Had Ah Yao concealed her body? "I am her husband. Do I require your permission to see my own wife?" "Ah Yao, must you treat me like a thief?" Rong Tianling's voice trembled with barely contained fury. Muji observed the sharp exchanges between them, sensing the urgency in Rong Tianling's demeanor. "Mr. Rong has misunderstood. The celestial master mentioned that Aunt's curse has just been lifted, and encountering strangers may bring misfortune. As Aunt's husband, you should understand this, right? It would be prudent to wait until she awakens for a meeting," Muji chimed in, her innocent visage taking on a hint of mischief, rendering Rong Tianling momentarily speechless. To insist on seeing her would only exacerbate her condition. Rong Tianling cursed Muji inwardly, believing the two troublesome girls from the Mu family were conspiring against him. Jiang Fan silently gave Muji a thumbs up. The little fairy was eloquent, effectively silencing the scoundrel Rong Tianling with a single remark. Rong Hanyue cast a glance at Muji, surprised by her deceptive innocence. She appeared harmless on the surface, yet beneath lay darkness. Unlike Mian, who was cold outside but warm within, he fixated on her, his gaze imbued with fervor. Mian, her expression stern, shot him a look of exasperation. "What are you staring at?"
"Ah," Rong Hanyue acknowledged playfully.
Rong Tianling gritted his teeth, glaring at Muji while maintaining a facade of composure. "Where is Aunt Jiang? Why haven't I seen her? Is she caring for Ah Yan? I have some matters to discuss with her," he probed, testing the waters. Rong Hanyue hesitated. a flicker of panic crossing his face before he replied. Aunt Jiang mentioned some matters at her hometown, and has taken leave. The unease on Rong Hanyue's face did not escape Rong Tianling's notice, filling him with elation. It seemed Aunt Jiang had succumbed to the poison. Excellent news indeed. A glint of calculation flashed in his eyes as he devised his next move. Then, I shall not intrude further. Farewell, Rong Tianling declared, leaving with satisfaction. Mu Ji's eyes sparkled with amusement. The room was filled with actors, and Rong Tianling had lowered his guard, believing victory was assured. Underestimating his opponent could prove fatal, and she hoped this scoundrel would soon face justice. Finally departing, she sighed with relief that no slip had occurred. What next? Zhang Fan, though born into a wealthy family, was not an heir and faced no competition for inheritance. With an older brother to shield her, she had yet to experience such internal family strife. I will handle the ensuing matters, Rong Hanyue assured, determined to keep a close watch on Rong Tianling's actions, ever in search of clues. Since the matter is resolved, we shall take our leave, Mu Ji stated, eager to attend to her own affairs. I shall escort you home, Rong Hanyue offered, stepping forward. Jiang Fan shot a glance at his love-struck companion, exclaiming, What about me? I need to return to the hospital as well.
Mu Ji interjected.
Do not hinder my sister's budding romance. You can ride in the Mu family car. I shall instruct the driver to take you. She firmly insisted, determined to keep Jiang Fan from interfering with her and Rong Hanyue's time together. Jiang Fan felt a pang of sorrow, but could not refuse the request of the little fairy. Naturally, he acquiesced. Mu Ji pushed Mian into the passenger seat, granting them a chance for privacy. Rong Hanyue, you must seize this opportunity, she urged playfully. Rong Hanyue regarded the mischievous Mu Ji with newfound admiration. It was no wonder Mian adored this non-blood-related sister. Beautiful, kind-hearted, and exceptionally clever, she was indeed worthy of her sister. Embracing this newfound connection, Rong Hanyue resolved to woo Mian, perhaps starting with her sister to gain entry into her world. Sister, let us exchange contact information. I am available for any matters you may need assistance with, Rong Hanyue offered generously, his eyes sparkling with delight. Who is your sister? Do you dare threaten me? Mian's icy retort rang out, chilling him. Not yet your sister, but perhaps one day, Rong Hanyue replied with a gentle smile. The more fierce Mian was with him, the more his heart fluttered. He began to suspect he might indeed be a masochist. Were it anyone else, they would have perished countless times over, yet for Mian, he found himself willingly enduring. Mu Ji successfully added Rong Hanyue on WeChat, elated to have latched onto the male lead. With her sister as the female lead and Rong Hanyue as her brother-in-law, she felt she could navigate life with ease. Rong Hanyue safely delivered the sisters home, watching them enter before departing. Upon returning, Mu Ji found Lin Shui waiting, her gaze filled with suspicion. Remembering the car she had seen, the luxurious vehicle belonging to the esteemed Rong family, she questioned. When did you two become acquainted with the young master of the Rong family? Lin Shui's expression turned serious as she confronted them. Was that Rong Hanyue who just dropped you off? What is the nature of your relationship with him? Chapter 158. Ominous Signs. Mu Ji cast a furtive glance at Mu Mian, who remained silent. The burden of this inquiry inevitably fell upon Mu Ji. Her sister had lent a helping hand to young Master Rong, hence their acquaintance, and Mu Ji found him to be a genuinely amiable individual. Quite contrary to the rumors circulating about him. In a bid to leave a favorable impression of Rong Hanyue in her future mother-in-law's eyes, Mu Ji attempted to clarify the situation. The highborn ladies of the capital, in their desperate attempts to ascend the social ladder by associating with Rong Hanyue, resorted to fabricating scandalous tales when they found themselves spurned, thus unfairly tarnishing his reputation with a libertine label. Lin Shui's gaze settled upon Mu Mian. Could it be that Rong Hanyue had taken a fancy to Mian's beauty? Having spent her childhood in an orphanage, Mian was unfamiliar with the opulence of the capital, and Lin Shui surmised that Rong Hanyue intended to toy with Mian's affections, deceiving the innocent girl. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became that a notorious playboy would never genuinely develop feelings for her daughter. You two are far too naive. Refrain from mingling with them in the future. The Rong family is not one we can afford to associate with. Don't be foolishly deceived, Lin Shui admonished. Mu Ji nodded like a chick pecking at rice, for if she were to witness the scene of Rong Hanyue longing to offer his heart to Mu Mian, she would surely be astounded. Lin Shui nodded in satisfaction, allowing them to retire for the night. Later that evening, Mu Ji approached Mu Mian's room and knocked, but received no response. The serpent, upon hearing the sound, poked its head out. Mu Mian was not home. A flicker of concern crossed Muji's mind as she retrieved 3 copper coins, tossing them into the air, which then landed in her palm. Alas! It was an ominous sign. Mu Mian would be in danger tonight. I must step out. You stay here and behave, Muji said, placing the serpent on the bed and beginning to change her attire. The serpent, feeling dejected, sank into the softness of the bed, its deep eyes fixated on Muji's silhouette. Adorned in a flowing red gown, Muji cloaked herself with a cape, securing her embroidered pouch. Folding a talisman into the shape of a paper crane, she dripped her blood onto it, softly murmuring, "Go find Mu Mian." The paper crane seemed to come alive, soaring into the air. The serpent stretched its neck, its profound eyes lost in thought as Muji gently stroked its head. "I will return shortly. Be good at home. If you get hungry, there's food in the fridge." The serpent nuzzled her finger in a show of affection, seeming reluctant to part. Having grown accustomed to such gestures, Muji replied softly, "Such a good boy." Without lingering, she turned and exited the room. The only beings capable of causing Mu Mian harm were those skilled in metaphysics. And she had to save her. Once Muji departed, the serpent slithered out of the window, quickly vanishing from the villa, showing no regard for her warnings. Tianshang Renjian, the capital's grandest den of vice, was not merely an underground casino but also a realm of indulgence. Here, the courtesans were adored by many, and even the scions of affluent families frequented this establishment. Tianshang operated on a membership basis, accessible only to the wealthy, while Renjian was open to all. Some individuals emerged from its depths wealthy overnight, while others lost their fortunes in an instant. Tianshang Renjian was a place of dreams and illusions, teetering on the brink of life and death. Mu Mian and Rong Hanyue, each masked, surveyed the revelry within. "Welcome, esteemed guests. What delights may we procure for you?" "We have an abundance of offerings," the attendant inquired, his curiosity piqued. "It seems you two are a couple, enjoying a night of wild indulgence, as befits the affluent." Rong Hanyue suppressed his revulsion, his arm draping around Mu Mian as he replied languidly, "No need. We prefer a private room for our own entertainment." Mu Mian cast a cold glance at his arm, remaining unmoved, exuding an air of regal detachment. "Very well. Do you require any special amenities? Any particular requests for the room?" The attendant maintained a polite demeanor, his service exemplary. Rong Hanyue frowned in displeasure, his thoughts churning at the thought of such depravity. "A top-tier room, please," he declared, exuding an air of extravagance. The attendant smiled, recognizing yet another naive, wealthy patron. "However, the top-tier room is currently reserved. You may choose another. Then the adjacent room will suffice." "Hurry, my lady awaits my service," Rong Hanyue quipped with a roguish grin, resembling a loyal hound at Mu Mian's side. The attendant chuckled and promptly arranged their request. With the room key in hand, Rong Hanyue guided Mu Mian up the staircase, which spanned 18 floors, each level symbolizing greater wealth and indulgence. Rong Hanyue leaned closer to Mu Mian, his warm breath mingling with the fragrance he exuded. "You stay in a room. I shall assess the situation. This could very well be a trap, and I do not wish for you to be ensnared in danger." "Do you believe I am one to cower in fear for my life?" she retorted, her icy demeanor unyielding. "Then why did you agree to accompany me? Perhaps you harbor smidgen of concern for my well-being?" Rong Hanyue's tone shifted from casual to earnest, their bodies brushing against one another in the sultry atmosphere of Tianshang Renjian. "You are overthinking," Mu Mian replied, her mask concealing any sign of emotion. Anticipating this response, Rong Hanyue felt a pang of disappointment, yet consoled himself with the thought that simply being in her presence, sharing such intimate moments, was a blessing in itself. Meanwhile, Muji faced a formidable challenge. She lacked a membership card, and her mother, Lin Shui, would never permit her to enter such a place. She ventured into Renjian, where the atmosphere was rife with a diverse array of individuals, and the private rooms were reserved for those of notable stature. Dressed to draw attention, Muji found herself the object of many lecherous gazes, as onlookers seemed intent on unmasking her to discern her beauty. "Does this little girl have money? If not, I could lend you some," one man jested. "Ha ha ha. Are you too ugly to show your face? Remove your mask and let us see if you're a celestial being or just here to find your lover. If so, you've come to the wrong place." "Scram," Muji replied coolly, her voice laced with frost. The crowd fell silent, taken aback by her audacity. One man, incensed, attempted to strike her, only to be restrained by a companion. "There are rules here. You cannot just hit anyone. Tolerate it. Undeteret mos hi precedon." exchanging chips before placing her entire wager on the even numbers. Is this girl mad? Betting so much at once? If she loses, it's double the loss. No way. Is she foolish enough to give away her fortune? I'm betting on odds. This is a golden opportunity. As the onlookers observed Mu Ji's audacious move, chaos erupted around the table. Chapter 159. I'll call him father. All eyes were fixated on the chips on the table, as greed wove a web of desire among the spectators. Yet amidst the cacophony, Mu Ji exuded calm and composure, entirely unfazed. Little girl, if you run out of money, we could always use you as collateral. A man laughed, his gaze brimming with avarice. The atmosphere was thick with moral depravity, as everyone present was consumed by dreams of wealth. Ha ha ha, oldly, are you that eager? Mu Ji filtered their words out, her mysterious aura compelling everyone to pry beneath her mask. As she smiled subtly, she patiently awaited the outcome. All attention fixed on the table. The fervor dwindled to a haunting silence, as if a spell had been cast upon the crowd, rendering them mute. Even. The two simple words left many speechless. Disbelief etched upon their faces. How is this possible? Proceed, Mu Ji commanded, unfazed as she continued to place her bets. Some, defying reason, wagered against her. In the end, they lost everything, and as Mu Ji observed their pallid faces, a satisfied smile graced her lips. This was precisely the outcome she desired. Mu Ji ventured alone into the underground gambling den, her stack of chips towering like a mountain beside her. As she passed through, she became the focal point of heated gazes, akin to a coveted delicacy, with envy and greed trailing closely behind. Had it not been for their wariness of the underground's rules, they would have long since made a move. Mu Ji's actions swiftly captured the attention of the den's patrons. Who was she? Such a prodigy had never graced the underground. Her gambling skills were nothing short of divine, and as of now, she stood undefeated. Miss, might I have the honor of your company? Our boss wishes to make your acquaintance, and we would be grateful for your presence, said a man. Flanked by a row of imposing bodyguards, his demeanor far from welcoming. Hooked, Mu Ji's smile deepened, her expression remaining tranquil as she glanced at the group, slightly troubled. Then I shall keep these chips as my winnings. Fear not, we shall exchange them for you, miss, the man replied, scrutinizing her, yet finding no discernible weakness. Who was she, and what was her purpose in the underground? That is reassuring, considering they were hard-won. Mu Ji chuckled lightly, eliciting gasps of envy from those nearby, who had witnessed her effortlessly rake in 30 million, their jealousy palpable. She was escorted to the upper echelons, the realm reserved for esteemed guests, where her black-clad bodyguards trailed behind her, exuding an air of authority amidst the sea of darkness. Is your boss interested in a friendly wager with me? Mu Ji asked innocently, a sweet smile gracing her lips. If you are inclined, that can certainly be arranged. Our boss is quite impressed by your skills and wishes to forge a friendship, the man replied, his vigilance slightly waning as he regarded Mu Ji, perceiving her as an inexperienced young girl, oblivious to the dangers of her surroundings. This place is delightful, truly opulent. Your tastes here at Heaven and Earth are quite exquisite, Mu Ji remarked, her curiosity akin to that of a playful kitten, exploring every corner with innocent wonder, seemingly harmless. Such is merely a trifle, mere decoration. The wealth of Heaven and Earth is beyond the imagination of many, the man said, regretting his decision to engage with her, cursing himself silently. Upon entering the lavish private room, Mu Ji was taken aback by the extravagant decor. Was this an attempt to flaunt wealth, to ensnare her within its depths? She was eager to discover what lay in store. Meanwhile, Mu Mian and Rong Hanyue were in another room. Mu Mian hacking into the surveillance system while Rong Hanyue directly accessed the control feed. Their collaboration was seamless. Have you located Rong Tianling?
Mu Mian inquired,
Her fingers gliding over her watch as she searched the surveillance footage. Found him, room 1804. Within the last hour, he has been the only one to enter. Her eyes narrowed slightly. A woman has entered. She's likely from Heaven and Earth, Mu Mian stated nonchalantly. Wait here. I'll investigate. Something feels amiss, Rong Hanyue said, polishing the gun in his hand. If Rong Tianling had truly betrayed her mother, he would make him pay. He sought the truth. But he didn't want Mu Mian to take risks. This could very well be a trap designed to ensnare him. I would never abandon my comrades. No more chatter. There are no cameras inside the room, and I can't see what's happening, Mu Mian retorted, shutting her watch and drawing a gun on Rong Hanyue. I am not a defenseless damsel, young Master Rong. You may not be my match, she declared. the coldness in her tone evident as she pointed the gun at his chest. Rong Hanyue smiled gently, his eyes soft and affectionate. "All right," he replied. And together they exited the room, confident that Mu Mian had control over all surveillance, thus alleviating their concerns. The place was strict, and unless there were exceptional circumstances, no one would intrude. Outside the door, Mu Mian activated her watch and scanned the keypad. The door clicked open. They exchanged knowing glances before entering the room, where the door shut automatically behind them. Inside, they found it utterly empty. Rong Tianling and the woman had vanished. Mu Mian and Rong Hanyue shared a knowing look. It was indeed a trap, one that had deliberately lured them here using Rong Tianling. "Be cautious, there may be hidden chambers," Rong Hanyue warned. His brow furrowed as he scanned their surroundings. Given Rong Tianling's intellect, he would never have devised such a thorough plan without external guidance. He suspected a nefarious individual was orchestrating this. Rong Hanyue pondered this new enemy. He couldn't recall when he had made such a foe. Or perhaps this individual merely sought wealth. He had no time for further contemplation. Escaping this place was paramount. The mastermind behind this would eventually be exposed. A flicker of malice shone in Mu Mian's eyes. In the private room, Muji reveled in a sweet fragrance, patiently awaiting the arrival of the so-called boss. In another chamber, a man with streaked purple hair toyed with a lighter, his wolf-like eyes glinting with predatory intensity, sending chills down the spines of those caught in his gaze. "Boss, have you discerned any issues? This young lady has disrupted our turf and effortlessly won 30 million. She possesses some skill," one of his subordinates remarked. If she manages to leave with that money tonight, I'll call her father," the man scoffed, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the hunt. A captivating plaything, he mused, with his extensive experience in the world of heaven and earth. The masked girl must surely possess breathtaking beauty beneath her facade. Chapter 160. Muji's explosive triumph. The subordinates were at a loss for words, nodding in agreement, convinced that the girl was no match for their boss. "Let us go meet her together," the man declared, rising with the determination of a predator. Muji's fingers brushed lightly against the flowers in the pot, their rich aroma captivating her. Such rare blooms were a delightful surprise in heaven and earth. Amidst the lavish room, only these flowers caught her eye. "Apologies for the wait. It is a pleasure to host you here. May I inquire about your esteemed surname?" the man asked, his demeanor exuding familiarity as he regarded the masked Muji, as though she were a long-lost relative, eagerly moving forward for a warm embrace. Muji deftly sidestepped his advance, settling comfortably on the sofa, crossing her legs with an air of authority. "You have yet to earn the privilege of knowing my name. To discover it, you must first defeat me," she proclaimed boldly, leaving the onlookers astounded. Such audacity! To think she could defeat their seasoned boss, who had triumphed at countless gambling tables with few defeats. This young girl, having won a few rounds, was clearly out of her depth. Splendid! I admire the courage of the young. Indeed, in our line of work, it is the bold who thrive, is it not? Let us wager. I am quite curious about your name, and we can consider this a friendly encounter, the man said, taking a seat with an inviting smile, his expression cunning yet seemingly harmless. "Very well, I'm up for a game. This place is quite entertaining, and as it is my first visit, I appreciate your hospitality." Muji replied, a wicked smile forming at the corners of her mouth, unseen by the others who perceived her as merely a naive, arrogant girl. "What are your strengths?" "I can accommodate anything," the man offered, relinquishing the choice to Muji, appearing as a considerate companion in their game. "Let us play dice. Comparing sizes is rather mundane. How about we guess the numbers instead? Don't blame me for being ruthless. After all, you invited me to choose," Muji said, her tone playful, yet hinting at her underlying intent. The man paused momentarily, but soon nodded in agreement. "Very well, today I shall secure your friendship. When the time comes, do remove your mask, for I wish to see the face behind such formidable skills. Surely, it must be a beauty worthy of admiration," he said, his smile fading as he gestured with a graceful, carefree motion. The individuals behind her were exceedingly eager, all anticipating the forthcoming contest. The young girl remained blissfully naive, patiently awaiting the moment the little rabbit would inadvertently ensnare itself in the trap laid by the leader. "Prepare the items," the man commanded nonchalantly, exuding an air of confidence. Shortly, a servant presented a pair of dice, and the man gestured invitingly. Muji, with her fingers deftly toying with the dice, confirmed their integrity before casting them into the cup. "How about a best of 3? She proposed casually. "As you wish, my fair lady. I shall comply," the man replied, straightening his posture and flexing his wrists and neck. Muji nodded, rising to extract an incense stick from her embroidered pouch. Addressing the group, she remarked, "I beg your pardon, but I have a habit of lighting incense before we commence. I hope that is not an inconvenience." The man smiled enigmatically, assuring her that it was no bother, remarking on the peculiarity of her ritual. His words elicited laughter from those behind him. When faced with their leader, prayers and offerings were futile. Unperturbed by their amusement, Muji believed firmly that sincerity would yield results. "Please go ahead," Muji urged, pushing the cup towards him with gracious humility, a subtle display of arrogance underlying her demeanor.
"I shall not be polite, then."
The man accepted the cup, his wrist spinning it rapidly. In the hushed room, the only sound was the clattering of the dice against the cup, while his followers watched intently. As the cup landed on the table, all eyes turned to Muji, eagerly awaiting her prediction. Guessing the numbers was akin to opening a mystery box. Success hinged solely on luck. Apart from exceptionally gifted gamblers, no one could reliably predict the outcome. 6, Muji declared, her lips parting without a hint of hesitation. "Miss, think carefully before you answer. Once revealed, there will be no second chance," someone behind her cautioned, reveling in her decisiveness, as if her method were flawed. Muji remained silent, signaling for the man to reveal the result. When the cup was lifted, every eye widened in disbelief. The number was indeed 6. How could this be? A sense of foreboding enveloped the men as they regarded their leader, questioning whether this young girl possessed some form of clairvoyance. Though the man's expression remained stoic, a sense of unease burgeoned within him. He could not afford to underestimate her further. When it was Muji's turn, her technique appeared simplistic, as if she were merely shaking the cup without any finesse. However, as it landed on the table, her fingertip pressed against it, awaiting the man's response. Time dragged on, and the man's expression grew grave. The onlookers swallowed nervously, their anxiety palpable. Why had their leader not yet declared the outcome? Finally, the man spoke. 3. Muji smirked, unveiling the result. 3 dice stacked together, revealing only a single. The observers gaped in disbelief, one exclaiming, "You cheated. This round doesn't count." Muji shrugged, her tone innocently incredulous. "Our rule is to guess the number." There was no stipulation regarding the arrangement of the dice, was there? Their frustration was palpable. Indeed, there were no rules against her cunning tactics. The man's gaze fixed on Muji, no longer dismissive. Her gambling prowess was extraordinary. And he realized this was no trivial game. He could not afford to be complacent. The man began anew. "Little girl, I possess this skill as well," he boasted as he set the cup down. Muji coldly replied, 6. "So soon? Have you not considered your answer?" The spectators were once more taken aback. How could it again be 6? Their leader had not even attempted to alter his prediction. Anxiety gripped them as they hoped for a miscalculation from Muji. The man frowned and lifted the cup, revealing 3 dice stacked, the topmost showing a 6. How is this possible? Can it truly be predicted? This must be a jest. Muji chuckled lightly, her tone teasing. "You've learned well, but alas, I have foreseen it. You have lost." Her playful tone felt like a taunt, the final declaration striking the man like a branding of shame. His eyes reflected confusion and disbelief. How could he lose? How could he possibly be outmatched by an unknown girl? "Is that all there is to it? I expected more challenge," she remarked. "By the way, I heard that winning against you allows for any wager. You wouldn't deceive a mere girl, would you?" Her words ignited a spark of fear among the onlookers. Had she lost her mind to speak so boldly to their leader? Chapter 161. Illusory Memories. The man's face darkened as he fixed his gaze on Muji, an aura of menace radiating from him. No one had ever dared to provoke him in such a manner. She would be the first and last. "Little girl, have you grown too cocky? Do you think you can stroll in here and leave unscathed?" The man's true nature emerged, his eyes glinting with bloodlust as he regarded Muji like a delectable piece of meat. Muji clicked her tongue, her expression brimming with confidence as she declared, "What? Do you wish to lay hands on me? Or perhaps employ some beguiling trickery to ensnare my mind, extract my name and origins, and bind me to your will? Or cast me away to become your mere source of profit?" As she spoke, the expressions of those around her shifted dramatically. Their hands reached for their weapons, but their bodies felt weak and drained of energy. Even their voices failed them. The man's gaze turned glassy, his mind muddling as he glanced at the incense stick planted in the flower pot. From the very beginning, he had fallen into her trap. She had been aware all along. What a terrifying woman! He shook his head, attempting to regain clarity. Down, Muji commanded, and with a resounding thud, the man collapsed onto the sofa. She rose leisurely. Her tone languid. Who said it was useless? It seems you've fainted. Farewell. Muji retrieved the remaining half of the incense, placing it back into her embroidered pouch. Incense should never go to waste. Muji released a paper crane, embarking on a search for Mu Mian's whereabouts. In the secret chamber, Rong Hanyue and Mu Mian stepped into the realm of illusions. Upon opening her eyes, Mu Mian beheld a playful girl clad in red, her expression frozen in disbelief. Is this the temple? Mu Mian mused, gazing at the unfamiliar sanctum, feeling as though she had been away for far too long. What's wrong, little princess? Have you forgotten me after just a few days? The girl, holding a jade flute, laughed exuberantly, and as Mu Mian stared at the flawless visage before her, tears brimmed in her eyes. The girl paused, seemingly taken aback, and awkwardly suggested, Is the temple too dull for you? Perhaps I should speak with the emperor tomorrow and have him bring you back to the palace. Please don't cry. It was clear that she lacked the skill to console others, finding herself at a loss as she watched the golden princess weep. Mu Mian shook her head. That was not the case. It felt as though she had lost her voice, her gaze locked onto the girl before her, with familiar brows, exquisitely defined features, and a rebellious glint in her eyes. This was the saintess of the Southern Dynasty, her elder sister, the one she had long awaited. No, I truly love the temple. I shall never part from you again, sister. I shall never leave your side, Mu Mian exclaimed, embracing the girl, fearful that this was merely a fleeting mirage. Should she release her hold, she might never see her again. Why are you so obedient today? Just days ago, you swore you would never call me sister. It seems during my absence, you have come to a realization. Being a princess must be burdensome. The temple is my domain. And here you can be a carefree little princess, free from reproach. The girl gently ruffled Mu Mian's hair. Lost and found again. Mu Mian reveled in this enchanting illusion, and even knowing it was but a fabrication, she was loath to awaken. She remained the carefree little princess of the temple, unencumbered by the constraints of etiquette or the scrutiny of others. Together, they practiced swordplay, sneaked out of the temple to ride horses, and pretended to be ordinary people at play. Born a princess, she had never known freedom, confined to the depths of the palace, learning the mandatory rituals of nobility while awaiting the day she might marry into royalty or forge alliances, until she was brought to the temple and met the legendary saintess. She had been awestruck upon their first encounter. The girl donned in resplendent red, reminiscent of the blossoming hibiscus of the Southern Dynasty, radiant and captivating. In stark contrast to her own somber existence, she radiated an extraordinary brilliance. Standing there, she graciously accepted the adoration of those around her, exalted yet compassionate. According to the established protocols, she too was to pay her respects, and just as she was about to kneel, a firm grip seized her wrist. It was said that the emperor of the Southern Dynasty had sent a princess to alleviate my ennui, and I have taken her away. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, she clasped her wrist and departed, the sanctuary serving as the spiritual emblem of the Southern Dynasty. Largely devoid of visitors save for those attending to the saintess, exuding an air of desolation. Amidst the maidens clad in white, a striking flash of red stood out vividly, almost blindingly so. On the day of her departure from the palace, her mother had cautioned her to win the favor of the saintess, to charm her into speaking highly of the crown prince in the presence of their father, the emperor. Yet, when faced with the fervent sincerity of the young girl, all thoughts of manipulation and scheming were cast aside. They blossomed into close sisters. She became the little princess of the sanctuary, liberated from burdensome considerations, assured that all would be resolved and that she would be protected, with genuine concern shown towards her, irrespective of status. Her smiles grew increasingly frequent, as the chill of the palace and her mother's favoritism seemed to dissipate, revealing that she too could soar as a free bird. Rong Hanyue awoke from the illusion, rubbing his temples to dispel its lingering effects, urgently seeking Mu Mian. A Mian, awaken. All of it is but a fabrication. Do not succumb to its grasp. He cradled Mu Mian in his arms, his expression grave. Why was she ensnared within? Only those with profound obsessions become so enmeshed. Could she, too, harbor an unfulfilled yearning? Awaken, can you hear me? A Mian, the illusion is false. If this continues, you may perish. You still have people to find. How could you be so willing to abandon them? Yet there was no response. The girl's visage remained serene, as if caught in a delightful dream. Rong Hanyue, fraught with anxiety, wondered what he could do. He caressed her face. The external world elicited no reaction from her. The only way to break the dream was to extricate himself from it. What sorcery was this? Could it be a manifestation of mystical arts? His gaze turned icy, recognizing the cunning behind their slow demise within the illusion, dying in silence. Who was the puppet master orchestrating this? A Mion, if you do not awaken soon, I shall kiss you. You will surely be angered upon waking. Rong Hanyue hung his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips, a tear glistening at the corner of his eye. Muji located the room, the 1,000 paper cranes revealing that someone was indeed inside, albeit ensnared by a formation. As she touched the barrier, she realized it was an illusory array designed to ensnare individuals in their deepest desires, be it power, wealth, or otherwise, invoking their most profound longings, thus trapping them within. Mu Mion, it seemed, could not escape the illusion, or perhaps she simply did not wish to.
Muzehe silicet her finger.
Inscribing a symbol with her blood, shattering the array. Without pausing, she knew that with the illusion dispelled, Mu Mion was no longer in danger. She needed to pursue the shadow lurking in the dark. As Mu Mion observed the figures within the illusion gradually fading, she reached out to grasp the hem of one's garment, only to clutch at emptiness. Do not leave. Do not depart. Cold tears streamed down her cheeks. Landing on Rong Hanyue's hand, he gazed at the pained girl, his heart stirred with compassion, wiping away her tears. Who was the person she so lamented? As the figure before her slowly dissipated, slipping through her fingers, she exerted all her strength, yet nothing could be grasped. All scenes vanished. And Mu Mion felt a sudden halt in her breath, a flicker of anguish crossing her face until the last vestige of light extinguished. Upon opening her eyes, she found Rong Hanyue's gaze filled with concern. His warm embrace momentarily disoriented her. He held her tightly, his pain and worry transparent in his eyes. Gently, she pushed him away, banishing her prior fragility and helplessness. What just transpired? I distinctly remembered entering the illusion, yet it abruptly shattered, and I awakened amidst this clarity. I do not know. When I awoke, you were still ensnared within. I called out, yet you did not respond. You were aware of the peril. Why did you not prioritize your safety? Do you not realize how worried I was? Rong Hanyue's voice bore a tinge of bitterness, unable to fathom the agony of loss. I understand now. Mu Mion's eyes flickered, her gaze meeting Rong Hanyue's with an inscrutable emotion. The illusion was not dispelled by her, nor by him. In a flurry, Mu Mion opened her watch. A figure appeared on the monitor, garbed in red and wearing a mask. That silhouette felt hauntingly familiar, mimicking the motions of a spellcaster. Was she back? Master Muyu? Why is she here? And why did she save us? Rong Hanyue contemplated the enigmatic girl, concluding that it could only be Master Muyu. Lowering her gaze, Mu Mion spoke with icy determination. We must depart from here. We shall discuss the rest later. Rong Hanyue nodded, and together they exited the secret chamber. Mu Mion erased all traces of their presence from the surveillance, leaving not a single mark behind. With Rong Hanyue's departure, their target vanished, rendering further pursuit unnecessary. After completing her exchange and reaping her rewards, Muji left the realm of the celestial with unyielding resolve. Under the star-studded night sky, she followed the direction of the 1,000 paper cranes, seeking the presence of that elusive figure. Hoping to ensnare her just beneath her gaze, a fanciful notion. As Muji reached a narrow alley, she paused, spotting a figure. A man clad in deep blue attire crashed to the ground, blood spilling from his lips. His eyes darted in terror towards the distance. Yet he could utter not a single word. Watching from her vantage point, Muji noted the darkness of the night, the street lamps glowing faintly, the moonlight casting silver beams, all enveloped in serene silence. The prey had been delivered to her doorstep, a convenience, indeed. She observed the man, struggling for breath. I will grant you an opportunity. Answer my questions, or I shall ensure your demise is utterly silent. Not if you agree, and I shall tend to your wounds, otherwise. Prepare for death. He had fallen from a great height, and without treatment, he would not survive the night. The man silently nodded at Muji's words. As she administered a pill, he finally beheld the figure before him. Clad in red, she resembled a harbinger of doom from the depths of hell, instilling an inexplicable terror. It was she who had shattered the illusion she had crafted. When had such a young figure emerged from the realm of mysticism? A fleeting look of calculation crossed the man's eyes. How did you become entangled with Rong Tianlin? Who compelled you to do all this? Mu Ji's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion, condemning the use of mystical arts to harm the innocent. It was Rong Tianlin who forced my hand. I am but an ordinary person, surviving with a modicum of mystical knowledge. One day, he sought me out, threatening me to do his bidding. An ordinary person like me stands no chance against the Rong family. I had no choice but to comply. Please grant me a chance to live. I shall repay you even if it means toiling endlessly. Mu Ji scoffed, incredulous that he would resort to lies at such a juncture, thinking her easily deceived. A truth talisman struck him, and he writhed in terror, desperate to escape, yet his limbs remained paralyzed, akin to a fish on a chopping board. To lie before me? Do you not weigh your own words? What was your intent with Rong Hanyue? How did you come to align with Rong Tianlin? The fortune of Rong Hanyue is extraordinary. I sought to usurp his luck. I had long been in the shadows of Rong Tianlin, waiting for the moment to extend my assistance when he deemed it necessary. A long-planned scheme. The man's gaze was filled with struggle, yet he could not restrain his tongue, pouring forth all he had wished to conceal. He could only glare at Mu Ji, impotent against her will. Are the malevolent forces appearing in the imperial capital connected to you? Who are you? And what is your ultimate goal? Mu Ji raised an eyebrow, realizing that Rong Hanyue and Mu Mian were both regarded as the favored children of fortune. No wonder they had set their sights on her. Why could they not simply lead their lives in peace without courting death? Indeed, the man uttered, his eyes glazing over, and he violently spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. The spell of silence had taken effect. Mu Ji's gaze narrowed slightly, a flicker of astonishment passing through her eyes. It seemed that those behind this were quite vigilant. She could extract nothing of value from him now. As for the man before her, he had already lost his worth. She formed a seal with her hands, and a golden talisman immobilized his meridians. Such arcane abilities, if left intact, would only lead to further harm. Thus, they had to be rendered useless. The man was jolted awake by the searing pain, sensing the vitality within him dissipating. He stared wide-eyed at Mu Ji, pleading, "No, you cannot take this away from me. This is mine." His body became a patchwork of wounds, his face wrinkled and aged, his hair turning prematurely gray. He aged decades in an instant. "No, please," he rasped, disbelief mingling with terror. What manner of monster was she? This was the price to pay. Possessing the talent for cultivation, yet choosing to commit malevolent acts instead of accumulating virtue, this was the backlash. Mu Ji withdrew her hands, and the talisman disintegrated into ashes. With a snap of her fingers, she commanded, "Sleep well. Nothing has transpired tonight, and we have never crossed paths." The man slumped unconscious in the alley, and Mu Ji turned, her fiery silhouette vanishing into the shadows. She gazed up at the night sky, hoping Mu Mian was safe. Yet, a foreboding sense nagged at her. Those orchestrating this were far from simple. The insidious method of seizing fortune. Who could they be? This was not how the narrative should unfold. It was as if her mere presence had altered every trajectory. A headache blossomed within her. The situation was becoming quite intricate. She could not stand idly by. If they were not dealt with, Mu Mian and Rong Hanyue would always be in peril, as would anyone close to her. After Mu Ji departed, a figure emerged in the distance, observing the man sprawled on the ground, devoid of any warmth in his gaze. Chapter 163. Are they all worthless? After Mu Mian and Rong Hanyue left, the two uncovered news regarding Rong Tianlin. Rong Hanyue stared at the familiar address, a surge of fury igniting within him. This small villa belonged to Jiangchu. Years ago, his uncle had spent a considerable sum to win her favor, and now he had dared to visit her abode. His grip tightened around his phone, veins bulging, an overwhelming hatred consuming his resolve. His father, a ruthless serpent, had slain his wife and child. What was his motive?
Mu Mian,
Observing his expression, inferred his thoughts, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Rong Hanyue. Despite being born into a prestigious family, renowned in the capital, his own father sought his demise. Such a heartless man deserved to be dealt with. Should we catch him in the act? This was an excellent opportunity to gather evidence. Being duped by his own father was a slight he could not allow to go unpunished. I will ensure he pays for this, Rong Hanyue's voice oozed with icy malice, his handsome face a mask of bloodlust. If only his father knew he had survived to emerge from this ordeal, his reaction would surely be fascinating. Rong Hanyue noticed Mu Mian's demeanor had returned to its usual coolness. He had intended for her to rest. Yet, he could not bear to part with any moment spent in her company, however brief. They arrived at the villa, suppressing their presence. The lights were dim. As they crept onto the balcony, they heard soft, sultry gasps, enticing like a siren's call, weaving a tapestry of seduction in the deep of night. In the living room, two entwined figures were barely discernible behind the curtains, and despite the dimness, their actions were unmistakable, punctuated by fragmented whispers. Rong Hanyue swiftly covered Mu Mian's eyes, his low voice whispering in her ear, "Do not look, it is revolting." Such a sordid and debauched scene should not taint her innocent gaze. Mu Mian's lips twitched slightly, though she remained silent. Their bodies were closely aligned, and she could distinctly hear the rhythm of his heartbeat. "Your dear son seems to have unearthed something. Why is he still seeking me? Is he not afraid of being discovered?" Jiang Chu's voice was laced with seduction, tinged with flirtation. The man gasped, his tone brazenly vicious. "He will not survive the night. I have enlisted a skilled individual to deal with him. Do not worry, my darling. No one will uncover our affair. As for that woman, without Rong Hanyue's protection, even if she awakens, I possess means to ensure she never wakes again." Upon hearing his words, the woman could not suppress a laugh. Wrapping her arms around Rong Tianlin's neck, she teased, "He is still your son. You truly can let go." "Humph, a traitor at heart. He values me not as his father. Chu, bear me a son. Only one born of you shall be my heir." The man kissed her, his heart and mind consumed solely by the woman before him. "But I am your sister-in-law. I cannot openly wed you. We can only indulge in this secret affair." Jiang Chu's laughter was enchanting, relishing the thrill of their clandestine romance, unwilling to entertain the thought of remarrying. "Having already wed into the Rong family, I will find a way. I will ensure you have a rightful place by my side as my wife." Rong Hanyue recorded every moment of their illicit rendezvous, vowing to bring justice to his mother, ensuring that this pair of wretched souls would face the consequences of their actions. "Let us depart. We have gathered the evidence needed." If he listened any longer, he would be unable to restrain himself from storming in to eliminate them. Such a repugnant display should not pollute Mu Mian's purity. Mu Mian nodded. Rong Tianlin had wronged her, and she would not remain a passive observer. When the time came, she would deliver a grand gesture in return for today's hospitality. Upon returning home, Muji changed out of her clothes and scanned her surroundings. Noticing the absence of a Che, it was late. Where could he have ventured? Odd, but she dismissed it, assuming he was out playing. She entered the bathroom. After emerging, clad in a white bathrobe that accentuated her striking figure, she shook her long hair and spotted a Che slithering in through the window. Muji's inquisitive gaze met his, and the little snake averted its eyes, appearing somewhat guilty. "I thought you were well behaved. You ran off the moment I left. Come here. Let me see if you've gotten yourself dirty." Muji beckoned, and the little snake obediently climbed onto her wrist for inspection. "Not bad, quite clean. You can sleep in my bed tonight." Muji dried her hair and glanced next door. Mu Mian had yet to return. Surely, she would not be out all night, especially with Rong Hanyue by her side, posing no danger. As Muji pondered, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, she found Mu Mian, who regarded her silently, an unsettling look in her eyes that made Muji's scalp tingle. She wore a mask tonight. There was no way she could recognize her, right? The little snake extended its head, locking eyes with Mu Mian. Muji donned an innocent smile, her expression bright. "Returning so late? Were you on a date with young Master Rome?" She skillfully took the initiative. Mu Mian raised an eyebrow, glancing at the collarbone exposed by Muji's attire. Then at the black snake. Her red lips parted slightly. "Be cautious in front of the snake." With that, she shot a glance at the serpent, and in Muji's bewildered gaze, she tightened her collar, concealing her collarbone. Mu Mian's voice was gentle, her eyes thoughtful as she regarded Muji. "Get some rest. Tomorrow's events will be even more thrilling. I will take you to watch." Muji nodded slightly. To be honest, she was not particularly keen on going. There was a risk of exposure, and she always felt as though Mu Mian was aware of something yet chose to remain oblivious. Perhaps it was best to treat it as mere entertainment. Muji lay in bed, her thoughts swirling until sleep overtook her. In the realm of the celestial and earthly, silence reigned. At the head seat, Lu Yi tilted his head, observing the others with a smile that was both faint and enigmatic. Below, the others were on edge, their heads bowed, fearful of inciting the wrath above. 3 individuals, one having wreaked havoc in the realm of mortals, while the other 2 infiltrated the surveillance system, moved with an ease that suggested they regarded the celestial realm as their own abode. "Are you all utterly useless?" The cup in hand was hurled with ferocity. striking the head of the man before him with a resounding thud, blood splattering forth, leaving the others paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. "Please, young master, temper your wrath. It was our oversight. The masked young lady won her wager and taunted us before departing. As for the other two, they were not in league with us, and I bear no responsibility for them," the man stammered, his voice trembling. The thought of having fallen into the trap set by that young lady filled him with loathing.
Speak.
What transpired in that room? Lu Yi's finger pointed accusatorily at the man responsible for overseeing the celestial venue, his expression deceptively innocent. Chapter 164. Kill, without mercy. We accepted Rong Tianlin's payment and utilized the secret passage of the room. Beyond that, I know nothing, the subordinate confessed, his words laden with guilt. Had he foreseen such an outcome, he would never have acquiesced to Rong Tianlin. That despicable creature was a harbinger of misfortune. Rong Tianlin? That waste from the Rong family? Investigate the purpose behind his use of the secret passage immediately. Do we have any leads on the individuals who infiltrated the system? Lu Yi pondered the events that transpired at the celestial venue that night, feeling utterly humiliated by the notion of it being public knowledge. To infiltrate the system undetected and depart unscathed was indeed a remarkable feat, suggesting considerable talent. We have investigated and found a suspicious pair. They only rented a single room and requested no additional services. They appeared unfamiliar, and their suspicion is considerable, the subordinate reported nervously, hoping these leads would temper the young master's ire, lest he bear the brunt of his wrath. "Continue," Lu Yi said, shifting his posture and speaking nonchalantly. "Our hackers were unable to restore the compromised surveillance. That individual's hacking skills must be exceptional. The hackers from the celestial realm are ranked among the top 10, yet they were powerless against him. His expertise is undoubtedly formidable. How intriguing. It only serves to prove that you are all incompetent, toyed with by 3 individuals. You have grown far too complacent, lacking even a modicum of vigilance. Where are their photographs?" Lu Yi's voice turned chilling, his dark gaze fixating upon the quaking men, finding the situation utterly tedious. "There are some. The front desk surveillance is independent and has not been breached," the subordinate hastily retrieved the footage. A man and a woman appeared on the screen, Mu Mian and Rong Hanyue, their faces obscured by masks. Lu Yi scrutinized the young lady on the screen. Her aura bore a striking resemblance to Mu Mian. He had long since investigated her background, finding it quite ordinary with no apparent red flags. Yet she remained shrouded in mystery, possessing considerable skill. Definitely not an ordinary person, having encountered her before. As for the man beside her, he was likely a member of the Rong family, most probably Rong Hanyue. Has there been any unusual activity from the Rong family lately? Who are the women recently in contact with Rong Hanyue? If it truly is Mu Mian, he shall not escape my wrath. Indeed, there has been an incident involving Madame Rong, though the specifics remain unclear. I have only heard that there has been discord between the father and son of the Rong family, and the 2 misses from the Mu family have grown quite close to Rong Hanyue. Sister Xiji? Lu Yi's brow furrowed. When had she come to know Rong Hanyue? It could not possibly be her, leaving only Mu Mian. This individual was indeed his nemesis, a constant source of conflict. And another? A glint of menace flickered in Lu Yi's eyes. Was it mere coincidence or premeditated? I have crossed paths with her. She is an adept gambler, seemingly around 18 or 19 years of age. She saw through my ruse and ensnared me with her charms, winning 80 million and fleeing. It was my subordinate's incompetence that led to this debacle. I had intended to unveil her origins and motives, but was outmaneuvered, leading to significant losses for the celestial venue. The man's expression was one of disarray, filled with rage at the thought of the young lady who had mocked him. The next time they met, he would reclaim every lost penny. To think she could best you. What an extraordinary evening this is, with so many experts. How could you be so easily vanquished? What purpose do I serve in maintaining you? Lu Yi's gaze locked onto the young lady in red above, her entire form concealed. Yet he sensed a familiar echo within her presence. The image of Mu Ji's radiant smile surfaced in his mind. Surely not her. It could not be her. Find this young lady. I desire her to join the celestial realm. Whatever terms she offers, I shall accept. For such talent must not slip through my fingers. It would be my loss, Lu Yi mused, stroking his chin, his tone lifting. The subordinate, observing the sudden uplift in the young master's mood, felt a sense of unease. If they were to locate this individual, might his own position be at risk? Yet, now was not the time for such concerns. He fervently hoped the young master would not erupt in fury. Begone. Do you intend to linger here and await your demise? Your presence brings me ill fortune. You summoned me here to present this? Confirm the identities of the man and woman. Execute without mercy. What if she is the sister of Gigi? Should she perish, she will no longer be a concern. A glimmer of bloodlust flashed in Liu Yi's eyes. 2 days later, Mu Ji and Mu Mian received an invitation to a banquet hosted by the Rong family. It was customary for members of the Rong family to attend, and logically, they had no right to be present. This invitation had likely been bestowed by Rong Hanyue. The banquet would be attended by members of the Mu family, aimed at solidifying familial honor. Such gatherings were often held to cultivate relationships, exchange business strategies, broaden networks, and engage in mutual testing. Most importantly, Elder Rong would also make an appearance, and those descendants who distinguished themselves would capture his favor, prompting the attendance of many. This was an opportunity for ascension. As long as one caught the elder's eye, the prospects for advancement were promising. Mu Ji regarded the invitation, sensing that this banquet would be a grand spectacle. Rong Hanyue has invited you to his family banquet. Would it be inappropriate for me to attend? It will undoubtedly invite gossip, yet I worry about potential schemes lurking behind. She pondered. Perhaps I should accompany you. After all, the invitation is in hand. There is nothing inappropriate. We are not relatives. Mu Mian's eyelids fluttered slightly, sensing that she was particularly interested in the matter between herself and Rong Hanyue. Not now, but perhaps later. Reflecting on her own status as a quasi-relative, she felt emboldened by the thought. Then let us go. I wish to be included, Mu Ji exclaimed playfully, nudging Mu Mian, her voice soft. I want to bring Snake along. Mu Mian glanced at the trinket on her wrist. What charm did it possess that captivated her so? With a light click of her tongue, she mused how she was even concerning herself with the pet. Ensure it is well hidden. We do not wish to startle others. It is merely a somewhat sentient pet. Hooray.
Mu Ji silently cheered.
By the way, do you two have any plans? Could you perhaps divulge a hint?
Mu Ji inquired, her gaze sly.
This banquet will have some feeling quite uneasy, harboring secrets. You shall see, Mu Mian replied, her deep-set eyes glinting with a knowing smirk. Upon hearing this, Mu Ji recognized their intent. Truly, they were a pair of schemers. Rong Tianlin must be feeling anxious and apprehensive. This banquet was not to be missed. Rong Tianlin was in the villa, pacing like an ant on a hot stove. He had not heard from Rong Hanyue in 2 days. And there was no news from the celestial realm. His membership had been revoked, and he could not contact the master. Had their meticulously devised plan truly failed? Could it be that there were indeed experts lurking nearby? The master had assured him that the plan was infallible. No one could penetrate his formation. What could possibly be amiss? A cadre of incompetents, none of whom proved reliable in this critical moment.
Chapter 165, A Hidden Agenda.
Rong Tianlin paced restlessly in the living room, his mind consumed with thoughts of Rong Hanyue. What if Rong Hanyue truly had not perished? What then? He would undoubtedly seek vengeance, and thus he must devise a comprehensive strategy to take the initiative. At the Rong family banquet, Mu Ji donned a white gown, her skin pale as snow, her long hair cascading down her back. A crystal-adorned headband restrained her locks, the softly curled and swaying gently, exuding an air of alluring charm. Mu Mian donned a simple and casual attire, yet the two sisters stood together radiating an unparalleled elegance and captivating beauty. How is Madame Rong faring? Mu Ji pondered over the gentle and pitiable woman, feeling a twinge of sympathy. If she were to regain her senses, it would be utterly cruel. Yet she could not bear the thought of living in a haze forever. For the sake of Rong Hanyue and herself, she must bravely accept all that has transpired. Indeed, she is awake now, a woman of tenderness and strength. Having endured her husband's betrayal and ruthlessness, to remain oblivious would be a sign of weakness. Mu Ji nodded and, alongside Mu Mian, boarded the car sent by Rong Hanyue. The driver, upon seeing the two exquisite young ladies, could not help but murmur to himself. Today marks an important occasion for the Rong family. Why would the young master bring outsiders, let alone two sisters? Could it be that he is pursuing both? The more he thought, the more alarmed he became. Upon arriving at the Rong villa, Mu Ji glanced around, hearing the distant strains of a piano. After presenting their invitations, the bodyguard regarded them with suspicion. How could these daughters of the Mu family come to a family banquet of the Rongs? It seemed preposterous. And he wondered if the invitations were procured through improper means. Are you too aware this gathering is a family affair? The bodyguard's tone dripped with disdain, noting that one sister was engaged and the other a country girl, lacking formal education. desperately trying to infiltrate the Rong family soiree, surely not to fish for a wealthy husband. He cast a glance at the casually dressed Mu Mian. Indeed, her attire was hardly suitable for such an event. With a slight smirk, Mu Ji replied, "Of course, it is clearly stated above. Is there any issue?" She met the bodyguard's gaze, daring him to underestimate their future mistress, for Mu Mian is destined to marry your young master. Do not be surprised if, in the future, the Rong group itself is offered to her as a plaything. Please wait. I must seek confirmation, the bodyguard said, his disdain palpable. The Rong family had never invited outsiders to their family gatherings. What is happening? Rong Hanyue's voice suddenly interrupted. Upon seeing the Mu sisters, his eyes narrowed, a flutter of anxiety stirring within him. What were they doing here? Was this part of his plan? Rong Tianlin scrutinized the two with displeasure. Their presence could only spell trouble, and he resolved to have them removed. Sir, did the Rong family extend invitations to these young ladies? I suspect their intentions are dubious, the bodyguard asserted. Rong Tianlin forced a smile that did not reach his eyes. The Rong family's gatherings only invite family members. The bodyguard quickly grasped Rong Tianlin's implication, and his demeanor shifted to one of aggression as he blocked Mu Ji, stating firmly, "Miss Mu, we kindly ask you to leave. Regardless of how you obtained your invitation, you have heard it. There are no exceptions for outsiders." He emphasized the term outsider with contempt, casting a disdainful look at the silent Mu Mian, who dared to seek to ascend the heights of the Rong family. Rong Tianlin smirked, eagerly awaiting the expulsion of the bothersome duo. Let us see who dares to dismiss my invited guests. What audacity! Who gave you the gall to disrespect them?
Rong Hanyue,
Clad in a sleek black suit and flanked by his entourage, radiated an imposing aura, his lips curling into a chilling smirk. His striking fox-like eyes bore into Rong Tianlin, sharp as 1,000 needles. The bodyguard's face blanched. A distinguished guest? How could the daughter of the Mu family be considered such in the eyes of the young master? It was over. In the Rong family, only the elder and the young master held sway, yet a palpable tension hung between them. It seems I was blind to the importance of your invitation, the bodyguard conceded, failing to perceive the tempest brewing within Rong Hanyue. If you are blind, then you needn't remain here to obstruct my view. Gather your belongings and leave the Rong residence, Rong Hanyue commanded, causing a stir among those present. Several bodyguards were left trembling, fearing the young master's wrath. He had always been considerate of his subordinates and had never displayed such fury. Was it possible he was enraged for women? They could only speculate which one it might be, or perhaps both. Rong Tianlin felt his temper flare, publicly reprimanding his bodyguards, especially those he had instructed, was tantamount to slapping his face. Ah Yi, what does this mean? You are punishing members of the Rong family for the sake of outsiders? And you bring two young girls to a family gathering? Are you planning to marry both? Don't you fear being the laughingstock? Rong Tianlin's rising anger was evident. This rebellious son was increasingly disregarding his authority, and he felt impotent to rein him in. Indeed, that is precisely the point, whether you agree or not. This is the Rong family, and your word holds no weight here, Rong Hanyue retorted, turning to the two sisters, his tone softening as he addressed Mu Mian. I apologize for the distress you have faced. Please follow me. Silence enveloped the crowd, all eyes glued to the Mu sisters. Could it be that the daughter of the Mu family had indeed captured the young master's affection? How could he possibly favor a girl from the countryside when so many elite young ladies in the capital aspired to marry him? The bodyguards outside were replaced, and Rong Hanyue ushered the sisters into the villa, while Rong Tianlin seethed at their audacity to waltz past him unperturbed, clutching his chest in frustration. This rebellious son would eventually face retribution. It was only a matter of time. After I settle a few matters, I shall return the pain you have inflicted upon my mother and me tenfold, Rong Tianlin vowed. Mu Mian responded with a placid acknowledgement, not taking his words to heart. Since you arrived just in time, they likely won't dare give my sister a hard time anymore. Mu Ji smiled brightly, pleased that her ship had sailed true. Rong Hanyue stood by Mu Mian like a sentinel, while the other members of the Rong family mingled and formed alliances, leaving him to leisurely accompany the two sisters. This drew the attention of many, as it was a family gathering, yet here were the sisters from the Mu family. Mu Ji observed their striking compatibility, feeling as if they sparkled like brilliant gems. Rong Xiao, I'm going to grab a bite. Do stay and enjoy a stroll with my sister, Mu Ji suggested. Go ahead, Rong Hanyue replied, appreciating the perceptive Mu Ji for creating an opportunity for them to be alone. Finally escaping the prying eyes, Mu Ji felt free. leaving the center of attention to them while she merely sought to indulge in some dessert. Oh, isn't this the fake daughter of the Mu family? Coming to mooch off our family banquet. How pitiful, a voice sneered. Chapter 166. Do not tremble. While Muji was relishing the desserts, she heard the taunting voice. And her brow furrowed slightly. Really? She was merely enjoying some sweets, and now she had to contend with provocations. She masked her smile, finishing the last bite of her cake before turning her innocent gaze towards the haughty girl striding towards her. Just enjoying a dessert. What is so pitiful about that? And as for mooching? Apologies, but I am an honored guest invited by your esteemed young master. Muji replied politely, her lips curving in a bemused smile. The girl, clad in a pink short skirt, exuded arrogance. Having previously disdained Muji's pretentious demeanor, she eagerly awaited the Mu family to cast her out upon discovering she was an imposter. Yet the Mu family had issued a statement, continuing to dote on her and even featuring her on a variety show, garnering much affection, which left the girl seething. Now, to see her at their family gathering? What right did a fake daughter of the Mu family have to attend their banquet? It was utterly shameless. Who knows what means you employed? Perhaps your fiancé has cast you aside, prompting you to cling to the Rong family for support? I assure you, my cousin would never fancy you. His standards are far too high. However, I could introduce you to someone else. How about Jiang Yi? While he may not compare to Xishan, he is more than adequate for a fake daughter like you. The girl scoffed, anticipating a spectacle that would humiliate Muji before everyone. Muji's eyes turned icy, and with a swift flick of her wrist, she sent her fork flying. It struck precisely between the girl's cheek and hair, moving too swiftly for her to react. The girl stood frozen, glancing behind her, where the fork lodged itself firmly into a nearby tree. Cream had stained her hair, the scent wafting through the air, a consequence of her freshly styled locks for the banquet. Almost ruining her visage, fury ignited in the young girl's face. How dare they lay hands on her? You vile wretch, with such a malevolent heart, wishing to mar my beauty. Just wait, I shall shatter your face, leaving you unrecognizable. In a fit of rage, she lunged at Muji, her hand poised to strike, but Muji swiftly seized her wrist, her tone chilling. It seems you have a poor memory. Your complexion is so flawless that if I were to paint upon it with a fork, it would surely be a masterpiece. As she spoke, Muji casually retrieved a pristine fork from a nearby table, her gaze lingering on the exquisite utensil. The girl trembled, her legs weakening. What do you intend to do? You lunatic, do you believe I won't scream for help? Muji covered her mouth, leading her to a secluded spot beneath a tree, her knee pressing against the girl as the glimmering fork glided across her face. Do not move, or my hand may tremble, and your beautiful visage will bloom with scars. The scene would be quite a sight, Muji said, her eyes entranced, seductively fixed on the quivering girl. I was wrong. Please, do not let your hand tremble. I shouldn't have spoken to you so harshly. Oh, Muji replied, a smile that danced between mockery and amusement gracing her lips. I swear I shall never offend you again. If you ruin my face, the Rong family will not let you go. I apologize. I will never bully you again. The girl, trembling, realized Muji had transformed into a terrifying figure, utterly unlike her previous expectations. Girls should refrain from being too brash, wouldn't you agree? Why yes. The girl stammered, her eyes darting, fearful of provoking Muji further. Muji smirked and released her, the serpent coiling on her wrist fidgeting. Don't frighten her. Be a good girl, she spoke softly. The girl gazed at Muji in confusion, wondering who she was conversing with. Insanity. The girl's legs regained strength as she hurried away, not daring to linger. Muji observed her retreat with a satisfied click of her tongue. Finally, peace had returned. The serpent poked its head out, seemingly annoyed. I know you are protective of your master, but I have already disciplined her. She won't dare to act recklessly towards me again. If you venture out and frighten her into a faint, it won't be amusing, especially since this is the Rong family banquet. I wouldn't want to trouble Rong Hanyue. The serpent nestled back onto her wrist, curling up to continue its slumber. Muji watched as the guests mingled, striving to diminish her presence. Thankfully, no one sought her out for unpleasantness. At last, the banquet commenced with the tardy arrival of the venerable Rong patriarch, who appeared sprightly, surrounded by several descendants of the Rong family, clearly in high spirits. Muji edged closer when a voice of curiosity broke through the crowd. What brings you here? She turned to see Jiangchu, adorned in a pure and innocent guise. her delicate features enhanced by light makeup, exuding a melancholic allure that starkly contrasted with their previous encounter at the villa. Rumor had it that the Rong patriarch had vehemently opposed his son's union with Jiang Chu, deeming her a mere socialite, unworthy of the Rong family legacy. Yet, unable to resist his son's fervent affection, he ultimately acquiesced. Young Master Rong invited me. Jiang Chu replied lightly, her distaste for such gatherings evident. You're quite perceptive. How did you manage to persuade Rong Hanyue to bring you to a family banquet? Do you aspire to become Mrs. Rong? Jiang Chu's words dripped with sarcasm as she scrutinized Mu Ji. You misunderstand, Miss Jiang. My relationship with young Master Rong is not as you presume. Jiang Chu said nothing further, and Mu Ji shifted her gaze towards the patriarch, contemplating the events that might unfold today, likely involving Jiang Chu. This banquet was destined to be a tempestuous affair, masked by a facade of cordiality. Miss Jiang, do you fancy this place? If not, you may leave. Jiang Chu chuckled softly, shaking her head as she sipped her drink. Where would I go? I have nowhere else. And Hanyue? Why is he absent? The patriarch inquired. Glancing around. Grandfather, he is occupied with the young lady from the Mu family. He hardly has time to think of you. This is a family gathering. It would be inappropriate for him to bring outsiders, interjected Rong Tianlin, Rong Hanyue's cousin, whose mediocrity bred jealousy over the elder's favor towards Hanyue. Seizing the moment, he sought to tarnish Hanyue's reputation. Miss Mu? Which one? The patriarch's eyes narrowed, curiosity piqued. This was indeed a rare occurrence, akin to a blooming iron tree. He hoped it was not the one betrothed to the Jing family, as that would be detrimental to the Rong family's dignity. Both daughters of the Mu family have been invited. Is that not excessive? Rong Tianlin continued to fan the flames, attempting to sully Rong Hanyue's standing in the patriarch's eyes. Is that so? Impressive, grandson, the patriarch replied sternly, but it does seem a bit excessive. Grandfather. At that moment, Rong Hanyue and Mu Mian finally appeared before the family. Chapter 167. The benefactor of the Rong family. Rong Hanyue emerged, standing alongside Mu Mian, a striking couple whose presence was a feast for the eyes. Mu Mian glanced at Mu Ji, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Upon seeing Rong Hanyue, Rong Tianlin felt a surge of dread. He was indeed alive. Had he been plotting against him these past few days? Tianlin could not help but glance at Jiang Chu in the crowd, determined to ensure that Hanyue would pay dearly for everything. You rascal! Why not introduce her? There's another here. Let us have her join us. The patriarch discreetly assessed Mu Mian, noting her calm demeanor in the face of scrutiny. He was confident in his judgment. This girl was remarkable. Rong Hanyue, with a smile like a gentle spring breeze, turned to the timid Mu Ji, his voice warm and inviting. This is Miss Mu Ji of the Mu family. Grandfather has surely met her before. A beloved star, adored by all. All eyes fell upon Mu Ji, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed by Rong Hanyue's flattering words. Yet, she composed herself, stepping forward with poise. Good day, Elder Rong.
I am Mu Ji.
I apologize for the intrusion along with my sister. The patriarch scrutinized her. Pondering if this was truly the daughter of the Mu family, he remembered. She appeared quite different, radiant and composed, with an unusually clear and mature gaze for her age. The two sisters from the Mu family were undeniably a pair of exquisite blooms. I must say, I envy you, the patriarch mused inwardly, recognizing that the young man favored another, one who seemed a bit aloof, yet capable of taming his spirited grandson. Should she marry into the family, Mu Ji would become akin to a granddaughter in his eyes, and the patriarch's thoughts raced with satisfaction. Nonsense, having you both here is a blessing. I welcome it wholeheartedly. The more, the merrier. The younger generation of the Rong family is numerous. It would benefit you sisters to become acquainted. The patriarch beamed, delighted by the presence of such polite and beautiful young women. Father, you indulge Hanyue too much. This is a family gathering. If others like the Mu sisters are permitted, it will open the floodgates for anyone to come. Moreover, discussions may touch upon sensitive company matters. If outsiders overhear, who will bear the consequences? Rong Tianlin interrupted, questioning his father's judgment. Mu Ji frowned slightly, wondering why he was so vocal and hoping he would maintain that confidence in the moments to come. What does my cousin truly mean? Could he genuinely have taken a liking to a daughter of the Mu family? Is he attempting to introduce her to everyone? The girl cast a wary glance at Mu Ji, recalling her seemingly innocent facade that concealed a devilish nature. She wished to diminish her presence, praying her cousin's affections would not fall upon Mu Ji. The mere thought of Mu Ji potentially becoming her sister-in-law filled her with dread, plunging her into a nightmare. Who knows, my cousin's taste shouldn't lean towards such girlishness. Muji cast a fleeting glance in her direction, startled into silence, her gaze dropping to her shoes. What's the matter with you today? Aren't you usually the most enthusiastic when it comes to matters regarding your cousin? The devil was watching her, and she dared not speak. It would be disastrous if she were overheard. In reality, Muji was merely fatigued, seeking solace in the distant greenery. However, some individuals, with their exaggerated paranoia, frightened themselves unnecessarily. Old Master Rong, upon hearing this, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why was his son concerned about such trivialities? He chuckled lightly, dismissing the notion. What do these two young ladies know of corporate secrets? They are merely here for a bit of fun. There is no need for such alarm. As an elder, you should exhibit a modicum of magnanimity. Moreover, this gathering was arranged by Yi, and he duly informed me. Do you doubt my authority in this matter? The old man's gaze grew increasingly stern. Fortunately, the company was not to be handed over to the son. Otherwise, with such a narrow mind, the Rong family would inevitably face ruin. While the old man had a point, Uncle also had his valid concerns. Normally, such gatherings would be welcomed, but this was a family banquet, holding significant meaning for the Rong family. The sudden appearance of the two girls would undoubtedly invite scrutiny from other families. Miss Mu, as a socialite, should comprehend this principle. A girl with permed hair fixated on Muji, harboring disdain for her and Mu Mian's presence. Indeed, we are not unwelcoming. It's just that the occasion is special. Miss Mu should be able to understand, or perhaps offer some form of compensation to the two young ladies. After all, this is a family banquet. The Mu family is neither kin nor ally, and their presence here is rather inappropriate. Listening to the incessant murmurs, Muji maintained her composure as she approached Mu Mian. In a low and cold voice, Mu Mian reassured her, "Do not worry, Rong Hanyue will handle it. Just enjoy the spectacle and leave the aftermath to him." Muji nodded slightly, casting a glance at the smug Rong Tianlin, a scoundrel. Rong Tianlin's brow twitched. I invited them for a purpose. They are benefactors to our Rong family. To express our gratitude, I specifically invited them, Rong Hanyue declared, his voice clear and steady. Benefactors? What favor have they conferred upon the Rong family? We are utterly unaware of it. Indeed, what sort of favor could it be? Are we being deceived? Even old Master Rong exhibited a hint of skepticism. Yet he trusted that his grandson had his own methods. He refrained from speaking, seeing this as an opportunity for growth. After all, the Rong family would eventually fall into his hands, and he would have to contend with such entanglements. Did they not heal our mother's illness? Is that not enough to qualify them as benefactors of the Rong family? Rong Hanyue's voice chilled the air, each word sinking like a stone into water, sending ripples through the gathered family members. Jiang Chu's expression turned anxious. Her fingers gripped her purse tightly. Has she awakened? Rong Tianlin's face blanched. Had Aunt Jiang failed? How could that be? Did he truly possess a method to cure Yan? Hadn't that esteemed practitioner declared it impossible to resolve? This charlatan, once he found him, he would not let him off easily. Yi, is what you say true? Has your mother truly recovered? Old Master Rong's expression was one of fervent excitement. His daughter-in-law had been in a dazed state for years, impervious to any remedy. Yan was his favored daughter-in-law, and since the incident, he had been plagued by regret, leading to a strained relationship with the Ouyang family. If she had genuinely recovered, it would indeed be a tremendous boon. Cousin, are you jesting? They are not doctors. How could they possibly cure Aunt? You would fabricate such a clumsy lie just to defend them? Chapter 168. Mother's Awakening. Indeed, Hanyue, is your mother's ailment so easily remedied? The Rong family has engaged numerous physicians without success. Naturally, the Rong family harbored disbelief. Had it been a renowned doctor, it would be one thing. But these two from the Mu family were mere young girls. How could they possess any medical expertise? It was utterly fantastical. I am not lying. My mother has indeed shown improvement. Rong Hanyue maintained his poise and composure. Yan is truly better? If you are not deceiving us, let her come forth. As a son, you are truly remiss. Such an important matter is only now being revealed. Rong Tianlin feigned surprise, directing accusatory glares at Rong Hanyue. Muji's eyes flickered. This scoundrel was once again putting on an act. No wonder he had managed to deceive so many. He truly believed himself to be a gallant and devoted figure. As he continued to perform, one had to wonder if he would lose sight of reality. Deceiving himself was one thing, but attempting to deceive others was quite another. Once his hypocritical facade was stripped away, the entire Rong family would witness his true nature. Rong Hanyue's gaze darkened, his eyes narrowing as they swept over Rong Tianlin, who was momentarily stunned into silence by the malice reflected in Hanyue's eyes. Old Master Rong, observing the tense standoff between father and son, felt a sense of foreboding. The atmosphere was decidedly off-kilter. "Is it so urgent to see me?" A frail voice broke through, capturing everyone's attention. Ouyang, having recently awakened, spoke with a slightly hoarse tone, her long confinement rendering her unable to walk unaided, confined to a wheelchair pushed by another. Her appearance sent shockwaves through the Rong family, as they exchanged incredulous glances. She had truly awakened. Was it possible that the young lady from the Mu family possessed such abilities? Shock rippled through the hearts of all present. Rong Tianlin, in disbelief, stared at Ouyang, paralyzed by the thought that she had regained consciousness. Did she remember everything that had transpired? What should he do? How was it even possible for her to awaken? The atmosphere was peculiar, despite the joyous occasion of reunion. Old Master Rong observed the trio before him with the intensity of a foe, particularly fixating on his grandson, who radiated hostility. "Ah Yi, what on earth is happening? Ouyang, your awakening is truly wonderful. Have you informed the Ouyang family? This child, how could such a significant event escape her notice?" "Father, once I address my personal matters with Rong Tianlin, I will inform the family. Since all the Rong family members are present today, I shall reveal the truth behind my coma. I was rendered this way by Rong Tianlin. I inadvertently discovered his affair with Jiang Chu and was driven to madness by his actions." Ouyang expression was one of anguish. She had meticulously managed the household, adhering to her role as a dutiful wife since marrying Rong Tianlin. Outwardly tender and considerate, he had presented the facade of a perfect life, complete with a charming and obedient child. Little did she know he had been unfaithful, willing to harm her to conceal the truth. Her revelation detonated like a depth charge, fracturing the Rong family. Is this true? Infidelity? Murder? This is utterly insane. I knew Jiang Chu was restless, a social butterfly who, unsatisfied with marrying an elder, would seduce her own brother-in-law. What a disgrace. Had I known, I would have expelled her from the Rong family. What a shameless woman. The gravity of Rong Tianlin's transgressions spurred speculation about how old Master Rong would respond. The banquet was clearly at an end. Jiang Chu, overhearing the family's chatter, turned pale, as though transported back in time. She smiled faintly, reassured that the truth would eventually surface. What was there to fear? Old Master Rong stepped back, supported by those beside him, his expression one of astonishment. "Rebellious son, is what Ouyang said true? You truly had the audacity to betray your sister-in-law and attempt to murder your wife? You are remarkably bold." His eyes blazed with fury as he hurled a nearby cup at Rong Tianlin, blood immediately seeping from his forehead. "Father, let me explain. I have done no such thing. My devotion to Ouyang is unwavering. This is slander. I have tirelessly sought physicians for her since her illness. How could I possibly harm her?" Rong Tianlin desperately attempted to defend himself. As long as he did not admit to anything, she would have no evidence against him. "Slander? Ouyang is gentle by nature. Would she falsely accuse you? Jiang Chu, you speak. Are you two involved?" Old Master Rong gazed at the silent Jiang Chu, whose presence as a daughter-in-law was not to his liking. He had permitted his son to marry her merely because of his affection. After his son's demise, she lived alone. What did she lack in terms of reputation or wealth? Jiang Ran had entangled herself with another of his sons, and having harmed one, did she intend to wreak further havoc upon the Rong family? "Indeed, we have long been together," Jiang Chu said, a cold smile gracing her lips as she observed the Rong family pointing fingers at her. Muji looked at Jiang Chu's demeanor, pondering the sentiments swirling within her. She was unaware of the events that had transpired in Jiang Chu's life and refrained from passing judgment. With beauty and talent in abundance, yet lacking a distinguished lineage, she was destined to struggle in the opulent yet treacherous capital. The Rong family has treated you kindly over the years. How could you commit such an act that tarnishes our family's reputation? Old Master Rong clutched his chest, feeling the weight of his own misdeeds. Rong Tianlin stared at Jiang Chu in disbelief. How could she so readily admit to it? "Father, you must believe me. I have never wronged her. Jiang Chu and I share a genuine love. I do not love Ian, yet I would never harm her." "This is slander." Rong Hanyue clenched his fists, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He had no desire to argue with his father. "Grandfather, I seek your approval. I shall not show mercy for the sake of the Rong family or your reputation. I must seek justice for my mother." Old Master Rong observed the resolute expression on his grandson's face, swallowing his instinct to plead for leniency. Though family shame should remain private, the gravity of this situation was undeniable. Sacrificing one son to mend relations with the Ouyang family was also a means to provide Ian with closure.
Ian.
You shall handle this matter from now on, without regard for the Rong family. It is imperative to give your mother an explanation. As for Jiang Chu, from this day forth, she is no longer a member of the Rong family. Everything associated with the Rong family is irrelevant to her. I shall have my lawyer manage the assets. Upon concluding his statement, hushed whispers ensued. The Rong family harbored no objections. The surplus shares might indeed be redistributed. Father, how can you take their word at face value? I can divorce Ian and provide her with compensation. Rong Tianlin's heart brimmed with frustration as he witnessed his father's abandonment of him. That woman, Ian, is merely an outsider. Of course, we must divorce. When the time comes, I shall naturally divide half the assets with you. As for your transgressions against me, Hanyue has already reported it to the police. Any grievances you have, reserve them for the authorities. Ian's eyes bore no trace of reluctance. She would not yield. For her son and herself, she would ensure he faced consequences. Report to the police? The members of the Rong family widened their eyes. Amidst the astonishment, the police arrived on the scene. Oh, how exhilarating, Muji silently applauded, pleased that the scoundrel would be taken away. Second sister, this is a private matter for the Rong family. It should be resolved among ourselves. Why involve the police? Which would only tarnish our family's reputation. Some were reluctant, yet none could thwart Rong Hanyue's determination. Grandfather has entrusted me with the authority to handle this. I will decide how it proceeds. His tone was icy and unyielding. Rong Tianlin's misdeeds transcended mere moral failings. He had repeatedly attempted to endanger their lives. Had it not been for a benefactor's assistance, his mother would have long since perished. Hello, who is Mr. Rong Tianlin? Please accompany us. We have received a report alleging that you are involved in a potential murder of your wife. The police's words caused Rong Tianlin's countenance to shift dramatically. Glaring at Rong Hanyue, his rebellious son, who had dared to truly call for the authorities. Officer, I wish to file a report as well. Rong Hanyue is involved in the potential murder of Aunt Jiang, who has been missing for several days. I have inquired, and he has been evasive regarding her whereabouts. I implore the police to bring justice for Aunt Jiang. Rong Tianlin expressed, filled with righteous indignation, seeking to ensnare them all in his downfall. Old Master Rong felt a pang of anguish, lamenting the folly of his own progeny who had committed such heinous acts, pitting father against son in a most tragic manner. The police hesitated, casting inquiring glances at Rong Hanyue, seeking clarity on the situation. Muji smirked, recognizing the cleverness of the ploy, though it had ultimately backfired. Mr. Rong, what jest is this? Aunt Jiang is perfectly well. She is not missing. Mr. Rong, kindly cooperate with the authorities and refrain from casting baseless accusations. Rong Tianlin glared at Muji, his palms slick with sweat.
Impossible.
I poisoned Aunt Jiang. She cannot still be alive. I refuse to believe it. Produce her at once. You are conspiring to kill her. Rong Tianlin murmured, grasping at this last desperate hope. Stubbornly obtuse, Muji rolled her eyes. Rong Hanyue concealed his aura, smiling enigmatically. Let us make this clearer for you. Piece by piece, shattering your hopes is, after all, a rather delightful endeavor, is it not? Bring Aunt Jiang here, Rong Hanyue commanded, as if sealing his father's fate. In swift order, Aunt Jiang appeared on the scene, and Rong Tianlin stared at her in horror, his finger trembling as he struggled to articulate a coherent thought. Mr. Rong, please accompany us. Your obstruction impedes our duties, adding further charges against you. The police forcefully escorted Rong Tianlin away. Grandfather, I shall arrange for your return home to rest. I will manage the subsequent matters, Rong Hanyue said, observing his grandfather's distressed visage. This ordeal had struck a heavy blow to Old Master Rong, but it was a course he felt compelled to follow. Old Master Rong responded with a faint acknowledgement before hastily departing, while the rest of the Rong family harbored their own thoughts. My mother is in the early stages of recovery and requires peace to recuperate. I shall take her home, Rong Hanyue declared to the assembled family. Upon hearing of Hanyue's gratitude towards the two young women for their assistance, Mrs. Ouyang felt a wave of joy. Thank you both immensely for your support. It means a great deal. No need for formality. Your son's recovery brings us joy, and my sister also contributed significantly, Muji replied with a gentle smile. He has paid the price, Mu Mian stated softly. Rong Hanyue glanced at the stubborn yet tender-hearted Mu Mian, choosing not to argue. Mrs. Ouyang quickly discerned the truth. Her son was still in the lengthy pursuit of love, a rarity indeed. Finally, someone might temper this mischievous boy. Hanyue is a good lad. Responsible. Miss Mu Mian, what do you think of him? Or, what kind of young man do you prefer? I can introduce you, she mused, unwilling to leave her son as happiness to chance. Mu Ji pursed her lips, while Rong Hanyue felt a headache coming on. Mu Mian glanced at Rong Hanyue, lightly clicking her tongue. He seems quite nice. Rong Hanyue smiled faintly, feeling content with this assessment, if only it weren't for the multitude of chaotic opinions surrounding them. Mrs. Ouyang felt a twinge of exasperation, amused by her son's unremarkable demeanor and reflecting on her own marriage with a sense of melancholy. Goodbye, Auntie. Mu Mian and I have arrived. Do bring your sister over for a visit. My cookies are delightful, and I would love for you to try them. Absolutely. Mu Ji agreed eagerly. You seem quite fond of them, Mu Mian observed, casting a glance at the girl beside her. Because they treat you well. If they were unkind, I wouldn't bother, Mu Ji replied with a smile, her affection extending to those who cared for her future brother-in-law, who had been so generous. With a soft chuckle, Mu Mian entered the villa alongside Mu Ji. In just a few days, the news of Rong Tianlin's arrest spread like wildfire, reducing him to mere gossip within the affluent circles. Lin Shui frequently mentioned it to Mu Ji, who remained unfazed. She had heard that Jiang Chu had departed the capital. Although she had not been directly involved in the harm done, her role in disrupting a family had left her without a place to stay in the capital. Leaving was not an unwise choice. That evening, as the family finished dinner, Mu Ji listened to Lin Shui's chatter about the impending school term, feeling a pang of dread at the thought of returning to school, akin to imprisonment. Mu Mian gazed at her phone, feigning interest, while Lin Shui was quite animated, offering advice on everything from studies to daily life. Xiao Wanmao remarked, Boss, Lu Yi is investigating you again. We've traced his connections to Tianshang Rinjian. Have you crossed him? Mu replied nonchalantly, I've angered quite a few. But who is he? Let him investigate. Xiao Wanmao expressed concern. Lu Yi is somewhat unhinged. I'm worried he may pose a threat to you both. What if he harms the delicate fairy? The thought of using Mu Ji to intimidate the boss struck him as a particularly malicious strategy. With me around, he won't have the chance, Mu assured, easing Xiao Zhuanmao's worries. However, curiosity gnawed at him. What had Mu Mian done to provoke Lu Yi's relentless pursuit? Perhaps she had played without paying, or worse, stolen their top performer? The more he pondered, the more absurd the possibilities seemed. He decided to quell his curiosity. After all, curiosity killed the cat. And he had no desire to dig himself into trouble. The following morning, Mu Ji rose from her slumber, ready to report to school and re-enter the realm of academia. A flicker of excitement coursed through her, yet she anticipated a tinge of boredom, having already mastered all the knowledge through her revisions. Mu Weiyun personally escorted the sisters to school, as it was the day of enrollment at Xingxing High School, an institution steeped in a century of history, boasting a unique blend of Eastern and Western architectural styles that exuded both romance and solemnity. Moreover, its educational resources and connections were unparalleled, with countless parents eager to enroll their children. Good day, please present your student identification. The security guard halted their vehicle. Mu Weiyun presented Mu Ji's student ID, and the guard's demeanor shifted to one of caution upon recognizing the individual within. And what of the other? He inquired. Oh, isn't this the car belonging to our cousin? Why the delay? I hear Mu Mian is also enrolling at Xingxing. I wonder how much was spent. It truly seems extravagant. The haughty voice of Mu Ling drifted from a nearby vehicle, her tone dripping with arrogance, suggesting that her recent days had been rather pleasant and full of vigor, and she was now seeking to stir trouble. Mu Ling, I advise you to watch your words, Mu Weiyun interjected, defending his sister, feeling indignant at Mu Ling's remarks. Even if money had been spent, it was a choice made willingly, and it was none of her concern. Cousin, I merely speak the truth. Given Mu Mian's academic performance, she could only gain entry through financial means. Even if she makes it into Xingxing, she will likely be at the bottom. It would be wiser to choose an ordinary high school rather than bring shame to the Mu family. Mu Ling was confident that her own grades would overshadow Mu Mian's, believing that her lineage and education were far superior. Mind your own affairs. What does Mu Mian's academic standing have to do with you?
Mu Ji retorted,
a smirk gracing her lips as she observed Mu Ling's self-sabotaging antics. Offended, Mu Ling scoffed, just wait and see. Mu Mian having taken the back door. I'm eager to see how long she can maintain her arrogance. The guard, witnessing this exchange, regarded Mu Mian with a peculiar expression. Without a student identification, I cannot permit her entry. Mu Mian, growing impatient, presented her admission letter for the guard's inspection. He promptly allowed her passage, apologizing sincerely. My apologies, please proceed.
Mu Weiyun,
Intrigued by the contents of Mu Mian's admission letter, wondered what connection she might possess that facilitated her acceptance into Xingxing. Gigi, you're familiar with Xingxing. Please look after Mian Mian. It's her first day, and she may not know anyone. Rest assured, I shall take good care of my sister. Mu Ji replied confidently. With Mu Mian's capabilities, there would be no one to challenge her. The question of who would bully whom was still in the air.
now.
Let me take you to complete your enrollment and get you assigned to a class, Mu Weiyun said before his phone suddenly rang. His brow furrowing as he glanced at the screen. Observing her brother's troubled expression, Mu Ji kindly offered, if there are matters at the company, don't worry about us. I can take Mu Mian to enroll just as well. Her tone was warm and reassuring. I sincerely apologize. For such an important event, your brother should accompany you. Mu Weiyun lamented, feeling guilty, but knowing that company matters were pressing and could not be delayed. It's perfectly fine, brother. My sister and I can manage. Mu Ji assured him, her smile radiant. After bidding farewell to Mu Weiyun, Mu Ji guided Mu Mian to the staff office, where only a few teachers were present due to the enrollment day. Upon seeing Mu Ji, the teachers displayed expressions of surprise. Mu Ji, what brings you here? One inquired. Your homeroom teacher is currently unavailable, but I can wait. Mu Ji replied, and the teachers exchanged puzzled and awkward glances, particularly the mathematics teacher, whose expression soured at the sight of Mu Mian. Instantly recognizing her as a problematic student, he wondered how such a rebellious individual had gained admission to Xingxing. The teachers shared knowing looks, aware of the rumors regarding the Mu family's true lineage, acknowledging that this genuine heiress might struggle to keep pace at Xingxing. Where did you previously study? What were your usual scores? Have you ever won any competitions? How did you gain entry to Xingxing? Teacher Wang huffed, blowing on the tea leaves in his cup while casting a sidelong glance at Mu Mian, bombarding her with questions. Mu Ji glanced at Mu Mian, who appeared nonchalant, a faint smile on her face as she focused on her phone, indifferent to the inquiries. Clearing her throat slightly, Mu Ji interjected, Mu Mian's situation is somewhat unique. She hasn't participated in competitions, but she gained admission to Xingxing through her own merits. Teacher Wang scoffed dismissively, seemingly unconvinced by Mu Ji's words. He had seen many students gain entry through family connections, and he anticipated that her academic performance would be abysmal. What purpose does the school serve by admitting such students? To lower the school's academic standards? He mused, already dismissing the thought of her being placed in any of his classes. After a while, Mu Ji's homeroom teacher finally returned, her presence eliciting mild surprise. With a sharp bob haircut and a serious demeanor, she was known for her efficiency and had garnered a solid reputation at Xingxing, earning her the nickname Iron Lady. Ms. Jiang, this is Mu Mian, transferring to our class. I kindly ask for your assistance in processing her enrollment, Mu Ji requested.
Ms.
Jiang scrutinized Mu Mian as she settled into her chair, opening her computer. May I see your admission letter?
She asked.
Upon verifying its authenticity, Ms. Jiang proceeded with the necessary paperwork without further comment. Meanwhile, Teacher Wang could hardly contain himself, ignited with indignation. I oppose her entering class 16. I refuse to accept a poor student into my class. Ms. Jiang turned slightly to regard Teacher Wang, her tone unflustered. This is a decision made by the principal. Should you have objections, take them up with him. Don't use the principal to pressure me. Does he really care about such trivial matters? I absolutely refuse. Teacher Wang retorted angrily. Are you implying that you've accepted benefits from the Mu family to ensure her admission? I will not have a slacker in my class. Teacher Wang, you must take responsibility for your statements. I am merely fulfilling my duties. Mu Mian entered my class through legitimate channels. As for her academic performance, we shall see after the exams. You are their mathematics teacher, and your role is to instruct. Other matters do not concern you, Ms. Jiang replied, her expression one of exasperation. It's easy for you to say. When her performance drags down the class average, will you place the blame on me? I know you have ulterior motives, Teacher Wang shot back. Ms. Jiang, maintaining her composure, retorted, I am their physics teacher. Mu Mian's performance affects me as well. Teacher Wang, I urge you to remain calm. Gather your things and proceed to the classroom to await your textbooks. Mu Ji accepted the items with a slight nod. If she truly enters class 16, I will cease attending this mathematics class. I refuse to teach such underachievers, and you may do as you please. I will not instruct students of such low caliber. Teacher Wang fumed, his face flushed with indignation. How can one harbor such discriminatory views? Teacher Jiang. Perhaps we should wait for the monthly examination. If Mu Mian ranks in the top 10, she may remain in class 16. If not, she shall be transferred to another class. What do you think? Mu Ji proposed. Teacher Jiang raised an eyebrow, casting a perplexed glance at Mu Ji. The top 10? With her evident lack of academic prowess, how could she possibly achieve that? If she manages to place in the top 10, I will eat the examination paper.
Mu Mian lazily lifted her eyelids, clicking her tongue.
Is her face not indicative of immense wisdom? Very well, I shall remember your words. Should you fail to eat the examination paper, you shall face the consequences. Chapter 171, The Respectful Challenge. Once you secure a top 10 position, then we shall see who dares to challenge me. Do you believe the top 10 at Xishan is so easily attained? Given the education Mu Mian has previously received, it pales in comparison to what is offered at Xishan. Regardless of the content and pace of study, she cannot possibly keep up with Xishan's curriculum. I await her expulsion from class 16. Teacher Wang held firm in his conviction. Viewing Mu Mian as an unqualified student who merely gained admission to Xishan due to her family background, even with access to superior educational resources, she would still lag behind the teaching pace, rendering any hope of ranking in the top 10 utterly absurd. This wager is one he is certain to win. Eagerly anticipating her departure from class 16, Teacher Jiang, however, did not intervene. Having reviewed Mu Mian's acceptance letter, she recognized that the girl was far from ordinary. As for her academic performance, she was genuinely intrigued. After all, obtaining a notification directly from the principal signifies exceptional merit, so she did not perceive Mu Mian's remarks as mere bravado. Teacher Wang, there is truly no need for such skepticism. I have faith in your teaching abilities. If you dedicate yourself to the instruction, I am confident that positive results will follow. Teacher Jiang understood Teacher Wang's character and intended to reason with him, urging him to avoid stubbornness. With a disdainful snort, Teacher Wang retorted, "Do not flatter me. Students belong in classes that reflect their capabilities. Class 16 is an experimental class, not a place for the mediocre. I refuse to teach the unworthy." Mu Ji's expression shifted slightly, a hint of annoyance flashing across her radiant face. While some educators may prioritize grades, disparaging the dignity of students and ranking them hierarchically is intolerable, she could not stand by and watch. Teacher, as the sage says, there should be no discrimination in education. Is academic performance the sole criterion for measuring a person's worth? Do you truly believe that a teacher should only focus on grades? Furthermore, the reason class 16 excels academically is due to the collective efforts of all the outstanding students and teachers, not merely the result of one individual's guidance. Mu Ji's words elicited nods of agreement from the other teachers present. Her sentiment was indeed valid. Have you lost your mind, Mu Ji? How dare you speak to a teacher in such a manner? You used to show respect to your instructors. Now, influenced by a delinquent, you have lost your way and dare to retort? Teacher Wang was taken aback by Mu Ji's boldness. The adage holds true, one is influenced by their company. Let us hope her grades do not suffer as a consequence of this rebellion. Mu Ji's lips quirked slightly. I merely speak the truth. Moreover, Mu Mian is not a delinquent. I implore you, Teacher Wang, to mind your language and conduct. Should you harm my sister's sensitive heart, I will report you to the school. She offered a gentle smile, one that concealed a hint of menace. Teacher Jiang chuckled softly, glancing at the now livid Teacher Wang. Mu Ji's eloquence was striking. Her ability to vex Teacher Wang was truly impressive. Why you? Teacher Wang ground his teeth in frustration, his mind racing with the implications of Mu Ji's threat to report him. Mu Ji smiled politely, a playful glint in her eyes. Without her elder brother present, it was only natural for her to protect Mu Mian. She would not allow her sister to be bullied simply because she was reticent. Teacher Jiang. Mu Mian and I shall take our leave. Teacher Jiang nodded slightly, thinking of the wager, her tone light. Let's not place too much pressure on Mu Mian. It is merely one examination. With diligent study, she will gradually catch up. Rest assured, teacher. Mu Mian will not bring you shame, Mu Ji proclaimed proudly. After all, she is Mu Mian. Her reservoir of knowledge rivals that of the teachers present. Placing in the top 10 will be a mere formality. Mu Mian pressed her lips together, unable to conceal the smile in her eyes. She relished the feeling of being esteemed by her sister. Who could resist the allure of being regarded with such admiration? as if stars filled one's eyes. As soon as Mu Ji exited the office, she spotted a furtive figure lurking outside. Upon seeing Mu Ji, the individual immediately straightened up, but upon locking eyes with her, swiftly turned away, flustered. So beautiful. The youth's heart raced. Did she just smile at me? Had Mu Ji always been this stunning? After a summer apart, she resembled a rose quietly blooming, breathtakingly radiant. Eavesdropping? Mu Ji's lips curled up. That has nothing to do with me. The youth watched as Mu Ji departed with Mu Mian, suddenly realizing that the sensational gossip they had just overheard remained unshared. On the school forum, post by Guatian Cha. Breaking news, absolutely authentic. Class 16 is about to welcome a transfer student, the sister of the school flower, who has made a bet with Teacher Wang that she will place in the top 10 for the monthly exam. If Teacher Wang loses, he must eat the examination paper. How thrilling is that? First floor, Zundajiadu. Second floor, top 10? What a dream. That underachiever dares to gamble? Post by Guatian Cha. Of course, Zundajiadu. Have I ever spread falsehoods? Third floor, no way. When did the school flower acquire a sister? Are we sure it's the same school flower we know? Fourth floor, are you on a 2G connection? The school flower at Xishan is obviously a certain celebrity. Did she not lead in the last school flower selection? Fifth floor, I heard the school flower is not a biological child of the Mu family. How can two imposters coexist so harmoniously? The celebrity must have some tricks up her sleeve. Sixth floor, this thread is packed with information. ISN, it awkward for the school flower? Does she truly not feel any discomfort regarding her sister? Could her sister be a naive sweetheart? Seventh floor, it's all an act. Some people, as expected of celebrities, perform quite well. Who knows how terrified they are of losing everything they currently possess. And as for Mu Ji's beauty, can she also be the school flower? Everyone knows her votes are inflated. Buying votes is hardly credible. Eighth floor, how envious. The sisters share a close bond, and you resent the school flower? If you have the ability, go and win the title yourself. Sherlon scrolled through the forum, her hands on her hips in indignation at the seventh post. Did she not realize that the relationship between Mu Ji and Mu Mian was genuine? Was she questioning Mu Ji's selection as school flower out of jealousy? Mu Ling clenched her phone tightly. The school flower? What makes Mu Ji deserving of the title? Are these boys blind? How could her looks possibly fall short? And what of Mu Mian? How dare she enter class 16? Little did they know how much effort and time she had invested to avoid relying on her family background to gain admission into class 16. Mu Mian must have taken the backdoor route. Ninth floor. So what? Should the school flower's sister have privileges? Once she enters class 16 and lowers its average score. I hope the students in class 16 will still be able to smile. 10th floor. I resolutely oppose Mu Mian entering class 16. Class 16 is an experimental class. A key class at Xishan. I do not wish for Mu Mian to diminish future scholarship evaluations and other standards. 11th floor. I am in class 16. And I also disagree. The thought of hard-earned high scores being dragged down is unbearable. Let her wreak havoc on other classes instead. Mu Ling watched as the forum erupted into chaos, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. Look at their smugness. As long as the students of class 16 oppose her, I refuse to believe Mu Mian can remain there. Chapter 172. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Sherlon observed the tide of sentiment on the forum turning against Mu Mian. Arguments ensued, and some even expressed intentions to protest in front of the homeroom teacher's office. She hurriedly sent the forum link to Mu Ji. As there were individuals in the forum stirring the waters, deliberately exacerbating conflicts and inciting animosity among classmates towards Mu Mian, with even Mu Ji not escaping unscathed. At that moment, Mu Ji was introducing the school's architecture to Mu Mian when her phone suddenly rang. She paused her gestures, and the two stood beneath a tree. Mu Ji glanced at the link sent by Sherlon and clicked on it. After a brief scan, combined with the messages from Sherlon, she quickly grasped the unfolding situation. What's wrong? Mu Mian asked, captivated by Mu Ji's narrative, which had an engaging, historical cadence that was somewhat hypnotic and quite pleasing to the ear. Some in class 16 are already impatiently wishing for your departure, intentionally stirring the pot on the forum. The students in class 16 have now turned you into a common enemy, and the entire class is rallying against you, Mu Ji replied in a detached tone. Apart from Mu Ling, she could hardly think of anyone else who harbored such animosity towards Mu Mian. Mu Mian's gaze fell slightly, her tone icy, boring. Mu Ji smirked, who could disagree. However, the classmates in Class 16, being used as pawns, are unaware of your academic performance, which is why they have been so easily manipulated. The two elite classes at Xishan are Class 16 and Class 15, often referred to as the red and white classes, historically competitive against each other. Class 16 was furious at being ridiculed by Class 15 after Mu Mian entered Class 16, vowing to expel her at all costs. Don't worry. Once your results come out, they will have nothing to say. I will go and stabilize their emotions. We must not let this escalate. Muji climbed onto the forum to post. Hello everyone, I am Muji. Mu Mian entered Class 16 based on her own merit and did not exploit any connections. The bet with the teacher is true, and I hope everyone refrains from making extreme comments. If she does not rank in the top 10 during the monthly exam, I will leave Class 16 alongside her. After Muji's post was published, the forum erupted. She had actually vouched for Mu Mian, and if she lost, she would have to leave with her. Shirlan, witnessing Muji's words, hurriedly urged her. Why are you being so reckless? That's the top 10 in the grade. If you can't make it, how could Mu Mian possibly?
Shirlan Edgalim, shocked.
As an art major, her academic performance was subpar, and she couldn't even imagine being in the top 10. Post 1, is this for real? No need to worry. We just want Mu Mian to be more sensible. After all, there are ordinary classes besides Class 16. Post 2, who knows if you're telling the truth? What if you backtrack later? Her poor grades are evident, and her report card has been exposed. How could she possibly aim for the top 10? With those scores, she wouldn't even qualify to carry the shoes of someone from an ordinary class. Post 3, 666, and their S even a score of 0. What a pure academic underachiever. She must have relied on the Mu family to get into Xishan. I don't believe there was any backdoor deal. Post 4, our ordinary class also can't afford such a revered figure. Better leave her to your elite class. Best of luck. Muji countered. This post serves as proof. I will not backtrack. If I don't rank in the top 10, I will leave with Mu Mian and will not drag Class 16 down. However, if Mu Mian performs exceptionally well, you must apologize to her. Post 5, alright. We'll wait. After all, the monthly exam is just around the corner. If she doesn't make it, I trust you will keep your promise.
Shirlan Vima.
Gigi, why did you agree to them? What now? It's impossible to improve so many points in such a short time. Why would you wager your future? If you leave Class 16, the entire school will mock you. Especially Mu Ling. Just the thought of her haughty demeanor made Shirlan uneasy, knowing she would undoubtedly berate Muji later. Rest assured, Mu Mian will not let me lose. Just wait and see the spectacle, Muji replied confidently. The moment the results come out, everyone will be left astounded. Only by wagering herself could she quell their fury. Offering herself as collateral would provide sufficient value. One monthly exam result would not significantly impact the future and development of Class 16. Shirlan pondered, wondering if Mu Mian truly had the capability. Looking at Mu Mian's report card, she fell into deep contemplation, realizing that her own grades were even worse, suddenly feeling that perhaps she too could make it. Resolving this matter depends entirely on my sister, Muji said, a smile playing at her lips, knowing their plans would ultimately come to naught. What if I don't make it to the top 10? Mu Mian asked with a half-smile. Muji's smile blossomed like the spring breeze. Then I will leave Class 16 with you. Wherever you go, I shall follow, and even outside the elite class, we will shine and carve out our own territory. Her tone brimmed with exuberant confidence, as if nothing could hinder her, igniting an unexplainable trust in others. With such ambition, if you pledge your life to accompany a gentleman, I will ensure you do not lose. I will make them quiet down. Muji smiled knowingly, feeling assured. As long as Mu Mian made a promise, there was nothing they could not achieve. Oh, still in the mood to smile? A month from now. Who knows if you will still be able to smile, as you and your academically challenged sister gather your things and leave Class 16. A rather jarring voice rang out. The speaker was the class leader of Class 15, along with her entourage, all there to watch the drama unfold. They had seen the internal strife of Class 16 since the school year began, and were eager to witness the spectacle, finally finding someone to mock and ridicule, intending to undermine the morale of Class 16. Whether we leave or not is not for you to decide. Let the results speak for themselves. What? Do you wish to wager as well? How about this? If Mu Mian ranks in the top 10, you will leave Class 15 for an ordinary class. Muji regarded the girl, the class leader of Class 15, Song Yurong, who was academically accomplished and quite well known throughout the school, historically at odds with Class 16. Humph. I'm merely here to watch your folly. With Mu Mian's grades, dreaming of the top 10 is laughable. When you leave class 16, I will surely celebrate your departure with a fanfare. The onlookers gasped, realizing this was a direct confrontation with class 15. Would a fight break out?
Come closer.
Let us see what they are discussing. The first day of school had already turned into a monumental clash, which was quite thrilling. Muji crossed her arms, gazing at the approaching class 15 with nonchalance. What's the matter? Are you afraid to wager? Provoked, the girl's face flushed with indignation, hastily retorting. Who said I was afraid? I accept your wager, but let us make it this. If you score lower than me in the monthly exam, you must leave class 16 and never return to an elite class. Are you brave enough? Gasps filled the air at such a fierce wager. Muji's grades were average, while Song Yirong was a top student in the elite class. Would Muji dare to accept the challenge?
Chapter 173. Muji agrees.
Seriously? Isn't Song Yirong bullying her? She knows Muji's grades cannot compare. Exactly, and she would be barred from entering elite classes forever. That's a truly ruthless tactic. Yet, one could hardly blame Song Yirong, for it was Muji who proposed the wager, having vouched for Mu Mian. The situation was indeed entertaining. When Sherlon arrived, she heard the news of Muji's wager with Song Yirong. She approached Muji, gently tugging at her sleeve and whispering, Ji, let us remain calm. You know Song Yirong's scores, you can't possibly surpass her. Sherlan's voice was soft, but it reached Song Yirong's ears, who lifted her chin arrogantly, her eyes glinting with provocation. The air crackled with tension, and the spectators sensed the undercurrents between the two. Everyone awaited Muji's response, curious whether she would retreat like a turtle or accept Song Yirong's challenge. Muji winked at Sherlon, offering her a reassuring glance. With her long, delicate fingers brushing through her hair, she replied casually, What's there to fear? I accept your wager. The crowd was taken aback by how readily she agreed, finding it utterly irrational. Surely, Muji couldn't genuinely believe she could outperform Song Yirong. Song Yirong watched as she readily agreed, feeling somewhat uncertain in her heart.
How dare she?
She should consider her own capabilities. Just wait. She would defeat Muji and force her out of class 16, becoming a legend of Saint Star. Muling looked at Muji's agreement, a faint sense of triumph blossoming within her. Regardless of the wager, Muji was destined to leave class 16. The mere thought of Muji and Mu Mian, two detestable individuals, departing from class 16 brought her great joy. If Muji were to be ousted, she would surely applaud, reveling in the embarrassment it would bring to the Mu family, leading to their inevitable loss of favor. It's settled then. The students present can bear witness. Don't go back on your word later. Song Yirong raised an eyebrow with confidence, certain of her victory in the academic contest. After all, a promise made is a promise kept, and so many witnesses would attest to it. Muji's enchanting eyes shimmered with a captivating light, alarming everyone present. Song Yirong, taken aback, turned to leave, followed by her entourage, exuding an air of grandeur.
Muzeyi clicked her tongue softly.
Sensing that her future days at school would not be tranquil, especially as she was merely a malevolent supporting character. Muji, can you truly surpass Song Yirong? If you lose, those fools in class 15 will surely mock us mercilessly, one voice lamented, anger flaring at the thought. Exactly. How could you so casually accept? Have you considered the consequences of losing? This is not just your own glory. It concerns the reputation of class 16. There was a chorus of discontent directed at Muji for her reckless gambling. Muji gazed thoughtfully at the group, her charming visage captivating. Who said I would lose? Let us wait for the results. The group exchanged glances, pondering whether Muji truly possessed such capability, and fell silent, eager to see what she would achieve. The crowd beneath the tree gradually dispersed, yet the enthusiasm for the gossip remained unabated. Soon, someone started a thread on the forum discussing the wager between Muji and Song Yirong, with most expressing skepticism about Muji's chances of victory. Sherlon, seeing their discussions, I feel a bit deflated. Do you think you can manage this? Perhaps you should study fervently this month. You might catch up to Song Yirong. If all else fails, I could gather people to block her on exam day, preventing her from attending. Sherlon's face was twisted in concern. Muji chuckled softly. There's no need for that. Don't worry, I will win her fairly. Let me share a secret. I've been secretly studying. My current grades have reached a level where surpassing Song Yirong is entirely feasible. Her eyes sparkled with mischief, leaving Sherlon momentarily stunned. Sherlon's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that true? Mu Mian shook her head slightly, affectionately watching Muji playfully tease. She too felt a twinge of anticipation. Mu Ji led Mu Mian to class 16, where the majority of students had already gathered. Some were busy with their assignments, while others engaged in animated discussions, predominantly revolving around Mu Ji's wager. As the daughter of the Mu family and a widely adored star, her popularity at school was undeniable. Upon entering the classroom, Mu Ji and Mu Mian instantly captivated everyone's attention. Good heavens, how has Mu Ji become even more beautiful? When she walked in, I thought a fairy had arrived. Her aura and visage are truly befitting of a star. Some boys couldn't help but steal glances at Mu Ji, while Mu Mian, though equally stunning, exuded a cold demeanor that intensified her presence. Wow, has Mu Ji grown even more enchanting? She's undoubtedly the school beauty. I used to think she didn't deserve that title. She is beautiful, but don't get your hopes up. She's in a different league, another remarked.
I am merely appreciating beauty.
Seeing such a magnificent girl inspires me to solve more problems. You boys are so shallow, only seeing appearances.
Besides,
Mu Ji isn't even a true daughter of the Mu family. Maybe of a chance, someone chimed in. Don't say boys are superficial. I'm a girl, and I admire Mu Ji too. I've become a fan this holiday, so don't disparage my idol in front of me. As they whispered amongst themselves, Mu Ji and Mu Mian settled into the last row. This semester, seating arrangements were flexible, so they could sit wherever they liked. Today's primary task was to distribute books and assist the class monitor with a new semester's tasks. Suddenly, someone initiated a poll on the forum to select the new school beauty, prompting everyone to pull out their phones and participate in the excitement. Mu Ling was scrolling through her phone, sending meticulously taken photos to those beside her. For this selection, you all better put in some effort. If I become the school beauty, I won't forget to reward you. Her companions eagerly nodded, beginning to flood the voting thread with Mu Ling's images, showering her with praise. It's common knowledge that Mu Ji isn't a true daughter of the Mu family. I believe they weigh their votes carefully. Previously, they hesitated due to her status, but not anymore. Rest assured, Sister Ling, you're currently in the lead. With Mu Ji's gamble causing dissatisfaction among many in class 16, this time, the title of school beauty is rightfully yours. Mu Ling smiled, satisfied with her followers' words. Unbeknownst to Mu Ji, who was enjoying lunch with Mu Mian, a stir was brewing in the forum as someone uploaded unedited photos of her standing beneath a tree. Her porcelain-like complexion shimmered in the dappled sunlight, exuding an ethereal glow as she shared a laugh with Mu Mian. The captured moment of their gentle exchange was breathtakingly beautiful. Isn't this how school beauty should look? Please stop sharing overly edited photos, one comment read. As Mu Ji and Mu Mian's photos circulated, the votes surged, surpassing the previous low turnout for school beauty elections. This time, Mu Ji's image quickly spread through the group and the forum, resonating with a vast audience. The group leader announced, "Sisters, you can now vote for Mu Ji. How could such beauty not be crowned school beauty?" The fans in the group eagerly joined the voting frenzy. Mu Ling, witnessing Mu Ji's votes suddenly skyrocket, clenched her teeth in frustration. How could this happen? What gives her the right to occupy this position? What's going on? Why has her vote count increased so dramatically? Mu Ling was perplexed. Knowing that Mu Ji had become a target of disdain, stripped of the Mu family's halo, how could she garner so many votes? Her companions hesitated to confront Mu Ling, whispering, perhaps there's been some sort of cheating. Such a sudden spike in votes must be suspicious. Soon, rumors began circulating on the forum questioning Mu Ji's legitimacy. Meanwhile, she remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil as she and Mu Mian dined in the cafeteria. The cafeteria's second floor offered a different culinary experience compared to the first, with higher prices, a greater variety, and decent flavors.
We can dine here from now on.
If you don't fancy the cafeteria, we can order from outside. It's all up to us, Mu Ji remarked, confident in their financial freedom. You Saint Star students certainly embody a distinct class divide, Mu Mian mused. Now you and I are both part of Saint Star, Mu Ji teased playfully. At this hour, the cafeteria was not crowded, yet Mu Ji could feel the gazes directed her way. She found the attention rather strange as she caught a few girls glancing at her before quickly averting their eyes, their expressions filled with excitement. Did she just look at me?
She must have been looking at me.
Mu Ji's skin is flawless. She is my ultimate goddess, the one true school beauty. The allure of reality surpasses that of photographs, does it not? During the holiday, I watched her variety show and was utterly captivated. I never anticipated that she would possess not only stunning beauty, but also a delightful personality and remarkable versatility, a true goddess of all trades. I can't help but wonder if she might be the next rising star in the entertainment industry. A few young girls chattered excitedly, stealing glances at Muji, who discreetly pulled out her phone to capture the moment. Being able to be in close proximity to their beloved goddess filled them with immense joy. Muji ordered 2 cups of milk tea, a serving of sweet and sour ribs, a bowl of chicken soup rice noodles, and 2 portions of rice. As she prepared to leave, she glanced at the nearby spicy crayfish but decided against it, finding the peeling too troublesome. The sweet and sour ribs here are truly exceptional. I highly recommend them. Please wait. I'll be back shortly, Mu Mian said as she stood up. Muji initially thought she had something urgent to attend to, only to be surprised when Mu Mian ordered a serving of spicy crayfish. Muji's lips curled slightly. She and Mu Mian seemed to share a silent understanding. Just as she had thought of wanting to eat it, Mu Mian had ordered it. Had I known you liked this, I would have ordered it right away, Muji mused, her appetite piqued by the tantalizing aroma of the crayfish. Mu Mian acknowledged her with a soft hum and focused on peeling the crayfish, while Muji savored her ribs, the sweet and sour flavors tantalizing her taste buds, causing her to squint her eyes in bliss. The other girls observed Muji's eating habits, their appetites ignited. Everything looked so delectable that they immediately ordered the same dishes and began to feast heartily. Mu Mian placed the peeled crayfish onto a small plate, her dexterous hands quickly accumulating a generous portion. She pushed the plate towards Muji, continuing her task with a gentle, affectionate tone. Go ahead and eat. Startled, Muji paused mid-bite, her eyes wide with surprise as she realized the crayfish had been prepared just for her, simply because she had lingered on it a moment longer. Her eyes sparkled with warmth as she regarded Mu Mian, the crayfish tasting even more delightful than usual. Meanwhile, the others watched Mu Mian's actions, envy welling up within them. Who wouldn't want a sister who would peel crayfish for them? It seemed almost too indulgent.
You should eat some too, Mu Mian said.
I'm allergic to crayfish, she replied, her slender fingers adeptly peeling the shells. Muji silently noted Mu Mian's aversion. What a pity she couldn't enjoy the crayfish. Just eat a little more. Consider it as tasting it for me. Muji obediently nodded, beginning to describe the flavor of the crayfish to Mu Mian, who smiled faintly. A feeling of indescribable warmth blooming within her. This was quite delightful. While these two shared a tender meal, the forum erupted into chaos over a school flower election. Muji's votes had skyrocketed unexpectedly, raising suspicions of foul play. Indeed. Can the administrators provide an explanation? Just moments ago, Muling was leading by a substantial margin. If Muji were not to become the school flower, who else would have the merit? The forum was ablaze with a sensational image of her. It was merely an election for a school flower, yet it had spiraled into conspiracy theories. Muji herself was indifferent to it all. In the midst of this, Muling's votes surged again, intensifying the competition. Is this school flower election truly so fierce? When did she amass such a following?
You acknowledge Molina's beauty.
But the gap between her and the school flower title remains significant. Could it be that she is truly the one to take Muji's place?
Muling,
observing her rising votes, was determined to win this time. As the scene unfolded, Muji savored her crayfish, her luscious lips stained with its vibrant hue, drawing many ardent gazes. A mere glance from Mu Mian caused the onlookers to lower their heads, intimidated by her fierce demeanor. They were merely watching a beauty dine. There exists a phrase, a feast for the eyes, and Muji was more delectable than the meal itself. Taking a sip of her milk tea, Muji squinted her beautiful doe eyes in delight. Mu Mian took a sip of the milk tea beside her. It was somewhat sweet, yet quite pleasant, though she rarely indulged in such beverages. Suddenly, Muji's phone chimed with a notification. She glanced at the message from Shirlan regarding the school flower voting. Furrowing her brow, she wondered who could be so idle as to initiate such a vote. How awkward. Re-entering the forum, Muji observed the uproar. Muling's supporters were fervently debating, clearly invested in the title of school flower. Just moments ago, Muling had been leading, but now her votes had mysteriously diminished. Bewildered, Muji questioned the sudden shift in her own votes. What could have transpired? What happened? Why have Muling's votes suddenly dwindled? How did Muji pull ahead? Is this a bug, administrator? Fix the vote count immediately. Curiosity piqued. Some speculated that Muling's lost votes had somehow transferred to Muji's tally. How laughable. Engaging in such petty schemes for a school flower title who claimed Muji was indifferent. This proves otherwise. Muling, witnessing the sudden turn of events,
questioned how this could be.
Did Muji bribe the administrator? Tell Zhou Aneng that I am willing to pay more to have the votes adjusted. Greed knows no bounds. It seems. It wasn't Zhou Aning. He no longer has access to modify any data. There appears to be a virus in the system. Someone nearby shivered in response. What? How can he not modify the backend? He is adept with computers and programming, thus rightfully an administrator. Why would he be unable to access his own backend? Does she think me a fool? He must have taken Mu Ji's money and deceived himself, Mu Ling thought, clenching her jaw. Is he attempting to offend me? Quickly, evidence surfaced in the forum showing the administrator's manipulation of the voting data, igniting fury among Mu Ji supporters, who felt their hard-earned votes had been stolen through underhanded tactics. So that's how Mu Ji suddenly surpassed Mu Ling. What a scheme. How much did Mu Ling pay Zhou Aning to alter the data? Zhou Aning is unworthy of being an administrator. He should be removed immediately. Curiosity swirled as speculations arose about the mysterious figure capable of infiltrating the system's backend. Clearly a computer whiz. The ID seemed unfamiliar. Saint Star truly harbors hidden talents. Such individuals are a revelation, unveiling the secrets behind the forum's backend. Zhou Aning, confronted with accusations, found himself unable to counteract the manipulations. He was filled with dread, realizing he had succumbed to temptation, accepting money to assist in cheating. Now regretting his choices. Who could have anticipated that Saint Star possessed such hidden computer experts, catching him completely off guard and exposing everything?
Mu Ling.
Witnessing the reversal of fortunes, questioned the identity of Mu Ji's ally, her meticulously crafted plan unraveling. If only she could uncover the person behind this. She would not let them escape easily. Mu Ji offered a faint smile, aware that Mu Mian was operating behind the scenes. It appeared someone's scheme was destined to fail. Playing tricks beneath Mu Mian's watchful eye was nothing short of self-degradation. Although Zhou Aning had some technical knowledge, Mu Mian was a hacker, and their levels could not be compared. Despite the forum's extensive digging, the identity of the poster remained elusive. The only one privy to the truth, Mu Ji felt a twinge of frustration. She longed to reveal herself as Mu Mian. Zhou Aning's position as administrator was now in jeopardy, and many demanded an explanation for the tampering of the vote counts between Mu Ji and Mu Ling. Under the weight of public condemnation, Zhou Aning reluctantly emerged to address the situation, claiming that the bug would be resolved the day after tomorrow, and asserting that he had not aided Mu Ling in manipulating the vote count, nor had he engaged in any transactions with her. After his statement, a portion of the crowd's anger subsided. His explanation, albeit plausible, was met with skepticism by many. It was indeed curious that only the vote counts for Mu Ji and Mu Ling experienced such a glitch, while others remained unaffected. Just as Zhou Aning finished his clarification, Mu Mian shared screenshots of Zhou Aning's chats with Mu Ling's entourage, finding the clarification laughable. The truth, she believed, should be known by all. Mu Ling sought to maintain a clean image, but Mu Mian was determined to thwart her intentions. Having wronged her sister, Mu Ling must pay the price. After all, Mu Mian was not someone to be bullied at will. The evidence was irrefutable. Zhou Aning had accepted money from Mu Ling, altered the data, and spun a web of lies to elicit sympathy, truly despicable behavior. It was shocking to realize he was such a person, and how misplaced her trust had been. As she had defended him, only to feel that trust had been fed to the dogs. Mu Ling was evidently willing to spend lavishly for the title of campus belle. How confident she must be in her own looks. Losing was one thing, but resorting to underhanded tactics was another. What was thought to be a comeback turned out to be a farce, and the eyes of the crowd remained keenly observant. It was no wonder that Mu Ji faced criticism regarding her appearance. Mu Ling had her own small clique, reflecting a deep-seated jealousy towards Mu Ji. It was merely a title, after all. Everyone was just participating for fun, as studying could be quite tedious. Since the suggestion was made to elect an administrator, I propose this esteemed individual for the role. Her computer skills are unquestionable, and she may even develop more features in the future. Agreed, she is truly remarkable. While Zhou Aning is undeserving of his position, Mu Ji turned to Mu Mian, quietly inquiring, "They want you to be the administrator. Are you willing?" Mu Mian raised an eyebrow. She had seen the comments on the forum, but felt little about it. Her involvement was solely for Mu Ji's sake. An administrator was merely a title. Countless companies and individuals across the globe sought her as a hacking consultant, yet she remained unmoved. Why not? Being an administrator could be quite advantageous. If anyone dares to insult Mu Ji from behind, I can silence them in an instant. Mu Ji took her last sip of milk tea, savoring its sweetness. Chapter 176. Well done. Mu Mian was unanimously appointed as the administrator and to manage forum affairs. She sought out a classmate who was somewhat adept with computers and frequently engaged with the forum. She limited her involvement to technical maintenance, refraining from meddling in day-to-day matters. The class monitor took the boys to collect textbooks while the girls tidied the classroom, dividing the tasks among themselves. Once the books were distributed, it was finally time for the homeroom teacher to convene the class meeting, where the schedule was unveiled. Muji examined the electronic timetable. The pace of study at Xishan was rapid, with a packed course schedule. Physical education had been condensed into a single class, but fortunately, she only had to endure 1 year of high school before graduating. In her previous life, she had not experienced the Gaokao, having received elite education from a young age. She later resided in the mountains. Nonetheless, she had to study various subjects, albeit unrelated to exam-oriented education, and had already been exposed to business affairs before reaching adulthood. Listening to her homeroom teacher Jiang Luin's impassioned speech, Muji noted her eloquence, truly inspiring and invigorating. In this new semester, you must strive diligently. There can be no room for complacency. You are the experimental class, the model for Xishan. A moment's lapse in effort could see you fall from this elite group, especially for those lagging behind. Do not harbor any illusions. The ordinary class is more than capable of pulling you down. Remember, your goal is not to surpass those behind you, but to outpace those ahead. Do you understand? Understood. The collective response echoed throughout the room. Jiang Luin's gaze fell upon Muji and Mumian, a flicker of concern evident in her eyes. I have heard rumors about a bet between Muji and the students of Class 16, with stakes involving class changes. You are still young. Do not let momentary bravado lead you to actions you will regret. Even in the face of provocation, do not engage. Your future is not a game. Understand? Jiang Luin spoke earnestly. Had the students hailed from ordinary families, she would have taken a firmer stance, but the Mu sisters came from different backgrounds. However, since you have made a promise, strive to achieve remarkable results. The teacher believes in you. Jiang Luin encouraged, noting the youthful exuberance of her students, who could easily be swept away by their emotions. Teacher, it is Class 15 who is being unreasonable. If we do not show them some consequences, they will think we are easy targets, one student exclaimed. Exactly. They are pushing their luck, provoking us right at our doorstep. If we ignore them, they will think we are afraid. Muji's courage was commendable. She upheld the honor of Class 15. You have no idea how cool Muji was back then. Jiang Luin face-bombed, realizing that her words had fallen on deaf ears. Stop, stop, stop. I understand she was impressive. It is getting late. You all should head to the cafeteria for a meal. After the afternoon assignments, you may leave school. Those staying in the dorms should remain there and not wander about. With that, Jiang Luin departed the classroom. The classroom erupted in cheers as everyone made plans to head to the cafeteria. Muji, however, chose to remain with Mu Mian in the classroom. She pulled out her phone and began replying to messages. Lin Shui inquired about the school situation in the group chat, and Muji reassured her not to worry. Naturally, she chose to conceal the betting incident from Lin Shui to prevent causing her distress.
Muji.
Would you like to join us for a meal? A boy invited, his eyes reflecting bashfulness. No, thank you, I've already eaten, Muji replied, her slender fingers skillfully twirling a pen. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected the once lofty Muji to respond to him, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was only when Mu Mian cast a cool glance in his direction that he snapped back to reality, his steps unsteady as he exited the classroom. You truly are quite charming, Mu Mian remarked, a hint of subtle jealousy in her tone. Is that so? It doesn't matter if others like me. As long as you do, that's enough, Muji murmured softly, pondering if Mu Mian might be feeling a tinge of jealousy. I suppose I haven't treated you well enough, Mu Mian chuckled lightly, her gaze filled with affection. Muji felt a sudden alarm within her. She was already quite good to her, indeed exceptionally so. She gently pressed her lips together, realizing that she might have been indulging in a bit of narcissism. Perhaps I am not good enough for you, yet, Mu Mian mused with a light laugh, her eyes brimming with fondness. Muji's heart raced, alarm bells ringing. She was already more than enough. I will be right back. I need to use the restroom, Mu Mian said, playfully pinching Muji's delicate cheek. What is there to feel shy about? I would gladly give you everything I possess. It is merely a trifle that has moved you. No, that won't do. I must take my time and not frighten her. There is plenty of time ahead. As for those who coveted her affection, she would crush them all without hesitation. Muji flashed a sweet smile, obediently affirming with a soft stretching her wrist. Muji unlocked her phone, finding the group chat lively with chatter. Why are there no sweet and sour ribs or crayfish?
Boo-hoo.
Ha ha ha. Everyone is just trying to get the same order as Sister Ji. Milk tea and crayfish are a match made in heaven. Come on, you guys are really something else. Muji had not anticipated that her simple meal order would spark such excitement among her peers, and what was this Sister Ji nonsense? Wasn't tea that typically a title for someone esteemed? As Muji scrolled through the messages to pass the time, she noticed that Mu Mian had yet to return from the restroom, which seemed to be taking an unusually long time. Mu Mian was not one to get lost. Her memory was exceptional. Was something amiss? With a sense of concern, Muji rose and made her way downstairs towards the restroom. Upon arriving outside, she was met with cries and curses. Mu Mian, you little wretch, let go of me. Do you know who my uncle is? If you dare touch me, I will have you expelled from Xishan. Then, silence enveloped the air, followed by a chilling scream and the desperate cries for help from several individuals. However, at that moment, the nearby classroom was devoid of any presence. No matter how loudly they called out, there was no response.
Musei klikket her tongu.
Pondering which fool dared to provoke Mu Mian, she twisted the door handle, locking it from the inside. It appeared that Mu Mian had been targeted while in the restroom. Having secured the door upon entering, how convenient for Mu Mian to teach them a lesson. Muji rapped on the door, and the commotion within abruptly ceased, replaced by urgent pleas for assistance, which sounded utterly pitiful. Suddenly, with a sharp click, the door swung open. Muji gently pushed it ajar, and the gazes of those inside fell upon her. At the moment they beheld Muji, their expressions froze in disbelief.
Muji.
What brings her here? They momentarily set aside the connection between Muji and Mu Mian, tears welling in their eyes as they implored her, "Classmate Muji, you've arrived just in time. Please summon the security to subdue this violent maniac. Mu Mian has assaulted us. Whoa. Mu Mian, with her tempestuous nature, had unprovokedly turned her aggression upon them. Look at these wounds. It's terrifying. Mu Mian furrowed her brow, her icy gaze fixed upon them. Dare utter another word, and I shall not hold back my fists. Observing the scene, Muji clapped her hands, her crimson lips parting as she remarked, "Well done." Her languid voice drifted into the ears of the group. They nearly choked on their own disbelief. Could this truly be the language of a human?